Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku fell into a new universe and changed everything? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Where am I? A powerful shockwave shook the island of Honshu and all of Japan due to the enormous battle that would determine the fate of humanity. On one side was the king and savior of villains, the heir to the symbol of evil and all for one, Shigaraki Tamura, laughing maniacally as his super regeneration healed all his wounds. On the other side stood the last hope and the strongest of heroes, the heir to the symbol of peace and one for all, Izuku Midoriya. Surrounded by powerful green lightning, his emerald eyes shone with intensity as he seriously observed his greatest opponent, with Mount Fuji looming behind him. Izuku thought seriously about the situation, realizing that if he allowed Shigaraki to use his decay on Mount Fuji, it would spell disaster for Japan. The figure of Nana Shimura materialized beside him, urging him to take action. Izuku tensed at her words, but his danger sense kicked in, forcing him to dodge metallic debris hurled his way. Shigaraki mocked him, expressing gratitude for freeing him from his mentor's control, laughing maniacally as he prepared to strike. As the ground trembled beneath him, Shigaraki was lifted into the air by a chunk of earth that Izuku had propelled upward, combining his black whips and FA gene to thwart Tamura's decay. Nana's voice echoed in Izuku's mind, stating that her grandson was beyond salvation. Using Shimura's float, Izuku approached his opponent, propelling himself with air force and landing a solid kick to Shigaraki's face, sending him soaring higher. Izuku inhaled deeply, positioning his feet and slightly turning his body to the left while holding something invisible with his left hand and placing his right hand over it. He prepared to unleash a powerful move. He declared his technique, one for all. Gear shift. In an instant he appeared before Tamura, delivering a fierce blow to his stomach that created another shockwave. The words of Gran Torino echoed in his mind, reminding him that sometimes the best way to save someone is to end their life. The black whips manifested from his arms, shooting toward Tamura to ensnare him and pull him closer. Shigaraki attempted to defend himself, but Izuku, at maximum gear shift, did not give him a chance and unleashed everything he had. He reflected on his morals, everything he had learned up to that point, his mother, All Might, his teachers and his friends. He thought about the future of everyone, and the losses from past wars, many casualties he could not prevent due to his mistakes and incompetence. He remembered Shigaraki as a child crying amidst all that hatred. He thought again about the losses. He had already saved Shigaraki from all for one. Now, he only had to defeat Shigaraki. Izuku unleashed his ultimate attack, declaring, one for all 100% plus gear shift plus black whips. He launched a punch with all his might. With each blow Izuku landed, a massive shockwave reverberated throughout Japan. Shigaraki felt as if his body was exploding with each hit while Izuku attacked with everything he had, breaking his impact gloves and using his black whips to protect his bones and muscles from the powerful strikes. Shigaraki's mask and face covering were blown away by the force of the blows as Izuku delivered one final kick with all his strength. He pushed Shigaraki away just in time to deactivate the other quirks of one for all, except for float, while clutching his chest and trying to catch his breath. He mentally pleaded for Shigaraki not to rise again, feeling the repercussions of gear shift. But to his dismay, Shigaraki soared into the air, dark wings sprouting from his back, and he noticed that his regeneration was significantly slower. His left arm was gone, half of his face was disfigured, and his body was covered in bruises, internal bleeding and exposed fractures. Izuku realized that Shigaraki's regeneration was indeed much slower, allowing him to breathe more easily. Shigaraki glared furiously at his enemy, not having anticipated such a fierce assault. He taunted Izuku, claiming that his actions were not those of a hero. Both were pushed to their limits. Though it didn't seem so, they had been fighting at full power for some time, and after that mental journey within one for all and all for one, both were exhausted. Shigaraki thought to himself that now Izuku was attacking to kill. He smiled as he charged toward Izuku. Red energy enveloped Izuku's arms and legs as he activated one for all and FA gene to their maximum capacity. Gran Torino's cape flew away while the black whips began to cover his body for protection. Shigaraki could only smirk at the monstrous form of the hero before him. They both prepared for their final clash, gathering all their power in their right arms and letting out fierce battle cries as they closed in on each other. Izuku thought of his mother, All Might, and his friends as they charged forward, ready to determine the outcome of their battle. Determined, Izuku thought about the attack he was about to unleash, positioning himself for his most powerful punch. The two enemies clashed their fists with tremendous force, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire island and reverberated throughout Japan. The cold air hit Izuku's body all at once, causing him to open his eyes wide in alarm as he took in the starry night sky. He quickly realized he was falling at high speed. Turning around, he spotted a city filled with lights below but chose to ignore it for the moment as he activated One for All and float. A sharp pain coursed through his body as he activated his quirk, prompting him to curse under his breath. However, accustomed to pain and fueled by adrenaline, he pushed through and activated Nana's quirk to float and slow his descent. He landed on the rooftop of a building, but the pain surged back as he lost his balance and fell hard onto the ground. Breathing heavily, Izuku struggled to catch his breath and rise, but the pain made it nearly impossible. The cold night air didn't help, and for some reason he couldn't see out of his right eye. His body burned with exhaustion, demanding rest. He called out for Shigaraki, forcing himself to stand and activate One for All again, using float and black whips to lift himself despite the agony. The stars above were obscured by the light pollution of the intact city, leaving Izuku confused. Peering over the edge of the building, he was shocked to see the streets bustling with people, all enjoying the night as if the war had never happened. Recognizing the place from his internships with Endeavor, he wondered what had happened and where Shigaraki was. Was he dead? Was this an illusion caused by All for One's quirk? Suddenly, a voice from a large screen caught his attention, announcing that their symbol of peace, All Might, was in action, saving civilians and defeating villains. As he watched, his black whips vanished, float gradually ceased, and he fell to the ground as the adrenaline faded, bringing back the pain. Confusion and disorientation washed over him, and his vision blurred as he began to lose sensation in parts of his body. Just before everything went black, he felt a sense of dread. Izuku had experienced the same events as in the original timeline up to a certain point, leading to a series of circumstances that pushed him to fight to the death against Shigaraki. The events he faced would be revealed gradually, as would what happened to Class A in his original universe. Although Izuku had not yet mastered One for All, he had only reached 50% control in the original timeline, achieving higher levels through Gear Shift and FA Gene. This Izuku still had a long way to go to fully dominate One for All. The next day, Izuku awoke abruptly, calling out for Shigaraki as he activated One for All. The sunlight blinded him momentarily, and a sharp pain coursed through his muscles from the effort. He groaned and curled up on the ground, feeling cold as winter had set in. He remembered that the upper part of his costume had been torn during his battle with Shigaraki. The sounds of honking horns and multiple voices prompted him to open his eyes. As he adjusted to the sunlight, memories of the previous night flooded back, and he wanted to verify his surroundings. Ignoring the pain in his muscles, he rose to the edge of the building to see the lively streets of Tokyo below. Cars moved as if nothing had happened, and families, friends, and couples walked happily along the sidewalks, as if the Great War had never occurred. Izuku stared in disbelief while the former wielders of One for All manifested beside him. They questioned the situation, wondering if it was a quirk of All for One. Izuku pondered whether he was dead, placing his hands on his chest and closing his eyes to feel the flames of One for All burning brightly within him. Confused yet relieved, he questioned what this all meant. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he staggered forward, making a desperate effort to lean back to avoid falling off the building. One of the former wielders cautioned him not to overexert himself. Despite the pain, Izuku insisted he needed to understand what was happening. Shigaraki was still free, and he had to stop him. Another former wielder warned him to be cautious, pointing out his weakened state. "You overused One for All, and now your body is suffering the consequences," Daigoro said, urging Izuku to use his black whips and Shimura's float to reach the street, where he could be taken to the hospital to rest. Kudu expressed doubt about the plan, feeling it was suspicious, and reminded him of the seriousness of Izuku's condition. Izuku called out to All Might, wanting to confirm something. The symbol of peace appeared, kneeling beside his disciple with a look of concern. Izuku held back tears, knowing what it meant for All Might to be there with him. He recalled seeing a report about All Might before losing consciousness. All Might acknowledged that they had seen it too, while Nana placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. Nana questioned if they had traveled through time, but Yoichi doubted it, stating that such a gift was too sophisticated for his brother to steal. He wondered why Shigaraki would not have used it to travel himself. Bruce raised the possibility that Shigaraki could be nearby, even in the same city. Izuku, struggling to speak through the pain, insisted that he needed to find out the truth. All Might, worried for him, called his attention. The ninth holder of One for All took a heavy breath before addressing the second holder. Izuku theorized that Gear Shift, due to One for All, could now operate at a cellular level. Kudu confirmed this, explaining that it had been enhanced after nearly a century of storage. Izuku realized that theoretically he could accelerate his cells. The second holder's eyes widened in surprise as he grasped what Izuku meant. Kudu questioned if Izuku was suggesting what he thought. Izuku confirmed that they were unaware of what was happening and that it was not wise to draw attention, but he was not in a condition to investigate alone. He decided to create his own healing factor to regain mobility. Determined, he looked at his arms, which were dirty, scarred, and marked from the abuse of the black whips. He declared his intention to combine one for all with gear shift for cellular acceleration. Suddenly, green lightning enveloped his body, and steam rose from him. The former holders watched in astonishment as the marks, bruises, and open wounds on his body began to fade away. Starting with the bruises, then the wounds, and finally the marks, until only faint traces remained. Exhausted, Izuku fell to the ground, but a proud smile spread across his face as he tried to catch his breath. He felt as if Recovery Girl had used her quirk on him, yet he was also very hungry. He activated One for All and descended from the building, stumbling but managing to stay upright. He scanned the alley for anything useful but found nothing. Looking up, he noticed clothes hanging on a line, particularly a black hoodie with green details. He examined his own tattered outfit and found his Deku belt, which contained only his provisional license and 300 yen. Despite the situation, he found the hoodie useful and put it on, pulling the hood over his face. He felt guilty for stealing, thinking he was the worst. All Might, amused, reassured him that he was exaggerating. Izuku lamented that he had never stolen before and feared he would end up in prison. As he yawned, feeling tired and embarrassed, an explosion suddenly drew everyone's attention. Civilians panicked, fearing a villain was nearby. Izuku urged everyone to find a safe place away from the danger as he activated One for All again, ignoring his hunger and fatigue to rush toward the source of the explosion. He witnessed a humanoid rhinoceros charging at a hero in a black suit with blue details. The villain shouted threats, but the hero countered with a burst of blue flames, pushing the rhinoceros back and burning him. Izuku was taken aback, realizing the hero was Blue Hell, who taunted the villain about being in the wrong country. The civilians cheered for Blue Hell, encouraging him to defeat the villain and prove himself. Izuku watched in shock as Blue Hell leaped into action, dodging the rhinoceros's attack and landing confidently behind him. He murmured in disbelief, recognizing the hero's prowess and determination. The villain mocked, teasingly asking if they wanted more. Izuku was stunned, recognizing the white-haired figure with blue flames. Tuya taunted, suggesting that animal control should be called to take the humanoid rhinoceros back to the zoo. The creature, furious, charged at him, but Tuya countered with a fireball that pushed the rhinoceros back. The crowd erupted in cheers, encouraging Tuya with shouts of support. Izuku, initially shocked, observed the audience's reactions before turning his attention back to the eldest Todoroki. He was confused, wondering what this meant. Was Tuya a hero now? The last time he had heard of him, he was a villain intent on harming Shoto. His thoughts were interrupted as the rhinoceros lifted a car and hurled it toward Tuya. In response, Tuya unleashed a fiery blast that caused the vehicle to explode. The rhinoceros roared in anger, frustrated by his defeat, and glanced at the civilians who were cheering for the blue flame hero. A sinister smile crept across his face, alarming Tuya, who launched another fire attack to stop him. However, the humanoid rhinoceros ignored the pain and charged toward the civilians, determined to wreak havoc. Tuya shouted in alarm, igniting flames beneath his feet to propel himself toward the rhinoceros, but he realized it was too late. The rhinoceros bellowed, threatening the civilians, who were unable to escape in time. Suddenly, black whips shot out, wrapping around the waists of the civilians and lifting them into the air. Izuku, partially obscured by the black whips, floated above, using his powers to save those in the path of the rhinoceros. The creature looked up in surprise at the cloaked figure hovering above, ready to deliver a powerful kick surrounded by electricity. With a surge of energy, Izuku unleashed a powerful kick, sending the rhinoceros soaring 10 meters into the air before crashing down, completely incapacitated. He gently lowered the civilians to safety, giving a thumbs up to Tuya, who watched in astonishment. Izuku announced that the civilians were safe, his voice distorted by his powers and the whips that served as a mask. Tuya, still surprised, turned his attention back to the rhinoceros to confirm its unconscious state. The crowd surrounded the unknown hero, bombarding him with questions that made him anxious. They wanted to know if he was a hero, his name, and why he wore such an unusual outfit. Overwhelmed, Izuku jumped away from them, landing near Tuya, who scrutinized him from head to toe. Tuya noted the boy's impressive control over his quirk, recognizing how quickly he had acted to prioritize civilian safety. However, he also observed the boy's worn shoes and pants, suggesting he had recently been in a tough battle, while his clean hoodie indicated a makeshift outfit. Izuku returned the analytical gaze, wondering why Tuya bore no burns from his flames. Had he developed a resistance? Was All for One involved? No, this wasn't his Japan, and this wasn't Dabi. He felt a wave of nervousness as he noticed the police approaching. An officer informed him that he needed to identify himself and present a hero license, or he would be arrested for illegal quirk usage. Tuya agreed, thanking Izuku for his help but reminding him that he couldn't use his powers without a license. Izuku stammered, glancing around nervously, panicking at the thought of being arrested. Just before he could spiral into a comedic breakdown, a clever idea struck him. He shouted for Tuya to look, exclaiming that Endeavor was nearby. In a reflexive response, everyone turned to where Izuku pointed, but there was nothing there. When Tuya and the officers returned their attention to the supposed vigilante, he had vanished. Tuya shook his head in disbelief, unable to believe he had fallen for such an old trick. First I had to rely on his help due to my own oversight, and then he slips away. Today is just not my day, Izuku thought, scratching the back of his neck in frustration. A kilometer away, he came to an abrupt stop in midair after using gear shift to escape from the hero with the blue flames. The disbelief and confusion were evident on his face as he activated float, watching people live their lives as if the Great War had never happened. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to lose his balance and deactivate his quirk while suspended in the air. Izuku fell, but before hitting the ground he activated One for All, softening his landing and leaping off the street as something caught his attention again. Just then, the dizziness returned, and Izuku lost control of One for All, landing on a rooftop. He groaned, twisting on the roof and yawning at the same time, feeling exhausted. He realized he was also very hungry. In a cat-themed cyber cafe, Izuku ordered a coffee with extra caffeine, hoping for the maximum amount possible, while petting a cat at the counter. Counting the 300 yen he had, he frowned when he realized it wasn't enough for anything else. The girl at the counter smiled kindly as he paid, and while his coffee was being prepared, he headed to the restroom. There, he approached the sink, removed his hood, and looked at himself in the mirror for a few seconds before washing his face. He found the reflection confusing. All Might's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that it was a good idea to come to a cyber cafe to investigate what was happening. Izuku nodded at his mentor's words, noticing a scar on his face that he didn't mind. After washing his hands, he exited the restroom just as his coffee was ready. He took a seat at a table adorned with cat-themed laptop covers and decorations. Turning on the laptop, he put on cat ear headphones, took a sip of his coffee, and felt his energy renew. He thought to himself that it was really good and understood why Aizawa-sensei liked it so much. Setting that aside for now, he entered the internet and quickly began his first search, Blue Hell. Murmuring the name Tuya, he scanned the results. The rising sun of Endeavor. Blue Hell defeats a villain. The hero Blue Hell saves lives. Are Blue Hell and Burnin a couple? The heroic duo of Blue Hell and Princess Frost. Izuku was shocked to see an image of Shoto's older sister in a hero costume. The incredible record achieved by Blue Hell was astonishing. It was official, he was in another universe. His theory was confirmed as he watched the news in amazement. He decided to conduct another search related to everything he had seen, Todoroki family. He wondered if they were a family of heroes. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a picture of his best friend's mother as a hero alongside Endeavor and their 2 children. The ice hero, Blizzard? At that moment, Izuku noticed everyone staring at him after his exclamation. A deep blush of embarrassment spread across his face as he took a sip of his coffee, trying to avoid their gazes. After a few seconds, they stopped looking at him, and he sighed in relief, resting his head on the table, embarrassed by what had just happened. He thought to himself that it was so embarrassing. Returning his attention to the screen, he tried to regain his composure before noticing something odd. Wait, there are only 2 children? He questioned, realizing this detail in the news. When they talked about Endeavor's family, there were no mentions of anyone besides Tuya and Fuyumi. Was it for protection? No, even if he was in another universe, their identities were public. It didn't make sense. He delved into various interviews with Endeavor, Rei, Tuya, and Fuyumi. Minutes passed as he watched each interview discussing their family, and although his coffee had run out, he didn't care. He needed to ensure something. In one interview, Endeavor said they decided not to have more children. Izuku's eyes widened as he replayed the video of an old interview with Rei. The words echoed in his mind, and a heavy pressure filled his chest as he struggled to regulate his breathing. He recalled moments of inspiration, the determination to become a hero, and the connections he had made. But now, the realization struck him hard. Todoroki-kun, Shoto, doesn't exist here? The thought hit him like a bucket of cold water, leaving him in shock and unsure of how to react. To be continued. How is the chapter? I apologize for it being a bit short, but with school and everything I have less time. Anyway, did you like the change I made with the Endeavor family here? I feel like it's something that could have really happened if Tuya hadn't struggled with controlling his own flames. Without that issue, Endeavor wouldn't have pressured Rei into having Natsuo, and therefore wouldn't have pushed her to have Shoto either. The idea of Rei and Fuyumi as heroines was a change I made just for fun, but what do you think about it? Did you expect me to do this with Shoto? Originally, I was going to make Todoroki female here, but I thought, let's be a bit original. I also considered incorporating the glitch problem from Into the Spider-Verse. You know, the idea that characters' atoms hate being in another universe and glitch out that way. But I thought, why bother? As for the rest of Class A, don't worry, the answers about each variant in this universe will come. I decided to make Todoroki the first focus because, well, using Tuya as the first notable change in this universe makes sense. Anyway, let's see if you can guess what other changes I have planned for this universe. Some might be obvious and others not so much. Fun fact, not even a day has passed since the fight against Shigaraki. Izuku needs to sleep and eat a lot to recover. Have a great week and take care. Chapter 4. A New Universe. Leaning back in his seat, Deku let out a long sigh before looking up at the cafe ceiling with a complicated expression on his face. Sadness? Pain? Anger? Guilt? No, just as quickly as that last feeling arrives, it leaves. He still doesn't understand how he ended up in this parallel universe. It was surely all for one's fault, but he can confirm that everything around him is real. Tuya here is a hero. And Shoto doesn't exist. It's sad, but thinking it over, it doesn't seem so bad. It's not his Shoto, it's not his universe. He stifled a laugh at that thought, realizing how absurd it sounded to him. It surprised him that his best friend's mother and sister were also heroes. He pondered a bit, recalling the Todoroki family situation, and quickly reached a conclusion. The body of Tuya here can withstand his flames without issue. Endeavor never treated him like trash, never took out his frustrations on his family due to the pride this Tuya instilled in him, and therefore never felt the need to seek out his masterpiece. It bothered him that Shoto didn't exist, but ultimately, the Shoto who was his classmate in Class A, the one who helped him understand that his left side belonged to him and not to Endeavor, the one who became his best friend and supported him along with the rest of the class was alive. At least, that's what the last news he heard about him said after he defeated Dabi for the second time. The same applied to his classmates. Even if he wanted to ask for help right now, no one would believe him. No one knows him. Uraraka, Bakugo, All Might, Aizawa, or anyone else, none should know him or help him. On the other hand, if the multiverse theory is true, he should have a doppelganger here. Should he look for his double? For what reason? What would he say? More importantly, how would he return home? The last thing he remembers before arriving is that final exchange of blows with Shigaraki while using 120%. Did he defeat him? What if he sent him to this place to get rid of him after realizing he couldn't steal the one for all? What if all his friends are facing that monster right now? He was scolded by the third holder of the one for all, who told him to stop thinking that way. It was true, he didn't know what had really happened, whether Shigaraki was dead, whether he came with him to this universe, or whether he stayed behind. But thinking negatively wouldn't solve anything. Izuku sighed in relief, grateful for the third holder's intervention. He was right, it wasn't the time to panic. But he also couldn't just tell anyone about his condition in search of help. What about All Might and Nizu? With the one for all, they could corroborate his story. That was a great idea, but it was quickly dismissed by Bruce, who reminded him that it wasn't a good plan. Nana chimed in, questioning if he hadn't learned anything from Sorahito. All Might, confused, didn't understand the reference, which drew a sigh from his predecessor and the other holders. Izuku explained that it was simple. The easiest example was Dabi. In their universe, he was a villain, but here he was a beloved hero in the top 10. He quickly searched for more information and was surprised to find that Yao Corp was bankrupt. He thought about the implications, realizing that Yamamo and her family were in financial trouble here, and the examples could go on and on. In the multiverse theory, anything could be possible. For instance, there could be a universe where All for One never created the One for All and thus ruled all of Japan, another where he was a villain, another where villains were heroes and heroes were villains, and another where quirks never existed. The list of possibilities went on and on. He finished explaining before sighing deeply. When he left UA to protect everyone and hunt down the League of Villains, he lost himself. Izuku reflected on his impulsiveness and arrogance, realizing that despite possessing great power, he lacked the gear shift and the healing factor he had just created. He acknowledged his limitations, understanding that he was strong but still human. He sighed, contemplating the unknown changes in this universe and the need for caution. He looked at his fists and expressed his trust in his friends, urging them to wait for him. As he checked the date, Izuku was surprised to remember that it was the day All Might had offered him one for all. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, recognizing that they were in a new universe and had important work ahead. He felt a sense of pride as he recalled the words of his predecessors, and with a smile, he stood up and left the cafe. He headed to an alley where he activated One for All, leaping onto a rooftop to watch the sunset. He pondered his next steps, recalling Sir Nitai's advice about the importance of information. He needed to be patient and gather as much knowledge as possible to increase his chances of success, assessing who he could trust. Kudu inquired about his plan, and Izuku explained that there was a shelter nearby where he intended to spend the night before starting his investigation. He had already identified some individuals to look into, believing that if he could gain their assistance, the rest would become easier. He stretched, feeling energized from the coffee he had consumed, ready to face All for One again, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Little did anyone know, they would soon experience the power and intelligence of the ninth holder of One for All. Izuku sighed as he sat on a bench in a park, the weight of his backpack pressing down on him. He dropped a newspaper on the ground, stifling a frustrated cry as he looked at the numerous job listings, many of which were crossed out. Leaning back, he felt the presence of the specters, of Nana and All Might, who affectionately ruffled his hair. It felt strange to him. Nana teased him, asking if he wanted them to stop, but Izuku, embarrassed, urged them to continue. He closed his eyes, contemplating his situation and how to proceed. He began to recount his story. His name was Izuku Midoriya, and he had been born quirkless in a world where 80% of the population possessed powers. His dream of becoming a hero had impressed his lifelong idol, All Might, who chose him as the successor of his power, one for all. This marked the beginning of his journey as the 9th holder of OFA, enrolling in UA Academy to master his abilities and become a hero. However, many events had transpired since he received this gift. The attack on USJ, the sports festival, Stain, the end-of-semester exams, the camp attack, All for One, the provisional license exam, Ares Rescue, the festival with Gentle, the awakening of the other OFA quirks, and his internships with Endeavor. He had faced the war, left UA, encountered Lady Nagant and Shigaraki, and suffered the loss of All Might. Now, he found himself in a new universe. The multiverse existed, but he was uncertain how he had arrived here. It could have been a consequence of All for One's power or a rupture in space and time during their last clash. He had no idea if Shigaraki was alive or if his friends were safe. He longed to return home but felt lost. For a week, he had wandered from shelter to shelter, struggling to find food and a place to sleep. He had no money and no one to trust, and he was acutely aware of the many variables in this universe that he could not risk. Although he was stronger than All Might, he knew that brute force would not solve his problems. His only sources of information were the news and limited internet access, which he could barely afford as he was currently broke. He lacked a phone and the means to find work, as no one wanted to hire a teenager without identification living on the streets. He had hoped to secure a job to earn money and gradually stabilize his situation, but he realized he needed help urgently. He desperately needed those two individuals, hoping they were similar to their counterparts in his original universe. He truly needed the help of those internet villains. La Brava. Izuku thought as he stood up and picked up the newspaper he had dropped with his quirk. It was a matter of logic. He could gain two valuable allies with great potential, like Gentle and a top-level hacker like La Brava. This would greatly facilitate his entry into this universe and the acquisition of information. He couldn't just go after the Yakuza to rescue Eri without knowing if she was even there or if they were experimenting on her. It could turn out like the Villain League's bar or the Nomo factory. When he went to check the location where the bar was supposed to be, it was just a manga and comic shop. The factory had been replaced by a car dealership. And as for Dr. Garaki, when he went to look for All for One's right-hand man in Jaku, there was no one by that name. There was no way to search for him without drawing unwanted attention, and given the current situation, it wasn't wise to attract too much notice. As much as he wanted to hunt down every criminal in Japan, things were very different back then. He had his license and permission from several professional heroes to act. Most people were either in shelters or locked in their homes. He couldn't simply go to the Yakuza's base and confront criminals for answers and to save Eri. No, that would land him in a lot of trouble. He would become a villain, and unfortunately, the heroes would turn against him. He couldn't allow that, at least not now. So yes, Gentle Criminal and La Brava were his priority. No, La Brava was the priority. Gentle was a valuable bonus if things went well. If he could reason with them and save them, he would gain two powerful allies crucial for his mission. But that led to the problems he had already considered. He had no way of finding them without drawing unwanted attention, except that they operated in Mizudafu. He had been in his hometown for 2 days, but he hadn't come to the city for that reason alone. From the top of an apartment complex, Izuku observed the building where he lived with his mother. He noticed a family he didn't recognize leaving the same apartment he had lived in. He wondered if his mother even existed or if he had a doppelganger. He activated his float quirk and descended to the ground. Some people noticed him, but said nothing. His danger sense was calm, so he felt at ease. The green-haired boy walked with his hands in the pockets of his gray hoodie, contemplating his next moves. He hated feeling so limited, it was frustrating. He couldn't just walk into UA to talk to Nizu and have him contact All Might to discuss everything. Well, he could, but they understood his point. He couldn't take risks, he needed to be sure before asking for help. Who knew, Nizu could be All for One's right-hand man instead of Dr. Garaki. Just imagine if UA was merely a front for creating Nomus, protecting All for One's injured body, and gathering information on the heroes. That would be a huge problem. He prayed for guidance. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts when someone ran past and bumped into him. Izuku noticed it was someone his age simply exercising, so he did nothing after hearing the boy's apology as he continued running. But then he looked up and noticed a massive library in front of him. He slapped himself on the forehead, startling those around him. He realized he had had a free source of information right at his fingertips all along. In his defense, All Might had also not thought of it to help him. The other holders averted their gazes, acknowledging the truth in the former symbol of peace's apologies. Izuku sighed before entering the library. He approached the reception desk and asked where the history section was. He had a lot to study. To be continued. The plot of this fanfiction was meant to emphasize the theme of, I will rescue you hundreds or thousands of times while singing this song. But let's get started with this chapter. Chapter 6. Planning. The dull sound of Izuku's head hitting the table echoed in the library. Sitting at a table surrounded by history books, 2 notebooks, and a computer in front of him, he let out a sigh he didn't realize he had been holding. He had spent the last 5 hours studying the history of this world and researching the changes in this universe. He even had one for all activated at 10% to study and learn faster. However, that didn't spare him from the headache that came from reading and sitting in front of a computer for so long. Checking the time, Izuku logged out of the account he had created that day and shut down the computer, promising himself he would return tomorrow to continue his research. He looked at the 2 notebooks he had with him. One contained the changes in history he had found in this universe, while the other held information about the people he knew here. He picked up the latter and reviewed what he had written to see if he had missed anything or made any errors. 1. All Might, symbol of peace, no apparent changes. 2. Endeavor, still the eternal number 2, but he appears much kinder and calmer here. 3. Rei Todoroki, a heroine and very popular. Mentally stable. 4. Dabi, from villain to promising professional hero under the name Blue Hell. Mentally stable and does not harbor hatred for his father. 5. Fuyumi Todoroki, from kindergarten teacher to professional heroine. Also very popular. Her family is united. 6. Natsuo and Shoto Todoroki, neither was born. Endeavor did not obsess over creating his masterpiece. 7. Momo Yaoyorozu, her family is bankrupt in this universe. The reason is unknown. 8. Tenya Ida, no apparent changes in his family. I found an interview with him, he doesn't seem different from the Ida I know. 9. Mirko, an illegal vigilante under the alias Tiger Bunny. Her motivations are unknown. 10. Lady Nagant, former heroine and currently a fugitive. She is accused of corruption and multiple murders. I suspect that after killing the head of public safety, she managed to escape and declared war on the commission. 11. Hawks, on the most wanted list. A highly intelligent and cunning criminal. Accused of trafficking, shady dealings, and murder. 12. Rikido Sato, I passed by what I believe is his family bakery the other day but only saw it from a distance. A conversation is pending. 13. David and Melissa Shield. No apparent changes. 14. Sir Knight I never was All Might's partner. That surprised me greatly. 15. Gentle Criminal and La Brava. I found their YouTube channel. Fortunately, there are no changes in them. It seems they started working together last week, judging by the difference in quality and editing in their videos from that time. I sent them a message on their latest video. Hopefully, I can influence their next move. Izuku sighed before closing the notebook and putting it in his backpack, which was black and green, similar to the hoodie he had borrowed when he arrived in this universe. He then returned all the history books to their rightful places and, after visiting the restroom, left the library. As he stepped outside, he observed the night sky while few people wandered the streets. He noticed the library had just closed, and the woman who locked up smiled at him. He returned the smile and bowed slightly in gratitude before walking away. He slipped into an alley where he changed out of his gray hoodie into the jacket and put on a white mask before stretching and activating one for all to leap onto the rooftop, revealing his full appearance as he adjusted the mask and put on white gloves. The jacket was black on the back, with a hood and most of the sleeves, while the front was a light green with a white area above the chest. Curious green bunny ears on the hood fluttered in the wind, giving him a more lively appearance. He heard a voice from the past, the third holder, commenting on his outfit. The voice teased him about wanting to avoid attention. Izuku thought to himself that he wasn't trying to attract attention, these were just nighttime patrols. With the speed of one for all, he wouldn't have any issues. People would just think it was a speed quirk. Another voice chimed in, jokingly calling him a speedy bunny, which embarrassed him. He dismissed the teasing, stating he needed to move around or he would feel restless. All Might remarked that it was a significant change from how he looked when he left UA. He had been quite intimidating back then. Izuku thought about how he wished he could wear something like that. Perhaps he would have a similar suit made when he entered UA. He contemplated the need for help from La Brava to obtain false birth records, educational certificates, and other documents. He considered using his mother's maiden name. He hadn't decided on a first name yet. He thought about using his real name and surname, but he needed to have a doppelganger here. He also had to decide which of the 7 quirks he possessed he would use. Suddenly he heard a scream in the distance and activated gear shift to move a kilometer in an instant, saving a woman from being robbed by pinning the criminals against the wall before disappearing as quickly as he had arrived. He reflected on how, at least now, he was no longer as reckless as before. He had learned the hard way that he couldn't do everything alone, and that regardless of his power, he was still human. As he noticed some children running down the street without looking, he quickly pulled them out of harm's way just before a car nearly hit them. He thought about needing to investigate Nizu before getting too close to him. He wondered if he could be trusted. He was determined to help this universe. Before returning, he would do everything possible to stop Shigaraki and the League, if they existed. Entering UA would put him in reach of the League, allowing him to stop them. He believed they would lead him to All for One, and he could defeat him. He stood seriously on the rooftop, contemplating his next steps. Why for that, the help of La Brava and Gentle would be vital. Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and pride as he reflected on his situation. He was proud that he could think clearly and choose the most logical and safe course of action. He recalled his fight against Shigaraki, replaying every moment in his mind: the strikes he delivered, the blows he received, the dodges he executed, and even the weather that day. Each surge of anger, frustration, or joy he felt during the battle came flooding back. The arrival of All for One with all might weighed heavily on him, and he clenched his fists, lowering his gaze. He remembered how he had dealt a decisive blow to Shigaraki before arriving here. The memory of that final strike lingered in his mind. With both Shigaraki and All for One gone, he felt a sense of relief, knowing they were no longer a threat. This clarity allowed him to focus on his next steps. He still had much to learn and improve upon. If his doppelganger wasn't cleaning the beach, he would take it upon himself to practice the other abilities of One for All. Meanwhile, he was determined to prevent this universe from suffering the same fate as his own. An explosion echoed in the distance, prompting Izuku to put his mask back on. Activating One for All, he vanished as if he had never been there. A girl with short red hair expressed her indignation, exclaiming about the foolishness of others. La Brava, as she was known, took her laptop and showed her beloved Gentle the source of her frustration. She insisted that people did not appreciate his work. Gentle sighed as he took the laptop from her and read the comments on his latest video, which only fueled his frustration. The comments ranged from questioning the improvement in quality to dismissing him as a mediocre criminal. They criticized his choices and expressed disbelief that anyone would waste time watching his content. It was clear that things were not going well for him. He didn't want to be a nobody, he wanted to be remembered. He had aspired to be a hero but felt he had failed. Now, even his parents seemed to resent him, and he feared he would be forgotten. At least La Brava was there for him. A comment caught his attention, making him ponder the potential he and La Brava were wasting. He realized that instead of targeting insignificant goals, they should aim for something bigger that could truly make a difference, perhaps infiltrating UA and escaping unscathed. Gentle turned to La Brava, asking if she was ready for something greater. She eagerly affirmed her readiness to face anything alongside him. He smiled, looking out the window at the starry sky, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He was just getting started, and he believed everyone would remember them. Izuku sighed as he entered the bakery across the street. The colorful and relaxing atmosphere greeted him, and he approached the counter where his classmate from another life smiled warmly at him. Sato welcomed him to the family cafe and asked what he could serve. Izuku greeted him back and expressed his craving for a dessert, asking for a recommendation. Sato suggested the new dragon ice cream, which piqued Izuku's interest. He inquired if it had anything to do with Ryukyu, receiving a nod from Sato. After ordering, he was reminded to call Sato by his first name, which surprised Izuku, but he complied. As he sat at the counter, he smiled at his classmate, who appeared happy and well. He glanced around the cafe before noticing the television. Something on the news caught his attention, and he used his black whips to increase the volume. The announcement revealed that heroes Gang Orca and Ryukyu had become engaged after 2 years of dating. The love flows between the heroes, and we are witnessing what could be the wedding of the year. Izuku was surprised by the news of Gang Orca and Ryukyu's engagement, recalling the impressive hero from his licensing exam and the heroine who had earned his respect and trust during Eri's rescue. Rikido commented on the news, expressing his surprise as he handed Izuku a Ryukyu-themed ice cream. He suggested they create one for Gang Orca to honor the wedding. Izuku noted that it would be a great marketing strategy, attracting many hero fans. He then focused on the cake, never expecting to eat a Ryukyu ice cream. Rikido playfully asked if Izuku expected something spicier, to which Izuku admitted he would be lying if he said no. After tasting it, he exclaimed in surprise at its unique combination of cold, sweet, and spicy flavors, praising Rikido for it. Rikido laughed, feeling a bit embarrassed but grateful. He then realized he didn't know Izuku's name. Izuku introduced himself as Deku, explaining that he liked the name because it sounded like Dekairu. Rikido was pleased to meet Deku, and they both expressed their enjoyment of the conversation. As they watched the news, they learned that the UA Sports Festival was just a month away. Izuku expressed his interest in the event, while Rikido noted that being watched by so many people could make anyone nervous. Izuku explained that as aspiring heroes, they needed to prepare for such situations. Although he didn't like being the center of attention, he knew he had to get used to it. Rikido was surprised to learn that Izuku was not yet a hero, as he was planning to take the entrance exam for UA the following year. Rikido thought that was fantastic. Curious about Rikido's aspirations, Izuku asked if he wanted to be a hero. Rikido revealed that he once did but now preferred to inherit the family business and was happy in his place in the world, the kitchen. Izuku encouraged him to become a great chef, expressing his desire to try Rikido's best recipes someday. Rikido offered a discount if Izuku helped promote the business, to which Izuku enthusiastically agreed. They shared a light laugh as Sato cleared their table, and Izuku left a tip. Rikido thanked Izuku for the enjoyable conversation, and Izuku replied that a hero does more than just fight villains and appear on camera. It is a hero's duty to save people's spirits. Rikido found this profound and amusing. Izuku shared a quote he once heard about how those who smile are the strongest, explaining that he tries to help anyone in need without waiting for someone else to do it. He bid farewell to Rikido, wishing him to enjoy his ice cream. Later, All Might remarked that Sato would not become a hero. Izuku felt it was a shame but was relieved that Sato was safe and happy, even if he didn't understand Sato's reasons for not wanting to be a hero. He noted that Sato was content in his family's business. After updating his notes, Izuku discreetly checked his money, which he had earned by finding lost pets. He had once taken some money from criminals but felt guilty and disappointed in himself, ultimately returning it anonymously to the police. He sighed, realizing he couldn't continue living this way forever. He disliked relying on shelters for meals and rest, believing those resources should go to someone more deserving. He needed to find a job urgently and thought about asking Sato when he saw him again. Suddenly, a woman across the street exclaimed as a thief on roller skates snatched her bag and sped away. The thief soon fell hard to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The woman was surprised to find her bag back in her hands. As Izuku walked past the unconscious thief, he felt a pang of guilt, knowing he might have gone too far in delivering those quick strikes to his stomach. Apologizing mentally, he moved away from the crowd gathering around the injured thief. He walked to a nearby electronics store and noticed a television tuned to a channel dedicated to UA, where they were discussing the upcoming sports festival. Izuku noted that it was just a month away and looked forward to seeing Togata and the others, although it would have to be during the replay. He then expressed his concern that Gentle and La Brava might infiltrate UA during the festival, hoping to check that old cafe he frequented. His attention was suddenly caught by another television report that alarmed him. In other news, the Toga Corporation building had been infiltrated late at night, suffering a serious corporate theft that worried both the company and its CEO, Hakuma Toga. The company had not issued a statement, but due to an online channel, the police suspected the recent villain couple, Gentle Criminal and La Brava, who had previously committed only minor crimes. Anyone with information was urged to contact the police. Izuku was shocked, wondering what Toga and the others had done. What on earth was happening? Izuku was in disbelief, trying to process everything he had just seen and heard. Without caring if anyone noticed him, he rushed out of the place and headed to the nearest library, which, fortunately, was the same one he had been frequenting to study this world. He greeted the receptionist in a hurry and went straight to the nearest computer, logging into the account he had created upon arriving in this world, Green Might. He searched for Gentle and La Brava's internet channel. Upon finding it, he clicked on their latest video and was shocked to see footage of their illegal entry into the company, how Gentle had incapacitated the guards, and how La Brava had hacked the system to obtain sensitive information and bank data. But what shocked him even more was the revelation of corporate fraud and evidence of bribery accepted by the CEO and high-ranking officials of the company, all for their own benefit while harming countless underprivileged individuals. This act caused the views and subscriptions to their channel to skyrocket, leaving Izuku astonished. He thought to himself that this was a small inconvenience, but at least they were going after someone corrupt and bringing it to light. It would have been worse if someone had been harmed. He sighed in frustration, realizing he needed to hurry before they made another foolish mistake. Meanwhile, Gentle Criminal and La Brava were celebrating the surge in their subscribers with joy. They jumped happily, holding hands, and embraced each other in a warm hug. Back with Izuku, the CEO's last name caught his attention, prompting him to search for a very familiar name, Himiko Toga. It seemed he had a lot of work ahead of him. This story will continue. Izuku recalled those times when he wanted to be a hero. He remembered how he had failed without any glory. He thought back to the impulsive and desperate act of trying to save someone from falling, which ended up hindering a hero's work and causing a tragic outcome. He recalled being thrown out of his home, his mother desperately throwing things at him, ashamed to have him as a son of failure, a disgrace urging him to leave as quickly as possible. He remembered the look of disappointment and hatred from his father before he left. The following years were filled with sadness and solitude as he worked various dead-end jobs just to survive. He encountered former classmates who were thriving in their lives, some even becoming professional heroes with their own agencies. Yet, none of them remembered him. The feeling of despair that had engulfed him back then was unbearable. Was his life truly that sad and pathetic? Would he die alone, unloved and unremembered by anyone? Absolutely not. He would not be forgotten as a nobody. He was someone important. He remembered spending that entire afternoon searching for his new goal after that epiphany. If he couldn't be a hero, he would find another way. Thus, Gentle Criminal was born. A peculiar criminal, he recorded his heists and uploaded them to the internet. However, he didn't truly steal. He targeted stores and small markets selling expired products and managed to get away with it. Negative comments quickly flooded in. With each video he uploaded, criticism followed. His actions seemed to have no consequences, and what he did appeared pointless. There was even a time when his account was deleted, and it took him 3 days to re-upload all his videos. More than once, he had come close to being caught. He was determined not to fade into obscurity, to become a legend, but the beginning was a failure. He knew he shouldn't give up, that there were no easy paths, and that sooner or later he would succeed. Then she arrived. Manami Aiba, full of enthusiasm, expressed her admiration for his videos and offered to help him become great. She apologized for tracking him down but wanted to meet him. Seeing him try to change the world from a different perspective had saved her. To her surprise, Denjubo Tabita accepted her, listened to her, and treated her as an equal. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried tears of joy. That day, a new duo was born. The quality of their videos improved thanks to Manami's excellent programming skills. Even if their channel was deleted, it took her only a minute to recreate it and re-upload everything. Additionally, her talents made it easier for them to escape when things got complicated. She even helped him come up with new ideas for using his abilities. Their bond grew stronger with each moment they shared drinking tea, planning heists, executing them, escaping, and editing videos together. In just 3 weeks, they became very close. However, while negative comments continued to appear on their videos, something changed. A new follower began commenting on all their videos. Unlike the haters, this person didn't criticize them but offered advice for improvement. Mr. Green might caught their attention with his insightful comments. He expressed happiness that Gentle had someone to help him but questioned why he chose such insignificant targets. He understood Gentle's motives but suggested aiming higher to achieve his goals. He even offered tactical advice on using Gentle's abilities more effectively. Gentle admitted that he had asked La Brava to investigate this user, but she only found that he started sessions and browsed a library, yielding little information. Taking his advice, though it seemed illogical, he began to investigate. He discovered that Toga, a well-known company for hero support items, was involved in illegal contracts with supervillains to sell them products for profit. This led to a turning point. La Brava excitedly informed Gentle that the views on their latest video were skyrocketing, and their subscriber count was also rising. They had reached a milestone of 1,000 subscribers. Gentle revealed that Hakuma Toga had been making illegal deals with the black market to increase profits from his company's support items. He noted how naive it was to store all the evidence on his office computer. With the evidence in hand, he was sending it to the police and news outlets to expose the truth. He declared himself a criminal, but one with class, vowing to change society for the better. As the video concluded, positive comments flooded in, bringing joy to Gentle and La Brava. They embraced tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, before sharing a quick kiss. They pulled away, blushing and embarrassed, when Gentle noticed a particular comment from Mr. Greenmite. He expressed surprise at Gentle's decision to do good, acknowledging that while his methods were questionable, he had saved lives this time. He encouraged Gentle to continue his efforts, stating that he was already a hero, regardless of what others said. Gentle smiled at the comment, feeling a surge of happiness as he affectionately patted La Brava's head, who accepted the gesture with delight. This was just the beginning. It was time to get serious. 2 weeks later, Gentle presented evidence he and La Brava had gathered during their latest mission. They revealed that the Hero Cannonbolt's agency had been making deals with various criminals to create chaos, only to resolve it themselves for credit and popularity. Not only Cannonbolt, but nearly all heroes in his agency were involved, with many having criminal records they attempted to erase through bribery and threats. They had also uncovered multiple allegations of abuse of power. He declared that it was unacceptable for those who were supposed to be heroes. Fortunately, he was there to expose these frauds. As he closed his laptop, the responsibility for this revelation weighed heavily on him. A woman in her 50s, dressed in a suit with a cold expression and evident annoyance, stood in the public security building. In front of her, several heroes and armed men quickly assessed the situation. Then, a woman with mint green hair and matching eyes, wearing a hood and a mask, stepped forward. She stated that they would eliminate the criminals immediately, addressing the president of the Public Security Commission. The president acknowledged the attentiveness of her agents, expressing her concern about the duo of criminals causing harm to society. She emphasized that if they continued their actions, they would destroy public trust and chaos would ensue. To preserve peace, the known villains Gentle Criminal and La Brava needed to be dealt with decisively. All the agents nodded professionally, bowing before departing, leaving the president alone. Unbeknownst to them, outside the window, a purple bullet was embedded, listening to everything being said. In an unknown location, a female figure finished eavesdropping and quickly searched for Gentle and La Brava online. She scoffed at the notion of preserving peace and decided to play Gentle Criminal's latest video, contemplating that perhaps these two could assist her. Lady Nagant watched coldly as the screen displayed the Public Security Commission building, realizing she needed to find them before it was too late. Chapter 9. The Offer. It had been a long time since he walked those halls. The place appeared much more modern and updated. There were now more rooms and the doors were larger. Security cameras were positioned every 10 meters and he could even see heroes patrolling the perimeter outside. It would have been disappointing and embarrassing otherwise, but he felt a sense of pride as he approached a large door. With a smile, he flexed his muscles, transforming from a scrawny figure into an imposing presence. With his classic grin, he let out a hearty laugh, announcing himself as All Might here for his meeting with Director Nizu. As the door opened, All Might entered the office of the UA Academy's director. He greeted the director, who remarked on his loud entrance. The American hero turned to see a disheveled man in black clothing, looking as if he hadn't slept in days, seated in front of the director. The man chuckled softly while sipping tea. Nizu pointed out that Toshinori, All Might's real name, was half an hour late. All Might apologized, explaining that a couple of villains had caused a ruckus on his way. He then greeted the man in black, Eraserhead, who informed the director that he had left his report and was taking his leave. Nizu encouraged Aizawa to get some rest, which he acknowledged before exiting, ignoring All Might, who felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. All Might noted that their personalities clashed significantly. Nizu shifted the conversation, asking how Toshinori had been. All Might reflected on the recent death of his mentor, Gran Torino, expressing how deeply it affected him. He respected his mentor greatly, acknowledging that even age had ultimately claimed him, not even All for One could defeat him. Nizu acknowledged Gran Torino's greatness and then asked if Toshinori had considered his offer. All Might hesitated, questioning whether he was truly the right fit for the teaching position at UA, considering the preparation required for such a role. Nizu encouraged him, highlighting that as the symbol of peace, his presence would be invaluable to the students. He also suggested that All Might could scout for a successor among his students, presenting a win-win situation. All Might inquired about the files Nizu had prepared. The director explained that Gran Torino had assisted him in selecting the most suitable candidates to inherit one for all before his passing. All Might reviewed the 10 files, quickly dismissing 6 of them, reasoning that the third-year students would be too focused on their internships and future plans to train for his quirk. He kept 4 files, acknowledging Nizu's insight into what he sought in a successor: strength, determination, a strong sense of justice, cheerfulness, and the ability to inspire others, along with intelligence and cunning. Not everyone on that list meets all those requirements. No one is or will be All Might. Still, it's up to you to decide whether to pass on your quirk to someone. All Might deflated in front of the principal, revealing his frail form before sitting down to read the students' files. He began to review the names, noting their promise. Nijire Hado, Jack Midoriya, Hakushu Tenohira, and Haruka Hida stood out to him. The principal, Nizu, mentioned that the first 3 were second-year students, while the last was a first-year. He assured All Might that all 4 had a strong sense of justice and great potential as heroes. All Might found them interesting. Although none excelled academically, they shone in hero training and internships. However, he had reservations about the first-year student, who had just started and had yet to participate in the sports festival. Nizu indicated that he had known her for some time. All Might nodded, still uncertain. He expressed a desire to see her in action at the festival before making any judgments. Meanwhile, he noted that Tenohira had received some warnings regarding his behavior, despite standing out during his internships. Nizu explained that Tenohira was quite passionate about what he loved. All Might then turned his attention to Midoriya, who seemed to have excellent control over his pyrokinetic abilities and had even interned with Endeavor's son, Blue Hell. Despite his good grades, Midoriya often appeared moody and struggled to socialize with his classmates, even in his second year. Nizu pointed out that Midoriya's greatest flaw was his lack of teamwork, but he believed that once Midoriya addressed his personal issues, he would become a great hero. All Might then shifted to Nijire Hado, whose grades were barely acceptable, but her abilities with her quirk, Wave, were exceptional and varied. She had learned a lot from Ryukyu and was very sociable, curious, cheerful, and positive. All Might considered her the best of the four and even a candidate for the top 3 heroes. Nizu suggested that All Might wait for the sports festival to see them all in action and to meet them in person. He proposed that All Might accept his offer to become a teacher, allowing him to investigate the candidates more thoroughly and possibly discover others who might catch his interest. All Might hesitated, unsure. Nizu inquired about All Might's awareness of the current situation in Japan, specifically regarding the internet villains. All Might acknowledged that these villains had previously been minor threats, not even on the police's priority list, but their notoriety had surged after exposing significant corruption in the hero community. Nizu lamented that incidents involving Toga and Cannonbolt had dealt a harsh blow to society's faith in heroes. A well-known company producing support items for heroes and the popular hero Cannonbolt had disappointed many, leading to widespread questioning. Nizu feared that this could affect the morale of the students if it continued. All Might wondered if his presence at the academy would improve student morale. Nizu affirmed that it would, but reminded him that he was no longer the hero he once was, only able to maintain his muscular form for 3 hours before reaching his limit. He insisted that becoming a UA teacher was the best step for All Might and would benefit future generations of heroes. All Might expressed a desire to wait until the sports festival before giving his answer. Nizu understood and encouraged him to think carefully, not wanting to pressure him. He added that Gran Torino had been proud of All Might until the very end, despite All Might's gruff and proud demeanor. As All Might smiled and departed, Nizu turned his attention to a report about Gentle Criminal and La Brava. He noted that they had angered the commission and regretted that he could not help them without jeopardizing himself. He hoped for a swift end for them or that someone might save. In a destroyed and burning warehouse, Gentle protected La Brava with his body. Both were injured and exhausted, with La Brava clinging to her beloved, tears of frustration streaming down her face. She blamed herself for leading them into a trap. Gentle reassured her that it was not her fault, explaining that he had manipulated her emotions to gain her support for his actions. As he comforted her, they heard footsteps approaching through the flames. A woman dressed in black with a green hood and mint green hair approached, aiming an energy bow at them. Barrows expressed her annoyance at the chaos they had caused, lamenting that they had humiliated several of her best men and continued to stir up controversy. She coldly remarked that they might find solace in the afterlife, if it existed, as she prepared to shoot. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure filled the room, causing everyone to hyperventilate and struggle to breathe. The source of the pressure was a man standing next to Barrows, staring at her with a terrifying intensity, leaving her in shock. He commanded her to lower her bow. How did it come to this? To be continued. As she hurriedly walked away, Himiko Toga tried to distance herself from the annoying reporter. Her frustration was evident. She had anticipated being bothered after seeing the news. It was incredibly irritating. The reporter pressed her with questions about her biological father, a corrupt businessman, and the rumors of abuse surrounding her family. He continued to pry, asking if she was aware of her father's dealings with villains and how involved her mother had been. Himiko felt overwhelmed, thinking about how her day had started off so well. She had arrived early for class, passed her chemistry and algebra exams, and the boy she liked had agreed to go out with her. Why did this reporter have to ruin everything? She quickened her pace, attempting to lose him. She couldn't resort to violence, that would only cause trouble. Maybe she could shove him and run away. The thought of doing something more drastic crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. The stress was triggering her quirk, and she felt an urgent need for blood. She wished her adoptive parents, sister, or friends were around to help her, but they weren't. She needed to get home quickly. Suddenly, Izuku Midoriya appeared, grabbing her by the shoulder to prevent her from crossing the street against the light. He advised her to look both ways before crossing. The reporter continued his questions, but Izuku's intense gaze silenced him. Izuku's emerald eyes shone with determination, intimidating the reporter into retreating, much to Himiko's relief. Izuku turned to her, asking if she was okay. Himiko thanked him, acknowledging how bothersome the reporter had been. He noticed her struggling to breathe and asked if she was all right again, which confused her. She was anxious to get home before her impulses took over. Suddenly, she found herself lifted into the air, surprised and scared as Izuku carried her effortlessly to the rooftop, using his quirk to float them down gently. Himiko, startled, accused him of being a stalker and prepared to use her backpack as a weapon. Izuku looked her over, raising an eyebrow. She was the same Himiko Toga he had encountered before, the one who had confessed her feelings during the final battle. He recalled her eerie declaration of love and how she had distracted him, causing him to arrive late to face Shigaraki. In that moment, she had seemed genuinely sad, almost as if she were asking for help. He remembered a conversation with his best friend about feeling out of place, and how they understood each other despite their quirks. Curiously, he asked if she was going to hit him with her backpack. It was difficult to reconcile the Himiko Toga he knew with the one standing before him. She looked the same, yet different. He playfully dodged her attempted strike, raising his hands in surrender. He assured her that he meant no harm and had only wanted to help her find a more private place to deal with her quirk. Himiko, taken aback, questioned how he knew it was related to her quirk. Izuku explained that he could tell by her expressions. You began to breathe heavily, clenching your fists tightly, biting your lips until they bled, and avoiding eye contact with anyone. The green-haired boy, skilled at analyzing people and their quirks, quickly deduced that you were struggling with your ability due to that reporter. He explained his analysis, and the blonde girl regarded him cautiously before pinching her arm, trying to maintain control. The boy approached her, causing her to step back. He assured her to stay calm, stating that he was very strong and encouraged her to use her quirk on him. Surprised, she questioned his sanity, but he responded that based on her fangs, he guessed she had a quirk that made her crave blood. He rolled up the sleeve of his white jacket and extended his arm toward her, offering his blood without hesitation. Cautiously, she approached, surprised and confused. She took his right arm and looked at him one last time for permission. He simply smiled, encouraging her to bite into his arm and begin to drink his blood. He praised her, calling her a good girl. Both of them sat atop the building's pipes. The girl was astonished to see that Izuku's arm was completely healed, as if he had never lost any blood. She asked him about his quirk, and he smiled before introducing himself. He explained that his quirk was a physical enhancer, but he had discovered how to use it to accelerate healing. In short, he had super strength combined with a self-healing factor. She found this incredible and was taken aback when he referred to himself as useless. He explained that he liked the name because it sounded like, "You can do it," which she agreed sounded great. She introduced herself as Himiko Nanakusa and thanked him for his earlier kindness, extending her hand for a shake. He smiled and accepted her handshake. When Gentle and La Brava revealed the corruption case involving Toga and her company, he quickly sought out Himiko. He was shocked to learn that her parents had lost custody of her, and she had been placed in child services until being adopted a year later. Seeing her now, he wished that Ochako could be there to witness her progress. He asked her if he could pose a somewhat personal question. Surprised, she thought for a moment but then gestured for him to continue, trusting him. He asked if she was happy. Himiko was taken aback by the question and looked at her hero in surprise. Memories of her parents' constant abuse for not being what they wanted flooded her mind, along with the manipulations and punishments from her quirk counselor. All of this stemmed from being born with a different mutation and quirk. But then she spoke about her quirk, which allowed her to transform into those whose blood she drank. Unfortunately, it came with a side effect. She had a fascination with blood that her biological parents despised. They constantly told her not to act that way, to be normal, and called her a monster. As she spoke with her head down, Izuku felt a pang of sadness and placed a hand on her shoulder to offer support. She smiled gratefully and continued, recounting how she had been taken to various consultants, to be fixed, to become normal. She had to pretend to avoid harm, to earn her parents' love, and to make friends. The pressure was overwhelming, but then she recalled a girl with brown hair who entered her life. Ochako offered her blood and made her very happy. She spoke nostalgically about how Ochako accepted her without judgment, making her feel like a true friend. Izuku listened intently, surprised by the mention of Ochako, but he remained calm. Himiko continued, explaining how not only Ochako but her parents also accepted her as she was. However, her biological parents noticed the change and the abuse intensified. Thanks to the Uraraka family, she was freed from her cruel parents, who lost custody and faced consequences, leading her to an orphanage. Her expression turned melancholic as she recounted how the Urarakas wanted to adopt her despite their financial struggles, accepting her as she was. But then tragedy struck when a villain took their lives. Izuku was taken aback, and she continued, explaining how she fell apart but was fortunate that her new parents, the Nanakusa family, adopted her, knowing her condition. She expressed her joy upon discovering they had a daughter with a similar vampiric quirk. She had been living with them for years and confirmed that she was indeed happy. She loved her adoptive parents and sister, who accepted her for who she was. She cherished her friends, with whom she could be her true self without fear of judgment. The boy she liked accepted her despite her flaws, and she wished for Ochako to be in her life, honoring the love and support she had received from her. Izuku gently lowered Himiko to the ground, floating her down gracefully. She expressed envy at his ability to float, stepping down from his arms while her hair partially obscured her eyes. He commented that he was glad she was happy, though he felt reserved. She smiled in response and lamented the loss of her friend, wondering if the villain had been caught. Himiko replied that she only knew the villain went by the name Muscular and was very dangerous. Izuku stood alone in the alley, reflecting on the recent events. He felt a mix of determination and anxiety as he thought about the villain they were up against. The figures of Nana Shimura and All Might appeared beside him, placing reassuring hands on his shoulders. All Might urged him to calm down, reminding him that it would be unfortunate if he fell before the exam. Nana chimed in, clarifying that the girl he was thinking of was not his friend Uraraka. Izuku felt a surge of confidence, believing that this was his destiny. He wished his friends good luck in their battles and felt relieved that they were all safe. He noticed a familiar voice calling out to him, offering him machi. He reassured them that he would never harm them, and they should leave everything to him. With a fierce determination, he declared that he wanted to take responsibility for his power, even though he was still a student with much to learn. He knew he had to confront the villain Muscular, understanding that the Uraraka he cherished was not the one who had fallen. He was resolved to defeat the villain before sending him to prison. Izuku felt restless, knowing he needed to find Gentle and La Brava immediately. He could feel the black whips emerging from his body, wrapping around him and enhancing his appearance. His companions felt a sense of relief, knowing that even in this state, he was thinking clearly. They were aware that anyone who crossed his path would be in trouble. As he stood atop a building in Mizudafu, the cold air brushed against him, but he paid it no mind. He was determined to focus. The black whips gave him a fearsome look, resembling claws that extended from his body. He shouted that he was calm, despite his agitation. He explained that he had chosen to use the black whips to disguise himself and amplify his senses to locate Gentle Criminal and La Brava. As he concentrated, the sounds of the city flooded his ears: horns, shouts, engines, and alarms all blending into a chaotic symphony. He recalled a moment from before the conflict, when he had approached Kyoka Jiro after a training session. Curious about her quirk, he asked her how she used her jacks to hear. She welcomed him to sit beside her and explained that she plugged her jacks into the dormitory entrance, allowing her to sense vibrations, footsteps, and eventually voices. However, she admitted that the overwhelming amount of information could be disorienting. Izuku took in her words, realizing the importance of understanding and mastering their abilities as they prepared for the challenges ahead. It was like being at a noisy party, but if he concentrated and focused on what he wanted, it became easier to distinguish and seek out what he desired. After finishing his explanation, he noticed the green-haired boy, who began jotting down notes in his notebook while murmuring unintelligible phrases, causing beads of sweat to form on Kyoka and Momo. Kyoka thought that he seemed to understand. Momo hoped that Midoriya would never change. In that moment, Izuku recalled the vibrations, concentrating and searching for what he wanted. Fortunately, that memory helped calm him a bit. Suddenly, he heard an alarm. He focused on that: broken windows, screams, a fool shouting, the arrival of a hero, a simple robbery, all resolved. He continued searching. Another alarm sounded, the same scenario, a hero handled it effortlessly. Izuku was anxious, wondering where Gentle was. Within the core of One for All, the 8 former wielders sat in a circle, each with their heads bowed, seriously analyzing the situation. Nana noted that with each passing day in this universe, his mental health was deteriorating. The 4th wielder mentioned that at first, it managed to cope by gathering information and analyzing the hero's quirks he was unfamiliar with, but the absence of Todoroki was affecting him more than he admitted. The loss of his best friend, even if it wasn't her, was truly weighing on him. The 5th wielder remarked that despite his struggles, he was managing well. He pointed out how ingeniously Izuku was using his whips and One for All to enhance his hearing, something they had never done. All Might, feeling the weight of his failures, lamented that the longer Izuku stayed away from his mother, friends, and home, the worse it would become. Yuichi concluded that all they could do was wait and support the 9th wielder as much as possible, fearing that Izuku would explode if things continued this way. Outside the core, Izuku remained focused on every alarm and siren he heard, trying to find any clue that would lead him to the people he was searching for. La Brava informed her beloved Gentle that they had arrived at a port. There were rumors that corrupt heroes and political officials used this port for their dirty dealings. Gentle realized that if they exposed this, their fame would grow, and soon their names would be etched in history. Iba smiled at him while pulling out her laptop to hack the security cameras, altering them to avoid detection. The couple stealthily entered the port using Gentle's air trampolines, carefully navigating through the shipping containers. Gentle noted that there was no one around, while La Brava speculated that they might have come at the wrong time. Suddenly, Gentle sensed someone approaching, and they quickly hid atop a container. The sound of firm footsteps grew louder until they spotted the source. With mint-colored hair, a sleeveless black combat uniform, a green hood, and a white quiver on her back, Barrows strode through the port with confidence and composure. Gentle recognized her and whispered that she was the Emerald Archer, ranked number 30 among heroes. La Brava informed him that she was a foreigner and her quirk was related to archery. Gentle wondered what she was doing there, prompting La Brava to prepare her camera and start recording. Unbeknownst to them, Barrows had noticed their presence but pretended not to hear as she continued on her path. Barrows thought to herself that this was easier than she had anticipated. She eventually entered a warehouse, and La Brava and Gentle exchanged glances before nodding and circling the area. They slipped in through a window and quietly searched for the archer while recording everything. In the center of the empty warehouse, they found Barrows sitting in a chair. Gentle felt a sense of unease, sensing that something was off. Suddenly, Barrows transformed her thumb and pinky into the ends of a bow, drew an arrow from her quiver, and swiftly shot it with precision, shattering the camera La Brava held. Gentle quickly shielded La Brava in his arms, creating an elastic air barrier to deflect a blow from a muscular man with dark skin. He generated a trampoline to leap away but had to dodge a flurry of arrows aimed at him. The criminal landed on the ground, realizing that Barrows was targeting both him and La Brava with 3 arrows. Barrows warned them that if they didn't resist, she promised to be quick. Gentle declared that he had no intention of going to prison, especially not allowing La Brava to be taken. Barrows corrected him, stating that they wouldn't leave the warehouse alive. Izuku was growing desperate. 5 hours had passed since he began using One for All to heighten his senses. His head throbbed, and his ears were bleeding. He had defeated 7 supervillains and knocked out 9 heroes who mistook him for a villain. He didn't blame them. Anyone would think the same if they saw him in his symbiote form. Now, all he needed was for his whips to come alive, craving flesh and offended by being called a parasite. He had just knocked out another supervillain, who had attempted to take hostages, leaving him no choice but to act. That made 8 supervillains defeated. Frustrated, Izuku kicked at a humanoid shark villain towering over 2 meters tall, feeling that this was a failure. He heard himself called King Shark or something like that. Suddenly, a cold sensation wrapped around his feet and traveled up to his knees. Izuku sighed heavily and turned to glare at the hero who dared to bother him, only to be surprised and widen his eyes upon seeing an experienced ice heroine standing before him, currently ranked number 11 among heroes. The woman noticed how the boy's annoyed expression softened, revealing confusion and surprise at her presence. Izuku acknowledged her, stating that he was one of the good guys while the whips of ice faded from most of his body, except for his face. He raised his hands, breaking the ice by simply increasing the power of his One for All. He was not looking for a fight with the mother of his best friend. Oh yes, Shoto didn't exist. Ochako was gone. What a messed up universe. The heroine remarked that it didn't seem that way, as he had knocked out several colleagues in the past few hours. She noticed the boy's expression shift to one of sadness and melancholy. He defended himself, explaining that they had attacked him first and that he was in a bad mood. She questioned if he had used a trigger, recognizing that he was not a villain but rather an illegal hero, which was still wrong. He expressed surprise at the mention of the drag that enhanced powers but drove users mad, insisting that he did not consume drags or alcohol. She reiterated that what he was doing was still wrong, and he acknowledged that there were rules and laws to prevent chaos and injuries, admitting that he was aware but felt he had no other choice for now. He scratched the back of his neck, explaining that things were very different now, and he no longer recognized anything or knew what to do. For some reason, the woman's serene expression made him feel safe, and even his danger sense felt calm. Perhaps it was because he was exhausted, with a headache and ringing in his ears, or maybe he simply needed someone real to talk to instead of the remnants of souls living within him. If it were up to him, he would go home and hug his mom, but he couldn't, not knowing when he would be able to. His best friend was gone, another close friend was also missing, and he felt overwhelmed. The heroine reminded him that a hero's job was to save people's hearts, even his own. He let out a soft laugh, looking at the mother of his best friend more calmly and relaxed, thanking her for her concern. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the distance. The heroine was about to say something, but Izuku vanished in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the source of the sound. She sighed, wanting to help him but realizing she needed to stop him first. She encased the knocked-out villain in a layer of ice and, after ensuring no civilians were injured, set off towards the explosion. If she wasn't mistaken, it had occurred at the port. Meanwhile, Barrows complained aloud, expressing his surprise that she had an enhancement ability as he rose after the explosion. In a destroyed and burning warehouse, Gentle protected La Brava with his body. Both were injured and exhausted, with Iba clinging to her beloved while shedding tears of helplessness. She lamented that it was her fault, admitting it had been a trap and that she had led them into it. Gentle comforted her, assuring her it wasn't her fault and that she had no way of knowing what would happen, tightening his embrace as he heard footsteps approaching. Through the flames, the commission's archer approached the couple, aiming her energy bow at them. Barrows expressed his frustration, stating they had caused more problems than he anticipated and that they had humiliated several of their best men, leading to further controversies. He childishly complained that they would be angry with him because of their actions. Gentle pleaded for La Brava's life, insisting she was innocent and that he had manipulated her emotional instability to support his crimes. As La Brava cried out his name, Barrows coldly remarked that their pleas were futile, suggesting that perhaps they would be together in the afterlife, if it existed. He prepared to shoot, but an overwhelming pressure filled the area, causing him to hyperventilate and sweat excessively. Even Gentle and La Brava struggled to breathe under the immense weight of the atmosphere, generated by the figure standing next to Barrows, who stared at her with a terrifying intensity while the archer looked on in total shock. A chapter comparing the versions of Toga, another of All Might, and so on. Chapter 11. Lady Nagant and Hawks. Izuku was surprised after hearing Hawks' response to his question about Lady Nagant. Hundreds of theories began to form in his mind with this new information. He decided they would go, which confused the duo of villains. Gentle asked why they would go with him, and Izuku introduced himself as Deku. Brava protested, stating they didn't even know what was happening. Izuku then posed a surprising question to Gentle, asking if he wanted to be remembered or if he wanted to be a hero. This brought back memories of Izuku's own childhood dreams of saving lives. He expressed his admiration for Gentle and Brava's efforts to infiltrate corporate and private sectors to expose severe corruption. He had initially planned to encourage them to infiltrate UA to get to know them better and ask for their support, but things hadn't gone as he had hoped. Gentle suddenly recognized him as Mr. Green, and Izuku, slightly embarrassed, confirmed it. He warned them that they had angered dangerous people who might be watching them now and questioned if Gentle could protect himself and La Brava alone. Brava quickly asserted that Gentle was not alone, which made him smile as he affectionately patted her head. Izuku reassured them that he would explain everything later but insisted they needed to go see Hawks, believing that he and his mentor would be interested in what he had to say. Hawks, intrigued, asked if he was serious, and Izuku confirmed it, urging him to take them to his mentor. Hawks smiled and took off into the air, with Izuku floating behind him and Gentle using trampolines in the air to follow while carrying La Brava. Hawks wondered if Izuku had multiple quirks as he glanced at the green-haired boy. The group arrived at an alley where a black van was parked. Kigo Hawks took the driver's seat while Izuku sat in the passenger seat. Brava hesitated, recalling her mother's warning about getting into vehicles with strangers. Hawks introduced himself, and Izuku repeated his nickname, which made Hawks realize he still hadn't revealed his real name. Hawks assured them that if he had wanted to harm them, he would have already done so. He explained that he had come because his mentor had an offer for them, and they were free to leave if they didn't want it. Izuku smiled and made a peace sign. Gentle introduced himself as Danjubo Tabita, and Brava followed suit, albeit with some hesitation, introducing herself as Manami Aiba. Hawks encouraged them to get in, stating they were no longer strangers. Izuku commented on Hawks' carefree demeanor, relieved that he seemed the same in this universe despite being a wanted criminal. The couple climbed into the back of the van as Hawks rolled up the tinted windows and started the vehicle, driving toward their destination. The van stopped at a warehouse in the city. Hawks exited, followed by Gentle and La Brava. He opened the passenger door to find Izuku asleep. With a neutral expression, he playfully pulled Izuku's shoulder, causing him to tumble out of the van. Izuku groaned, complaining about being woken up that way, while Hawks chuckled, and Izuku vowed to get back at him. Hawks announced to his mentor that he had brought the ones she requested, along with one more who had great potential. La Brava and Gentle were astonished to see a woman watching them from the shadows above, while Izuku recalled his previous encounter with her. She had bicolored hair, dark blue and pink, and serious purple eyes that were now fixed on him. She addressed Izuku directly, stating he would come with her and that she wouldn't harm him, so he need not fear. She expressed her disillusionment with the justice he represented, explaining how she had switched sides after realizing she had followed orders that led to unnecessary suffering. She challenged him, stating that society was not simply black and white, and that true heroism involved saving others, even when it seemed hopeless. Izuku, undeterred, affirmed his commitment to saving others and expressed his belief in the power of hope. He reminded her that if she truly wished to capture him, she would have succeeded by now, emphasizing that she, who understood darkness, should know where to find the light. Their exchange was intense, with the woman questioning his persistence and Izuku insisting that her heart remained that of a hero, a truth that would never change. The memories of Izuku's battle against the former hero flooded his mind, including the moment when she, even while hospitalized, managed to help him in his fight against Shigaraki during the final war. He felt a sharp pain in his head after falling face-first onto the ground. Activating his healing factor, he hoped to alleviate the pain in his ears and ease his headache. Although it caused a brief spike in discomfort, it quickly subsided. The group turned their attention to the green-haired boy, who simply yawned. He apologized, explaining that it was a side effect of his healing factor. Hawks remarked that he thought Izuku's quirk was black whips and levitation. Izuku corrected him, stating it was actually floating, which drew even more attention. The bicolored hero intensified his gaze on Izuku, who felt a bit intimidated. He wished for his dark Deku suit, recalling how frightening it had been. Nagant leaped down, using a rope to fix her intense gaze on Izuku, questioning if he had multiple quirks. Izuku introduced himself as Deku, but she ignored him completely. Gentle interjected, expressing his curiosity about why they were all there. Nagant reminded them that someone had recently attempted to kill them, referencing the duo that had caught her attention weeks ago. Gentle confirmed that it had happened that very day, while Brava expressed her outrage that even heroes were involved, questioning why they were supposed to save lives instead of taking them. Nagant dismissed Brava's naivety and got straight to the point. She explained that until recently, they had been mere fifth-rate villains posting videos online, but they had started aiming higher, exposing crimes and corrupt heroes and businessmen. Their actions began to disrupt the reputation of a society built on lies. This had drawn the attention of the Public Safety Commission. Brava asked if that organization was responsible for overseeing the hero society, including rankings and cases. Nagant confirmed that they did, but in secret, they eliminated anyone who threatened their precious peace. Gentle questioned what she meant by eliminate. Nagant asked if they knew how she was aware of this, prompting both to shake their heads, while Izuku already had an idea. He stated that she had worked for them. Nagant confirmed this, and Izuku recalled reading allegations against her, including corruption and murder. He hesitated, asking if she had truly committed those acts. Nagant revealed that for years, she had been brainwashed into believing she was protecting peace, following orders and committing acts of violence in the name of the commission. She had convinced herself that it was the right thing to do, but every time she closed her eyes, she saw the faces of her victims pleading for their lives. The weight of her actions left her feeling disgusted with herself, especially when she received admiration from the public, including children who adored her. The internal conflict was evident as she struggled with her past. Izuku, piecing together the puzzle, asked if she had killed a high-ranking member of the commission. Hawks confirmed that it had been the president of the Public Safety Commission, surprising Gentle and Brava. Brava was shocked that this hadn't made the news. Nagant explained that it was typical for the commission to cover up such incidents. Izuku remained silent, continuing to analyze the situation before turning to Hawks, asking if he had helped her escape. This revelation stunned the others, as Izuku deduced that Hawks had been training to be one of their soldiers and had saved Nagant because she was his mentor. Hawks humorously remarked that Izuku should avoid watching movies with him, as he would spoil the ending. Izuku concluded that now they were fugitives engaged in a war with the Public Safety Commission, which was why Nagant sought out Brava and Gentle. She wanted their skills to expose the Commission's crimes to the public. Nagant admitted she planned to use them but insisted it would benefit both parties. She would expose the corruption, and they would gain fame and recognition for their actions. Gentle asked if they could discuss it for a moment, and Nagant agreed. As they stepped away, Izuku inquired about any other members. Hawks mentioned there were only two more, Tiger Bunny and Stendhal. Izuku recognized Mirko's name but was curious about the second member. Meanwhile, Brava questioned Gentle about their next move. He expressed his lingering distrust but believed they should consider joining forces. They were right. Today was a test of how people would react to their actions. They would need help. Brava acknowledged the situation, noting that while the person they were dealing with was somewhat intimidating, if what she said about the commission was true, they could use it to grow their channel and even gain popularity outside the country. Gentle expressed his frustration, stating that hearing about such vile acts made him uneasy. The society deserved to know the truth. Brava then asked if they were in, to which Gentle enthusiastically agreed. Their acceptance brought a faint smile to Nagant and Hawks. Nagant turned to Izuku, seeking answers. She inquired about his multiple quirks. Izuku decided to confess that he had a total of 8 quirks. He revealed that he had been looking for Gentle Criminal and La Brava to assist him in a silent war that had been ongoing for 100 years. He then asked if they knew about All for One. This question confused La Brava and Gentle but raised alarms in Lady Nagant, who quickly drew her rifle and aimed it at Izuku. He calmly raised his hands while discreetly activating Gear Shift, prepared for any situation. Nagant explained that during her time with the Commission, All for One was a name that came up frequently. They had all been ordered to investigate, track, and eliminate him, but none had succeeded. She described his ability as the worst of all. Hawks added that All for One was capable of forcefully stealing quirks, and he had thought the stories were just myths. Izuku levitated slightly, releasing a bit of smoke as he revealed his black whips, which heightened the tension in the group. He clarified that his possession of multiple quirks could serve as proof of his claims. He emphasized that he was not aligned with All for One. Rather, he was determined to defeat him and end his reign from the shadows. Nagant asked why he had multiple quirks. Izuku explained that if All for One existed, then its opposite must also exist. He introduced his quirk, One for All, with a smile. Brava expressed curiosity about the name, and Izuku began to recount the origin of One for All. He explained that long ago, at the dawn of quirks, All for One was one of the first humans to possess a quirk, but he had a twin brother named Yoichi, who was quirkless. While All for One was drawn to evil and the thirst for power, Yoichi was inspired by heroes. For years, Yoichi resisted his brother's reign of terror until one day, in a moment of either love or manipulation, All for One gifted him a quirk that enhanced his frail body. However, unbeknownst to All for One, Yoichi possessed the ability to transfer quirks, leading to the creation of One for All. Over generations, this quirk was passed down so that one day, a bearer would have the power to defeat All for One once and for all. As he finished his story, Nagant inquired about the other quirks. Izuku explained that One for All evolves and grows stronger with each generation. When it was passed to him, it evolved to the point where he could access the quirks of past users. He was the 9th bearer and the last. Hawks asked why he was the last. Izuku explained that One for All would kill anyone with a quirk, unlike previous bearers who were murdered by All for One. The 4th bearer, Hikage Shinomori, had died of old age at 40. Now that the quirk had grown even stronger, a quirked body could not withstand the burden of One for All. Nagant realized that Izuku was quirkless, which allowed him to bear the power. She had been trained for years to read body language and detect lies, and while Izuku's story seemed fantastical, he had not lied. For now, she chose to believe him. Izuku nodded in gratitude but hesitated to share his multiversal problem, deciding to wait. He had already risked a lot by revealing the existence of One for All. He asked if they would help him. Brava excitedly agreed, stating that things were getting more interesting. Gentle proclaimed they were witnessing the story of the century. Izuku reminded them that the secret of One for All needed to be kept safe. He had shared this information to earn their trust and because he genuinely needed their help. It was crucial that it remained a secret, especially with All for One hunting down all the bearers. Gentle and La Brava were slightly disappointed but understood the gravity of the situation. Nagant and Hawks knew the chaos that would ensue if such power were to be exposed. Nagant instructed Hawks to take their new recruits for a change of clothes, as they had work to do. Hawks corrected her, stating that he preferred to be called Hawks, which made Brava roll her eyes. Nagant teased him, saying she would call him fried chicken if she wanted, before shooing him away. Hawks complained about her teasing as he gestured for Izuku and the duo to follow him, leaving Lady Nagant to sit in a chair, sighing as she looked at the ceiling. She remarked that with the commission and now All for One, things were about to get very interesting. Izuku expressed satisfaction with his new uniform, noting that it felt more comfortable for fighting and patrolling. Hawks suggested that they could have a suit made to Izuku's liking later, as they had connections. Izuku took note of this and then turned to La Brava, asking how skilled she was with computers. Brava confidently stated she was very good. Izuku asked if she could search for anyone as long as he provided a name. Brava assured him that as long as the person was in the system, it was easy. Izuku revealed he had a list of names and things he wanted to find out. To be continued. Izuku opened up about the One for All topic because he wanted to return home and decided to take a risk by trusting these 4 individuals. Soon, he would share that he was from another universe and all that it entailed. In a post-credit scene, Rei Todoroki surveyed the warehouse after extinguishing the flames with her ice. Paramedics, police, and other heroes arrived at the scene. The paramedics were attending to Barrows and the rest of the commission's soldiers, who, fortunately, had no serious injuries but were unconscious with significant bruising. Rei thought aloud about Izuku, wondering where he had gone. Just then, someone called her name. It was Detective Nao Mesa, a close friend of the #1 hero, All Might. Rei greeted the detective and inquired if they had any leads on the responsible party. Nao Mesa explained that it seemed there had been a fight, and while Barrows had regained consciousness, he had not yet spoken. Rei expressed her disdain for the commission, mentioning that she had heard they tried to recruit Tuya. Nao Mesa acknowledged the rumors surrounding the commission and its agents but reminded her that accusations needed clear evidence. They needed to catch the person responsible first. Rei nodded in agreement, and Nao Mesa mentioned that he had heard she encountered a vigilante before arriving. Rei corrected him, stating that it was a vigilante, and noted that there had been no trace of Trigger, which led to an awkward moment of embarrassment as she realized how that sounded. Nao Mesa chuckled, but then he noted that she had let the vigilante slip away. Rei explained that he had been heading toward the scene after the explosion and seemed to be asking for help. Nao Mesa insisted that a crime is a crime, and they needed to apprehend the suspect before investigating the reasons behind the actions. At that moment, an officer rushed over to Nao Mesa with urgent news. They had information about the fugitive Lady Nagant and a lead on her whereabouts. Rei was taken aback by the mention of Kana, while Nao Mesa processed the information and emphasized the need for caution. He asked if her family would be available to assist. Rei doubted they would be unavailable and sighed. Nao Mesa instructed the officers to accompany Barrows and the heroes until they regained consciousness to explain what had happened. He then asked Rei to share everything she knew about Lady Nagant's lead. As the detective moved away, Rei looked at her hands and sighed again, reflecting on the challenges ahead with both the boy and Kana. It was going to be a tough week. In the next chapter, the team of vigilantes would be fully assembled. In a special chapter, Brava began to read a long list of names that Izuku had provided. He explained that these were friends, mostly his age, and he needed to know what had happened to them, even though some were professional heroes. Brava questioned why he wanted her to investigate his friends, but Izuku insisted it was complicated and promised to explain. Later, as Brava began typing on her laptop, she requested a cup of tea, knowing it would take some time to go through the list. Izuku thanked her and went off to find Gentle. Brava sipped her tea while typing, and Gentle joined her. Meanwhile, Izuku was meditating under the watchful eye of Hawks when Lady Nagant approached the duo. She inquired about Tashinori Yagi, one of the names on the list. Brava explained that it was one of the many names Mr. Greenmight had asked her to look into. Izuku quickly requested that she not use that name, preferring to be called Deku. Nagant pressed for his real name, but Izuku wanted to clarify something first. She took the list from Brava, who noted that most were teenagers, some were professional heroes, and one was an old mummy, showing an image of All Might in his frail form. Izuku revealed that the figure was All Might, surprising everyone. They gathered around the computer to see the skeletal image of the former hero. Nagant expressed disbelief that such a figure could be All Might. Izuku explained that he had not always looked that way. 5 years prior he had fought All for One in a fierce battle that left him severely injured, requiring multiple surgeries to continue as a hero. Brava questioned why this had never been made public, and Nagant suggested it was due to the commission. Izuku clarified that it was actually All Might who had requested that the details of the battle and his condition remain confidential. He knows that society views him as the symbol of peace, an indestructible force for good. If people were to learn of his condition, they fear that villains would be inspired by the knowledge that he is not invincible, and the crime rate, which he worked so hard to reduce, would rise again. Hawks reflects on this as he gazes at an image of All Might. Hawks finds it somewhat pathetic now that he thinks about it. Izuku, noticing Hawks' demeanor, questions whether Endeavor saved him and if that makes him a fan. Hawks quips that he definitely won't be watching movies with Izuku. Izuku smiles, seeing that this version of Hawks is just like the one from his world, before continuing with his thoughts. In the best-case scenario, All Might defeated All for One, and their only concern would be keeping the truth about society from coming to light and managing the inevitable rise in crime. However, in the worst-case scenario, they would also have to deal with All for One in his past. The silver lining is that All for One is significantly weakened due to All Might's actions, but he is hiding away, regaining his strength. This statement leaves a heavy silence in the room, broken only by the sound of La Brava's laptop keyboard. Gentle remarks that if this All for One was capable of leaving the symbol of peace in such a state, he is indeed a very dangerous enemy. Izuku adds that if All for One is alive, he is likely training a successor, someone to manipulate and inherit the All for One quirk, allowing him to regain control of his body and return to his former glory as the symbol of evil. He recalls how he managed to save Shigaraki from All for One's control and how he had to confront Shigaraki before arriving here. Hawks jokes about being a good talent scout, glancing at his mentor, who merely huffs in response. La Brava triumphantly announces that she has finished her task, taking only half an hour, with All Might and the UA teachers being the only challenging parts. Gentle praises her computer skills, and Izuku expresses his gratitude. La Brava informs him that she has sent the information to Mr. Greenmight's email. Izuku thanks her again and asks if he can use a tablet nearby. Nagant warns him that if he breaks it, she will shoot him in the knee. The green-haired boy nods and takes the tablet, logging into his account and opening the file La Brava sent him. He states that he will be right back before suddenly disappearing. Nagant instructs La Brava to track the tablet, expressing her distrust in him. An hour later, in a store, a short, plump woman with green hair pushes a cart through the supermarket. She reaches for a box of tomatoes but accidentally drops one. Just before it hits the ground, a scarred hand catches it and returns it to its place. Izuku gently reminds her to be more careful, smiling as he now wears civilian clothes with a yellow backpack. Inko Midoriya, his mother, is speaking to him face to face, and she does not recognize him. He kindly asks if she can manage everything alone with her cart full of groceries. Inko explains that her quirk helps her in these situations, so she is fine. Izuku picks up a soda on the way and follows her, insisting that he should help her carry the bags. After they finish shopping, Izuku carries Inko's bags effortlessly as they walk side by side. Inko comments on his strength, and he explains that he enjoys training, as his quirk relies on his physical abilities. The stronger he is, the more power he can use without hurting himself. Inko expresses concern about his scars, urging him to be more careful. He acknowledges that his mother often tells him the same thing. Inko shares that she has 2 sons, one named Jack who is Izuku's age. Izuku realizes that there is no Izuku Midoriya in this universe. He compliments her on having such fortunate children. Inko, however, feels otherwise and reveals that her husband passed away a few years ago. Izuku expresses his condolences, and she explains that while her son Asusure misses his father, he has become more reserved, building a wall that keeps others out. Izuku reassures her that her son loves her very much and shares his own regrets about worrying his mother and ignoring her feelings. He advises her to open up to her son and show him that he is not alone in his grief. Inko smiles, appreciating his advice as they arrive at her home. She thanks him for his help as he sets the bags down at the door. At that moment, the door opens to reveal a curious 10-year-old girl with green hair and freckles. Izuku is surprised by her resemblance to Inko, who gasps at the similarities. Inko greets her daughter, Asusher, who asks who Izuku is. He introduces himself, explaining that he helped her mother carry the heavy bags, while noticing the hero-themed sweaters that Rei and Fuyumi wear. Asusher wondered why her mother had gone shopping alone. She excitedly shared that her favorite show was airing an interview with Gang Orca and Ryukyu about their marriage. Izuku, the ninth holder of One for All, knelt down to Asashi's level and expressed understanding but reminded her that it wasn't a good reason to leave her mother alone. He asked if she liked heroes, to which she enthusiastically replied yes. Izuku pointed out that there are times when her mother needs a hero, just like he had been that day. He urged her to remember that a true hero not only fights villains but also brings smiles and joy to people's hearts, just like All Might. He asked her to promise never to leave her mother alone, and Asusher eagerly agreed. Inko smiled warmly, lifting her daughter into a strong embrace. Izuku advised Asusher to always remind her mother how much she loved her and to try not to worry her. Asusher blushed at the thought, finding it embarrassing. Izuku encouraged her to say it, as it would make her mother very happy. Asusher asked her mother if it was true that she loved her, and Inko confirmed it. With a shy smile, Asusher declared her love for her mother. Izuku, smiling, used his whips to push the heavy shopping bags into the house as he stood up. Asusher then looked at Izuku and asked if he was a distant cousin or a lost brother because he resembled her. Izuku chuckled, clarifying that it was just a coincidence. Asusher pointed out their shared freckles, and Izuku explained that he knew his parents well and that if they were related, he would have met her mother long ago. He complimented Asusher on her intelligence, and Inko agreed, teasing that she was nothing like her brother. Asusher defended her brother, claiming he would become the greatest hero. Izuku expressed his happiness for her brother and said his goodbyes, wishing them well. Asusher playfully called him cousin, making Izuku laugh while Inko watched with a smile. She hoped to see him again someday. As Izuku walked away, he reflected on how happy he was that they were doing well. He missed his own mother and wished he could hug her, tell her how much he loved her, and apologize for worrying her. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wished for his friends and family, feeling a deep longing for home. He struggled to hold back tears, feeling the weight of loss as he knelt down, trying to regain his composure. Fortunately, there were few people around to notice his distress. Unbeknownst to him, a camera captured his moment of vulnerability, and Brava watched from her laptop, feeling uncomfortable. She glanced at Lady Nagant, who simply sighed and instructed Brava to stop following him but to investigate further, sensing he was hiding something. Eventually, Izuku returned to the base, now wearing the combat suit given to him by Hawks, complete with black protective goggles and a matching mask. He dropped his backpack onto a box as he approached the group, declaring that he needed to hit something. Hawks noticed a change in his voice and asked what had happened. Izuku explained that he had unintentionally used his quirk on his throat but insisted he needed to let off some steam. Nagant informed him that her team not only challenged the commission but also sought out other fugitives to apprehend, leaving their fate in their hands. Izuku grimaced at this but let her continue. Nagant revealed that the target for the day was on his list, which piqued his interest. She handed him a report detailing a dangerous individual known as Muscular, a serial killer with multiple homicides, labeled as a high-priority threat. Nagant noted that she had never seen anyone with more than 2 quirks and suggested this could be a great opportunity for him. Izuku asked where the target was, eager to take action. To be continued. It depended on them whether they would incapacitate their targets or eliminate them. Izuku grimaced at this but allowed the bicolored woman to continue speaking. Nagant mentioned that the target of the day was on Izuku's list, a statement that made his eyes widen as he clenched his fists. She then asked about the purpose of his list, to which Izuku replied that it contained potential allies in the war against All for One, noting that while many were students with great potential, others were dangerous enemies and possible allies of All for One. Nagant handed him a report, revealing the name Goto Imasuji, codenamed Muscular, a serial killer with multiple homicides and a maximum priority. She expressed her surprise at seeing someone with more than 2 quirks, suggesting it would be a great opportunity for him. Izuku inquired about Muscular's whereabouts, prompting Nagant to explain that she had an informant on the streets who had seen him enter an underground fighting venue. Although there had been a massacre, Muscular had escaped, but the informant managed to track him to a rundown old apartment where he was currently hiding. Izuku's eyes shone with intensity at the mention of Muscular. All Might cautioned him to think of the innocent civilians living in the area before doing anything reckless. The words of the fallen symbol calmed Izuku, who took a deep breath, allowing the intensity in his eyes to fade. He insisted on scanning the area to assess how many civilians lived nearby and to find a secluded place, like a park, to avoid involving civilians in the battle, explaining that Muscular's quirk made him nearly indestructible against bullets and capable of withstanding All Might's strongest blows. Nagant questioned when he had become the leader, to which Izuku clarified that he was merely advising the best course of action to protect civilians, stating they were the priority and that any harm to them would mean they had lost. Nagant teased him, claiming to have seen the desire to eliminate the criminal in his eyes. Izuku quickly denied it, but Nagant only smiled with irony, suggesting that it was normal for them as anti-heroes, even in conflict with the Commission. She reminded him that they had already taken down several dangerous criminals. As Nagant instructed him to consider the least trafficked and patrolled times in the area, Izuku took a tablet and pulled out his notebook to review the information he had gathered. He noted that Koda's parents were alive, which brought him joy, but he was surprised to find no trace of Shoji, hoping it wasn't what he feared. He continued reading and was shocked to discover that Gran Torino had passed away, which made him drop the tablet in disbelief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught it with his whips before grabbing it with his hands. He read the details about Gran Torino's death from natural causes, reflecting on all the training and guidance he had received from the old hero. Memories of their conversations flooded his mind, and he sat there, momentarily lost in thought before letting out a sigh and continuing to read. Izuku sighed as he leaned back against some wooden crates after recording all the information he had received from La Brava. He powered down the tablet and reviewed the notes in his notebook. He noted that he should get a new one. He continued to read through the list of individuals, noting the status of each. Himiko Nanakusa had been separated from her abusive family and was now studying medicine. Ochako Uraraka had saved Toga but had tragically been killed by Muscular. Izuku noted that he did not exist in this universe, just like Shoto. His mother, Inko, was doing well and had 2 children, Jack and Asashur, both of whom had quirks. He was relieved that his mother was okay despite the hardships she faced. He reflected on Gran Torino's passing, acknowledging that at least he had departed peacefully, unlike his own mentor who had been murdered. The list continued, revealing that many of his classmates were unchanged, while some had experienced significant events in their lives. Koda's parents were alive, and he hoped they had not encountered Muscular. Yuga Aoyama was quirkless and seemed happy with his family, free from all for one's threat. As he reached the end of the notebook, he found no trace of Eri, with no records of her existence. Izuku sighed, closing the notebook and placing it in his backpack, feeling the weight of the situation settle on him. Izuku left the tablet behind and put on his classic yellow backpack, adjusting his mask and glasses. Nagant questioned him upon seeing him, asking if he was going out again. Izuku confirmed he would be back shortly. Nagant informed him that they would begin the operation in 3 hours. Deku nodded and departed, while Nagant looked on before placing her hand to her ear, stating she would send him the location of the rookie, expressing a desire for him to be tested. In Yamanashi Prefecture, Izuku stood on the sidewalk, observing the building in front of him. He didn't mind being seen, he simply stood there, lost in thought. Fortunately, it was nighttime, so there weren't many people around. He remained at the entrance of his mentor's home, standing still for what felt like an eternity. All Might's voice echoed in his mind, warning him not to dwell on the past. Izuku, feeling defensive, threatened that if he was told it wasn't his fault, he would enter the core of One for All and strike back. He sighed, removing his hood, mask, and glasses, apologizing to All Might for taking his frustration out on him. All Might reassured him that it was no problem, trying to ease his guilt. Izuku took a deep breath to gather his courage and approached the entrance. He attempted to open the door but found it locked. Activating One for All, he broke the lock and entered the establishment. The dark and desolate place made him pause at the entrance, recalling his internships with the grumpy old man who had helped him control One for All. The entire place had been cleared out, possibly because of the all might of this universe. He pulled out a small flashlight that came with the suit Hawks had given him and began to explore. Memories of his internships flooded back, and Izuku smiled wistfully as he examined the rooms one by one. He passed by the room where he had stayed and found nothing. Then he approached his mentor's room and discovered a box. Curious, he pointed the flashlight at it and wondered if it had been forgotten. He opened it to find a picture frame, smiling at the sight of Gran Torino with Nana Shimura and a young All Might. Nana's voice echoed in his mind, reminiscing about that day. Izuku placed the photo back and took hold of what truly caught his attention, the cape of Gran Torino. He recalled his mentor's last words while handing him the cape before passing away from the injuries inflicted by Shigaraki. Suddenly, a danger sensor activated, snapping him back to reality as he jumped back to avoid several knives that flew through the window. He readied himself, activating One for All while adjusting Gran Torino's cape around his neck and back, using his whips to secure his mask. Just then, someone crashed through the window, prompting Izuku to use his whips to clear the box from his path and avoid falling glass as his attacker lunged at him with a sword. He dodged the initial strikes and retreated from the room, quickly wrapping his left arm with his whips and increasing his one-for-all percentage to block a powerful kick from a figure attacking from the side. Seizing the momentum, Izuku moved to the side to distance himself from the second attacker and evade the knives from the first. He grabbed the flashlight again and aimed it at his assailants. The first was a ninja clad in red and black armor, staring intensely through a menacing mask. His danger sensor warned him to be cautious of this strangely familiar foe. Izuku thought to himself, questioning why the figure seemed familiar but reminding himself that the opponent relied on bladed weapons, so he just needed to be careful. His attention shifted to the second attacker, who turned out to be a woman with white hair, rabbit ears, and long legs. She wore a mask that exposed her eyes and mouth, adorned with tiger patterns, and a costume that revealed much of her legs. Izuku was shocked to realize that this was Mirko, the number 5 hero from his universe. His danger sensor activated again, warning him to be cautious of her kicks. He thought about how she was a vigilante known as Tiger Bunny but found her outfit unappealing. In the blink of an eye, Tiger Bunny launched a fierce kick at him, which Izuku narrowly dodged. The kick struck the ground, causing the floor to tremble and creating a hole, making Izuku click his tongue in annoyance at the destruction of his late mentor's apartment. He quickly grabbed Mirko by the arm and threw her toward the swordsman, who evaded her. Using the walls to propel himself, the swordsman lunged at Izuku. Realizing that if she was Tiger Bunny, then this must be Stendhal, Izuku created a smoke screen to obscure the swordsman's vision, taking the opportunity to slip out of the building through the window. As he landed safely in the alley beside the building, he recalled his conversation with Hawks about the team composition. He wondered if they were part of Negan's team and why they were attacking him, questioning if they knew they were on the same side. A whirlwind of possibilities raced through his mind, including the theory of betrayal. Unsure of what to do, Izuku jumped back to avoid a fierce kick from Mirko, who had leaped through the window he had exited, landing with a powerful kick that left a small crater in the ground. He thought to himself about her impressive legs. Before he could feel embarrassed, Stendhal also jumped through the window, using the alley walls to gain speed and feinting towards Izuku's back. However, his danger sense alerted him just in time, allowing him to duck and avoid a slash aimed at his back. He quickly turned and delivered a kick that Stendhal blocked with his forearms, sending him flying back a few meters before landing gracefully. Izuku pondered who this person was, feeling a strange familiarity. His danger sense warned him again of an imminent attack, and he sidestepped to dodge another kick from Mirko. He then charged at her, landing a punch at 20% power on her cheek, sending her crashing against the wall. He declared that she shouldn't get up, forming a sort of medieval shield with his black whips to block Stendhal's katana. Noticing Mirko getting back up after the punch, he ensnared her with the black whip, attempting to do the same with Stendhal, but the latter was more agile and evaded the attack. Frustrated, he shouted for Stendhal to stay still. Izuku continued his assault with the black whips, trying to capture Stendhal, but the latter moved with incredible agility, using the alley walls to propel himself at high speed. In the midst of this, a blade managed to cut Izuku's arm, and at that moment, Stendhal lifted his mask and lunged towards him, extending his tongue to lick the blood from the wound. Everything slowed down for Izuku as he watched Stendhal just inches away from liking his injury. He thought in shock that this person might be Stain. Izuku quickly moved aside as Stain continued in slow motion, noticing that Mirko had also used her legs to propel herself towards him during his moment of distraction. He dodged her effortlessly, positioning Stain in the path of Tiger Bunny, deliberately freeing her from the black whips. He then deactivated the gear shift and watched with amusement as both vigilantes collided with each other, pushed in the direction Tiger Bunny had propelled herself, crashing against the wall. Izuku chuckled lightly at the scene. Both of them got up, exchanging quiet insults before charging at him again. He simply smiled while Tiger Bunny attempted to kick him and Stendhal tried to slice him with his katana. He activated gear shift, declaring low gear, and both vigilante and anti-hero came to a sudden halt mere centimeters from striking him, defying all inertia. Kudo explained that due to the evolution of One for All its abilities had been enhanced, with his own quirk benefiting the most. He noted that the gear shift could increase or decrease the speed of anything, ignoring the laws of physics, but until now, Izuku had only used it on himself. He had managed to activate the quirk on Mirko by merely touching her with the black whips, and it was time for him to explore other ways to utilize his quirk. Izuku thought about various ideas he had, realizing he just needed to practice them. All of this transpired in a fraction of a second. Tiger Bunny exclaimed in disbelief, while Stendhal shouted that he couldn't move. Then, he noticed something as Izuku stepped out of the attack range, adjusting Gran Torino's cape. Stendhal questioned whether they were moving in slow motion, and Tiger Bunny wondered if it was one of his 8 quirks. Izuku commented that they seemed to know about it, surprising Mirko. He then expressed his annoyance, realizing that Nagant had sent them. Stendhal insulted her for her carelessness. Izuku appeared beside Stendhal, removing his mask to see his face. He remarked on how strange it was to see him with a nose, to which Stendhal responded with confusion. Izuku recalled that Stendhal had been the killer of dozens of heroes and had fought alongside All Might against All for One. As Stendhal attempted to slice him again, and Mirko tried to kick him, Izuku easily dodged their slow attacks, delivering a knee strike to Stain's stomach and a blow to Tiger Bunny's neck, knocking them out. He reflected that without gear shift and his danger sense, things could have ended very badly for him, knowing how dangerous and strong Stain and Mirko were in their world. Especially Mirko, who had managed to hold her own against high-level Nomus for several minutes. The teenager looked at the unconscious bodies, clicking his tongue in frustration, aware that Gran Torino's building had been damaged during their fight. He clenched his fists, annoyed by everything that had transpired that day. He had finally found Gentle and La Brava, had an unexpected encounter with Hawks and Lady Nagant, and obtained information about all his acquaintances. He had spoken with his mother, who did not recognize him. He learned of Gran Torino's death and the disappearance of one of his friends. And now, Nagant had sent them to attack him. Several of Stendhal's cuts could have been lethal, and Mirko's kicks were capable of destroying Nomus. Feeling angry and seeking answers, he captured both with his black whips and vanished from the alley in the blink of an eye. Rumi and Stendhal fell hard to the ground in front of Lady Nagant and Hawks. La Brava and Gentle watched in astonishment but decided to step back for their safety upon seeing Izuku's irritated expression. Nagant commented that the team was complete, as if Stendhal and Mirko were still unconscious and in pain. Izuku confronted Nagant, demanding to know what she was plotting. He accused her of having been watching him for a while when he left and questioned why she had sent these two to attack him. Nagant made a sarcastic remark about his cape, to which Izuku exploded in frustration, declaring that he had had enough of being trapped in this ridiculous universe and didn't want to deal with this situation. Izuku felt a surge of emotions as he stood before Nagant, his heart racing with frustration. He was overwhelmed by the weight of his circumstances, feeling as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Tears streamed down his face, a reflection of his anguish. The room fell silent, and even Nagant, who had pushed him to this point, felt a twinge of guilt. She knew everyone present, including the criminal YouTubers, but Izuku was a mystery to her. Breaking the silence, Nagant addressed him directly. She handed him a tablet containing information gathered by La Brava. She questioned his interest in young students nearing graduation, and even younger children, challenging him to explain why he sought information on professional heroes, civilians, and supervillains. As she displayed a photo of Izuku, the screen repeatedly flashed, "Error. No match found." Nagant pressed on, asking why he appeared in no records. She recalled her time working for the Commission, where erasing someone from existence was impossible. She wanted to know why it seemed as if he had never existed and what he meant by being trapped in this universe. Unlike the others, she had been open about her goals, but Izuku remained an enigma. Izuku looked at her, surprised, the remnants of tears still visible on his cheeks. He glanced at the rest of the team. Hawks maintained a neutral expression, Mirko showed signs of irritation and a desire for revenge, while Stain observed him intently, and Gentle and La Brava regarded him with concern. He wiped his tears away, gripping his mentor's cape as he weighed the pros and cons of what he was about to reveal. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Nagant noticed the flickering light above Izuku's head and commented on the need to change the bulb. Taking a deep breath, Izuku captured her attention and spoke up. He asked if she knew a reliable DNA expert, explaining that there was something he needed to verify, which would make it easier to explain everything to them. Nagant raised an eyebrow, questioning why he couldn't just tell them directly. Izuku responded that she still had doubts about the stories surrounding All for One and One for All, and the truth about him was even more bizarre. He believed that a blood test and a tomography would clarify things. Nagant instructed Hawks to call Amiku, who nodded and pulled out his phone, while she warned Izuku to ensure he was correct. Izuku shared her sentiment, hoping for the same outcome. To be continued. All Izuku wanted was to go home with his mother, but he knew he might have to stay in this place for the rest of his life. He was not in the mood to deal with conspiracies or plans against him. If someone had something to say, they should say it to his face. The room fell silent as Izuku struggled to catch his breath, unaware that tears were streaming down his face. Everyone was taken aback by this, even Nagant, who felt a twinge of guilt for pushing the boy to his limit. She knew everyone present, including the criminal YouTubers, but Deku was a mystery to her. Breaking the silence, Nagant pointed out that Izuku had said several interesting things and asked if she could be direct with him. She handed him the tablet containing information La Brava had gathered. She questioned why he was so interested in children nearing the end of high school and even younger ones. She dismissed his potential argument, noting that there were too many of them. She also wanted to know why he sought information on professional heroes, civilians, and supervillains, finally showing him a photo of Izuku that kept returning an error message. Nagant pressed him about his absence from any records, stating that even during her time with the commission, it was impossible to erase someone completely. She wanted to know why it seemed like he never existed and what he meant by being trapped in this universe. While everyone else had been honest about their goals, she questioned who he truly was. Izuku looked at her in surprise. The tears had stopped flowing, but remnants were still visible. He glanced at the rest of the team. Hawks appeared neutral, Mirko showed signs of annoyance and a desire for revenge, Stain watched him intently, while Gentle and La Brava looked on with concern. He wiped his tears away and clutched his mentor's cape, weighing his options. Then an idea sparked in his mind. Nagant commented that she needed to change the light bulb flickering above him. Izuku took a deep breath, drawing her attention, and asked if she knew a reliable DNA expert. He explained that there was something he wanted to verify, which would make it easier to explain everything. Nagant questioned why he couldn't just tell them directly. Izuku acknowledged that she still had doubts about the stories of All for One and One for All, insisting that the truth about him was far crazier. He believed that his blood and even an X-ray would simplify the explanation. Nagant instructed Hawks to call Amiku, who nodded and pulled out his phone, while she warned Izuku to hope he was right. With that settled, Nagant shifted the conversation to the important matter at hand, revealing a report on Goto Imasuji, alias Muscular. She explained his ability to increase his muscle mass, which enhanced his brute strength, endurance, and speed. He was charged with manslaughter, aggravated assault, robbery, destruction of property, attempted murder, and severe physical and emotional harm. The group listened intently, recognizing the danger posed by their next target. Gentle and La Brava were visibly nervous but determined, while Hawks remained neutral, and Stendhal sharpened his weapon, casting sidelong glances at Izuku. Mirko cracked her knuckles, and Izuku fixated on Muscular's image with intensity, recalling the villain he had fought at the camp to save Koda. He felt the supportive hands of his teammates on his back, and after a moment of hesitation, he smiled gratefully and sighed. Gentle remarked on the danger they faced, and Nagant confirmed that Muscular was responsible for the deaths of several professional heroes, including Crust and Death Arms. This revelation shocked Izuku, who remembered the hero killed by Shigaraki after his awakening and the one who had retired at the war's onset. Mirko expressed her eagerness to break Muscular's legs, but Nagant cautioned her about the risks. She then addressed Izuku, correcting him when he referred to himself as Green Might, clarifying that it was merely an anonymous profile he had created the previous month. Nagant asked him to elaborate on his abilities, as she still had doubts before they could formulate a plan. Izuku began to explain his powers. One for All was the fusion of the first user's transfer and the power accumulator given to him by All for One. It had accumulated power over 8 generations for a century before reaching him. He noted that his strength depended on his physical condition. The more trained and developed his body was, the more he could utilize it. Currently, he controlled 49% of the power, and at 60% he surpassed his limits, risking muscle tears. With his current strength, he was as powerful as All Might at his peak. He then described Gear Shift, the last ability he had awakened, which allowed him to modify the speed of any object, living or not, by imagining he was shifting gears in a car. He had only used it seriously once, achieving speeds faster than sound for 5 minutes. Demonstrating his speed, he zipped across the warehouse in mere seconds, leaving everyone astonished. Next, he explained FA Gene, which allowed him to gather kinetic energy in any part of his body, and Smoke Screen, enabling him to expel a curtain of smoke through his skin. The more he released, the thicker it became, which could also be a disadvantage if he wasn't careful. Lastly, he mentioned Black Whip, the ability he had the most control over. Izuku had spent too much time practicing with his black whips, creating various shapes, including a helmet for himself and forming weapons. He noted that while the weapon creation was new, a sword he conjured would not be as effective as a regular one. He explained that he possessed a danger sense, similar to what a friend of his had called a spider sense. This ability allowed him to feel the ill intentions of anyone who might wish to harm him and predict their attacks. However, this gift had a significant weakness. It depended on the attacker's intentions. For instance, if he faced someone whose way of expressing love was to stab others to drink their blood and transform, his danger sense would not detect them, as they did not intend to harm him directly. Brava commented that this was a rather specific example, causing Izuku to look away, clearing his throat before continuing. He described his final ability, floating. As the name suggested, it allowed him to levitate in the air. He could also use something called Air Force, which involved generating air bullets with just his fingers, enabling him to maneuver better in the air as if he could fly. Hawks interjected, pointing out that Izuku had mentioned there were 8 previous holders of these abilities but had only listed 7. Nagant guessed that the 8th did not possess a quirk, prompting Izuku to roll his eyes and nod, surprising Hawks. Hawks then remarked that he would definitely not watch movies with either of them. Izuku smiled at the winged hero while Nagant pondered a plan, resting her chin on her hand. She soon declared that she had a plan, capturing everyone's attention. She approached a table and spread out a map of Shizuoka Prefecture, marking a perimeter of 4 blocks around a specific area. According to her trusted informant, someone matching Imasuji's description was hiding there. She had asked La Brava to hack the security cameras in the area, and they had indeed found him hiding in a secret bar. Izuku thought excitedly about the bar, recalling that when he had searched for it, it had been replaced by a manga and comic shop, indicating that its location was different in this universe. Nagant continued, explaining that they had also checked the patrol schedules of heroes and police, noting that the area was less crowded in the early morning, specifically between 2 and 3 a.m. This would give them a window of time before the heroes and police arrived due to the commotion they planned to create, so they needed to act quickly. She detailed their roles. Hawks would patrol the area for civilians, other villains, or law enforcement. Deku and Tiger Bunny would handle Muscular with their physical strength. Stendhal would support them, looking for an opening to incapacitate Muscular. Gentle Criminal would also assist, using his quirk to protect the group from dangerous attacks, and Nagant would be positioned a few buildings away, waiting for the perfect moment to take a shot. Brava asked what her role would be, and Nagant replied that she would accompany her, as combat was not her strength. She needed Brava to delay the heroes and police with her computer skills and inform her if they approached. Brava nodded in agreement. The rest of the team acknowledged the plan, though the newcomers felt anxious, understanding the stakes of the mission. Nagant added that this would serve as their entrance exam, increasing the pressure on the 3 newcomers. Izuku clenched his hands, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He reminded himself not to let his emotions take over, recalling how it had led to mistakes in the past. Hawks noticed Izuku's distress and asked if he was okay. Surprised, Izuku nodded but admitted he was not fine. He confessed that he felt uncomfortable with the idea of assisting in an assassination, even if he believed the target deserved it. He reflected on how he had felt when Ochako had been killed, feeling like an outsider for his emotions. Hawks acknowledged that it was normal to feel uncomfortable, sharing that he had felt the same way the first time he had to take a life. Izuku revealed that he had already done so, capturing Hawks' attention. He explained that many lives would have been lost if he hadn't acted, and while he had tried to save the person's soul, it had resulted in a horrific outcome. He expressed his discomfort with the memory, lamenting that he wanted to be a hero who saved lives, not a killer of supervillains. Hawks remarked that this showed Izuku was a good person, surprising him. He explained that a hero protects the weak, which sometimes meant eliminating threats to them. He noted that Izuku had even tried to resolve the situation peacefully, which was a noble but rare approach. He encouraged Izuku to see it this way: millions of lives were worth more than one that could not be saved. Izuku contemplated this, stating that killing could be a form of saving. Hawks acknowledged the truth in that statement, whether it was to save a person's soul or to protect countless others. He cautioned, however, that it didn't mean Izuku should kill every villain he encountered. Izuku chuckled, affirming that he understood. He expressed his determination to give his all against Muscular, which brought a smile to Hawks' face. Grateful for the conversation, Izuku thanked Hawks, who responded that he was always available to talk, finding Izuku to be an interesting and pleasant person. With a pat on his shoulder, Hawks went off to prepare. Izuku chuckled softly before turning his attention back to Muscular, a memory surfacing in his mind. Flashback. Muscular grunted as he struggled against the whips that ensnared him, stepping into the shallow river and splashing water around. He glared with annoyance and eagerness at the one responsible for his predicament, Deku. Clad in a dirty, worn hero suit and wearing his mask, he appeared more intimidating than ever. Dark Deku called out to him, addressing him directly. He asked why Muscular was behaving this way. Muscular, taken aback, questioned Deku's authority, insisting he was simply having fun. He expressed his desire to fight strong opponents, dismissing the weakness of others as their own fault. Deku pressed for information about Shigaraki and AFO, but Muscular shrugged, claiming he was only told to do as he pleased. Frustrated, Izuku realized Muscular was being truthful. Muscular then challenged Izuku to a fight, urging him to exchange blows like before. As he bulked up, breaking free from the whips, Izuku prepared himself for battle. Deku thought to himself that he needed to understand what had driven Muscular to this point, but he also recognized that some individuals might be beyond saving. Muscular shouted Izuku's name, readying himself to attack. At that moment, the extra muscle surrounding him burst from the tension, surprising and worrying Muscular. Deku taunted him, questioning whether he had been playing with strong vibrations before his arrival. The wind blew, lifting his mask and allowing Muscular to see his eyes one last time. Izuku was no longer the scared, nervous boy he once was. He had matured and embraced his responsibilities with unwavering determination. Deku declared that he would give it everything he had. In an instant, he appeared in front of Muscular, seizing an opening and preparing to strike with all his might. End of flashback. Izuku reflected on how he had easily defeated Muscular back then, thanks to the damage inflicted by the boy with the tremors. He understood that this was not just about Muscular, it was a potential involvement of the League of Villains, and he needed to be cautious. He stretched, took a deep breath, and exhaled. He mused to himself about the trouble he might face, glancing at the ceiling before smiling with determination and looking ahead. He reassured himself that he would win. To be continued. In a rundown bar, a tall, blond man wearing a black hooded jacket entered abruptly. The other patrons and the bartender watched as he approached the counter and took a seat. He ordered a strong drink, and the bartender sighed, finishing up cleaning a glass before preparing the order. The bartender commented on the man's rough entrance, but Muscular simply wanted his drink, feeling bored and restless. He contemplated the need for a good fight soon, or he might attack All Might's agency. Outside the nameless bar, hawks soared through the night sky over Hokkaido, surveying the area. He reported that everything was clear. Nearby, Deku, Tiger Bunny, Gentle Criminal, and Stendhal were positioned, keeping an eye on the target. Lady Nagant was a few buildings away, aiming her sniper rifle at the street leading to the bar, while La Brava monitored police and hero frequencies on her laptop, watching security cameras. Nagant communicated her readiness, reminding everyone of their roles and emphasizing the need for speed and minimal casualties. Izuku adjusted his hood, regretting leaving Gran Torino's cape at the base, but he would wear it in his hero suit when infiltrating UA. He inhaled and exhaled, activating one for all just enough to make his emerald eyes glow. His face was covered by a black mask, revealing only his bright emerald eyes and messy green hair. Nagant signaled the attack team to begin. With the signal given, Deku jumped from the rooftop, falling into the void. He performed a few flips before activating float just half a meter above the ground, deactivating it for a superhero landing in front of the bar entrance. Without hesitation, he punched through the door, startling everyone inside. As Deku entered the establishment, he noticed that everyone there was on high alert, armed or activating their quirks, except for a blonde who continued drinking, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Deku called out to Goto Imasuji, distorting his voice with his quirk to grab the blonde's attention. He had been searching for him. The blonde responded with annoyance, questioning if Deku knew where he was. Deku replied that it was a nameless bar for criminals, whether they were thieves, assassins, or traffickers. He stated that he didn't care who they weren't important. The blonde began to protest, but Deku unleashed black whips from his arms, shooting them out in all directions, capturing almost everyone and slamming them against the walls, immobilizing all except Muscular, who was allowed to finish his drink. Deku asked if Muscular was done, to which Muscular mockingly replied, standing up after throwing his glass to the ground and facing Deku. In response, Deku ensnared him with the whips and retreated, dragging Muscular out of the bar with him. From the sky, Tiger Bunny landed with a fierce downward kick, striking Muscular and burying him into the ground, creating a cloud of dust and causing a slight tremor. Muscular roared, emerging from the crater, wrapped in muscular fibers, and began to struggle against Deku's whips to free himself. Tiger Bunny excitedly remarked that she had counted on that, otherwise, it would have been boring. Deku, confused, mentioned Ochako Uraraka, catching the attention of both the blonde and the rabbit. Nana, the seventh holder, warned him, but he ignored her. Deku described Ochako, mentioning her brown hair, round and kind face, and her ability to manipulate gravity. He confronted the blonde about her, knowing she was not his Ochako, but he couldn't shake the thought of whether she was even alive in this universe. The only thing he knew was that Himiko Toga had absorbed the blood of the deceased twice, tipping the scales in favor of the villains. The thought that Ochako might have been killed by this villain in this universe filled him with anger. As the villains inside the bar began to rise, ready to teach the green-haired hero a lesson, they noticed someone in armor standing in front of the establishment. Stendhal declared that they would not be going anywhere. Back with Deku, he increased the percentage of one for all and combined the black whips with FA gene to enhance their durability and strength. He demanded an answer from Muscular, who dismissed him as boring and expressed his desire to fight strong opponents for fun, insisting that Tiger Bunny understood him. Deku tightened his whips and lifted Muscular before slamming him into the ground across the street. Tiger Bunny called out to Deku, reminding him they had a plan and to stay controlled. Deku knew they had a plan, he had reviewed it countless times. But now, facing Muscular, he couldn't hold back. He needed to vent his frustrations and no longer cared about anything else. He instructed Tiger Bunny to ensure Stendhal didn't harm anyone before disappearing from her sight and reappearing in front of Muscular, touching him and activating gear shift to slow him down significantly. Deku commented on how Muscular's speed had caused him many problems during the camp, but now he was much stronger and had more tricks. He noted that he didn't need Shindo's vibrations to defeat him and delivered a powerful blow that echoed through the street. As Muscular attempted to increase his muscle fibers for speed, Deku struck him down with quick, precise hits to his legs, knocking him to the ground. He removed his mask and hood, allowing the villain to see directly into his eyes. Deku challenged Muscular to get up and enjoy the fight he had been craving. Nagant questioned Deku's actions, but he retorted that she had been a nuisance since they met and knew he had a personal issue with Imasuji. He wondered why she had brought him there. He kicked Muscular again, reflecting on how easy it was to defeat him now compared to their first encounter, which had left him with lasting injuries. Muscular, furious, attempted to strike Deku multiple times, but Deku evaded with ease, even daring to jump onto Muscular's shoulders to relax. Deku reiterated his question about Ochako, describing her again. When Muscular failed to answer, Deku tightened his whips and lifted the villain before slamming him into the ground again. Muscular, frustrated and angry, increased his muscle mass even more, challenging Deku to fight him seriously. Deku remained serious as he discreetly embedded his black whips into the ground. Muscular shouted about not finding Deku's tricks entertaining and insisted on a death match. He claimed he would remember if he had lost to Deku before. Muscular then recalled Ochako, stating that she had foolishly tried to get in his way without facing the consequences, but he didn't blame her. Everyone wanted to do what they wished. He wanted to kill, while she wanted to save her parents. But he was weak, which was why she and her parents were gone. The villain revealed his madness before launching himself at Izuku. Izuku was taken by surprise when black whips wrapped around him from behind, leaving him suspended in the air for a moment. He seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Muscular's stomach, combining the strength of one for all at 30% with the accumulated energy from previous hits, sending Muscular soaring into the sky. The shockwave from the blow created a gust of wind that swept across the prefecture, shattering windows within a 16-block radius. Hawks, Gentle, and La Brava watched in disbelief at what had just occurred. Mirko was equally impressed, as was Stendhal, by such a display of raw power, while Kana observed the situation with a cold, analytical gaze, sighing as she noticed a warning on her laptop. La Brava informed them that the heroes and police were on their way. Nagant stated it was time to retreat. La Brava asked about Deku, to which Nagant replied that he knew how to find his way. She turned her back and headed for the stairs, followed by the petite hacker, expressing her frustration over the wasted planning. Izuku noticed the absence of hawks in the sky and the lack of attention from his teammates. The sound of police sirens made him turn just as Muscular landed nearby, severely injured and creating a small tremor that kicked up dust. Izuku cleared the dust with a simple wave of his hand and approached the villain, who was embedded in a crater, struggling to breathe. He stepped on Muscular's chest, eliciting a groan from the villain, who looked up at him with a strange smile. Izuku questioned Muscular's logic, pointing out that while he wanted to destroy, Izuku was there to stop him. Muscular, despite his pain, acknowledged Izuku's strength with a laugh. Izuku, leaning closer, noted how he was unaccustomed to seeing Muscular with his left eye intact. As he formed small whips in his right hand and began to spin them, Izuku prepared to combine his powers. Muscular watched in disbelief and fear as Izuku brought the blade closer to his left eye, pleading for him not to proceed. Izuku coldly stated that it was an eye for an eye. Finally, several police patrols arrived at the scene, accompanied by heroes. They approached the crater in the street, astonished at the sight of the unconscious Muscular, covered in bruises and bleeding from his eye. From atop a building, Izuku observed as the heroes and police surrounded the crater, establishing a perimeter. He noticed a news truck arriving to cover the chaos he had caused. Feeling nervous, he admitted to himself that he might have gone too far. In his thoughts, Izuku reflected on how he had deviated from their plan and let his emotions take over. He worried about Ochako, hoping she was safe, and felt ashamed for what he had done to Muscular. He lamented that he had to return to base, where Nagant would surely reprimand him. He questioned his partnership with Lady Nagant, recalling her paranoid and distrustful nature. He had not interacted much with her beyond their fight, but he was troubled by Stendhal's presence, recognizing him as a notorious villain from his own universe. He felt uneasy about working with someone like him, fearing they would clash. Despite his concerns about the team, he found Hawks to be pleasant and noted that Gentle Criminal and La Brava were similar to their counterparts in his universe. However, he regretted joining this group and questioned why he had agreed to have his blood analyzed. He recognized that while some could be redeemed, he doubted he would get along with half of them, particularly Nagant and Stendhal, who were killers regardless of their backgrounds. Emerging from his thoughts, Izuku spotted the warehouse they used as a base in the distance. He sighed as he entered through a window, finding the entire team waiting for him. He landed in front of them, startling Gentle and La Brava, while the others were visibly impressed or alarmed. Izuku noticed Nagant's frown and her annoyed expression as she stood with her arms crossed. Before she could speak, he stepped forward and bowed to everyone, declaring that he was leaving the team. To be continued. This chapter concludes the first arc. It may feel abrupt, but it feels like the right choice. Lady Nagant, Hawks, and Stendhal are all killers, and none of them have a moral code to stop them. If they believe someone deserves to die, they will act on it without hesitation. Mirko is portrayed as much more aggressive here than in the canon, while Gentle and La Brava remain consistent. However, Izuku is not a killer or a savage. Although he severely injured Muscular and took his eye in retaliation for the death of his doppelganger, he already regrets his actions and feels nauseous about himself. His moral code does not allow him to kill, unless it is all for one or another villain where there is no other way to stop them. Killing will always be his last resort. This realization struck him while writing the previous chapter and this one, which is why he initially wanted to restart the story. He felt he was disregarding all the development of the team from past chapters. Izuku would continue to stay in contact with them and help if All for One was involved or if a very strong villain appeared, but he could not be part of the team and live with all of them. He would only connect with the three he mentioned before: Hawks, Gentle, and La Brava. Now, he would have to wait and see how the story develops from here, but for the time being, Izuku would remain somewhat isolated. Not as alone as before, but he had a plan for what he would do moving forward. Now, he wanted to share some interesting facts about this arc. 1. Izuku has not changed his red sneakers since he arrived. 2. He has only used his real name with his mother and sister. 3. Unlike the canon, Gran Torino did die in the battle at Jakku against Shigaraki. And since All Might is also dead, Bakugo did not revive either. The plot simply did not allow him to come back in time to save All Might. 4. At one point, he considered incorporating elements similar to Sonic Prime into the plot, with Izuku traveling through multiple universes, interacting with various characters, and having to save each one while trying to rebuild and save his own. 5. Shigaraki was also going to travel to this universe, but that would create too many problems and changes to consider, so he decided to discard that idea to avoid future headaches. 6. He recalled the daycare that All for One had set on fire with children and teenagers inside. 7. Something he was unsure if he would reveal later is that Izuku's blood harmed Toga. However, he decided against using that as an excuse to turn her into a villain in this universe and make Izuku suffer more. 8. Up until now, Izuku had been living in various shelters, where he would eat and sleep. The money he earned came from favors he did for people, such as moving cars, walking dogs, finding lost pets, lifting furniture, and other tasks. 9. He had not originally planned to extend this first arc so much. He intended to include a significant time skip and then show Izuku entering UA, familiar with almost everything public about this universe. 10. Among his original plans were versions of Deku, Todoroki, and Bakugo. 11. Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo were initially planned as villains. 12. Since Shigaraki was meant to travel to this universe with Izuku, it was also planned that All for One never interfered with Tenko in this universe. There was going to be a chapter showing how happy he was, how he admired his grandmother and the heroes, and how well he got along with his family, only for Shigaraki to ultimately destroy everything. 13. He had mentioned before but reiterates that originally Izuku was going to suffer from a glitch similar to that in Into the Spider-Verse and would have to merge with his doppelganger to survive and live in this universe. 14. Uraraka's doppelganger was also considered as a villain. 15. It was initially going to be a harem story, but that idea was discarded. 16. He also thought a lot about a potential Izuku x Nagant pairing, but so far, their relationship was quite complicated. 17. Rappa and Muscular were intended to be part of the Hero Commission and involved in a final battle between the Vigilantes anti-heroes and the Commission. 18. Melissa was going to inherit One for All, but he discarded that idea as it was too commonly used. 19. Originally, the bearers of One for All were going to change in this universe. For example, Gran Torino would have held it instead of Nana, as she and her family never got involved, and the Shigaraki from Izuku's universe would find and eliminate them. 20. There was going to be a doppelganger of Izuku who would be a villain, but he decided to eliminate that concept. 21. Lastly, Izuku has been in this universe for a month and a half. He thanked everyone for their time and hoped they enjoyed this arc and its interesting facts. In a post-credit scene, Tsukachi entered the interrogation room and took a cup of coffee before sitting across from Goto Imasuji, also known as Muscular. The man wore an expression of annoyance due to all his bandages and the patch over his left eye. He had already received medical attention after the beating he took from Deku. Tsukachi informed him that they finally had him, and no lawyer could free him from this situation. With the number of crimes he had committed, it was likely he would receive the death penalty. The detective, with a serious expression, felt a sense of satisfaction as he conveyed this to the monster before him. He stated that Muscular would face the consequences of his actions, and losing an eye was the least of his problems. Muscular expressed his anger towards the meddling vigilante, vowing that when he got out, he would make him pay for the humiliation he had suffered. He wanted revenge, to destroy him completely. Izuku, standing over Muscular, taunted him about his logic in living as he pleased. He pointed out that Muscular was in this state because he was too weak to achieve his goals. Muscular struggled against the collar that prevented him from using his powers. Tsukachi stood up to leave, telling Muscular that he would never see the light of day again. He questioned whether it was worth it to kill dozens of innocent people just for fun, only to end up in this situation. He hoped that the lives he ruined would haunt him in the afterlife before exiting the interrogation room. Outside, he encountered an officer with a cat-like appearance. Tsukachi greeted Sansa and confirmed that he had just spoken with Imasuji. He expressed relief that the villain had finally been apprehended. Sansa noted that it was good to hear that a vigilante had been involved in stopping him, but Tsukachi reminded her that regardless of the vigilante's good intentions, they still needed to be stopped. Tsukachi expressed his concern, stating that no one is above the law. Sansa recalled the reports about a certain individual who had encountered the heroine Blizzard and noted that this person seemed to be allied with Tiger Bunny and Stendhal, both of whom were associated with the villain and former heroine, Lady Nagant. Tsukachi concluded that this individual was not as good as they appeared and emphasized the need to stop him, pointing out that he was different from the vigilantes of Narahata, who had not allied with dangerous supervillains. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out completely. Sansa remarked on the unexpected power outage, while Tsukachi, suspicious, instructed her to check the generators with Taro and to have Hikaru inspect the prisoners. Sansa promptly set off to follow his orders. Tsukachi, feeling uneasy about the unusual circumstances, rushed to the interrogation room, bursting through the door with his weapon drawn, only to find it empty. Just then, the lights returned to the station, prompting Tsukachi to urgently activate his communicator, reporting a dangerous suspect with blonde hair, approximately 1.90 meters tall, muscular, and wearing a patch over his left eye. He stressed the urgency of finding this individual immediately. Muscular stumbled through a dark purple portal that had absorbed him into the station, groaning in pain from the beating he had received from a certain green-haired individual. A voice from the shadows taunted him, expressing disappointment at his reputation. Muscular, on guard, noticed he was in a bar and saw a bartender with a black cloud-like head watching him intently. The figure in the shadows mentioned that their brothers were outside, making things easier. Muscular demanded to know what the figure wanted, to which the response was to gain more power, suggesting that Muscular understood the implication. The figure invited him to join their cause, promising power from their master, Go-To Imasuji, to exact revenge on those who had humiliated him. Muscular questioned how this master could grant him more power, leading to the mention of All for One. In another scene, Izuku announced his resignation from the team, explaining that while he initially sought their help in the secret war against All for One, he realized he could not proceed with their methods. Stendhal asserted that Muscular deserved to be eliminated, but Izuku stood firm, stating that he was not a killer and could not simply take a life when there were other ways to stop someone. He admitted to being driven by emotion in his confrontation with Muscular but reiterated that killing went against everything he had been taught. He expressed his willingness to help in other ways, particularly against All for One. Nagant, intrigued, agreed to Izuku's terms, stating that she would want to report back to him eventually to uncover his secrets. Izuku felt relieved, knowing that as long as he had no issues with her, the rest of the team would be manageable. He then revealed crucial information about All Might's plans to become a teacher at UA Academy to find his successor, which surprised everyone. He explained his intention to enroll at UA as a student the following year to track down the hypothetical spy sent by All for One and to protect All Might's successor. Kana, sitting thoughtfully, questioned Izuku's motives for sharing this information, suspecting he wanted something in return. Izuku inquired about how long it would take to create a completely new and credible identity for him to enroll in a high school as soon as possible. Later, chaos erupted as a group of teenagers chased after a fleeing figure. Hitoshi Shinzo lamented his bad luck, recalling how he had always struggled since childhood due to his quirk. It was controversial, leading everyone to label him as a villain simply because he had the ability to control minds with just a response. The children around him began to distance themselves, mocking him for his dream of becoming a hero and taking out their frustrations on him for being a villain. He could have used his gift to steal, take advantage of a girl, cheat, and engage in many other bad deeds. But he never did. He always wanted to prove that others were wrong and that he could be a hero, that his destiny was not to be a villain as everyone claimed. He believed he didn't need to be a lucky BSTRD born with a strong quirk to be a hero. Unfortunately, the bullies acted like heroes and wanted to beat him up every day because he was a villain, and beating villains was what heroes did. Shinzo murmured in frustration, feeling cornered after getting himself trapped in a dead-end alley. One of the bullies confronted him, cracking his knuckles and releasing small sparks. Another, with angel wings, shouted for someone to cover the villain's mouth so he couldn't speak. As Shinzo tried to dodge, a girl lunged at him, turning her hand into a gelatinous substance and pressing it over his mouth. He struggled to remove it, but the boy with angel wings and another with an iguana-like face restrained his arms, leaving him exposed. The girl stepped back, allowing the boy with electric fists to deliver a punch to Shinzo's stomach, sending a jolt through him. However, just as he was about to strike again, black whips grabbed him around the waist and pulled him backward. The bullies stared in surprise as they followed the whip's movement to see someone on the fire escape, dressed in military stealth gear, with only green hair and eyes visible. Izuku Midoriya fixed a piercing gaze on the bullies, making them uncomfortable. He sarcastically pointed out that it was illegal to use their quirks without permission, especially to harm others. This made the thugs release Shinzo and back away, allowing him to rise and try to wipe the gelatin off his mouth. Deku jumped, performing a few flips in the air before landing stylishly in front of the bullies, turning his back to Shinzo. He glanced back at Shinzo, who was struggling with the gelatin, and asked if he was allergic. The purple-haired boy mentally kicked himself for such a simple response and began to eat the gelatin while the girl made a face of disgust. She wondered if it was really edible, while the leader of the bullies stood up to confront Deku. He shouted that they were heroes putting the villain in his place, defending their actions. Deku asked if Shinzo had ever used his quirk on any of them, which silenced the bullies. He pressed further, asking if they had seen or heard of Shinzo exploiting others with his ability. One of the bullies stammered about rumors, to which Deku scoffed, pointing out that if all rumors were true, they wouldn't be rumors. The leader tried to argue that they were aspiring heroes, but Deku reminded them that if any hero school knew what they did before applying, they wouldn't be accepted. He recalled how Aizawa had said Bakugo wouldn't have been accepted if they had known about his past behavior. Deku warned them that they had not only bullied someone with a different quirk based on mere rumors but had also physically assaulted him and used their quirks without regulation. If he reported them to the authorities, it would leave a significant mark on their records. He threatened them, causing fear among the bullies. Deku stated that he would only give them a warning this time, but if he found out they bothered Shinzo again, he wouldn't hesitate to report them. The bullies nodded nervously and left, the leader glaring back at Deku and Shinzo while muttering curses. Shinzo expressed doubt that it would stop, but Deku reassured him that the threat would be on their minds, and he would report them anonymously if they bothered him again. Shinzo was curious about the anonymity, and Deku smiled innocently, which made Shinzo uneasy. Deku explained that he was a vigilante who also broke the law. Shinzo remarked that he thought Deku was a rookie hero but now saw him as a hypocrite. Deku clarified that he broke the law for a greater good, while they broke the rules to harm an innocent. He emphasized that heroism wasn't about fame or money but about doing what was right simply because it was right, about making a difference. This surprised Shinzo, who confirmed he was from Nabu Middle School. Deku offered to give him a ride so he wouldn't be late, and Shinzo accepted the favor. Deku crouched down, signaling for Shinzo to climb onto his back, which he did with some embarrassment. As Deku stood up, he added that Shinzo's quirk didn't define whether he was a hero or a villain, it was his actions that mattered. Based on what he had seen and heard, Deku considered Shinzo a hero. This made Shinzo smile slightly in gratitude, but he was startled when Deku used his whips to propel himself out of the alley. On their way, Deku grabbed his yellow backpack from a rooftop and covered it with his whips to keep it hidden from Shinzo. Shinzo sighed in relief upon arriving on time, leaning back in his desk. He felt the mocking gazes of his classmates and their insecurities, but he also noticed that his usual bullies didn't even look at him, which made him smile faintly. Just then, their teacher entered the classroom, quieting the chatter and sending everyone to their seats. It may sound a bit strange, but there will be a new student joining us today. The teacher informed the class, surprising the students, who were filled with questions about why a new student was arriving so late and what this new boy would be like. The teacher raised his voice slightly, looking at the door. When it opened, everyone saw a boy with black hair and matching eyes, his hair tousled like a bush. He wore the school uniform, a yellow backpack, and red shoes, with a curious and noticeable scar on his right cheek, along with headphones covering both ears. Although he appeared somewhat nervous, he stood confidently in front of the class and smiled. The teacher encouraged him to introduce himself. Izuku introduced himself as Yoichi Shimura, mentioning that he had just moved to the city with his uncle and hoped to get along with everyone for the rest of the school year. He bowed slightly as he presented himself under a false identity. Several students raised their hands, eager to ask questions. Izuku was surprised and a bit nervous but smiled and pointed to one of them. The student asked why he was joining at this time of year. Izuku explained that he lived with his uncle, who had received a great job offer in the city, which was why he had moved. Another student inquired about where he was from, and Izuku replied that he was from Yuzudafu. When asked about his headphones, he mentioned a villain attack from when he was a child, which had affected his hearing. The student then asked if the scar was from that same incident, to which Izuku confirmed it was. The brash student with electric punches bluntly asked about Izuku's quirk. The room fell silent, as if this were the most important question in history, and everyone focused on the new student's response. Izuku stated that his quirk was called Gear Shift. The brash student scoffed, making a joke about the name, but before he could finish, Izuku was suddenly in front of him, having crossed half the classroom without anyone noticing. With a challenging smile, Izuku insisted he was serious, recalling how he had ended up in this situation. In a flashback, Izuku expressed amazement at La Brava's ability to enroll him in the system as if he had always existed. He complimented her computer skills, which she graciously accepted. When she asked for a name and which quirk he wanted to register, Izuku considered using a less conspicuous name and quirk to remain under the radar. However, he decided on a bold plan, inspired by the brother of All for One, who was named Yoichi, and the seventh holder of One for All, who had the surname Shimura. He requested to be registered under that name with his strongest quirk, Gear Shift. La Brava warned him that this choice would attract attention from All for One, and Nagant questioned if that was indeed his plan. Izuku confirmed that if there was a traitor, they would inform All for One. He intended to participate in the sports festival, where All for One would be watching, and he would demonstrate the power of his quirk. If he proved to be the strongest, he would inevitably draw the attention of both heroes and villains, which was precisely his goal. If All for One became interested or sent people to capture him, it would provide a golden opportunity to discover his whereabouts. La Brava confirmed that he was all set with his birth certificate and quirk registration, but he still needed his national identity document and school records. Before finalizing the registration, Nagant offered him a device, which he hesitated to accept. However, Hawks playfully pushed him toward Nagant, allowing her to place a type of headphones around his neck. She asked him for a color he liked that wasn't green, and he suggested red, but she opted for black instead before pressing a button on the device. To the surprise of Gentle and La Brava, Izuku's hair darkened completely to black. Hawks handed him a mirror, and he was astonished by the change. Nagant explained that it was a prototype camouflage technology created by a friend of hers, which also functioned as a communicator, sound regulator, and tracker perfect for espionage and staying incognito. Izuku was thrilled and exclaimed how incredible it was. Nagant added that he could pretend to have hearing problems and use the device to hear better. He was impressed but questioned if it was too much for someone she barely knew. Nagant admitted she didn't like him much, calling him an idiot with a misguided sense of justice, but recognized his potential as an ally and a valuable asset against All for One, which made him worth her time. Izuku was surprised but smiled appreciatively. Nagant also mentioned she had color contact lenses, to which Izuku excitedly asked if they had X-ray or infrared vision. She replied that they were just regular contacts that changed eye color, leaving him a bit disappointed. The flashback ended, and the teacher attempted to regain order in the classroom, trying to ignore his surprise at the boy's speed. Izuku chuckled softly and adjusted his backpack while looking at his teacher. The teacher directed him to a free seat next to Hatsum, and as Izuku walked over he noticed that unlike everyone else, she was focused on her notebook, drawing plans for one of her inventions. Izuku thought to himself that it was no coincidence to have Hitoshi Shinzo and Mei Hatsum in the same class. He was surprised to see Hatsum attending the same school as Shinzo. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he settled into his desk, observing the girl with keen interest. Izuku Shimura introduced himself to a girl, who blinked in surprise upon realizing someone was speaking to her. She turned, confused, towards Izuku, who extended his hand. Hesitantly, she accepted the handshake. Her name was Mei Hatsum. The teacher then commanded the class to take out their history books and open to page 77, prompting the students to comply. Izuku noticed Shinzo and the school bully glancing at him from the corner of their eyes. He simply smiled at them before retrieving his own book. It had been a while since he had attended regular classes. It couldn't be that bad, could it? The next 2 hours dragged on, filled with monotony, yet there was a sense of relaxation. It had been half a year since he had attended normal classes, and he appreciated not having to worry daily about capturing all the fugitives or tracking down Shigaraki. As the break began, some classmates approached him with questions about his quirk. One asked what exactly his ability entailed, while another inquired about how fast he could move. Izuku noticed that Hatsum had left without saying a word, just like Shinzo. He glanced at them before focusing on his new classmates. He explained that he could modify the speed of anything he touched, including his own body and others. However, he wasn't sure how fast he could move, as he couldn't simply test it without a reason. He thought about Shinzo's reliance on his quirk and decided he would need to find a way to approach him and encourage him to train his body. Just then, the school bully approached him. Izuku analyzed the boy, noting that his hair resembled Kaminari's but in reverse, with striking blue lightning-shaped strands against his black hair. The boy introduced himself as Rado Haruki before walking away with his group. One of Izuku's classmates advised him not to mind Rado, explaining that he was upset after Izuku had put him in his place earlier. They then changed the subject, asking what Izuku liked. He mentioned training and heroes, especially All Might, while feeling uncomfortable. Memories of being bullied in middle school for not having a quirk flooded back to him. He wondered if these boys would be as friendly if they had known him back then. Would they accept him as Class A had when they learned about his power? He wasn't sure, but the years of loneliness and ridicule still lingered in his mind. All Might's voice echoed in his thoughts, reminding him that he was the king of nonsense. The former symbol of peace scolded him gently, questioning whether everyone around him who had been born with a quirk had to undergo a grueling 10-month training PRD to receive it. He emphasized that Izuku had earned one for all through his own efforts, and if they were talking about gifted powers, then humanity as a whole had received gifts. All Might encouraged him to live his life, to enjoy the present, and to balance work with play, rest, and nourishment. The words of his idol calmed Izuku, though he remained unaware of the gaze from a girl with red hair. The story would continue, focusing on Izuku's journey as he sought to relax and build a reputation in high school while preparing for UA. All the while, he would navigate the complexities of friendships and rivalries. As he walked away, one of his classmates called out to him, and he waved back, sighing to himself. He reflected on how he hadn't had the chance to speak with Shinzo or exchange more words with Hatsum, but he reassured himself that there would be plenty of time to do so. He considered that having Shinzo on his side during league attacks would make things easier, especially if Shinzo was more trained. Additionally, gaining Hatsum's support and friendship would be beneficial. At that moment, the figure of the fourth holder appeared beside him, addressing him as ninth. Izuku acknowledged the presence, noting that Jean Grey had been watching him closely. Nana, the figure, expressed uncertainty about her name, while Izuku admitted he didn't know her name either. Izuku explained that he referred to her that way because she had red hair and had tried to read his mind. He had realized this after his experience with Shinzo at the festival and during the battle against Class B. He understood what it felt like to have someone attempt to invade his thoughts. As he approached an apartment building, he entered and greeted a few neighbors while climbing the stairs to the top floor. Upon reaching his door, he took out his key and opened it, looking inside his new home as he announced his arrival. He entered and closed the door, only to be met with a long silence. He remembered that he lived alone and dropped his backpack on the floor before collapsing onto the couch, removing his headphones and letting his hair fall back into place. He reflected on how Nagant had purchased apartments like this throughout the city as safe havens for the Hero Commission. He admitted to himself that he might have misjudged Kana. If he had stayed on the team, things would have been different. Being completely honest and direct had helped Kana be a bit kinder to him, but he still felt that Mirko and Stendhal disliked him. Perhaps he shouldn't have told her face to face that her costume was terrible and that she should get a new one. Izuku lifted his head and observed the solitude of the apartment for several seconds before sighing. He pondered how to approach Shinzo and Hatsum when he felt something vibrate. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flip phone. It wasn't very advanced, but it served its purpose for calls and messages, and it was impossible to trace. He noted that it was Hawks checking in to see how his first day had gone. The next day at Naba High School, Izuku was unpacking his things while his new classmates greeted him. The strongest hero in the world returned their greetings with kindness and calmness, even surprising Shinzo with a friendly nod, which made Shinzo respond hesitantly. A classmate sitting next to Izuku murmured a warning about being cautious around Shinzo due to his quirk. Izuku looked over and noticed that the boy had antlers like a moose. He feigned confusion, though he was annoyed inside. A few seats ahead, Shinzo overheard the conversation and turned his gaze to the window, feeling bored and sad. The classmate explained that Shinzo's quirk was mind control, suggesting that speaking to him could lead to being controlled. He warned Izuku to imagine what could be done with such power, labeling Shinzo a villain. Izuku questioned if Shinzo had done anything wrong with his quirk. The classmate hesitated, saying there were rumors. Izuku interrupted, asserting that if life were based on rumors, everyone would be dead. He pointed out that people spoke without ever having seen Shinzo do anything wrong. He raised his voice intentionally so that many could hear, including Shinzo. He argued that one shouldn't judge someone by their quirk, otherwise, they would label anyone with a fire quirk as a pyromaniac or anyone with a monstrous mutation as a monster. He emphasized that quirks do not define a person's actions do. His passionate monologue astonished many, causing them to reconsider their judgments of Shinzo, who was surprised and glanced at Izuku. At that moment, Mei arrived and sat beside Izuku. He greeted her, and she returned the greeting simply before taking out her notebook to jot down notes. The teacher entered the classroom, greeted the students, and began the lesson, though many remained lost in thought over Izuku's words. Meanwhile, Reito watched Shinzo with suspicion, recalling the lecture he had received from the hero previously. After investigating, he discovered that the supposed hypocrite was an illegal vigilante wanted for misusing quirks, taking justice into his own hands, and incapacitating several professional heroes. He dismissed the thought, reminding himself that the vigilante had green hair and eyes, along with a completely different quirk. Shinzo shared similar thoughts, noticing the parallels in Izuku's words but ultimately dismissing them as well, knowing the vigilante had no resemblance to his new classmate. The class continued normally until recess. Izuku called out to Shinzo, inviting him to join for lunch, which surprised everyone. Shinzo, incredulous, pointed to himself, questioning if Izuku was really speaking to him. Izuku confirmed his invitation, adding a playful remark about whether there was another Shinzo he didn't know about. Another classmate asked what Izuku was doing. He explained that he wanted to invite Shinzo to eat with them because he was interested in getting to know him. His classmates sighed in relief, and Izuku decided to go with Shinzo, surprising everyone in the classroom as he gathered his things. Shinzo was bewildered, confused, and incredulous about what was happening. In just 2 days, 2 different people had defended him and treated him as anything but a villain, despite all he had heard about himself. It felt too strange for him, so much so that he didn't realize he had unconsciously led Izuku to the rooftop. They sat on a bench, and Shinzo took out his lunch, still in disbelief about the situation, cautiously observing Izuku as if expecting a prank. Izuku cut to the chase, asking what kind of quirk he had that led people to label him a villain. This direct approach surprised Shinzo, who sighed and opened his lunch, staring at his food. He explained that his quirk was mind control, allowing him to control anyone who responded to him. He felt resigned, thinking that now that Izuku knew the truth, he would distance himself like everyone else, as nobody wanted to associate with someone like him. Izuku then asked what Shinzo wanted to do with his life. He encouraged him to share his dreams and goals, prompting Shinzo to look at him in confusion. Since childhood, everyone had told him, "Your ability is frightening. Imagine all the bad things you could do with your ability, don't even think about doing this or that." He rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably, recalling everything that had happened. A sad smile crossed his face as he continued. "But still, I want to be a hero, you know? I want to save lives and prove everyone wrong about my ability. I like heroes, I guess we don't choose what we like." He glanced sideways at Izuku and was surprised to see him grinning from ear to ear. Izuku exclaimed that Shinzo was incredible and that with his ability, he would be a great hero. He imagined all the battles Shinzo could stop without resorting to violence, excitedly talking about the lives he could save and the damage he could prevent. He encouraged Shinzo to repeat after him, declaring that he would be a hero. Shinzo hesitated, unsure why Izuku was saying all this. Izuku insisted it was the truth, prompting Shinzo to finally repeat, albeit quietly, that he would be a hero. As the encouragement continued, Shinzo's confidence grew, and he shouted out his declaration with all his might, feeling a rush of energy and determination. Izuku matched his enthusiasm, affirming that he would indeed be a hero. After catching his breath, Shinzo smiled at Izuku, thanking him for the support. Izuku, sitting beside him with a container of food, offered him some katsudon, his favorite dish. Shinzo noted how people usually spoke cautiously around him once they learned about his ability, to which Izuku playfully asked if he seemed normal. They shared a moment of laughter, and Shinzo began to open up, revealing that he enjoyed riding his bike. They spent the rest of the break getting to know each other better. As the school day ended, the students packed their things, and Izuku was invited to a cafe by his friends. After a moment of hesitation, he was encouraged to go and enjoy life. He agreed, and his group decided they wanted to get to know Shinzo better, realizing it wasn't fair to judge him based on rumors. They approached Shinzo, who felt a mix of discomfort and hope, acknowledging that he wanted to try to connect with them. Izuku, full of enthusiasm, embraced Shinzo and led the group out of the classroom. As they walked through the halls, Izuku pointed out a red-haired girl in the distance, curious about her. His friends teased him, suggesting she seemed to like him, which made him blush. Despite being a powerful hero, Izuku felt like a nerd with little experience in romantic matters. His embarrassment grew as his friends laughed at his reaction, but he tried to brush it off. They continued to walk together, enjoying each other's company, and for a moment, Izuku's expression turned serious as he thought about the red-haired girl. He sensed her telekinetic abilities and realized that if she were aware of his thoughts, she could easily invade his privacy. Yet, he hoped that if she only thought of her powers as telekinesis, he might be safe from her probing mind. She decided to keep it to herself, thinking it was best not to cause any trouble. She sighed and watched with amusement as the light blue-haired girl jumped onto the back of the black-haired boy, who scolded her while laughing. The others joined in the laughter, and Shinzo gradually began to feel accepted as the group included him in their conversations. Izuku felt satisfied for having achieved one of his goals. Now, he needed to find the one known as the inventor from the support course, Mei Hatsum. The life of Yoichi Shimura was just beginning. In a post-credit scene, Toshinori parked his car and smiled slightly upon seeing the family restaurant. He recalled that the name sounded familiar, remembering a time he had come with Tsukachi to eat and pass the time. Just then, his phone rang, and he picked it up while glancing at the passenger seat where he had some files in his free hand. He answered the call, identifying himself as All Might. The voice on the other end was Nizu, the director, who greeted him and asked if he was interrupting. Toshinori assured him he wasn't and mentioned that he wanted to investigate the candidates selected for the upcoming sports festival to form his own opinion before seeing them in action. Nizu praised the idea and inquired if Toshinori had decided whom to start with. Toshinori confirmed he would leave the second-year students for later and wanted to begin with the first-year student, Haruka Hida. Nizu noted that she would likely be outside the school by now, as she often went to the family restaurant, the Boar's Hat, to play and sing in the evenings. Toshinori recalled that present Mike was to blame for her love of music and mentioned he had some questions about her report that he wanted to discuss. Nizu welcomed him to his office anytime and wished him luck before ending the call. Toshinori put his phone away and left the reports in the car, revealing a photo of a brown-haired girl with brown eyes wearing the UA uniform. As was customary, he left some images for the readers. Welcome to a new chapter of a new universe. Typically, he shares a tidbit about the story or something before starting the chapter, but today he would only express some unpopular opinions he held. He felt that the villainous version of Deku was completely overrated. He disliked how this variant was praised without reason, comparing it to the overhyped transformations in Dragon Ball AF. He found Deku's motivations for becoming a villain to be rather silly, questioning why All for One would choose to give his power to a child he barely knew instead of to Tamura, his disciple, who had been manipulated his entire life to become the perfect vessel. He also expressed his disdain for Tsuyu Azui, feeling annoyed by her character, especially recalling a scene where she cried after rescuing Bakugo, which he found cringeworthy. Despite his frustrations, he acknowledged that My Hero Academia had a very good ending. He believed that as time passed, he had come to appreciate the conclusion for Deku and the others. Deku was a legend loved by many, and when he returned as a hero in that armor, he quickly rose in the rankings. He also worked as a teacher at UA, the best university in Japan. He refuted claims that the characters did not see each other after graduation, attributing misunderstandings to poor translations. He clarified that while they didn't meet often, it was realistic given the challenges of adult life. He also mentioned that Ochako and Deku had a chance to explore their feelings for each other, though they weren't officially a couple yet. With that, he was ready to begin Chapter 17, the first candidate. Toshinori sat at a small table, surrounded by the sounds of laughter, clinking glasses, and the bustling kitchen in the background. The slender blonde picked up the menu and smiled upon seeing some dish names inspired by heroes, such as the all-meat and blizzard ice cream, among others. He then shifted his attention to the stage, where he noticed a 16-year-old girl connecting some speakers. The girl had brown hair and matching eyes, with 2 freckles beneath her left eye. She wore blue jeans and a red shirt adorned with a black spider symbol on the chest. Despite her slim appearance, he could tell from her arms that she had some muscle. A waiter approached her politely, asking if she had decided on her order. The blonde requested the all-meat and some water, handing over the menu with a smile. The waiter nodded and took the menu, leaving the blonde to return his focus to the girl, only to be surprised when he caught her watching him cautiously. She frowned slightly before continuing to prepare the stage, leaving him astonished at how quickly she had noticed him. Toshinori reflected on the girl, Haruka Hida, one of Nizu's recommended candidates to inherit One for All. She had lost her parents and lived with her uncles, which was truly unfortunate. It was hard to believe that such a young girl had witnessed her parents' demise. What intrigued him more was that she had been at the academy for less than 3 months, yet Nizu had already recommended her. She was clearly not just an ordinary first-year student. It was evident that Nizu and the UA teachers had known her for some time. But what crucial information was missing from her file? According to Nizu's notes, her physical abilities were remarkable, surpassing the average, along with her reflexes and combat analysis. Yet, there were too many notes for someone who was only a first-year student. What was the most important detail that had not made it into the files? Director? Toshinori sighed as he heard faint gasps of surprise. He turned to see a baby with propelling feet flying through the family restaurant, while the child's mother appeared alarmed and worried. Justifiably so, as the child had accidentally deactivated their quirk and would have fallen hard if not for Haruka, who leaped from the stage and caught the child in her arms, shielding him from the impact. She rolled slightly on the ground before coming to a stop, lying on her back with her arms stretched toward the ceiling, watching the baby laugh joyfully before he accidentally vomited on her face. The child's mother rushed over to take the baby and apologized for her oversight, desperately trying to clean the mess off Haruka's face. Haruka kindly took the woman's hands and grabbed a napkin to clean herself. She reassured her that it was okay, saying her body had moved on its own. This surprised Toshinori, and as the girl left to go to the bathroom, the atmosphere turned awkwardly silent. He thought to himself that it was unfortunate for the girl. Others around him commented on the situation, expressing concern for her and noting how cute she was, while some criticized the mother for being irresponsible. Toshinori found some truth in their remarks, admitting that he felt a bit disgusted by the baby's mishap on his savior, which had indeed left the environment somewhat strange and uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Izuku and his new friends were at a cyber cafe, spending the afternoon chatting and getting to know each other better, especially Shinzo. Izuku, or Yoichi Shimura, discovered he could use One for All to enhance his thinking speed, allowing him to formulate thoughtful responses to his friends' questions. Shinzo, though still feeling somewhat uneasy, gradually found himself relaxing in their company, which brought him joy. When asked about his interests, Shinzo mentioned that he had 3 cats at home and enjoyed cycling with his mother on weekends. His friends were surprised by this revelation and eagerly wanted to see pictures of his cats. Shinzo readily agreed, showing them photos, while Izuku noted that he didn't have the typical look of a cyclist. Yu, the black-haired boy, pointed out that Izuku had previously said that prejudices were wrong, prompting Izuku to chuckle as he sipped his coffee, enjoying the relaxed and youthful atmosphere. However, he reminded himself that once this gathering ended, he would need to return to his responsibilities. Curious about Hatsum-san, Izuku asked his friends what they knew about her. They shared stories about her explosive experiments, noting that she had even blown up her own house last year. Izuku, who sat next to her in class, expressed his curiosity about her, and then shifted the topic to their favorite heroes, already formulating a plan in his mind. Back with Toshinori, he thanked the waiter as his dish was delivered, grinning at the sight of his plate of grilled meat with mashed potatoes. The meat was arranged to resemble a face, while the mashed potatoes looked like hair, giving it a humorous appearance. Although it might sound narcissistic, he enjoyed tasting dishes that bore his name, especially the food. It was always amusing and flattering to see how much effort went into preparing meals that related to him while still maintaining flavor. Since All for One had damaged his intestines, he could only eat soft foods like mashed potatoes and drink water. Although he could eat things like meat or hamburgers, he had to consume them carefully and slowly. That's why he decided to start with the mashed potatoes, as they were the easiest to digest for his stomach. After taking his first bite, the blonde smiled at the flavor. He joked softly to himself about how good his hair tasted, eliciting curious glances from the tables nearby. He then noticed the brown-haired girl returning to the stage, adjusting the speakers and ensuring they were properly plugged in along with her guitar. She sighed before stepping up to the microphone to test it. She began her sound check, confirming that everything was working. She introduced herself as a student who enjoyed making music in her free time, going by the stage name Saku. She expressed her gratitude to the venue for the opportunity to perform and humorously asked the audience to remember her for more than just the embarrassing incident involving a baby rocket. The audience laughed, and she took it as a good sign, starting to play her guitar to showcase her skills. After a moment of deep breathing, she opened her eyes with a determination that surprised him and declared that everyone should enjoy the song. With a bright smile, she began to play, and the magic of her music filled the air. The applause and support from the small audience quickly followed, causing Haruka to blush and smile at the encouragement from those around her. Even he found himself clapping, recognizing her talent in music. For the first time in a long while, he forgot about his responsibilities as a symbol of peace, the frustration of his condition, and the search for his successor. Instead, he focused on relaxing and enjoying a pleasant evening, all thanks to the voice of the first-year girl. To be continued. A few days later, Izuku expressed his gratitude for everyone's attendance, smiling widely as he looked at a sleepy Hitoshi Shinzo and a confused Mei Hatsum. Behind him lay Dagoba Beach, littered with piles of trash. Shinzo questioned why he had been brought to such a dump on the weekend. Izuku cheerfully replied that he was there to clean it up, abruptly waking Shinzo from his daze. The surprise in Shinzo's voice was evident as he processed the unexpected task ahead of him. Izuku questioned Shinzo directly, asking if he planned to rely solely on his quirk. Shinzo, confused and annoyed, responded by asking what that had to do with anything. Izuku pointed out that if Shinzo depended only on his quirk, he wouldn't be able to become a true hero. He explained that in situations where the enemy was a robot or mute, his quirk wouldn't work, leaving him unprepared. Izuku emphasized the need to train physically, improve reflexes, and develop a combat style, recommending Eraserhead's technique. He encouraged Shinzo to clean up the area as a way to enhance his physical abilities and offered to help him improve his reflexes with his own quirk. Shinzo looked at the trash, sighed, and closed his eyes in resignation before opening them with a serious expression and a slight smile, stating that it better be worth it. Izuku replied that it had worked for him and turned to see Hatsum raising her hand. Mei expressed confusion about why she was there and how Izuku had obtained her number. Izuku dismissed the latter question, focusing instead on her desire to be an inventor. To Izuku's surprise, Mei showed signs of doubt and insecurity, revealing that her parents wouldn't allow her to pursue her dream. She felt she lacked talent, citing past failures with her inventions, which had caused numerous accidents, including damaging her home. Izuku, reflecting on the enthusiastic Mei he knew, wondered if she had been like this before entering UA. He asked her why she believed she had no talent. Mei explained that her father was a great inventor, and although she wanted to follow in his footsteps and had a suitable quirk, she felt she didn't have the talent. She recounted how her parents and teachers had told her she couldn't succeed. Izuku pressed her on why she was there, reminding her of the message he had sent inviting her to the beach to help her with her aspirations. He recognized that she hadn't given up on her dream and encouraged her, stating that failure was just a step toward success. He quoted Thomas Edison, emphasizing the importance of hard work and perseverance. Mei was taken aback by his words, and Izuku reassured her that if she had confidence issues with her inventions, he would be her test subject. Shinzo, confused, asked about the term test subject, and Mei clarified that it referred to her inventions. She expressed concern about the risks involved, but Izuku confidently assured her of his strength. Mei, surprised but thoughtful, eventually agreed to the plan. Shinzo joked about Izuku becoming a motivational coach, eliciting a laugh from him. With enthusiasm, Izuku declared they should get started. The chapter concluded, leaving the characters ready to embark on their new journey together. And that vote will be respected. That person will inherit the one for all. So if you still remember that vote, just enjoy this arc and don't spoil it for the newcomers. Thank you. Chapter 19. In Search of a Successor. In the previous chapter of A New Universe. While Izuku indulged in relaxing and acting like a normal teenager while helping Shinzo at the same time, Toshinori Yagi decided to observe and investigate the candidates recommended by Nizu for the one for all. The first on the list was Haruka Hida, an athletic young woman with good reflexes and a great voice and talent for music. Now, at UA Academy, Toshinori Yagi arrived well-dressed to clarify some of his doubts with the director. With firm and determined steps, despite using his slim form, Toshinori entered the office of the Chimera director, Nizu, after receiving permission to enter. He greeted the director, who was sipping tea, and complimented Nizu on his shiny fur. Nizu, pleased, urged Toshinori to get to the point. Toshinori mentioned that he had met Haruka Hida the previous night. Nizu inquired if he had gone to the family restaurant where she often performed, receiving an affirmative nod from the American. Toshinori remarked that the food was good and that Hida seemed to be a kind and determined girl, noting that she had sensed his observation, which was impressive for a first-year student. Nizu smiled and took another sip of his tea, confirming that this was indeed her spider sense. Toshinori expressed curiosity about this ability, and Nizu explained that it alerted her to any danger or unusual occurrences. He jokingly added that he hoped Toshinori hadn't come off as a creep in her eyes, prompting a grimace from Toshinori at the thought. Toshinori acknowledged that it was a good ability. Nizu then reminded him that he wasn't just there to discuss Hida. Toshinori nodded, acknowledging the director's intelligence, and pulled out the files of the 4 selected candidates from UA. He placed Haruka's file gently on Nizu's large desk, noting that the information about her was incomplete. Nizu, excited by Toshinori's perceptiveness, confirmed that what he was looking at was just the legal information about Hida. Toshinori, confused, asked if he had read that she witnessed her parents' murder in front of her. Nizu confirmed this, and as Toshinori processed the information, Nizu took another sip of tea, knowing that he was prompting Toshinori to think deeply. When an idea struck Toshinori, he looked surprised. Nizu smiled and projected a hologram with an image that astonished Toshinori. Nizu then proceeded to share a story that left Toshinori both surprised and concerned. What he shared was a personal story for another time. Toshinori remarked that it was a great origin story as he observed Hida's file, recalling her singing from the night before shifting his attention to the other 3 files of students from classes 2A and 2B. Toshinori then expressed that he hadn't come just for Hida. He wanted to discuss the second-year students Nizu had recommended. Nizu inquired about this, and Toshinori explained that, unlike Hida, these students had more personal hobbies at home or in groups, and their internships with professional heroes made it harder to get to know them. Nizu suggested that Toshinori could be a guest star at a joint training session for classes 2A and 2B, catching Toshinori off guard. He admitted that Nizu's intelligence sometimes intimidated him but agreed to participate in the joint training. Nizu enthusiastically agreed, adding a condition: Toshinori should also participate in training sessions for the first and third-year classes. He explained that with the sports festival just 2 weeks away, having Toshinori involved would be a great morale boost for the students, and he trusted that Toshinori could provide valuable advice. Toshinori hesitated, unsure about participating in all hero courses, but Nizu explained that it wasn't just about motivating the students, it was also about creating a cover story. Nizu elaborated that having a training session with the legendary All Might would surely make headlines, and if Toshinori participated in all classes, they could simply say he wanted to collaborate with his alma mater and meet the next generation of heroes. Toshinori found this reasoning compelling. Nizu encouraged him to think about it, noting that it could help him consider the offer to become a teacher at the academy. Toshinori, still uncertain but swayed by Nizu's arguments, ultimately agreed to participate. Nizu expressed his happiness and asked when Toshinori wanted to start. Toshinori suggested the next day, and Nizu outlined the schedule: first-year students, then second, and finally third, over 3 days to experience what it felt like to be a hero course teacher at his academy. Toshinori smiled, recalling the school's slogan, "Go Beyond, Plus Ultra." Nizu praised his attitude and advised him to think about what he would teach the students. Toshinori thanked Nizu for the opportunity to chat. It was always an honor. Nizu addressed All Might by his hero name, which brought a smile to his face. The blonde hero waved goodbye before turning to leave the office. Nizu sighed and pressed a holographic button on his desk, projecting a series of images around the chimera. There were images of the Public Safety Commission building, Lady Nagant during her days as a hero, Barrows, a blurry image of Stendhal at night, Tiger Bunny being kicked by Ryukyu in her dragon form, another blurry image of a man in a black suit with red feathered wings, Gentle Criminal and La Brava in one of their videos, and finally, Izuku in his berserker form atop King Shark. Nizu hoped that Toshinori would accept his offer to teach at his academy, as he believed that the youth would need the symbol of peace more than ever to guide them through the dark future approaching the world of heroes. The next day at UA Academy, Class 1A settled into their seats after recess. Haruka adjusted herself next to her best friends, Moada Fua and Nairo Aratabi. All their classmates were already in their seats when their teacher, the perpetually tired Shota Aizawa, entered the classroom. Haruka smiled at him as he stood in front of everyone. Aizawa announced that it was time for hero training, exciting all his students. However, before they could cheer and shout, Aizawa activated his quirk, silencing them and ensuring they behaved. Satisfied, he continued, mentioning that the sports festival was approaching, and since it was their first one, the director thought having a special guest would help motivate them. Curiosity piqued, Haruka wondered who the special guest could be. Aizawa instructed them to change quickly, revealing a wall of suitcases numbered from 1 to each student grabbed their corresponding suitcase and hurried to the changing rooms. Nairo, a blonde girl with a couple of black streaks in her hair and Haruka's best friend since elementary school, asked who Haruka thought the special guest would be. Haruka guessed it was likely a well-known professional hero, considering how the director was. She then reminded Nairo not to call her Saku in public. Nairo ignored her complaint and turned to Fua, the class president, asking for her opinion. Fua agreed with Haruka, suggesting that Aizawa seemed more annoyed than usual, indicating the guest might be a hero he didn't get along with. In another scene, Class 1A was now in their hero costumes, but the focus was on the trio of girls. Haruka's costume was pink with web patterns on her shoulders, forearms, and thighs, featuring a hood and large white eyes. The torso and waist were black, matching her gloves and the area from her knees to her feet. The chest area was white, adorned with a large light red spider whose long legs covered her torso and extended to her waist. Nairo's outfit was far from a typical hero costume. It was an idol uniform with a black skirt and boots, a sleeveless shirt with blue and black details, and matching wristbands, complete with headphones. Lastly, Moada wore a white and pink outfit with some blue accents, leaving her shoulders bare and featuring blue sleeves and gloves, silver wristbands, and cloud-shaped earrings. Class A found themselves in Gamma City, surprised to see their rival class be alongside their teacher, Vlad King. Moada raised her hand, confused, and asked if the special guest referred to their sister class. Aizawa sighed heavily, indicating that he wished that were the case. Vlad King announced that they would not be the ones teaching hero classes today. Instead, their special guest would take over. A student, confused, asked who he was talking about. Suddenly, a loud, cheerful laugh echoed through the area, exciting all the students present. A figure landed in front of them, kicking up a cloud of smoke that made everyone cover their faces. Toshinori joyfully declared that they need not fear, asking if they knew why. "Because I am here now." The announcement excited all the first-year students. It was All Might, the best hero, the symbol of peace in person. Students expressed their admiration, some even declaring their love for him. Toshinori, with a relaxed tone, responded to one of the students, expressing his affection for them as well. Aizawa explained that due to a collaboration arranged by director Nizu with All Might, the hero would conduct a heroic class for all hero courses over the next 3 days. Due to the tight schedule, the 2 hero courses from each year would have to take this class together. Toshinori thanked Eraserhead for the clear explanation, who merely nodded in response. The American hero smiled before turning his attention to the first-year students, briefly focusing on Haruka before addressing the rest. Haruka felt a twinge of confusion, wondering if he had looked at her longer than the others. Toshinori expressed his excitement about meeting the heroes of tomorrow and encouraged the students not to disappoint him. His powerful presence both intimidated and thrilled many. With that, he declared the training session open. To be continued. Izuku was in the cafeteria at Naba High School, enjoying lunch with his new group of friends. He was pleased to see Shinzo integrating well, though he still pondered how to help Mei. Shinzo shared the same thoughts, wanting to assist him in getting into UA. He had a simple idea. If cleaning Dagoba Beach had worked for him, Shinzo could do the same and perhaps help Mei, who seemed more reserved than he remembered. Izuku noticed the red-haired girl watching him from a distance. Their eyes met for a moment, causing her to hide behind a book, which made him sweat nervously. He then nodded in response to a question about his lunch. He was still amazed at how practical One for All could be. He excused himself, claiming he had a call, even though no tone had sounded. He activated the communicator in his ear, which emitted a soft beep when someone called. He greeted his aunt, Iba, who responded with surprise at his new school. She informed him about a significant development. All Might would be teaching hero courses at UA for 3 days, a collaboration with director Nizu to motivate students and share experiences from the greatest hero. Izuku thanked her and asked her to send regards to the family. As he hung up, he contemplated the implications of All Might searching for a successor. The thought stressed him, realizing that one for all could be dangerous for anyone with a quirk. In this universe, he didn't exist, so Melissa seemed like the best option. He worried about how to approach All Might with this information and whether he would believe him. He sighed, feeling a headache coming on. The end. This chapter was originally intended to be a spin-off focusing on the 9th successor while continuing Izuku's life in this new universe. Initially, Izuku was supposed to remain with the anti-hero group as a recurring and significant member. However, I decided against this to keep him aligned with the canon Deku. While his goal was to defeat All for One, he also wanted to prevent unnecessary deaths. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't work with individuals like Nagant, Hawks, and Stendhal in this universe. He anticipated many disagreements, leading him to leave the team, but thanks to Lady Nagant, he remained an ally. Are you enjoying how I'm introducing all these new characters? I expect this arc to last about the same length as a typical arc, around 12 to 15 chapters. I want to properly introduce the candidates for inheriting One for All, not just a quick presentation. That's why I'm planning this test and announcing the sports festival. Since All Might never met Izuku, because he doesn't exist, and never joined Sir Night Eye, who recommended Mirio, he lacks a clear candidate aside from Nizu's suggestions. After some consideration, 4 candidates remained, Haruka and 3 others from the second year. I believe at least 2 or 3 chapters for each character's introduction would be ideal. What do you think? This chapter was originally meant to explore Haruka's origin and introduce other students from the class, but I decided to move forward in the story and focus more on Izuku. Haruka's past would be revealed later. Chapter 19. The Truth in My Blood. UA Academy. Gamma Training City. It had been a while since All Might's class began, and 4 out of the 5 team battles had already taken place. Although many noticed All Might's lack of teaching experience, it was still a great opportunity for his students to be motivated and advised by the greatest hero of all time. Now that the final battle of the class was about to begin, everyone was on high alert. Aizawa focused on the teams that would be fighting next before fixing his gaze on Haruka. She noticed his stare and smiled at him before returning to her preparations. Aizawa thought to himself that she was a troublesome girl. Flashback. First day at UA Academy. Eraserhead's quirk assessment. Aizawa sighed in disappointment as he looked at the results on his phone from each of the tests. He felt let down. He told his students that even with the threat of expulsion, they had not managed to stand out, which was a great disappointment. He then looked at all his students with seriousness and declared that except for Haruka Hida, the rest should take their belongings and leave for the general courses. They were expelled from his class. This announcement surprised and frightened everyone, even Haruka, who widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't believe that she was the only one left. Nairo protested, claiming it was unfair, while Fua and others echoed the sentiment, insisting that they all deserved to be there. But before they could continue their complaints, Aizawa activated his quirk, his eyes glowing red, and his hair rising, giving him an intimidating appearance that silenced them all. The eraser hero took his eye drops and grumbled in annoyance as he applied them. He expressed his frustration, stating that life was not fair and that accidents, villain attacks, and other calamities could happen at any moment. He emphasized that the entrance exam was flawed and allowed people like them to enter, declaring that none of them were worthy. He demanded that if they were not willing to give their all, they should leave his sight, as the hero course was meant for those willing to give more than 100%. He noted that they treated it like a game, leaving the students pale, worried, and horrified. Haruka called out to Aizawa, insisting that she couldn't let him do this to her classmates. Aizawa asked her what she intended to do about it. Stammering, she struggled to find the right words, but memories of gunshots and bodies flashed before her eyes, followed by the memory of her crying in Aizawa's arms during a dark night. Clenching her fists and teeth, she raised her voice, declaring that she would leave with her classmates. If he had chosen her, it was because he saw potential, and if she left, it would be wasted. She even threatened to abandon the academy altogether. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her boldness, questioning if she was trying to blackmail him. Haruka insisted that she would become an illegal vigilante and create chaos before getting caught, making sure everyone would know about the girl who became a vigilante because of UA Academy. Aizawa, surprised by her ultimatum, told her not to dare. Haruka reminded him of how they first met. Aizawa, slightly exasperated, ordered everyone to return to the classroom, surprising and relieving them all. However, he warned them that he was still disappointed in them for allowing their classmate to take charge. He demanded that for the next training sessions, they all needed to give 100%, or he would expel them for real. He challenged them to prove him wrong about their potential, directing the same warning to Haruka. He stated that if she threatened him again he would expel her, and as punishment for her insolence, she would have to clean the classroom and bathrooms for a week. With that, he turned and left, leaving his students to embrace Haruka dramatically, thanking her for what she had done, tears in there. End of flashback. Aizawa thought to himself that Haruka was indeed a troublesome girl. He felt tired just recalling those events. Vlad King smiled, amused by the state of his colleague, while All Might laughed heartily. Toshinori called out to the teams, asking if they were ready. The students enthusiastically confirmed their readiness, and he encouraged them to go beyond their limits. Aizawa complained about the noise, but then a voice behind him caught his attention. Eraser and Vlad turned to see a beautiful woman with white hair and red streaks, wearing glasses, accompanied by a mature woman in a fitted suit with dark blue hair. The Chimera introduced himself as Director Nizu, drawing the attention of the students as the last teams arrived at their positions. Vlad greeted the director, complimenting his shiny fur, while Aizawa acknowledged both Nizu and Todoroki, asking what they were doing there. Nizu expressed his excitement about watching Toshinori teach, and Fuyumi Todoroki, the heroine known as Lady Frozen, commented on her father's rivalry with All Might, explaining that she couldn't miss such an opportunity. In the Todoroki family of heroes, the youngest member was Fuyumi, a novice teacher at UA Academy, embarking on her first year as an instructor. The woman beside her, Namuri Kageyama, known as Midnight, praised Fuyumi's progress, suggesting that she would soon be ready to teach on her own, which made Fuyumi blush. Aizawa nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the screen displaying the beginning of the latest match. Namuri asked if they had arrived in time to see the end of the class and inquired about the fighters. Aizawa informed her that only Hida and Aratabi from his class were participating, and they would be facing each other. In the training field, Haruka suddenly halted, narrowly dodging a powerful jet of water that forced her out of the pipes where she had been hiding. She spotted her attackers, a girl with a mocking smile and a large humanoid turtle with cannons on its back, activating her spider sense. With a swift motion, Haruka shot webbing from her wrists, swinging to evade the water cannons. The girl boasted about her X-ray vision, while the turtle threatened to take her down with its cannons. Haruka, landing on a pipe, teased the turtle, comparing it to a Blastoise, and called out to her teammates, but received no response. The girl with black hair taunted Haruka, claiming they had already located the rest of her team and were likely sending them to their prison. Haruka, frustrated, leaped to dodge more water blasts. She then accurately shot her webbing at the turtle's cannons, blocking them and giving herself enough time to launch a double kick. The turtle retreated into its shell to shield itself. Haruka, with a grin, remarked that her grandmother hit harder. She aimed to get closer, her palms sparking with electricity, which startled the turtle. With a loud declaration she unleashed her venom shock, electrifying the turtle with orange bolts of energy. Next, she charged at the girl with X-ray vision, who attempted to defend herself with steel rods. Haruka skillfully dodged and ensnared the girl's feet with webbing, pinning her to the ground. However, the thick rings on her wrists began to spark, prompting Haruka to remove them just before they released smoke, indicating they were damaged. She lamented the loss of her venom shock. Haruka Hida, known as the Spider, had the ability to cling to surfaces like a spider, possessed a sixth sense akin to having 8 eyes, and could shoot webs from her wrists. She was also a genius, having invented her own web shooters and even added an electric shock feature. Her teammates watched in awe as Haruka swiftly took down 2 opponents. One remarked that they hadn't known she could electrocute, while another explained that she had modified her web shooters after reading a comic from the United States. With only 2 opponents left, and having lost her entire team, Haruka was at a disadvantage against formidable foes. All Might listened intently, a smile forming on his face as he recalled her impressive report. He thought about how Haruka would have made a great inventor in another life and noted her weakness, her organic webs. He wondered how she would handle the situation, recalling how she had tracked and captured her parents' murderer at just 13 years old. Back in the arena, Haruka sensed danger and leaped back to avoid a tackle from a flying boy. She thought about his flying ability as she dodged another attack and grabbed his cape, playfully pulling him down. However, just as she was about to ensnare him with her webs, her spider sense tingled again, warning her of incoming black tentacles. Landing gracefully, she turned to see her friend Nairo, who was serious and being enveloped by a growing, monstrous form. Nairo's parasite, Kage, enhanced her strength and abilities, creating a powerful symbiotic relationship. Haruka, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt her spider sense activate again as Kage transformed its fists into massive wrecking ball. With a fierce roar, Kage lunged at Haruka, who narrowly avoided the attack. The symbiote struck the ground with tremendous force, but tentacles emerged from its back, ensnaring Haruka and pulling her closer. Haruka, understanding her friend's strength in this state, delivered a powerful double kick to free herself and then charged at Kage, landing a solid blow that knocked its jaw loose, shocking everyone watching. Kage quickly regenerated and seized Haruka by the head, ready to retaliate. Is that all? Kage mocked as he threw her against the pipes, causing her to crash through several of them. The metallic echo stunned Haruka, making her wince in pain and cover her ears. She quickly got back on her feet just in time for her spider sense to activate, prompting her to dodge 2 jets of water. She moved through the pipes as swiftly as her body allowed, emerging only to be met by the flying boy. In a flash, she shot webs at his eyes and delivered a swift slap, but her spider sense tingled again, urging her to leap off the pipes to evade Kage's swipe. Her instincts kicked in once more, guiding her to dodge more jets of water that burst through the pipes, using them to propel herself and avoid Kage's clawing attacks that dug into the metal. She narrowly avoided the flying boy again, forcing him to retreat into the pipes to hide and buy herself some time. However, she had to keep moving to dodge more jets of water that continued to wreak havoc on the surroundings. Haruka thought to herself, wondering why Kage and Nairo hadn't come looking for her. Despite their size, with the help of X-ray vision and their strength, they could easily find her and make their way through the pipes. Suddenly, Kage's monstrous voice echoed through the pipes, taunting her. He knew exactly where she was hiding and challenged her to come out and finish the fight. Haruka closed her eyes, focusing on her hearing, tuning out the warning shots from Blastoise as she listened intently, waiting for the right moment. She smiled as she shot 2 webs from her wrist to 2 pipes and began to retreat, using the momentum to launch herself upward, colliding directly with the flying boy and catching everyone off guard. She quickly ensnared him in webs, connecting all points in the area and forming a massive web that immobilized him completely. Haruka perched on the web like a spider with her prey, breathing heavily as her wrists ached from firing so many webs in succession. Kage, unimpressed, mocked her efforts, moving through the web with ease. Haruka raised a hand, asking for a moment to catch her breath, before playfully questioning him about his aversion to loud noises. Before Kage could react, she pulled on her webs with all her strength, causing the pipes to collapse with a loud metallic crash that stunned Kage and made him scream in pain as he began to deform. In a swift motion, Haruka retrieved a small black wristband from her belt and attached it to one wrist, firing a web directly at Kage with a grin. She pressed a button with her free hand, releasing an electric shock through the web that incapacitated him and revealed Nairo Aratabi. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Haruka delivered a powerful blow to Nairo, knocking her out before her symbiote could react. She quickly shot more webs, pinning her friend to the ground before grabbing 2 metal rods. She drove one into the ground beside Nairo and struck the other with force, injuring Kage and forcing him to retreat into his host. Her spider sense tingled again, and she crouched low to dodge another pair of water jets. Haruka swiftly grabbed another small black wristband from her belt and attached it to her free wrist before firing 2 webs at Blastoise and Kage. She taunted them, revealing that she had more web shooters, and electrified her webs, knocking out both opponents. With all her adversaries defeated, she stood victorious. Team wins. All Might announced over the loudspeaker as Haruka breathed heavily, kneeling in exhaustion. She reflected on her victory, wondering if she and Nairo would still be friends after everything. Nairo, still recovering, simply replied with disdain. Toshinori smiled at Haruka's cleverness and resourcefulness, now understanding why Nizu had recommended her despite being just a first-year student. Midnight playfully suggested a bet, watching as students flocked to All Might for autographs. Confused, Fuyumi asked what was happening, while Aizawa remarked on how long it would take for the media to catch wind of All Might teaching at UA. Nizu chuckled, acknowledging that it was inevitable and likely already trending due to an excited student's social media post. Aizawa grumbled about potential consequences for the student responsible. Nizu reassured him that it was just kids being kids, especially with the chance to learn from the greatest hero in the country. He watched as Haruka helped Nairo to her feet, feeling a sense of pride in her accomplishments. Now only 2 classes remain, he commented aloud, eliciting a groan of frustration from Aizawa. Izuku remarked on how quickly the news had spread, noting that All Might's class at UA had gone viral. Everyone was talking about it. Shinzo commented while walking beside Izuku, expressing his envy. Izuku was deep in thought, wondering if All Might was looking for his successor. He recalled seeing social media posts from UA that did not mention All Might being a teacher. He analyzed the situation, concluding that All Might was evaluating candidates recommended by Nizu, focusing on second-year students since the third years had no time to learn to use One for All before graduation. As he left school with Shinzo, his thoughts were interrupted when Shinzo grabbed his shoulder and pointed ahead. Izuku followed Shinzo's gaze and spotted a beautiful woman with black hair and dark glasses sitting on a motorcycle at the school exit. Izuku was confused and surprised, questioning if that was Nagant. The woman removed her glasses and looked at him before getting on the motorcycle and putting on a helmet. She ordered him to get on, surprising Izuku, who nervously climbed on behind her and waved goodbye to Shinzo. He held onto Nagin's shoulders for support, asking if she was doing this on purpose. As he hugged her waist, she started the motorcycle, leaving their classmates in shock. Izuku exclaimed in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Nagant teased him about visiting her nephew, to which Izuku nervously interrupted, asking why she had come to find him. She reminded him of their previous conversation about his DNA, prompting Izuku to look up as bubbles formed above his head, connecting with a cloud that appeared. In a flashback, Izuku had asked if she knew a reliable DNA expert, explaining that he wanted to verify something that would be easier to explain with his blood and a tomography. Nagant instructed Hawks to call Amiku, who complied, hoping that Izuku was right. The cloud dissipated as Nagant accelerated on the motorcycle, startling Izuku, who clung to her tightly. She questioned his fear of motorcycles despite having multiple quirks. Izuku pointed out the number of motorcycle accidents each year and expressed his desire for clearer communication about their meeting. Nagant explained that Hawks had convinced her to pick him up on the motorcycle. Izuku raised concerns about the safety of her choice, given her status as a wanted criminal. She assured him that no one would suspect her in plain sight, as they were searching for her in hidden places. Izuku pondered all for one's whereabouts, but Nagant had no leads. She expressed frustration that Gentle Criminal and La Brava would only assist with the commission and all for one before leaving the team. Izuku maintained that while they had made mistakes, it didn't mean they couldn't find their way back. As they entered the highway, he expressed his belief in dreams, stating that they elevate and transform people for the better. Nagant dismissed his optimism, calling him crazy, but Izuku insisted he was just a human with a dream of living in a world filled with hope and dignity. A couple of hours later, they arrived at the Central Hospital in Tokyo. Izuku was surprised, expecting a more secretive location. Nagant explained that a trusted friend worked there and reiterated that they would not be searched in plain sight. After parking the motorcycle and removing their helmets, they entered the large hospital. Izuku followed Nagant as she approached the reception desk with some papers. She politely asked for Dr. Takao Amiku, her calm demeanor surprising Izuku. The receptionist confirmed Izuku's identity, and he apologized for being distracted. Nagant thanked the receptionist, guiding Izuku toward the doctor's office. Izuku, still in disbelief, questioned her acting skills, to which she replied that it was a useful skill. As they entered the elevator, Nagant pressed the button for the appropriate floor, ready for their meeting. By the way, Muscular escaped, congratulations, someone suddenly remarked. Izuku was taken aback, his expression shifting to shock as the elevator doors closed, cutting off his response. Minutes later, they exited the elevator on the correct floor. Nagant maintained a neutral expression, while Izuku still looked stunned. They finally reached the office entrance, where Nagant playfully tapped Izuku on the back of the neck, bringing him back to reality to see the office of the doctor who would attend to them. Izuku wondered if the doctor was a friend of Nagant's. Kana, standing nearby, enthusiastically declared that she was her best friend. This startled Izuku, who hadn't sensed her presence. He turned to see the doctor, a friend of Kana, who would be examining him. Dr. Amiku joked about feeling the cold from Antarctica, rubbing her arms in mock shivering. She laughed softly and entered her office, followed by Kana and Izuku. They sat in front of her desk while Takao casually took a seat, resting his feet on the desk and squeezing a stress ball. Dr. Amiku expressed her surprise when Kana asked her to examine someone with multiple quirks. Izuku, curious, asked how many people Kana had told about his condition. Kana reassured him that she only confided in those she trusted, which made Izuku uneasy. Kana urged him to relax, explaining that Dr. Amiku was highly skilled and had been an important doctor for the commission for years, assuring him that she was on their side. Dr. Amiku added that if she were truly with the commission, they would already be dead. She then requested blood tests and a full-body X-ray. Izuku hesitated, expressing concern about the safety of the hospital. Dr. Amiku smiled and demonstrated her quirk, Double Team, by creating a clone of herself, much to Izuku's surprise. He quickly pulled out a notebook and began asking a flurry of questions about the clones, their limitations, and their abilities. Kana looked at him blankly while Amiku and her clone burst into laughter, causing Izuku to blush with embarrassment. Takao struggled to contain his laughter, holding his stomach. Dr. Amiku explained that the clones had no time limit but would disappear if they received a strong blow. She could create up to 10 clones, and their effectiveness remained unchanged regardless of the number. Each clone was aware that it was a clone, and when one faded, she received all its memories. Izuku thanked her, still blushing and wishing he could shrink away. Dr. Amiku remarked on how amusing he was, then clapped her hands with her clone, urging them to begin the examination. Kana expressed her hope that the process would be worthwhile, and Izuku, now composed, nodded seriously, stating he wanted to verify something for himself. He declared that the truth lay in his blood. This story will continue. In Mizudafu, Japan, at 9:26 p.m., people walked through the streets with relative calm. It wasn't a busy area, but there were enough people around. A young man with spiky blonde hair and red eyes paused, noticing something atop the two tallest buildings in the city. Sitting between two tall buildings, there was a trampoline made from the black whips of One for All. In the middle, Izuku lay on his back with his hands behind his head, using them as a pillow while he admired the calmness of the night sky. Dressed in the combat suit given to him by Hawks, without the hood or mask, he breathed in the fresh air. He was not in a remote area where light pollution wouldn't obscure the stars, nor was he in Tokyo, where the sky was hidden from view. It saddened him to think of those who missed out on such a beautiful sight and made him envious of those who could appreciate it fully. Around him, the silhouettes of the former bearers of the legendary gift he possessed appeared, sitting to observe the sky. Nana remarked that it was a beautiful night, while All Might reflected on how long it had been since he had taken a moment to appreciate something like this, realizing he had missed out on a lot. Nana cautioned Izuku not to end up like Toshinori, to which Izuku responded with a light laugh, acknowledging his mentor's concern. They shifted their focus to the discoveries they had made, with Yoichi expressing that the concept of the multiverse was becoming increasingly fascinating. Izuku nodded in agreement, affirming that he had been right. In a flashback to Central Hospital in Tokyo, Izuku curiously asked Dr. Amiku how she had met Lady Nagant. She explained that she was the trusted doctor not only for Kana but also for the commission, treating their personnel without bias. She shared that Kana was a special case, as she had noticed the gradual dullness in her eyes and felt compelled to interact with her and offer help. Izuku inquired if Kana had come to her after a violent incident with the commission's president, confessing her actions despite the news reports. Dr. Amiku confirmed that her extensive work with the commission allowed her the freedom to help as she saw fit. She then prepared to take an X-ray of Izuku, eager to see how the skeleton of someone with multiple quirks looked. Izuku admitted he was curious too, and Dr. Amiku humorously noted that it definitely wasn't lupus. Later, Izuku found himself in a private office with Kana, waiting for Dr. Amiku to return with the results. After a brief wait, Dr. Amiku entered with a folder, carelessly tossing it onto the desk before taking her seat. She maintained a serious expression, drawing the attention of both Izuku and Kana. Dr. Amiku stated she would be honest and began to show them various blood samples from individuals with different quirks. She explained the components of blood, detailing the roles of plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Izuku listened intently but became confused when he recalled his biology lessons, questioning the doctor about the functions of red and white blood cells. Dr. Amiku clarified that while the basic composition of blood had not changed much with the emergence of quirks, Izuku was an exception. In his blood, the roles of red and white blood cells were reversed, making him unique and complicating blood transfusions. Nagant speculated whether this was due to his multiple quirks, a thought Dr. Amiku also entertained. Izuku, however, insisted that there was something he hadn't mentioned before, not out of reluctance but because he lacked proof. With newfound evidence, he approached the whiteboard in the office, writing down his thoughts and asking what they knew about the multiverse. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, the ninth bearer of One for All and a traveler from another universe. Back in the present, Izuku expressed that he had come to Mizudafu to test something, though he also acknowledged the need to clear his mind. He was concerned about how his blood had nearly disrupted Himiko's life, but he was reassured that she was now well and loved by her family. All Might encouraged him not to be discouraged by what had not happened, prompting Izuku to sigh and close his eyes for a moment. Then his danger sensor activated, and he heard a scream. Izuku thought it was just what he needed. The remnants of chaos dissipated like smoke, the black whips vanished, and Izuku fell into the void while putting on his mask and activating One for All before swinging through the streets of his hometown. Heading toward the source of the scream and increasing the percentage of One for All, Izuku arrived at a street that was in complete disarray. Cars were destroyed, people were running in panic, and through the smoke he saw the silhouettes of those responsible for the chaos. One of them dashed out of the smoke and headed toward a group of civilians, but Izuku used his black whips to pull the civilians away from what appeared to be a dinosaur. Several cars flew through the air, and Izuku caught them with his black whip, spotting a humanoid beast with a triceratops head responsible for the destruction. His danger sensor triggered again, prompting him to propel himself to the side with a Delaware smash while still in the air, holding the civilians and the cars, dodging the attack from a reptilian humanoid with wings. From the smoke emerged 3 more humanoid dinosaurs, their furious expressions directed at Izuku and the civilians, growling and letting out short roars. Izuku thought it was fortunate he was there and wondered where the heroes were. The commotion was significant, and he pondered if someone would come. He landed carefully on the ground, releasing the civilians and vehicles, standing in front of the group of villains. He noted that they seemed to be addicted to Trigger, all displaying dinosaur traits, and questioned if they were related. The Triceratops head, the largest and seemingly the leader, took a step forward. Izuku expanded his black whips from his back, extending them to the sides to prevent anyone from passing and going after the civilians who had already fled the street. He asked what they were seeking. The leader responded that they sought revenge and warned him not to interfere. Izuku acknowledged the leader's ability to form a complete sentence, realizing it was not trigger or any drag. He then glanced at what appeared to be a family among the villains, noting their scars and wondering if they had inflicted them on each other or through some crime. He recalled a moment from the dorms of Class 1A. Everyone had gathered in the main room, summoned by their classmate Mizo Shoji after the battle against Class B. Shoji expressed his apologies for the sudden call, feeling the need to open up. Bakugo was about to shout something rude but stopped when Shoji removed his mask, revealing his face, causing gasps of concern and fear among his classmates. Even Bakugo widened his eyes in worry, and Todoroki, usually stoic, was left speechless. Shoji acknowledged that he did not look well and began to explain how the emergence of quirks had caused panic worldwide. Those born with quirks that altered their appearance, like his, were not well received. It took many years for things to change, thanks to the government and heroes, allowing heteromorphs to have the same human rights. However, he noted that there were still places where ancient rejection of heteromorphs prevailed. Momo questioned if that meant Shoji had faced rejection, to which he confirmed that he was not accepted in his hometown. He recounted how he could not approach anyone, and his parents were threatened and mistreated constantly. One rainy day, he saved a girl who was drowning in a river, but a misunderstanding arose when he was found with her crying near the water. The class gasped, quickly understanding what had happened. Kaminari asked if it hurt, only for one of Jiro's earphones to jab into his neck, causing him to yelp in pain. Kyoka scolded him for being foolish. Shoji preferred not to dwell on the past and expressed his desire to be a hero, bringing light to heteromorphs like him who still faced mistreatment. He wore a mask to hide his scars, ensuring no one thought he sought revenge. He acknowledged his difficult childhood but focused on the good memories. His classmates rallied around him, expressing their support and admiration. Izuku then stepped forward, extending his fist and declaring that they were a team, and with this team, even All Might would not intimidate them. Shoji smiled and bumped fists with Midoriya, grateful for his friends. Back in the present, Izuku asked the villains who had inflicted their scars, pointing out that it was clear they hadn't done it to themselves. He noted their desire for revenge made it even more obvious. One of the villains shouted at him to shut up, insisting he didn't understand anything. Izuku acknowledged that he didn't know what they had endured, but he was certain that their current path would only cause more harm than good, ultimately achieving nothing. He retracted his whips and raised his hands slightly, suggesting they didn't have to fight, reminding them they were all human after all. This surprised the heteromorphs in front of him. As he noticed their bodies relax and doubt replace their fury, he smiled, believing he could resolve the situation without violence. But suddenly his danger sensor went off again, and one of the villains shouted in anger, questioning if he thought pretty words could erase all the damage done to them and their brothers. "You know nothing," the Triceratops exclaimed furiously as it charged at Izuku. Izuku jumped to evade the attack, causing the creature to rush past him. He landed behind it and ensnared it with his black whips. Suddenly his danger sense activated again. He turned around and, using only one leg, kicked 3 times in the air, blocking air bullets fired from the leanest of the Dino brothers. The one with pterodactyl features ignited while the Stegosaurus launched its tail spikes at Izuku, who created a shield with his black whips to block them. "It's impressive how much you've improved with my whips, Ninth," the Triceratops shouted. "Stay alert." The Tyrannosaurus brothers charged from the sides, forcing Izuku to leap to avoid them. He had to release the Triceratops to maneuver with float and his black whips to dodge another attack from the pterodactyl. He then activated a smoke screen, blinding the brothers. "What the heck is this?" one of them shouted. "He must have some support items," another responded. The Triceratops, the older brother and leader, scowled in fury before raising his voice. "What a great gift you have. You surely have a bright future ahead, hero. You go about with your nice gift and normal appearance as if nothing is wrong. Meanwhile, we have suffered from the beginning. We were always treated like monsters, even as children. But the real monsters were them. They took our mom and dad. We wanted to live a normal life, but we were always discriminated against. They wouldn't let us finish our studies, wouldn't even let us work. We're fed up with this miserable life. They called us monsters? Then we will be those monsters." He shouted furiously before noticing Izuku falling on him with his fist surrounded by lightning and black whips. Detroit Smash. Izuku delivered a powerful blow to the Triceratops's head, burying it into the ground and clearing the smoke. He looked at the creature with sadness before glancing at the rest of the brothers with pity. Izuku expressed his regret, explaining that he wished to stop this without fighting before launching himself at them. Eventually, the police and some night heroes arrived. As they looked at the knocked-out Dino brothers, Shota Aizawa arrived on the scene. "What happened here?" Aizawa inquired. "A villain attack, But according to witnesses, a single hero took care of all of them, a voice said from behind him. Aizawa turned to see Detective Naomasa Tsukachi approaching with 2 cups of coffee. Good to see you again, Eraserhead. He offered a cup of coffee. Aizawa accepted the coffee, pleased but not showing it, and took a sip. Thank you, Detective Tsukachi. Do you happen to know which hero it was? He made quite a mess while fighting. Actually, according to witnesses, the only damage he caused was the crater where he buried the Triceratops. The rest was already like that when he arrived, and he ensured the civilians were safe. Aizawa contemplated this. I take back my earlier thoughts. But here's the interesting part. There were no reports of hero mobilization in the area. In fact, witnesses claim that the hero had a Black Whip's quirk that he could shape and control at will. Black Whips? So it's... Aizawa began. Yes, the vigilante wanted for attacking professional heroes, suspected of an alliance with the assassin Lady Nagant and using his quirk illegally, Dark Vines. I never accepted that name, they heard a distant shout. Both turned in surprise to see a figure atop a building. Approximately 1.70 meters tall, wearing tactical military gear with hands in pockets, the boy observed Aizawa and Naomasa while other officers and heroes present also took notice. It doesn't seem very discreet of you, one commented. Izuku thought to himself that discretion had taken a vacation. He needed to confirm something with Aizawa-sensei. He knew he was seen as a criminal in the eyes of the law and that they would have to pursue him. Naomasa took a megaphone handed to him and pointed it at the vigilante. Dark Vines, surrender peacefully. You are under arrest for illegal quirk use, attacking professional heroes, and suspected alliance with Lady Nagant. Izuku shouted back, and I already said I don't accept that name, I'm Deku. Deku? Okay. Naomasa replied, confused. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to surrender. And by the way, I did your job for you. Izuku continued to shout. And about the professional heroes, they attacked first. He urged Aizawa-sensei to use his quirk on him. At that moment, a hero, whose quirk made him appear like a 2-meter turtle, tucked his head into his shell and rolled onto the ground, spinning his flippers rapidly to lift off into the air. Aizawa and a black-haired heroine climbed onto his shell as he ascended toward Izuku. All right. Izuku exclaimed before running toward the edge of the building. When he reached the edge, he jumped into the alley and used his whips to swing through the narrow space. Looking back, he saw Aizawa following him with his ribbons but noticed no sign of the other 2 heroes who had come with him, which confused him. Suddenly, the flying turtle appeared at the alley exit, spinning rapidly and creating a gust of wind that pushed Izuku back. His danger sense activated, prompting him to dodge purple energy daggers from the woman. Just then, Aizawa tackled him, wrapping him in his ribbons before they both fell to the ground. Izuku groaned from the impact. Hey, be a little gentler, will you? It's my first time, he joked, teasing Aizawa. Quickly, he unleashed whips from his arms and back, warning Shota of what he was about to do. Aizawa activated his quirk, his eyes glowing red as he focused on Izuku, attempting to deactivate his quirk. Izuku thought in surprise that Aizawa's quirk didn't work on him. He smiled and said, nice catch, but unfortunately for you, my suit is better than yours. He then released a large amount of smoke that enveloped the entire alley, covering Aizawa and the black-haired heroine. Suddenly, Aizawa was pushed back by Izuku, who managed to stand and shove him aside. He felt the pressure of Aizawa's ribbons disappear while the flying turtle hero generated enough wind to disperse the smoke screen. Created by Deku. Ding, Aizawa cursed, seeing his ribbons broken. Why do these guys always have better equipment than ours? The girl complained as Aizawa took out his phone. Tsukachi, the vigilante, escaped. Yes, I'm sorry. Izuku removed his mask while pulling out his civilian clothes from his yellow backpack, beginning to change on top of a building. He reflected on the risky situation he had just faced, considering what he would have done if Aizawa's quirk had truly affected him. He had a light grenade ready, just in case. However, this experience led him to discover that the quirk known as erasure did not affect him, at least not because he came from a different universe. He reasoned that while erasure temporarily disables the quirks of those Aizawa is observing, perhaps the blood composition in this universe was different, and the quirk factor might be as well. All might acknowledge the point, recalling that in their universe, erasure had even affected One for All and All for One. Izuku agreed, smiling as he continued to explain that even if he were to lose in their upcoming encounter, All for One would never be able to steal his One for All. This revelation surprised the remnants of the past. Yuichi questioned Izuku's confidence, reminding him that his friend Shinzo's quirk had also affected him in this universe. Izuku clarified that Shinzo's quirk influenced the mind and brainwaves, not the quirk factor itself, unlike Aizawa's erasure or All for One. He was confident that if his theory was correct and he believed it was, he had nothing to worry about regarding the All for One of this universe trying to steal his quirk. To him, he would simply be quirkless. When asked what he planned to do next, Izuku explained that he had already informed Kana about his origins. Now, it was just a matter of processing that information and deciding whether to tell the rest of the team himself or have Kana do it. He sensed that they were close to launching an attack on the central building of the Public Safety Commission. He intended to intervene to prevent a massacre, believing that revealing the truth to the world would be enough to bring them down, even if it negatively impacted society's view of heroes. It was better to do it this way while trust in heroes still existed than to wait for a full-blown war. Having finished changing, Izuku put on his headphones to alter his hair color and began descending the fire escape toward his apartment. He pondered who All Might would choose to inherit One for All, considering that if All Might had a quirk, he might only have a year or two left to live. Since Sir Night Eye and All Might were never friends or teammates, he ruled out Mirio as a candidate. He sighed, wondering who it could possibly be. To be continued. Burble Girl stood nervously against the wall next to her boss's office door, gripping her tablet tightly. Taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to knock. The door swung open, revealing a dark office filled with scattered papers and newspapers. Swallowing hard, she stepped inside, searching for her boss with a nervous smile. She announced her presence, her voice shaky as she tried to lighten the mood with a forced laugh. Spotting her boss curled up in a corner, she hesitated. Attempting to make a joke, she called out softly, but received no response. Concerned, she approached cautiously and touched his shoulder, only to yelp in fright when he grabbed her wrist firmly, pulling her closer and holding her face in his hand, forcing her to look into his eyes. He seemed frantic, a shadow of the respected strategist he once was. He suddenly released her, his voice filled with desperation as he exclaimed that he could no longer see the future. Meanwhile, in the hero agency of Sir Night Eye, things were not going well. The atmosphere was tense, and Burble Girl felt the weight of the situation pressing down on her. In this universe, the roles of red and white blood cells were reversed. While in the real world, red blood cells transported oxygen and white blood cells fought infections, here, it was the opposite. This unique biology meant that Izuku could neither give nor receive blood transfusions. His body was fundamentally different from anyone else in this universe, making him an outsider in more ways than one. Izuku's abilities were also unique. Nothing from this universe could affect or steal his power. He was essentially an alien in this world, unable to reproduce with anyone here, as his DNA and quirks were incompatible. Despite the challenges, he remained resilient, his one-for-all power keeping him safe from most mental control abilities. As Aizawa sipped his coffee in the teacher's lounge, he reflected on the previous day's class. His colleague, Vlad King, approached, noticing Aizawa's tired demeanor. Vlad King inquired if something had happened during Aizawa's night patrol. Aizawa explained that he had encountered a vigilante named Dark Vines, who had managed to escape before he could unmask him. He noted that the vigilante appeared to be quite young, possibly under 20. Vlad King remarked on the missed opportunity, and Aizawa explained that the vigilante had been equipped with unexpected support items that had caught him off guard after he erased the vigilante's quirk. The day continued, filled with the challenges and uncertainties that came with their roles as heroes, each character navigating their own struggles in this complex universe. In the rebuilt Gamma City, professional heroes and teachers Ectoplasm and Snipe stood before the 2 second-year classes of the hero course. They were not novices like the first years, but they also lacked the experience of the third years. This year was crucial, as their performance could define their future. With the sports festival approaching, most of the 40 students were focused on giving their all to stand out. Ectoplasm and Snipe were well aware of this. However, not everyone seemed to share the same enthusiasm. A lively and curious voice rang out, asking why the students from Class 2B were with them. The girl, a beautiful 16-year-old with blue hair and eyes, stood in front of them. She wore a fitted blue suit with pale mint green markings, knee-high boots, and black straps around her thighs. Her hair was styled with 2 spiraled horns. This was Nijire Hado, a second-year student at UA Academy, known for her curiosity. Ectoplasm, slightly flustered, asked her to calm down, still adjusting to her barrage of questions. Snipe assured her that all her questions would be answered shortly and instructed her to regroup with her classmates. Nijire pouted but used her quirk to float back to her class. Ectoplasm cleared his throat and announced that they would have a joint class with a special guest. Excitement erupted as students exclaimed that it was All Might. Snipe remarked that it was obvious, prompting Ectoplasm to sigh. Suddenly, a loud and cheerful laugh filled the air as a massive figure landed before the students, stirring up dust that quickly settled. The muscular, blonde figure smiled confidently, and the second-year students cheered at the sight of their hero. Toshinori declared that everything would be fine now that he was there, delivering his signature speech that thrilled the students. They were ecstatic, realizing that All Might would be teaching them. Among the students, a boy with messy black hair and a completely black suit with red accents looked at the number 1 hero but quickly averted his gaze, feeling overwhelmed by All Might's bright presence. Another boy, with a similar hairstyle tied in a ponytail and wearing a black tank top, smiled excitedly at the symbol of peace. Nijire, undeterred, rushed toward All Might, bombarding him with questions about his classes and powers. Before she could finish, a tentacle gently pulled her back, giving All Might some personal space. A shy boy in a hood, feeling the weight of attention, urged Nijire to save her questions for later, embarrassed by the spotlight. Another boy, Mirio, encouraged Tamaki, the shy one, to have more confidence. Tamaki blushed, feeling overshadowed by the others, surrounded by a gloomy aura that made everyone sweat nervously. All Might cleared his throat to regain attention. He noted that Nijire was indeed very curious, as mentioned in Nizu's report. He announced that he would be their teacher for the day, and the lesson would focus on team combat. With 40 students, they would form 10 teams of 4 members each, explaining that teamwork was essential in hero work. Heroes often team up with other agencies or improvised groups to stop specific villains. They would then face off against each other in a total of 5 battles. The objective was to defeat and capture the opposing team before time ran out. If time expired, the winning team would be the one with the most members still in play. If both teams had the same number, it would result in a tie. The instructor explained this animatedly and asked if there were any questions. In response, several hands shot up, causing the number 1 hero to sweat. Tashinori called for order, asking everyone to speak one at a time. A student asked if it would be Class A versus Class B. Tashinori clarified that they would be forming teams with the sister class, although there was a chance some teams might consist of only one class. Another student inquired about the exact rules of combat. Tashinori recognized him as Jack Midoriya, a second-year candidate who was interning with Blue Hell. He thought seriously before responding. Each zone would have a cell that each team must use to confine captured members of the opposing team. They would be given special bans to make captures, or arrests as they preferred to call it, allowing them to take their teammates to their cells. He emphasized that this was a training exercise. While he wanted to see them fight seriously, it was not a fight to the death. As he addressed the students, he noticed a muscular boy with a ponytail raising his hand high. Tashinori thought to himself that Hakushu Tenohira, while not offensively gifted, was very skilled and physically strong, second only to the young Hida. However, he also had some behavioral issues. Tashinori pointed to him, granting permission to speak. Tenohira expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to speak, stating it was an honor to have the greatest hero of all time present. He bowed respectfully, surprising All Might and making his classmates sweat and avert their gazes, anticipating what was to come. He then asked a very important question about All Might's type of woman. The room erupted in disbelief, with several students exclaiming how inappropriate the question was, but Tenohira remained unfazed. He insisted that he simply wanted to know if the symbol of peace had good taste. Tashinori, taken aback, admitted it was the first time someone had asked him something like that. He felt a bit uncomfortable but decided to answer the question nonetheless, which excited Tenohira. Tashinori explained that he grew up in a Japan with a high crime rate, witnessing the fear that plagued society and the irreparable damage done to people's hearts by villains. His sole goal was to become a hero capable of healing those hearts and ensuring that people no longer lived in fear. Thus, he had never focused on anyone in a romantic or SXL way. His only aim was to help others. This response left Tenohira feeling somewhat disappointed, but Tashinori continued. If he had to say something, he would mention the image of his mentor. He clarified that he had never fallen in love with her, but she had been a significant figure in his life, inspiring him to become the hero he was. She was beautiful, strong, brave, and willing to do whatever it took to save lives, even at the cost of her own heart. Tashinori felt honored to have been her student and cherished every moment spent by her side. He then quickly redirected the conversation, announcing that there were 10 numbers in a box, and each student would draw one to determine their teams. He reminded them that there would be a limit of 4 members per team, and once a team was complete, that number would be removed from the draw to avoid interference. He encouraged them to hurry. One of the delegates suggested they go in alphabetical order for better organization, and the rest supported this idea. All Might smiled at their cooperation while the students murmured excitedly about the upcoming training under the supervision of the greatest hero. A blonde student asked Tenohira if he was satisfied with All Might's response. Tenohira smiled and nodded, stating he would have preferred a more specific answer but was content that All Might took the time to respond. He then shot a glare at several classmates, expressing his relief that All Might did not have terrible tastes. Meanwhile, Jack Midoriya murmured to himself about how Tenohira was quite a character. On the rooftop of Naba High School, Izuku and Shinzo were having lunch during their break. Shinzo questioned Izuku about the previous day's events when a beautiful woman had picked him up on a motorcycle. Izuku explained that she was his aunt. Shinzo was skeptical, noting that she didn't seem like a typical aunt. Izuku quickly claimed she was very affectionate and enjoyed physical contact. Shinzo frowned, not entirely believing him, but decided to drop the subject. He then mentioned that everyone was talking about how All Might was teaching classes at UA for the first-year students. Izuku added that he would also be teaching second and third years, especially with the sports festival approaching, as it might encourage students to give their best effort. Shinzo asked about the phrase, plus ultra, to which Izuku explained it was the academy's motto, meaning to go beyond the limit. He raised his fist in the air while eating katsudon, proudly declaring the motto of their hero academy. Shinzo remarked on the chaos that must surround All Might, admitting he couldn't handle that level of fame and popularity. He expressed a preference for being a more anonymous hero, like Eraserhead. Izuku suggested Shinzo should practice Eraserhead style. When Shinzo asked for clarification, Izuku explained that while his quirk was powerful, a weak body would limit his potential and leave him exposed. A strong, resilient, and agile body would increase his chances of success. Izuku pondered how much he could improve before the entrance exam. He recalled something a teacher once told him. Instead of asking if he could do it, he should just do it. He already had an idea of what they would work on. A voice interrupted his thoughts, asking what she was doing there. It was Mei, the girl with pink hair. Izuku responded that she was making friends. He noted how unusual it was to see her not excited about her inventions and decided to change that. He asked her how long it would take to learn everything about mechanics, physics, and engineering. Mei was surprised by the question and asked how much he already knew. Izuku admitted that he didn't know much but learned quickly and could use his gift to speed up his thinking, analysis, and processing. He pressed her for an estimate on how long it would take if he had a lot of urgency. Mei explained that it could take decades or even centuries, as there were many things even she didn't know, things her father didn't know, and things that the greatest scientists and engineers in the world didn't know. This made Izuku sigh heavily. He then stood up, saying he would go to the bathroom and would see her in class. Shinzo watched as his first friend left the rooftop, leaving him alone with Mei. He asked her about the incident where she had blown up her house, which made her nervous. Izuku's thoughts turned dark as he considered the challenges ahead. He had no leads on All for One, Muscular had escaped custody, and he couldn't risk going into the Yakuza's base to search for Eri. He felt the possibility of returning home was not very close. All Might encouraged him not to be discouraged. He reminded Izuku to focus on the positives. He was helping Shinzo and Mei with their trust issues, he had allied with Gentle and La Brava, and he had powerful allies like Lady Nagant, Hawks, and Mirko. He also pointed out that in this universe, Dabi was a hero and Himiko Toga was not a villain. The world was not just black and white, it had shades of gray. Nana affirmed that he was doing well, even if he was drawing attention to himself while managing to hide his multiple gifts. Izuku took a moment to calm down, realizing they were right. He then grabbed someone by the arm and pulled them into an empty classroom, shutting the door behind him. The girl he dragged and fell to the floor, complaining about the pain. Izuku explained that while he initially had no issues, it was annoying when people tried to invade his thoughts every day. The girl stammered, trying to deny knowing what he was talking about, which made Izuku smile. He revealed that he knew she was a telepath, calling her Jean Grey since he forgot her name. The girl introduced herself as Akari no Zomi before looking away. Izuku sighed and turned to leave, assuring her he wouldn't reveal her secret if she stopped reading other people's minds on purpose, as it was bothersome. Akari, confused, questioned why she couldn't read his mind. Izuku merely glanced at her with a smile before opening the door and leaving her alone, thinking this would be a problem. To be continued. Chapter end. Hello everyone, how are you? I hope you are doing well. It has been 8 months since I published this story. I started in January of this year, 2025, and we are now on chapter. It's incredible how much progress this has made, and I didn't expect this story to receive the support it has. So, thank you very much for that. It's because of you that this is happening. I have created a TikTok account for this story. Please follow me and stay tuned for updates, which will likely include news about the story, progress, or anything else that comes up. I have confirmed the type of chapters you enjoy from the last 2. However, even though this arc may seem tedious, it is important for the plot. There will be significant characters introduced in the future, and I need to present them. I know it can be frustrating and it bothers me a bit too, but I promise the end of the chapter will be worth it. As a fun fact, I originally intended to use Haruka as a satire, a parody. The character was meant to serve as comic relief, breaking the fourth wall like Deadpool in every chapter and actively engaging with the readers. She would respond to her critics, thank her fans, and answer questions, interrupting chapters for comedic effect or to explain certain things. In fact, her debut was supposed to involve breaking the fourth wall instead of the way I ultimately did it, but I decided to change that and not make her too much like Deadpool. Another interesting fact, I recently came up with an ending for this fanfic that I discarded, which would have extended the story to further explore Izuku. I thought about doing something like Injustice, where Izuku from that universe goes mad due to pain and tragedy, calling heroes from other universes to stop him, including our Izuku. It would culminate in an epic battle where our Izuku, in a Superman-like fashion, defeats his evil counterpart and saves that universe. However, I discarded it for being too predictable and essentially a copy of Injustice. One more fun fact, I really planned this story on the fly. The ideas I have now may change tomorrow and so on. I just follow a path filled with gaps that I fill in by improvising. Now, let's get straight to this chapter. Chapter 22, Key Candidates. Previously in a new universe. Izuku discovered that, due to being part of different universes, his One for All is immune not only to Eraserhead's erasure but also to All for One from this universe. Additionally, he apparently cannot donate blood or receive it, nor can he have children with any woman from this universe. Meanwhile, the All Might of this universe continued his search for a successor. After meeting Haruka Hida, who is possibly the most talented first-year student in the hero course, he was now observing the last 3 candidates from the second year, Nijire Hado, Jack Midoriya, and Hakushu Tenohira, who would be the 9th bearer of One for All. Musafaru, Japan. UA Academy. Gamma Training City. Toshinori excitedly announced that the draw was complete and revealed the teams through a hologram. Team 1. Jack Midoriya. Randoms 1, 2, and 3. Team 2. Randoms 4, 5, 6, and 7. Team 3. Mirio Fogata. Tamaki Amajiki. Randoms 8 and 9. Team 4. Randoms 10, 11, 12, and 13. Team 5. Hakushu Tenohira. Randoms 14, 15, and 16. Team 6. Randoms 17, 18, 19, and 20. Team 7. Randoms 21, 22, 23, and 24. Team 8. Randoms 25, 26, 27, and 28. Team 9. Nijire Hado. Yuhea. Randoms 29 and 30. Team 10. Randoms 31, 32, 33, and 34. Toshinori then paused dramatically before announcing the draw for the team battles. Suddenly, the 10 teams displayed in the hologram transformed into a square with their respective numbers and began to mix rapidly for a minute. When it stopped, the results and order of the battles were revealed. Team 2 versus Team 5. Team 3 versus Team 6. Team 8 versus Team 10. Team 7 versus Team 1. Team 9 versus Team 4. Toshinori instructed Teams 2 and 5 to head to their positions, urging the rest to pay attention to this match to learn what was right and what was wrong. One of the random students expressed concern about being at a disadvantage as it was a trial battle. Hakushu Tenohira simply wanted to finish quickly so he could go home, excited about a live stream from his favorite idol. Both teams left the area to prepare in the city, while Ectoplasm and Snipe approached All Might, who was watching the large screen broadcasting everything. The other students were divided by teams, strategizing and conversing among themselves. Toshinori asked his fellow teachers who they thought would win. Snipe found it difficult to say, noting the interesting dynamics of the teams. Ectoplasm believed Team 5 had an edge, praising Tenohira's skills despite his passionate and unique personality. Snipe agreed, suggesting that if Tenohira could learn to control his true self, he could become a very popular hero upon graduation. Toshinori observed the scene, noting Tenohira sitting calmly, seemingly indifferent to his teammates as they strategized around him. The young Tenohira had the problem of being very proud and arrogant. He struggled to work in a team and was a huge fan of idols. He thought back to the negative notes in his file, but on the other hand, his talent was incredibly powerful. His teammate asked if he had heard something, to which Tenohira replied dismissively, mocking the idea of teamwork. She shot back, expressing her annoyance at his attitude. He questioned why he should listen to people he found boring, insisting that he wanted to finish the class quickly and would handle it himself, smiling confidently as his classmates watched nervously from the cameras. Team 2 was running through the simulated city. One member had the lower half of his body enveloped in a whirlwind that helped him move, another was a humanoid cheetah, one floated with energy emanating from his hands, and another teleported constantly to keep pace with the group. They stopped when they saw Tenohira in front of them, cracking his knuckles and smiling confidently as he raised his right fist while placing his left hand on his hip. He greeted them, noting they were late. One of the team members shot lasers from his hands at Tenohira, who merely smiled in response. Another teammate warned him not to be so reckless. Suddenly, the laser beams passed through him as if he weren't there. Confusion spread among his opponents, and the cheetah humans scolded the reckless member for underestimating Tenohira's power. Before the boy from the sister class could respond, Tenohira appeared in front of him, delivering a strong punch to his stomach that knocked the wind out of him. The rest of the team quickly surrounded Tenohira to attack, but he simply smiled and clapped his hands. In an instant, the boy who teleported received a powerful blow to the neck that knocked him out, while the one creating mini-tornadoes was struck by Tenohira's sturdy black baton. The cheetah human blocked a strike from Tenohira's baton, acknowledging his good reflexes. Tenohira complimented him, noting that for someone with such boring tastes, he was strong. He stored his batons in compartments on his back, declaring that the cheetah human had no chance of defeating him. The cheetah human charged at Tenohira, who smiled and clapped again just as the attack was about to land. Time froze around them, and in the background, Present Mix's voice announced Tenohira's hero name, Time Clap. His ability allowed him to stop time with each clap, and his initial time limit had doubled from 5 to 10 seconds, with the potential to increase further. As time resumed, Tenohira delivered a series of rapid punches to the cheetah human, who fell to the ground unconscious. Tenohira proclaimed that boring people would always be boring. All Might announced that Team 5 had won, noting that Tenohira had done everything alone. His teammates expressed their admiration for his strength, but lamented his arrogance. Toshinori, feeling the weight of their comments, maintained his smile despite the sweat trickling down his forehead. Ectoplasm remarked that Tenohira needed to learn to work in a team, to which Toshinori agreed, stating that once he did, he would become a great hero. As the teams gathered, Toshinori asked them to reflect on their mistakes. Team 2 members admitted to rushing into battle without understanding their opponents and losing focus. Team 5, however, complained about not contributing at all. Tenohira arrogantly claimed he had done everything right. All Might interrupted him, explaining that even someone who preferred to work alone needed help and support from others. He advised Tenohira to learn to work in a team and improve his relationships with others, sharing a lesson he had learned the hard way. Tenohira averted his gaze as his teammates looked at him, silently urging him to understand. Jack called him an idiot, marking Tenohira as the first eliminated from the competition. The next battle began, showcasing Tamaki immobilizing opponents with his tentacles while Mirio navigated obstacles to deliver a blow. However, he was struck by a concrete fist and knocked out. Thanks to Tamaki's efforts, Team 3 emerged victorious, demonstrating much more teamwork than in the previous match. In the third fight, the random teams faced off, showcasing their experience as they battled in the second round. Team 10 ultimately emerged victorious. In the fourth match, both teams were down to their last members. After an intense battle, it came down to Jack Midoriya from Team 1 facing off against a boy who transformed into a water titan, battling against a fire user. All Might and the others watched in awe as the showdown unfolded. Toshinori marveled at Jack Midoriya, recognizing him as one of UA's brightest prospects. He noted Jack's intelligence, impressive physique, and remarkable control over his quirk as he soared through the air with wings of fire, propelling himself with flames from his hands and feet like a rocket. Suddenly, Jack created a fiery chain and swung it fiercely, striking the water titan and leaving a significant mark. The titan quickly regenerated and retaliated with a powerful jet of water, which Jack narrowly dodged, countering with a fireball that hit the titan squarely in the head. In a moment of desperation, Jack thought to himself that his efforts were futile as he was struck hard, sending him crashing into the flames. However, he quickly inhaled deeply and exhaled fire just in time to propel himself upward slightly before landing safely on the ground. He then dispelled his wings and conjured a dome of fire that blocked the titan's first punch. Toshinori observed the battle with concern, realizing Jack was at a significant disadvantage against the water titan, whose hydrokinetic abilities countered Jack's fire powers perfectly. He listened to the worried murmurs of the students from Class 2A, who were anxious about their friend's struggle against the water user from the neighboring class. Nijire, however, smiled and raised her voice, encouraging everyone to believe in Jack. She insisted that he would win, asserting that Midoriya was tough and resilient. Toshinori, while acknowledging Jack's potential, couldn't shake the feeling that everything was stacked against him: the situation, the environment, and their quirks. Frustrated, Jack struck the ground repeatedly, expressing his disappointment. The Titan mocked him, expressing his disappointment in Jack's performance. Jack, overwhelmed with anger, shot fireballs that proved ineffective against the Titan's taunts. The Titan teased Jack about crying, but suddenly realized he had crossed a line. The water Titan quickly dissolved, revealing a blue-haired student who had created the creature. He apologized to Jack, waving his hands in panic as Jack, head down, began to feel a surge of heat emanating from him. As the temperature rose, the student wrapped himself in water to form another water monster, but Jack stood up, his eyes literally ablaze. The Titan, now alarmed, warned Jack to calm down. Jack's fury erupted as flames engulfed him, and when the water monster attempted to strike, Jack's shout unleashed a wave of fire that vaporized the water fist before it could reach him. The student inside the water Titan recoiled in fear as Jack's flames shifted to a brilliant blue, melting everything in their path. The spectators, including teachers and students, watched in awe and concern as the heat caused the cameras to malfunction. All Might had vanished from their sight. The water Titan launched a hydroblast, but Jack countered with a fiery explosion that turned the water into steam. In Jack's eyes, the Titan morphed into a massive, muscular monster with dark purple skin and an exposed brain, surrounded by flames and destruction. Jack roared, creating a massive fireball above his head that absorbed all the flames around him, growing larger and increasing the temperature in the area. Nearby, illuminated by the enormous fireball, the other students from the fight lay unconscious while the water user futilely attempted to extinguish the flames. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area, distorting the fireball and the water titan. In a flash, All Might appeared before Jack and delivered a blow to his stomach, extinguishing his flames and causing him to collapse to the ground. The onlookers sighed in relief as All Might cradled Jack in his arms, looking down at him with concern. In a flashback, Toshinori reflected on Jack's report, noting his good grades, conduct, and ingenuity in using his quirk. However, he paused at a troubling detail about Jack's father, who had been killed by a villain in front of him. Toshinori felt a pang of sympathy for the young hero. Returning to the present, Toshinori addressed the blue-haired student, reminding him to be cautious with his words, as they could provoke sensitive topics for heroes and villains alike, putting lives at risk. The student nodded nervously and left to check on his classmates, leaving All Might alone with Jack. Jack groaned in pain, clutching his aching stomach, and slowly opened his eyes to see All Might smiling down at him. "Welcome back," Toshinori said, looking up. Jack followed his gaze and saw the surroundings in disarray. Jack expressed his regret, feeling unworthy of being a hero. Toshinori reassured him, explaining that it was okay to feel happiness, fear, anger, and pain. These emotions, he said, made them human and allowed them to feel compassion and empathy for others, which was essential for heroism. He emphasized that while it was important to find healthy ways to release anger, one should not suppress their emotions entirely. Jack listened intently, his gaze drifting to the sky. A sharp pain formed in his chest, followed by a lump in his throat as tears began to fall. He missed his father deeply. Each night, he replayed that tragic scene in his mind, desperately wishing he could change the outcome, but feeling powerless. It felt so unfair. Toshinori shared his own painful past, revealing that he lost his father to violence when he was just 3 years old. He remembered his mother, who died when he was 13, both victims of villains. He recounted how, at Jack's age, he had lost his mentor to a powerful supervillain, unable to intervene. He understood Jack's frustration, having spent years dreaming of ways to alter the fate of those he lost. He explained that the hardest part of being a hero was accepting that one could not save everyone. Jack protested that it was unjust, insisting they should do something about it. Toshinori then made a promise to himself that no one else would die while he was present. He expressed his commitment to saving every life he encountered. By this point, Jack had stood up, wiping away his tears and gazing at Toshinori with awe and admiration. Toshinori asked Jack what he would do with his pain, let it control him or use it to strive for something positive. Jack, trying to lighten the mood, joked about whether Toshinori had rehearsed for such a moment, eliciting a small laugh from the hero. As they prepared to return to their classmates, Jack felt guilty and averted his gaze. He took a deep breath, looked Sokka and the others in the eyes, and bowed as an apology. Toshinori thought to himself that Jack was a good kid going through a lot and that the pressure of one for all was the last thing he needed right now. His classmates scolded him a bit before accepting his apologies. Half an hour later, All Might announced the final showdown between Teams 9 and Nijire, filled with excitement, took to the skies, ready to support her team. Yu reminded her to keep an eye on things from above and to cover them. Nijire cheerfully agreed, flying around like a fairy, causing Yu to blush slightly while the rest of the team watched nervously. Toshinori observed Nijire, noting her strengths and talents, as well as her innocent curiosity. Despite appearing a bit naive, she was sharper than she seemed. Suddenly, an opponent leaped high to catch Nijire, but she quickly countered with a wave of energy that knocked him down. She then captured him mid-air, using her legs to entangle him while stabilizing herself with her hands, spinning to gain momentum before launching him toward her teammates. One of her teammates, with the ability to stretch, caught the opponent and left him vulnerable to Yu, who delivered a powerful shock that rendered him unconscious. Nijire wondered aloud if that was the boy who could jump high, just as she dodged an avalanche of rocks. She playfully scolded her opponents for their sneaky attacks, pouting as she pointed at them. On the opposing team, the boy who had created the avalanche lifted more rocks to throw at Nijire, but she destroyed them with another wave of energy. Next to him, a girl in a panda-patterned outfit, indignantly declared that it was not pajamas before summoning 3 fierce bears black, brown, and polar to attack the ground team. The team braced themselves as one boy stretched his arms to avoid the black bear's strikes while another transformed into a werewolf to engage the polar bear in combat. Yu unleashed strong electric attacks against the brown bear. The girl in the panda outfit clicked her tongue in frustration before being engulfed in dust from an explosion caused by her teammate, who had been hit by Nijire's wave and was now unconscious. Nijire smiled at the turn of events, but her joy was short-lived as a girl with butterfly wings and a rubber hammer appeared behind her to launch a surprise attack. However, Nijire skillfully evaded the strike by manipulating gravity, narrowly avoiding the blow. The sky blue girl quickly activated her ability to stay airborne and launched a wave at her opponent, landing a direct hit. The girl, though hurt, managed to recover midair just in time to dodge a second wave. Nijire, with a friendly demeanor, remarked that the other girl was very pretty and suggested she should surrender. She truly resembled a child in an adolescent's body. Another voice interjected, reminding Nijire not to be so naive, emphasizing their goal of becoming heroes. If they surrendered over something like this, it would make everything meaningless. Nijire was excited by the compliment, asking if the other girl read motivational books. The other student urged her to focus on the battle, causing Nijire to squeal in regret. Apologizing, she unleashed another wave, striking the butterfly girl and sending her into a downward spiral. However, Nijire quickly swooped in and caught her before she hit the ground, noticing the girl in panda pajamas controlling bears that were fighting against her teammates. The pajama-clad girl indignantly exclaimed that it was not a pajama before realizing Nijire was pointing at her with an arm outstretched. Nijire greeted Yuna enthusiastically, complimenting her outfit and asking where she bought it. Meanwhile, Yuna's bears were being defeated or immobilized by Nijire's team. Yuna, feeling overwhelmed, surrendered, raising her hands as Nijire admired her costume. Nijire exclaimed how cute and fluffy it looked, and Yuna sighed, resigned to Nijire's enthusiasm, returning the hug. It was impossible to stay mad at her. All Might announced the victory of Team 9 with excitement over the loudspeaker. Toshinori felt relieved yet satisfied with his second day as a guest teacher. He turned to see the students animated by the day's class, and among them, Jack caught his gaze and smiled gratefully, which made the number 1 hero smile back. Toshinori contemplated the next day's classes, considering the choices between the young Hida and Heido. He noted that Hida had no behavioral issues and was respected by her peers, but he worried she might be going through something similar to Midoriya due to her past. In contrast, Heido seemed innocent and naive, leaving him to wonder if it was genuine or just a facade. As the teams gathered, he noticed Yuna carrying Nijire like a horse, prompting him to think about how much she resembled a child. Ectoplasm asked Team 4 to identify their mistakes. They acknowledged that they had focused too much on Nijire and failed to catch her by surprise, relying too heavily on that strategy. One admitted to underestimating the situation, thinking Nijire was their only threat. Team 9 reflected on their own errors, realizing they needed to find better ways to immobilize a bear and that biting one wouldn't turn it into a wolf. They also noted their limitations in close combat. Nijire surprised everyone by being self-critical, admitting she had been careless while flying, which allowed the enemy to locate them before she could. Toshinori praised their awareness of their mistakes and encouraged them to focus on improvement while also maintaining their strengths. He emphasized the importance of finding a balance to enhance both their weaknesses and strengths. The students responded enthusiastically, and Toshinori expressed his pleasure in teaching them before excusing himself and running off at high speed, leaving everyone astonished. Nijire wondered where he was rushing off to in such a hurry. In a secluded area, All Might ensured he was alone before starting to cough and release smoke. Within moments, the smoke enveloped him completely, transforming him into his slimmer form. He coughed forcefully, spitting out a bit of blood, and muttered an insult toward his greatest enemy, believing no one could hear him. Suddenly, a voice startled him, instructing him to look up and to his right, leading him to find a security camera. Toshinori recognized the voice and expressed relief at finding Director Nizu. The director inquired about how Toshinori's second class had gone. Previously in this universe, All Might had accepted a temporary teaching position at UA Academy. In search of a successor, Izuku encountered the 4 candidates for One for All: Haruka, Tenohira, Jack Midoriya, and Nijire. The 2 male candidates were eliminated from the selection for the 9th bearer, leaving the 2 female students from the 1st and 2nd years as the main contenders. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to live his double life as Yuichi Shimura and the vigilante Deku. The latter was gradually becoming more popular and well known throughout Japan for his skills and friendly demeanor. One day, something strange happened to Izuku. Mysterious white streaks began to appear in his hair. What could this mean? Izuku stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed, speaking slowly. He revealed that he was at the core of One for All, facing all the former bearers. He exclaimed, pulling at the white strands with concern, wondering what was happening to his hair. All Might, observing Izuku's frantic questioning, remarked that he was the king of nonsense, sweat beading on his forehead. The only female bearer of One for All shook her head in amusement before approaching Izuku and placing her hands on his shoulders. She urged him to calm down, and he took a deep breath, finally exhaling. She reassured him that this was nothing to worry about. Izuku tilted his head, seeking clarification from the second bearer, who explained that this was akin to the awakening of their powers, a form of evolution of One for All. It was not unusual for someone to experience a change in hair color during such a transformation. Izuku pondered why this was happening now, and Bruce Lee suggested it might relate to the gradual progress he had made since arriving in this universe. The fourth bearer noted that even though Izuku had not stopped, he had been using one for all around the clock, even in small percentages, enhancing various areas, including his mind. They also mentioned that he had been doing exercises like chair lifts in his apartment. While not intense training, it had helped him improve gradually. Izuku was surprised by this revelation and recalled the truth in their words. He initially thought the white streaks were gray hair, relieved to learn otherwise. Nana, the female bearer, assured him that gray hair looked different and leaned in to inspect him closely, causing him to blush from the proximity. She confirmed he had no wrinkles, and Izuku, in a moment of panic, blurted out a thought about her age, realizing too late how it sounded. Nana playfully tugged at his cheeks, and Izuku yelped in surprise. He quickly reassured her that she looked young and beautiful, which made her release him with a smile. Yoichi cleared his throat, regaining everyone's attention, and explained that the change in Izuku's hair was a sign that he had surpassed 50% mastery of One for All. Izuku noted that he had previously been able to exceed that percentage, but the second bearer clarified that he had been overexerting himself. During the rescue mission for Eri, he had reached that level through sheer effort, but it wasn't until later that he awakened Daigoro's quirk after mastering 20%. Now, he had perfectly mastered 53% of One for All, which explained the recent changes. Izuku understood, scratching his neck, and wondered if this meant he could no longer hide his thoughts from them. All Might confirmed that they believed he could not. Izuku accepted this, noting that at least it was an evolution of One for All and not something external affecting him. He realized that this would help him attract All for One's attention more quickly. Yoichi pointed out that someone with a highly evolved quirk like Kudo, sharing his name and hair color, would undoubtedly draw attention. The question now was how he would justify it. Izuku thought aloud about the upcoming school break in December, considering telling everyone that his quirk had evolved during that time, changing his hair color. Although it wasn't perfect, it would suffice. He also noted he would need to activate his camouflage headphones to maintain his green hair while being a vigilante. The fourth bearer inquired about his plans for the telepath. Izuku contemplated saying that he thought so quickly that she couldn't keep up, but admitted he needed to refine that excuse. Looking around, he remarked that the place had once seemed mystical and epic, but now felt dull after so many visits. One of the bearers teased him about calling an interior decorator. Izuku suggested imagining something powerful to enhance the space and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he interrupted with a joyful smile, declaring that it worked. A Katsudon stand had appeared, leaving the former bearers speechless. Excitedly, Izuku proclaimed that they should decorate the dull place. "We have the whole night," someone exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Outside, Izuku floated above his bed with his eyes closed and a slight smile, surrounded by a soft green light. Nearby, his headphones lay on the floor, beginning to blink with a red light that briefly illuminated the room. A month ago, Rei Todoroki surveyed the warehouse after extinguishing the flames with her ice. Paramedics, police, and other heroes had arrived at the scene. The paramedics were attending to Barrows and the other soldiers from the commission. Fortunately, none had serious injuries, but they did have significant bruises and were unconscious. Rei wondered aloud about Izuku. That boy. He came this way. Where could he be? Just then, someone called her name, and she turned to see Detective Naomasa, a close friend of the #1 hero, All Might. "Detective Tsukachi," she greeted him. "Did you find anything about the culprit? It seems there was a fight." "Barrows regained consciousness but hasn't said anything yet," Naomasa replied. Rei expressed her disdain for a certain girl. "I never liked her. I don't like anything about the commission. Did you know they tried to recruit Tuya? I'm aware of the rumors surrounding the commission and its agents, but you can't accuse anyone without clear evidence. Besides, we need to catch the person responsible for this," Naomasa said. "I know that," Rei replied. "They say you had an encounter with an instant villain before coming here," Naomasa mentioned. "Vigilante," she corrected. "And there was no trace of Trigger. He showed me his tongue voluntarily. That sounds bad now that I say it out loud," she realized, feeling embarrassed. "Thank goodness my kids didn't hear me." Naomasa chuckled. "Still, they say he got away. He was heading this way after the explosion. I'd like to see him again. He seemed to be asking for help," Rei said. "A crime is a crime. First, we detain them, then we figure out what led them to commit these crimes," Naomasa stated. He could be flexible with vigilantes and had turned a blind eye a few times, but the law was the law. Rei nodded as an officer approached Naomasa, visibly agitated. "Detective, we have information." "What is it? Do you have a lead on the cause of this?" Naomasa asked. "No, sir. It's about the fugitive Lady Nagant. We have a lead on where she's hiding." Rei gasped. "Kana?" She was surprised, and Naomasa was taken aback by the information. "I see. She's dangerous, so we must proceed with caution. Verify the information and gather a team. Will your family be available for this? Naomasa inquired. I doubt they'll be unavailable, she responded with a sigh. Good, we need to prepare. Accompany Barrows and the heroes until they wake up and explain what happened and who was responsible. In the meantime, tell me everything you have about this lead on Lady Nagant, Naomasa instructed. Yes, sir, the officer replied. Ray watched as the detective left, then looked at her hands and sighed again. First the boy, now Kana. This is going to be a tough week. She sighed again before everything distorted, and she found herself with her family in a room full of heroes and police. In front of everyone stood Tsukachi with a large screen displaying images of Lady Nagant, Hawks, Gentle Criminal, La Brava, Stendhal, Tiger Bunny, and Dark Vines. In the room, besides the Todoroki family, were Eraserhead, Midnight, Vlad King, Ingenium, Ryukyu, Gran Orca, Barrows, and other police and commission agents. Present day. Tsukachi began the meeting. After extensive investigations, we finally located Lady Nagant and her allies. This warehouse in Kyoto has been abandoned for 10 years, but it was purchased 5 years ago with cash. Shortly after, Lady Nagant killed some fellow heroes and became a fugitive. There has been significant energy consumption in this warehouse, he explained, showing several images of Stain, Mirko, and Nagant entering the warehouse incognito. This led us to investigate and discover that Nagant and her allies actively use this warehouse. Endeavor asked, so you already have everything? What are we waiting for to attack? I want to ensure our success rate is as high as possible. That's why I called Eraserhead for his quirk and Midnight for her sleeping gas, Tsukachi explained. None of you are here by chance, each of you was called with specific objectives in mind. He introduced Kana Tsutsumi, alias Lady Nagant. Her quirk is a sniper rifle. Her right arm is a lethal weapon, and she can see up to 3 kilometers, using her own hair as bullets. She is the leader and the most dangerous of them all. She is accused of treason, corruption, homicide, and theft. Next was Kigo Takami, alias Redwing. His quirk is rigid wings. He has large red feathered wings on his back that allow him to fly at high speeds. He can also detach his feathers and direct them. He is accused of murder, complicity in treason, and theft. He was a hero student who was seduced and manipulated by Lady Nagant to become her loyal follower. Midnight and Ray thought simultaneously, seduced, glancing at Barrows in disbelief. Tsukachi continued, Denjuro Tabita, alias Gentle Criminal. His quirk is elasticity. He can make anything he touches elastic as long as it's inanimate. He started as a simple villain who uploaded videos of villains online with his partner, La Brava. However, they soon decided to go further, targeting corrupt businessmen, politicians, and heroes. While I'm grateful for this, they unfortunately faced charges for theft and for fighting against heroes, and now they are accomplices of a murderer like Lady Nagant. He then introduced Manabi Aiba, alias La Brava. Her quirk is love. She can enhance the abilities of those she loves. It may sound cheesy, but according to reports from Barrows and other heroes who fought against Gentle Criminal in that enhanced state, it provides a significant boost in skills. She shares the same charges as her partner. Lastly, he spoke of Rumi Usajiyama, alias Tiger Bunny. His quirk is rabbit-like abilities. He has physical mutations resembling rabbits, such as ears, enhanced smell, and even a rabbit tail. Most importantly, he possesses explosive strength in his legs, allowing him to run at high speeds, leap great distances, and deliver powerful kicks. He was previously a student in the hero course at UA Academy but left for unknown reasons to become a vigilante and fight in underground battles. A few years ago, Usajiyama was part of the famous group, the Narahata Vigilantes, alongside Knuckleduster and the Crawler. After the group disbanded, he acted independently until, for reasons unknown, he allied with Lady Nagant and her followers. He is quite fierce. He explained further while showing images of each of the mentioned individuals. The others listened attentively, each reacting differently. As Ryukyu grimaced at the mention of Mirko, Ray and Nemuri reacted similarly when Nagant's name came up. Ryukyu quickly shifted the topic, asking about the others. Tsukachi revealed, to everyone's surprise, that there was little information available. The screen split to show blurry images of Stendhal and Deku. He explained that beyond analyzing their abilities, they had found nothing substantial about them, not even their secret identities. Stendhal was known for his expertise in hand-to-hand combat and weaponry, embodying the definition of an anti-hero. He took down villains but had also left professional heroes severely injured. His speed and agility made him as lethal as Lady Nagant, and the worst part was that they were unaware of his quirk, which seemed to involve some form of paralysis, but the activation requirements remained a mystery. Then he mentioned Dark Vines, who preferred to be called Deku. Ray inquired about this preference, and Aizawa explained that Deku had once confronted a group of police and professional heroes, including himself, to declare his name loudly. Gran Orca asked if Aizawa had let him slip away, To which Aizawa responded that he had been caught off guard by support equipment after erasing Deku's quirk. Tsukachi continued, noting that this vigilante was entirely new, having only gone public for less than a month. His quirk appeared to manipulate black energy whips. As the name suggested, he could form whips but had also been seen shaping other objects. Reports from Blue Hell, Blizzard, and other heroes who pursued him indicated that he could enhance his punches and kicks with this black mass, envelop his body to take on a monstrous appearance, and recently he had been seen experimenting with his quirk in public, materializing weapons and even wings for gliding. Tsukachi pointed out that Deku had recently started acting as an independent vigilante, but they suspected he was allied with Lady Nagant. Aside from his quirk, the only other thing they knew was that he was a fan of All Might, showing a security recording of Izuku buying an All Might action figure after thwarting a robbery while in costume. A bead of sweat trickled down everyone's forehead upon seeing this. Rei raised her hand to draw attention, stating that from her limited interactions with him, he seemed like a teenager burdened with many issues. Aizawa agreed that while he might not have problems, he was definitely a teenager, likely no older than 19. Endeavor interrupted, asserting that if Deku was allied with an assassin, they needed to stop him. Tsukachi concurred, explaining that everyone present was focused on their objectives. Eraserhead and Midnight were there to erase quirks and put them to sleep quickly. If that failed, Gran Orca would use his roar to paralyze them. Vlad King would immobilize them with his blood, Ingenium would provide speed, Ryukyu would offer brute strength, Barrows would serve as a long-range shooter against Nagant, and the Todoroki family would use their flames and ice for both offense and defense. Tuya raised his hand, asking if he could speak. He pointed out that Tiger Bunny had been part of the Narahata vigilantes, receiving nods in agreement while Ingenium sighed. He then noted that the Crawler, now known as the Skycrawler, had also been part of that team and was currently with Ingenium's agency, where he had been supported by professional heroes. Fuyumi called out to Tuya, and Ingenium clarified that while he understood the concern, there would be no conflicts of interest. Koichi would not participate in the raid and was unaware of it, as he was recovering from injuries sustained against a villain named Electro. Ingenium felt it unnecessary to inform him, especially since Tiger Bunny had become more aggressive and allied with an assassin, complicating matters. Tsukachi acknowledged that several present had histories as allies to some of their targets. Ryukyu had been Mirko's partner at UA, Blizzard and Midnight were friends with Lady Nagant, and Barrows had also been her companion. He had called upon them because they were professional heroes who had set aside their pasts and could contribute their experience and knowledge to the mission. Midnight remarked that Tsukachi didn't need to say that, while Barrows, who had been silent throughout the discussion, frowned at the mention of Lady Nagant and Deku. She recalled the pressure and faintness she felt from Deku's mere presence, which was as imposing as the symbol of evil at that time. She thought about how she might have been killed if All Might hadn't arrived in time to confront the villain. Barrows then directed a question to Detective Neo Mesa, asking why All Might was not present if the goal was to increase their chances of success. Tsukachi confirmed that All Might was indeed his friend but was unavailable at that moment. Endeavor interjected, questioning who needed All Might, claiming he was more than sufficient. Barrows retorted sharply, reminding him that she hadn't asked for his opinion, which caused the temperature in the room to rise slightly due to Endeavor's flames, creating a tense atmosphere. Rei intervened, telling both to calm down and redirecting the focus back to the mission. She asked Tsukachi if he had the warehouse plans, to which he affirmed and suggested they analyze possible escape routes, helping to shift the mood. Barrows silently thought to herself that none of them understood the gravity of the situation. If her suspicions were correct, that boy was as strong as All Might and All for One. To be continued. Something that bothers me about Bakugo is his fans. The character has had good development, and I won't deny that, although I still find him unbearable, not as much as at the beginning, which is an improvement. However, what really annoys me are the two types of fans he has. The first group consists of fans who use any interaction with Deku to ship them together, claiming, "No, in this scene, you can see how much they care for each other," or, "No, here it shows that he loves him," or any other nonsense to ship them without reason when the entire development of Izuku and Katsuki was as rivals. They also tend to insult Ochako simply for being the main and canon ship of Izuku. The second group undermines Deku and insults him whenever they can. They are literally like the early Bakugo. They claim that Bakugo is the better character and so on. I won't deny that he is interesting, but Katsuki literally only works because Deku is there. The story doesn't change much without Bakugo. Let's be honest, if we made Bakugo the protagonist and removed Deku, it wouldn't work. Bakugo was written to function solely as Deku's rival, the bully who redeemed himself and became a rival and friend. Otherwise, he doesn't contribute to the story. This is why Horikoshi had him defeat All for One. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a significant role in the final arc. It makes sense that he did it. It wasn't a forced plot twist, he just finished him off. Endeavor, Dark Shadow, All Might, and even Eri were the ones who rejuvenated him to the point of being just a child when he faced Bakugo. What did bother me was that he did it after reviving. That felt like a forced plot twist. If you were going to do it, then just don't kill him. If he hadn't killed him and revived him to defeat AFO, Bakugo wouldn't have stood out in the final battle. The real protagonists there were Izuku, Shoto, and Uraraka. Even Aoyama had better prominence than Bakugo in the war. That's why it frustrated me that they made it so forced. Anyway, I've expressed my thoughts. What do you all think? Bonus. Within the core of One for All, Izuku exclaimed joyfully with his hands on his hips, and that's it, we're done. Beside him, the previous users of One for All looked incredulously at what was in front of them. In the background, the dark and mysterious space that had always surrounded them was still visible, but that didn't matter now. What mattered was what lay before them, a replica of UA Academy. Izuku happily entered the campus, followed by his predecessors, who observed that there was much more inside the campus beyond the academy: a movie theater, a shopping center, a park, the sports festival field, the apartment complex where Izuku lived, the residences of Class A students, and many other things that brought the place to life. All Might remarked, "This is..." Nana added, "Fantastic." Izuku continued, "I also left space in case you want to create something." Yoichi responded, "We are remnants, fragments of our souls that remained within One for All to guide you." Izuku smiled and asked, "You mentioned souls, you have feelings, right? Isn't it boring to sit here 24/7 watching my life?" He added, "If I can at least make your lives comfortable here, it's my way of compensating for all your support. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without you." The others smiled, some more intensely than others, and All Might gave the young hero a pat on the back while looking at him with pride. "All of us are proud of you. Never forget that, young Midoriya. Choosing you as my successor was the best decision I ever made." Izuku was taken aback by these words, and his eyes filled with tears. Quickly, he covered his face with an arm and turned away so they wouldn't see him cry while the rest watched the scene with amusement. The end. Chapter end. Hello everyone, how are you? I hope you are doing well. The opening song Curtain Call is incredible. I never tire of listening to it. In my opinion, it's the best opening for My Hero Academia. You know, this would be Izuku if he didn't have the vestiges of his predecessors in his head to guide and support him on his journey in this universe. It would even sound like this in the background. Something I've neglected to address is Izuku's mental health. He finally reached a breaking point when he encountered Muscular, but at the same time, he regained awareness for the better after the intense battle he had with the villain. That's why he requested a false identity, not just to camouflage himself and help Shinzo and Mei, but also for his mental well-being. He appreciates the support from the previous users, but he needs real, normal people to spend time with to distract himself. In the house where he currently lives, he feels lonely. I don't explain it much, but I try to show it through subtle dialogues and paragraphs. Izuku misses his universe. He is troubled and wants to return, but he understands that stressing over it won't do him any good. That's why he left Negan's team, enrolled in a high school, and lives a double life to have some semblance of normalcy in his strange life. In fact, he remains quite unstable. For now, since he took out his frustrations on Muscular, he is under control, but if something affects him similarly again, he might explode once more, perhaps worse than before. With all that explained, let's begin the chapter. 24 Raid. Rumi joked, urging the others to share the alcohol, while she wore a black sports top that clung to her sweaty body, a towel draped around her shoulders. She watched with a teasing smile as Lady Nagant downed a bottle of alcohol in one go, exclaiming in surprise at her boldness. Hawks appeared behind Rumi, also dressed in sports attire, a towel over his shoulders, glistening with sweat. He commented on their champion with 7 quirks, while Kana sighed and leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. She noted that while the two were enjoying themselves, she had been hard at work, uncovering much more about Deku. In the distance, they could hear Stendhal sharpening his sword, grumbling about the young hero. Rumi agreed with him, acknowledging that while she didn't like him, he was strong and expressed a desire to fight him. Meanwhile, La Brava and Gentle sat apart, sipping their tea but listening intently to the conversation. Kana complained about the headache Izuku had given her with his theories about the multiverse and how he was a traveler from another universe. In a flashback, Izuku introduced himself, explaining that he had been the 9th bearer of One for All in his universe for 2 years. He recounted how he saved his friend from dying, earned the respect of his idol, and underwent rigorous training that included cleaning a beach, enduring numerous injuries, and making friends along the way. He shared his experiences of battling villains, including a fierce fight against Muscular while saving a child, and the challenges he faced as the war between heroes and villains escalated. He spoke of the chaos that ensued when Shigaraki, the successor of All for One, awakened with the intent to steal his quirk. Their battle ended in a stalemate, but the overall conflict resulted in significant losses for the heroes. Izuku decided to leave UA to protect his friends and began acting as a solitary vigilante, facing many powerful villains and earning the nickname Jailbreaker. Despite the hardships, he found himself ambushed by friends who insisted he rest at UA after a grueling battle. However, he faced rejection and insults from civilians until his best friend defended him with a heartfelt speech that brought tears to his eyes, allowing him to finally find some peace in the refuge. I rested, trained, and spent time with my friends in the calm before the storm, and finally, the final battle began. Endeavor and Hawks faced off against All for One while I had to confront Shigaraki. Things happened. I arrived late, my brash ally who had redeemed himself fell, Mako was left more injured than before, and I faced Shigaraki in a one-on-one using gear shift at full power. With your help and gentles, I moved the battle to an evacuated Musafa, and we began to fight each other. All Might, retired and powerless, stood before All for One in armor to prevent any interruptions during my fight. He battled valiantly, and Stain assisted him, but he fell. Afterward, All Might was brought to me to witness his self-destruction in an attempt to defeat All for One. Although he failed, I broke down, lost control, and nearly lost my quirk if not for the remnants of One for All guiding me back to my senses. I managed to protect my quirk, and we engaged in a mental struggle where I saved Shigaraki from All for One's control. We freed ourselves, and I defeated All for One using only my legs, and thanks to Eri, I was able to recover my arms. I continued fighting Shigaraki, now in a life-or-death battle, and when I delivered the final blow, a massive explosion occurred, bringing me here. And that was how I ended up in a new universe. Kana thought about the multiverse, alternate timelines, and her confinement, reflecting on her collaboration with All for One, while Kigo and Rumi were professional heroes, and Endeavor was a fool. She groaned in frustration, overwhelmed by the headache it all caused. Rumi expressed her reluctance to know what had caused Kana's distress. Kana exclaimed that she wouldn't be the only one suffering from a headache and urgently called for La Brava, asking her to contact Deku immediately. Aiba, confused, complied and attempted to reach Midoriya but reported that he did not answer, although she left a message on his phone. Stendhal, finishing sharpening his katana, approached Nagant with great speed, placing his blade dangerously close to her neck while she aimed her sniper rifle at him. Stendhal expressed his disdain for them, especially for Nagant, accusing her of playing the victim while continuing to kill anyone in her way. He declared that she would be the first he would eliminate once this was over, his tone serious and filled with anger. Kana responded with equal seriousness, retorting that such words were foolish for someone who would be dead for even attempting it. She accused him of hypocrisy, pointing out that while he spoke of purging false heroes, he was merely looking for excuses to kill, starting with villains but inevitably targeting heroes and police. Stendhal insisted that the trash must be eliminated and that it was better to attack from the root. Just then, Red Feathers diverted their weapons, and Hawk stepped between them, urging everyone to remain calm and reminding them they were friends. Stendhal growled, rejecting the notion of friendship, and criticized them as selfish individuals focused solely on their own interests. He claimed to have grown stronger over the years, and his ideals had evolved, asserting that when the corrupt commission fell, the false heroes would follow. A tired, mocking voice interrupted, challenging Stendhal. The professional hero, Eraserhead, appeared above them, causing Kana to panic as she realized her earlier discussions and alcohol had made her lower her guard. She attempted to shoot at him, but her rifle malfunctioned, leaving her stunned. Eraserhead's presence explained why Kigo couldn't use his wings, and Stendhal questioned if he could erase combat abilities. Stendhal lunged at Aizawa, who skillfully dodged and attempted to ensnare Stain with his bindings. Stain narrowly avoided capture, and as Aizawa landed, the ceiling above broke apart, and Ryukyu descended upon Stendhal. Rumi, however, intervened, pushing Stendhal out of the way. Aizawa landed on some crates while La Brava shouted in concern, drawing the attention of Nagant, Hawks, and Rumi, who turned to see Gentle collapsing from a pink smoke while Aiba tried to wake him. Midnight appeared, licking her lips and greeting Kana after a long time. Kana acknowledged her presence, and Ryukyu insisted that it had to end. Rumi, however, refused to back down, asserting that they both knew she wouldn't leave without a fight. Rumi charged at Ryukyu, delivering a fierce kick that the dragon blocked, though the impact forced her to retreat. Rumi prepared for her next attack, realizing that Ryukyu's quirk was of the mutation type, rendering Eraserhead's ability ineffective against her. The ground shook from the force of their clash as Rumi challenged Ryukyu for a good fight. From above, Endeavor and Blue Hell descended in flames, while Blizzard and Lady Frozen created ice ramps, alarming Lady Nagant, who grabbed a pistol from the table. Just then arrows struck her arm, causing Kana to cry out in pain as she held her bleeding left arm, furious at the foreign archer. Rei gasped in horror at the sight, quickly reaching for her communicator. Barrows clicked her tongue in annoyance before glancing worriedly at the assassin who had once been her friend. The bicolor figure groaned in pain before being ensnared by Aizawa's bandages, who also appeared frustrated by the archer's actions. Midnight had entangled La Brava with her whip, bringing her down to the ground while casting a sympathetic glance at the sniper. Endeavor surveyed the area with a serious expression, questioning if that was all there was and if there were no traces of dark vines. Tuya responded that it seemed there were none. Kigo reflected aloud, noting that he couldn't use his quirk with Endeavor and his family present, along with Eraserhead and Midnight. He declared his surrender, waving a white cloth with his right arm. Endeavor acknowledged the decision with a serious nod. Stendhal, lying on the ground, stared at the number 2 hero, beginning to mumble incoherently. He called them frauds and selfish heroes, clutching his katana tightly. Suddenly he lunged at Endeavor, surprising everyone. The number 2 hero reacted swiftly, enveloping his right fist in flames before launching a punch towards Stendhal, who narrowly dodged the fiery attack with remarkable agility, propelling himself off boxes, walls, and beams in the warehouse to evade the Endeavor family's strikes. Stendhal shouted accusations at Endeavor, calling him the greatest fraud of all and vowing to exterminate him for a more just and noble society. As he dodged attacks, he shattered blocks of ice and arrows aimed at him with his katana. Tuya interjected, reminding Stendhal that he was speaking about his father and warned him to watch his words. Endeavor noted how fast Stendhal was moving. The archer's voice echoed in their ears, indicating that the assassin was still trying to close in on Endeavor, who, like Tuya, could not attack seriously with Rei and Fuyumi present alongside other professional heroes and villains. This allowed Stendhal to get close enough to bring his katana to Endeavor's neck. He shouted furiously, threatening to end the life of the number 2 hero. Just as the tension peaked, Ingenium arrived, activating the boosters on his arms to deliver a powerful blow to Stendhal's face, sending him crashing into some boxes. Ingenium felt a rush of satisfaction from the hit and checked on Endeavor, who expressed his gratitude. As Stendhal rose from the wreckage, his mask shattered, alarming everyone. Lady Frozen was the first to react, encasing the assassin's legs in ice up to his knees. Stendhal declared that they were all false heroes seeking fame, power, and money, insisting that none of them were worthy of the title and that the only one who could stop him was the true hero, All Might. His furious shout even halted the fight between Ryukyu and Rumi. Suddenly, a pink smoke enveloped Stendhal from behind, rendering him unconscious but still standing. Midnight commented on the chills she felt, while Fuyumi expressed her fear. Rumi remarked on Stendhal's unstable mind, prompting Ryukyu to question her own sanity for teaming up with him. Rumi explained that many things had led her to join such an unstable team, suggesting they could chat over coffee someday. As Rumi dodged a barrage of arrows, she taunted the archer, mocking her missed shots. Ingenium disarmed Stendhal completely while Rei and Midnight tended to Lady Nagin's arm. A police squad burst in, armed and ready to secure the area. Several officers surrounded Rumi, interrupting her fight with Ryukyu, which frustrated her as she began to battle against the armed forces, shattering their shields. Gang Orca appeared before Rumi, who quickly retaliated with a fierce kick that he blocked. He unleashed a sonic shout that stunned and immobilized her, allowing Ryukyu to pin her to the ground. Rumi, surprised, smirked and taunted Gang Orca, questioning if he could defeat her alone. Ryukyu sighed as Tsukachi and Vlad King arrived with the squad, starting to handcuff everyone, beginning with Hawks, followed by Gentle and La Brava, and then Stendhal after he was stripped of his hidden weapons. An anti-quirk collar was placed on each of them, allowing paramedics to attend to Nagin's injury while Aizawa closed his eyes in annoyance, finally allowing himself to rest. Aizawa applied eye drops to soothe his dry eyes, grumbling about having to keep his quirk activated for so long. Rumi was restrained in both arms and legs and placed in a straitjacket for better control, allowing Ryukyu to revert to her human form. Barrows approached, and Kana glared at her but remained still. The archer returned the gaze with a mocking smile, glancing at her bandaged arm. Tsukachi inquired about dark vines, to which Kana responded that she wouldn't know, as he wasn't even part of the team. Rei explained that Tsukachi's quirk allowed him to sense lies. Tsukachi confirmed that while Kana knew where dark vines was, it was true he wasn't part of the team. Tuya found the situation boring, claiming it was too easy, while Fuyumi teased him about his expression during Stendhal's speech. Fuyumi remarked that it was amusing how her brother had been scared by a mere fly. Tuya responded with a hint of annoyance, suggesting he could incinerate her. Their mother, Rei, intervened, urging the children not to fight. Both Tuya and Fuyumi insisted that the other had started it. Tsukachi cleared his throat, prompting Endeavor to lightly scold his son, while Rei did the same with Fuyumi, effectively halting their argument. Kigo commented on the scene, calling it a happy family moment and congratulating Endeavor, who looked confused at the mention of the villain. Tsukachi then turned to Lady Nagant, asking her about her motives. He inquired if it was for money or power, given her betrayal of the heroes and the assassination of her own. Lady Nagant looked up, seemingly perplexed, before smirking and admitting to her many sins, proudly declaring that her favorite was killing the president of the Public Safety Commission. The revelation shocked everyone, especially Barrows, who expressed horror at her admission. Endeavor vehemently denied the claim, insisting it was a lie. Tsukachi, however, confirmed the truth, leaving everyone stunned. Lady Nagant continued, mocking the commission for hiding the truth for their own benefit, and taunted the archer, questioning how many people she had killed on their orders. Barrows, losing patience, aimed her bow at Lady Nagant, but Ryuko stepped in front of her, preventing the shot. Lady Nagant then suggested that if they wanted to know the truth, they would have to figure it out themselves, as her team needed to relocate. Aizawa questioned her, pointing out that her team was handcuffed. She replied that they had called for reinforcements. Suddenly, black whips emerged, capturing the entire team of vigilantes and lifting them into the air, alarming everyone present. Aizawa prepared to activate his quirk but was taken aback when Deku appeared in front of him, holding a can of pepper spray. He shouted an apology to Aizawa before spraying the pepper into Eraserhead's eyes. Dodging attacks from Vlad King and Ingenium, Deku landed in front of everyone, causing the police to aim their weapons at him while the heroes took defensive stances. Aizawa cursed, complaining about the pain in his eyes. Endeavor and Blue Hell ignited their flames, Ingenium revved his engines, Blizzard and Lady Frozen brought a chill to the air, Barrows readied her bow, Gang Orca stood on guard, and Ryukyu transformed back into her dragon form. Deku, dressed in his tactical suit and wearing a mask, explained that he needed the misfits. Just as things seemed to be going well for the heroes, Deku arrived just in time. To be continued. Izuku woke up to a strange, annoying beeping sound in his room, pulling him out of the core of One for All. He noticed a red light blinking and, curious, turned to see his camouflage headphones on his nightstand. They were emitting the sound and light. He grabbed his communicator and phoned to read messages from La Brava, which urgently requested his presence at the order of Nagant. As he adjusted his communicator to conceal his white hair, he found the situation odd. He activated the communicator, trying to reach someone, only to hear screams, crashes, and gunfire in the background, which worried him. He jumped out of bed, alarmed, and called out for his friends, but received no response. The sounds of chaos continued, prompting him to quickly don his tactical suit and open the window while activating One for All throughout his body. With determination, he engaged full cowling at 50% and activated Gear Shift, Top Gear, Overdrive. In an instant he vanished, creating a powerful gust of wind that surprised the entire neighborhood. Ryukyu sighed as Tsukachi, accompanied by Vlad King, arrived with their squad, beginning to handcuff everyone involved. Starting with Hawks, followed by Gentle and La Brava, and then Stendhal, who had been stripped of even his hidden weapons. An antidote collar was placed on each of them, allowing paramedics to come and treat Nagant's injury while Aizawa closed his eyes in annoyance, finally allowing himself to rest. The eraser hero grabbed his eye drops and applied them to his dry eyes, grumbling at the group for making him keep his quirk activated for so long. The raid had been a complete and utter failure. Despite starting off well, everything went wrong due to Deku's intervention. Rei sighed as she leaned against a car, thinking about the vigilante. He looked better than the last time she saw him, but she still worried about him. She wondered if he needed them to get home and what that meant. Her husband, Enji Todoroki, asked if she was okay. It had been a surprise when her family committed her to him. She had her doubts at first, but everything turned out well. Enji had been a good father to Tuya and Fuyumi and was very attentive to her. She couldn't have asked for anyone better. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Shoto walked through the streets and sneezed before touching the scar on his face with discomfort. He looked up and sadly gazed at a mural of Izuku. Back in this universe, Rei smiled at her husband and noticed their two beloved children behind him. She reassured him that she was fine but mentioned that Kana had been a friend before everything happened, and she was concerned about Deku as well. Enji reminded her that they were now criminals, with Lady Nagant being a killer and Dark Vines an illegal vigilante who had allied with her. He insisted they needed to stop them first before she could talk to them. Rei grimaced but nodded in agreement. Fuyumi noted that Tuya hadn't lied about his control over his quirk. He was almost a master. Tuya then mentioned he had a theory he wanted to share, capturing their attention. Meanwhile, Nemuri was on the phone having a conversation with the UA director. She nodded as she listened before saying her goodbyes and hanging up. The hero approached her partner, who was still having his eyes treated after Deku had used pepper spray on him. Nemuri informed him that the director had said he would have access to all the files once he recovered. Aizawa thanked her, making her smile, and a paramedic insisted they needed to take him to the hospital to rest. He nodded, and Nemuri bid him farewell as he was loaded into the ambulance. In the distance, within the perimeter marked by the police, reporters were trying to find out what had happened. Tsukachi sighed and approached the media to give an official report. 5 kilometers away, a garage door opened for a black van to enter. Once the door closed, Kana, Kigo, Rumi, Gentle, La Brava, and Stendhal got out of the van, their faces showing fatigue and frustration. They entered through a door to one of Negan's hidden houses, each finding a place to settle while Kana went for a first aid kit to treat her left arm. La Brava informed them that she had spoken to Deku, who had escaped from the professionals and was now asleep. She clarified that he had made sure they arrived safely at the new safe house. Stendhal expressed his annoyance at being caught off guard by the heroes, glaring at Hawks and blaming him for their predicament. Kigo defended himself, stating that Eraser had deactivated his quirk, and Endeavor and Blue Hell were his counters. He reminded them that he was the one who got them out of that situation. Gentle apologized, saying that Midnight had caught him by surprise before he could do anything. Kigo reassured him that Midnight's quirk could incapacitate any man, telling him not to feel bad. La Brava encouraged Gentle, saying he had nothing to blame himself for. Meanwhile, Rumi approached Kana, who was tending to her arm at the kitchen table, insisting on helping her. Kana acknowledged that things had gone wrong unexpectedly and that they had been overconfident and careless. If it hadn't been for the multiversal boy. Rumi, confused, asked what she meant by multiversal. Kana winced in pain as Rumi applied alcohol to her wounds and explained that she and Deku would clarify everything once they dealt with the commission. She stated that they had extended their time too long and that their next target would be the Hero Public Safety Commission. Izuku pondered whether it was just him or if One for All felt different that night. The sixth holder confirmed it was part of the evolution, noting that his quirk had been affected. Izuku acknowledged that it had changed to green but felt something else was different about Smoke Screen that night, as if he could sense movement within it as if it were part of his body. The sixth holder confirmed his feelings, stating that from now on, the other quirks of One for All would be affected by Izuku's evolution and mastery of his quirk, meaning their powers would strengthen alongside him. The higher the percentage you master, the more our abilities will continue to evolve. Izuku understood the importance of keeping a low profile. He considered going to the forest where he and Kaken played as children or to Dagoba Beach, where he trained to receive One for All. Whichever place he chose, it had to be at night to avoid drawing too much attention. All Might wished him luck, raising his thumb and making Izuku smile. He mentioned needing a good night's sleep for the challenging day ahead, stretching as he recalled his promise to be Hatsum-san's test subject. Although he wasn't thrilled about it, she needed someone to regain her confidence. Nana teased him about his willingness to endure such situations, suggesting he might be a hipster. Izuku protested, flustered and insisting he simply had a high tolerance for pain, which made the previous holders of One for All laugh. On Saturday at Dagoba Beach, an explosion suddenly erupted nearby, startling Shinzo as he stopped dragging a cooler. He quickly approached to see Hatsum, pale and avoiding the direction of the smoke. She nervously admitted that it was supposed to be a rocket backpack. Izuku emerged from the smoke, his shirt torn, joking about the mishap and warning her that it looked more like a bomb. He ripped off the remaining fabric of his shirt and grabbed a towel to clean himself up. Shinzo, astonished, asked if he was indestructible, noting that the only evidence of the explosion was the dirt on his back and his ruined shirt. Izuku shrugged it off, saying he was used to explosions and had taken harder hits before. Shinzo grimaced, wishing he could be home sleeping with his cats, but he knew that to become a hero, sacrifices were necessary. He planned to ask Shimura or Hatsum for a coffee later. Mei, relieved to see Izuku unharmed, expressed her gratitude and determination to improve. Izuku encouraged her, reminding her that everyone makes mistakes and that it's part of being human. He reassured her that they had plenty of time to prepare for the hero and support courses at UA, and he was there to help her regain her confidence. As he observed her enthusiasm, he felt a sense of accomplishment, hoping to assist her with her challenges. He glanced at Shinzo, who was diligently cleaning the beach while also trying to strengthen his muscles, which brought a nostalgic smile to Izuku's face as he remembered his training with All Might. They shared a light-hearted moment about their past, and when Mei asked who he was talking to, he explained he was just thinking out loud. She returned to her work, though he couldn't shake the concern about the news of a raid from the previous night. The next morning, Izuku hoped that his conversation with Tsukachi had just been a bad dream, but it was not to be. Tashinori Yagi hurried through the UA hallways, feeling a chill of anxiety. He had enjoyed being a hero course teacher and getting to know the candidates for his quirk, but Tsukachi's sudden question about All for One's survival troubled him deeply. Rushing to Nizu's office, he found the director and Tsukachi waiting for him. Taking a seat, he asked Tsukachi directly about the call and why he believed All for One was still alive. Nizu shared his own doubts, prompting Tsukachi to explain that they had executed a raid on the hideout of the fugitive and assassin, Lady Nagant, the previous night. Tashinori recalled seeing something about it on the news, and Tsukachi continued, stating that the police had support from high-caliber professional heroes, including Endeavor and his family, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, and even Eraserhead. Tashinori was shocked to hear that Aizawa and Endeavor were involved. How did everything go so wrong with that team? Tsukachi expressed disbelief, acknowledging the courage and skills of the mentioned heroes, assuming there were other great heroes with them. He explained that everything had started well. They had taken Lady Nagant and her team by surprise, which included Red Wing, Tiger Bunny, Stendhal, Gentle Criminal, and La Brava. Toshinori, surprised, questioned if these were the villains from the internet, receiving a nod from Tsukachi. He still didn't understand how this related to All for One but decided to remain silent and listen, just like Nizu, who held back his comments for the moment. Tsukachi continued, detailing how the plan was successful until Dark Vines arrived. Nizu interjected, noting that Dark Vines referred to himself as Deku. Tsukachi then recounted how, when Deku arrived, everything fell apart. He quickly freed Lady Nagant and her accomplices, neutralized Eraserhead, and faced them all alone to buy time for the others to escape. They had relied on their numbers, but Deku showcased masterful control of his quirk, along with impressive physical abilities and reflexes. He overwhelmed them swiftly and created enough distraction for Lady Nagant and the others to get away. To make matters worse, he escaped effortlessly. With a heavy heart, Tsukachi shared that he wished that was all, but they had discovered several shocking truths. For instance, Lady Nagant had assassinated the president of the Public Safety Commission. Toshinori was taken aback, questioning how she could have done that while being accused of corruption and killing her colleagues. Nizu explained that it was typical for the commission to alter facts to protect their image. If the public learned that Lady Nagant had killed the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, it would cause an uproar and raise many questions. However, if it was merely a case of corruption and the murder of fellow heroes, the impact would be less severe. Tsukachi continued, revealing that the situation was even more surprising. At one point, Deku immobilized them all with his black whips and began to talk, seemingly to buy time, but he ended up revealing some things about himself. He claimed to be using Lady Nagant and her team to return home and mentioned that he had apparently killed someone. Then, he approached Tsukachi and whispered a suspicion that All for One was still alive, urging him to inform All Might. All Might's eyes widened in surprise, while Nizu hummed in interest. Nizu remarked that it was intriguing and became even more so after Midnight's call the previous night, revealing that Deku had been a student at UA or at least had Aizawa as a teacher, as he referred to him as sensei, before spraying him with pepper spray. Tsukachi pondered the implications, questioning how an ex-student of UA could become a vigilante, ally with Lady Nagant, and know about All for One while suspecting he was alive. It seemed too suspicious. He turned to All Might, asking if he was truly certain he had killed All for One that time. Toshinori emphatically affirmed that he was sure, insisting there was no way All for One could have survived that attack. He recalled the fragments of that battle, asserting that he had seen the villain's corpse. Nizu pointed out that a century had passed since the emergence of quirks and All for One himself. If he had acquired a quirk that allowed him to live for so long, wouldn't it be possible he had one that could help him survive such injuries? Nizu's words caused All Might to clutch his wound in frustration. He suggested that it could be a trick by the vigilante to unsettle them or perhaps the truth. Regardless, he advised that they should remain vigilant for any suspicious activity. Toshinori muttered a curse in frustration. Tsukachi stated that his quirk allowed him to detect lies, and he was certain the vigilante hadn't lied when he shared his suspicions. Toshinori requested that the next time they had something against the vigilante, they should inform him, as he wanted to speak with him personally. Tsukachi agreed, expressing regret for not having sought Toshinori's help sooner. As they shifted topics, Tsukachi inquired about Toshinori's search for a successor, asking if he had decided who would inherit one for all. Toshinori replied that he was considering 2 students and wanted to observe their performance in the sports festival and their internships before making a decision. Tsukachi wished him luck, and as he prepared to leave, he thanked Nizu for his time. Nizu expressed his gratitude in return, and as Tsukachi adjusted his hat and exited the office, Toshinori pondered whether the vigilante could be right. Nizu advised him to remain open to possibilities, reminding him that chances are never zero. He then became serious, stressing the need for Toshinori to be at his best, suggesting that they might soon need the symbol of peace and true heroes more than ever. Later that afternoon, as the sun began to set, Izuku watched with amusement as Shinzo lay on the ground, dirty and exhausted, while Mei packed her belongings. Now with black hair, Izuku put on a hoodie that read, "If lost, return to Eraserhead," and helped the purple-haired boy to his feet. Shinzo complained about feeling like his body was about to explode. Izuku reminded him that this was just the beginning, and once they increased his muscle strength, they would work on his reflexes, which would be very helpful. When Shinzo asked how they would achieve that, Izuku simply replied that he would need to dodge. This made Shinzo wish he could sleep and never wake up, prompting a light laugh from Midoriya. He then said his goodbyes, taking his backpack before leaving Mei and Shinzo alone. Shinzo groaned, expressing his dread about the training ahead. Mei, however, encouraged him, stating that he was right but she wouldn't give up so easily. She wanted to become a support engineer, and he aimed to become a professional hero. Nobody said it would be easy. She smiled, determined to persevere. Izuku had been lost in thought, standing among the trash on the beach, watching the sun dip below the horizon. He waited until he was certain no one was around before he began to focus. With determination he activated his quirk, One for All, and dark tendrils emerged from his arms and back. He was ready to train. As night fell, Izuku walked slowly among the rows of graves, holding a bouquet of pink flowers in his right hand. He paused, feeling a sense of unease before he placed the flowers on a particular grave. Buchako Uraraka. 14 years. Beloved daughter and friend. Izuku spoke to the grave, sharing his thoughts. He felt awkward but needed to express himself. He explained that he knew Ochako from another universe where they were great friends, but somehow he had ended up in this one. It was confusing and strange, and he admitted that this was his first time visiting a cemetery for such a purpose. He felt lost and as if he were merely following a script, improvising as he went along. He missed his mother, his classmates, and felt a deep loneliness without them. He wished he could have thanked Ochako more for everything she had done for him since they met during the entrance exam. She had always been his hero, and he felt her absence keenly. He recalled how she had saved him during the exam, how she had changed the meaning of a nickname he had hated, and how she had supported him during difficult times. When he lost control of his black whips, she had stood up for him, delivering a heartfelt speech that allowed him to return and find peace. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he spoke, unaware of how emotional he had become. He apologized for being a stranger sharing such personal thoughts, wiping his tears as he prepared to leave. He mentioned that Himiko Toga was happy now, with a family that loved her, all thanks to Ochako. He expressed his gratitude and hoped they would meet again someday. As he walked away, he felt a mix of sorrow and hope, carrying the memory of his friend with him. The story would continue, and he was determined to honor the bonds he had formed, no matter the challenges ahead. Izuku reflected on how he never thought he would come to appreciate the delightful taste of a good beer and grilled meat again. He expressed his happiness for his friends, smiling as he explained that manipulating the space of One for All felt similar to being aware of one's dreams and being able to control them. However, he lamented that, unlike them, he could not enjoy food or drink, as he would not feel anything or be satisfied. All Might offered his apologies to young Midoriya, but Izuku urged him not to. He wanted to focus on the important matters at hand, sharing what they knew about the evolution of One for All. He noted that after surpassing the 50% barrier, he began to experience physical changes, though for now, they only manifested as gray hair. He wondered if there would be more side effects as he continued to evolve. Yoichi chimed in, reassuring him that having white hair was not a bad thing. He joked about Izuku looking like an old man, which earned him a brief glare from Yoichi before the latter sighed and returned his attention to Izuku. Izuku continued, explaining that the powers would evolve, though they still did not fully understand how. He detailed his sixth ability, Smoke Screen, which he had changed to green. He could now sense movements within the smoke as if it were part of his body. The movements were subtle, but he suspected that as he evolved further, he would be able to detect them more clearly. He then described his fifth ability, Black Whip, which he had just begun to notice. It allowed him to lift heavier objects with greater strength, comparable to the enhancement that F.A. Gym provided. He was still trying to materialize things with this ability, but the dragon wings and claws he had created recently were proof of his progress. He expressed a desire to create a hammer or a sword, hoping that as he continued to evolve, he would reach a point where he could materialize more solid objects with his whips, much like a Green Lantern's ring. His seventh ability, Float, had also shown slight improvement, granting him better mobility and speed in the air. While it was a minor enhancement, it proved useful. He suspected that if he continued to evolve, he might eventually be able to fly with this power. However, he noted that the rest of his abilities had not changed yet, possibly because the evolution process had just begun and did not encompass all powers at once. He contemplated training his fourth ability, Danger Sense, acknowledging that its inability to detect non-threatening attacks was a significant weakness. He did not want to encounter another Himiko Toga too. Izuku analyzed the situation further, agreeing that it was better to be cautious than to regret it later. He noted that everyone had expected him to be the one to complete One for All, but the current situation felt overwhelming. He glanced around the restaurant, noticing the waitstaff and other customers, and wondered where they had come from. He compared it to dreams, where one often encounters strangers seen earlier in the day. Nana asked what was on his mind, and Izuku hesitated, dismissing his thoughts as silly. However, his friends encouraged him to share, praising his understanding of One for All. He eventually admitted that he had been thinking about One for All as an energy accumulator. He speculated whether it could be released in the form of a powerful attack, much like a final move in a video game. All Might was taken aback by the idea of launching an energy attack. Izuku clarified that while One for All had grown stronger over generations, using it in such a way could risk losing all accumulated power if not handled carefully. Kudo cautioned him that attempting such a move would be reckless and dangerous, warning that it could reset the entire cycle of one for all, wasting the efforts of 9 generations. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging that it would remain just an idea for now. He was excited about the potential evolution of one for all and pondered its limits, imagining all the possibilities he could explore with his abilities. His enthusiasm was palpable, causing a bead of sweat to form on his predecessors' foreheads as they listened to him murmur about the potential. Days later, Present Mike energized the crowd at the stadium, urging everyone to cheer. The audience responded enthusiastically, filling the air with excitement. Mike expressed his love for the audience, which brought a smile to Midnight, his co-host. She reminisced about her own student days, recalling the unique atmosphere of the sports festival. Mike agreed, noting that this year looked promising. As the first-year students from UA Academy entered the stadium, Mike introduced them, emphasizing their potential as heroes. Haruka felt overwhelmed by the crowd, her nerves creeping in as she reminded herself that this was just another event. She recalled her previous performances and reassured herself that she had done well before. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of pressure that accompanied such a significant occasion. Her classmates had only seen her, and it was all captured on camera. The family restaurant was small, and there were as many people as she had classmates in her classroom. The entire country was not watching her in a huge stadium being broadcast on national television. Panic began to set in as she thought about the overwhelming crowd. She didn't like crowds, but the girl wanted to be a hero and honor her parents. That hadn't changed, but it didn't change the fact that she really didn't like crowds. In the stands, many professional heroes and people from all over the country were focused on the event. Some were neutral, others had expectations, and some were very excited. Among them was All Might Toshinori Yagi, in his slim form, sitting in a special box alongside director Nizu, both watching the brown-haired girl intently. Toshinori remarked that the sports festival was an event that the entire country watched, lasting 3 days, one for each year. 3 years, and 3 unique opportunities to show themselves to the world. He was genuinely interested in how everything would unfold and how young Hida would perform on this stage. Nizu commented that it seemed she was already feeling the nerves, observing how she walked stiffly, almost paralyzed with anxiety, just like many others. He noted that the first time was very overwhelming, and this festival would provide the pressure and attention they would face as professional heroes. All they could do was wait to see how it would all develop. The announcer, Mike, declared that the referee for the festival was their expert shooter, Snipe. All eyes turned to the professor and hero from the Old West, who waved his right hand slightly to greet the students and the audience. In the stands, Izuku, in his identity as Yuichi Shimura, was observing the crowd with curiosity, analyzing and locating each hero present before focusing on the students. Nostalgia washed over him as he recalled his first and only sports festival, the speech from Kaken, how he secured first place in the obstacle race and the cavalry battle, his fight with Shinso where he first connected with the holders of One for All, and his battle with Todoroki, along with all the background thoughts they had while trying to save the bicolor hero from his harmful thoughts and the trauma caused by his father. He remembered how Kaken became the champion and how he was tied up and immobilized like a wild animal during the medal ceremony. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he refocused on the students. Izuku thought seriously that he was sure that either here or at the second-year festival, he would find the 9th holder of One for All in this universe. He thought of All Might, who responded affirmatively to his silent inquiry. Izuku considered that they didn't yet know if this All Might was like the one he knew, so he decided to ask which students interested him to begin narrowing down the possibilities. All Might assured him that he was on board. Izuku smiled at nothing in particular before turning his attention back to Snipe, who announced that before explaining how the tournament would unfold, the top scorer from the entrance exam, Haruka Hida, would give the opening speech. Haruka, nervous, wondered if she had heard correctly. Her class president congratulated her, but she was incredulous and anxious at the thought of having to go up. Her friend Nairo wished her good luck, playfully squeezing her shoulders. Despite her protests, she found herself on stage with a microphone in front of her, the entire stadium and national television focused on her. As the silence enveloped the stadium, Haruka felt even more nervous. She stammered, unsure of what to say, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wanted nothing more than to disappear. Finally, she managed to say something about giving her maximum effort and raised her fists in a nervous smile. The stadium remained silent, unsure of how to respond to the clearly nervous girl. Feeling overwhelmed, Haruka curled up on stage, hiding her face in her arms and knees, enveloped in a gloomy aura. She thought to herself that she would love to disappear right then. Mike, trying to lighten the mood, gave her a score of 10 for effort, which made many laugh, causing Nemuri to elbow him playfully. Aizawa commented that these were the moments he preferred to be a hero away from the public eye. Izuku reflected that he couldn't say anything. He remembered how much worse he had been in those situations. Toshinori suggested that next time, they should inform the students that they would be giving a speech. Nizu, with a chuckle, argued that it was more entertaining to surprise them and see how they handled the unexpected challenge. Suddenly, Haruka pulled out a white mask from one of her pockets and put it on, covering her entire head, which caught everyone's attention as she stood up again. She declared that the next time she had to give a speech, they should warn her, or she would hang them upside down with her webs, specifically addressing Nizu, whom she suspected was behind this. Clearing her throat, she continued, stating that this would be the first sports festival for everyone, so they should give their all. She wanted a fair and honorable competition, urging everyone not to disrespect each other and to give it their all because she certainly would. Her tone was animated and challenging, surprising everyone and prompting applause from the audience as she left the stage and returned to her friends. Fua commented that she really needed to do something about the mask, as it made her seem like she had a dual personality. Haruka shyly replied that it gave her strength. In a flashback, a 6-year-old brown-haired girl hugged a plush elephant tightly, on the verge of tears in her bed. She told her father that she was scared. The monsters are in the darkness. There's no need to be afraid, our room is right next door, and you are strong. Haruka felt uncertain, doubting her strength. Her parent reassured her, saying that it was okay to be afraid because it made them human. What truly defined a person was how they dealt with that fear. They spoke of heroes who hid their fears and faced them to save others, asking if Haruka would like to be their superhero. With the plastic all-might mask on her face, Haruka declared her determination to combat the monsters of the darkness. Her parent praised her, affectionately stroking her hair and kissing her on the head before leaving the room, wishing her good night. As Haruka adjusted her mask, Snipe cleared his throat to announce the first round's theme. The large screen in the stadium displayed various activities on a spinning roulette. Snipe excitedly revealed that this year's first round would be a 10-kilometer race, with the first 42 students to cross the finish line advancing to the next round. This news caused several students to pale, while Izuku raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering what the other rounds would entail. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from La Brava, indicating that there would be little patrolling in 2 days, which was when they would finally act. Izuku sighed, contemplating the implications. He realized that Nagant would make her move on the 3rd day of the festival, a day when third-year students would be in the spotlight and professional heroes would be more attentive. It was a day with fewer heroes patrolling, making it the perfect opportunity for their plans. Izuku resolved to be there to prevent any harm, knowing that revealing the truth about the commission would be enough to dismantle their operations. As the students lined up at the starting line, Izuku noticed several gates along the track, feeling a chill as he understood Nizu's intentions. Snipe counted down, and with a flare shot into the sky, the 10-kilometer race began. The first-year students ran the initial 50 meters without issue until 2 gates opened, unleashing robots ready to attack. Mike announced that it wouldn't be an easy race, as killer robots would obstruct their path. Midnight urged the students to give their all if they wanted to survive. Panic surged through the students as they realized the danger they faced. Izuku reassured himself that as long as the robots weren't the 0 points, they would be fine. He watched the unfolding chaos through the cameras at UA. Haruka was the first to react, leaping over one of the robots and using her adhesive powers and super strength to rip its head off. Nairo, using her black tentacles, incapacitated another robot. Inspired by their bravery, the other students followed suit, continuing to run while battling the robots. Some dodged, others fought back, and a few helped each other, while Haruka and Nairo began to compete for the lead. As Nairo approached the finish line, Haruka seized the opportunity, using 2 metal pieces from the robots to strike at Nairo, exploiting her weakness to certain sounds and gaining the advantage to win the race at the last moment, all while wearing her mask. Izuku noted how it was as if she had a different personality. In the stands, Toshinori applauded proudly for Haruka's victory. The festival was thrilling for Izuku, filled with unique quirks he analyzed. The final round consisted of one-on-one battles with wooden swords, culminating in a showdown between Haruka and Nairo. Ultimately, Nairo emerged victorious, taking advantage of Haruka's reliance on her support items. As the ceremony concluded, applause filled the air, congratulating the students for their efforts while the top 3 received their medals. Nairo proudly displayed her medal, and Haruka smiled at her, feeling a sense of pride. The other 2 students who were eliminated in the semifinals celebrated their shared 3rd place. Izuku stretched his arms and smiled as he left the venue, satisfied with what he had witnessed. He eagerly anticipated the next day when he could infiltrate again and observe the second-year festival, excited to see his seniors. He asked All Might about which students had caught his attention, to which All Might responded with a smile, hinting at some interesting individuals. To be continued. If he jumped over the wall, he would be detected. If he tried to enter through the door, he would be caught. No one could enter without verification. He had forgotten that only professional heroes and reporters could access the festival for free, provided they had their respective passes. Family members of students could enter with authorized permission from their teachers. Finally, there were ordinary civilians like him who had to pay for tickets to enter UA. He didn't have that money. He needed to see the festival up close, convinced that at least one candidate for One for All would be present, and he wanted to witness it firsthand. He considered the sewers but quickly dismissed the idea. Stealing credentials was out of the question. He would rather not risk his life. In his world, UA's security had been heavily criticized and even became a meme for a long time. However, both at USJ and during the camp, the League had relied on Kurogiri's portals. Such a powerful and useful quirk made it nearly impossible to enter these places unless someone like Kurogiri was involved. Unless Izuku, who had been eating on top of a building all this time, packed his food away in his backpack while gazing at UA in the distance. He immediately activated float and rose a few meters into the sky. He thought that if he approached from above, he could avoid detection. With a smile, he activated gear shift. As he hovered above UA, he felt a rush of excitement. He applied some perfume in case he encountered Hound Dog and then quickly descended to the ground, landing in a superhero pose without anyone noticing. He stood up and dusted off his hands, surprised at how easy it had been. He reflected that, in defense of UA, gear shift allowed him to exceed the speed of sound. Regardless, it was time to enjoy the sports festival. Chapter end. Izuku paused for a moment to observe the crowd in the stands at the sports festival. They were cheerful, excited, and unaware of the chaos that was about to unfold. He was fully aware of the turmoil that would arise from infiltrating the Commission's building and exposing the truth behind their corrupt operations to maintain a false image of society. Many heroes might retire, though not as many as during the war. Some might be forced out. Distrust towards heroes would grow, leading to stricter measures, an increase in crime, and the gradual dismantling of the invisible barrier All Might had built. Yet it was a necessary evil. As much as he hated to admit it, this was the best time to reveal everything. While there were still many heroes left to fight and protect, they could get through this. It would undoubtedly be challenging, but that was why they would be appreciated despite everything. People can no longer live in a fictional society. They must awaken and improve. This could benefit the villains, of course. But in the long run, it will be good for the heroes, who stay to face the challenge and inspire others to help those in need. Is it risky? Obviously. Was there certainty that everything would turn out well? Not completely. He only had faith, and that was all he needed at that moment. He had faith that he would prevent this universe from experiencing the same catastrophes as his own, faith that he would help this universe improve before leaving, faith that he would return home, and faith that everything would turn out fine. Izuku sighed as he watched the large screen displaying a recap of yesterday's sports festival final, where Haruka and Nairo had fought with wooden swords in an evenly matched battle until the aspiring idol and heroine wrapped her stick in a symbiote, turning it into a more dangerous weapon for Haruka, ultimately knocking her out of the arena. Ignoring present Mike, he looked at the arena, observing the second-year students at the opening ceremony. He smiled when he saw his upperclassmen among the second years. Nijire was talking to a girl with short hair, who he thought was named Yo-Yo, while he noticed Mirio trying to cheer up and calm Tamaki, who was nervous with so many people watching him. He also recognized his older brother, Jack Midoriya, talking to a boy who resembled a humanoid panther. Memories of spending time with his upperclassmen and Eri flooded his mind, making him smile with nostalgia and sadness as he missed those moments. His expression shifted to one of seriousness and concern as he focused on the loving girl he had saved from that terrible future. He thought seriously about the absence of any traces of her, Chisaki, or even the Yakuza. It seemed they had vanished years ago, and even Eri's biological grandfather had been killed years ago by the Safety Commission, with the Yakuza completely dismantled. As for Eri, he had found no whereabouts or information regarding her. A loud cheer from the audience snapped him out of his thoughts. Present Mike shouted excitedly, asking if everyone was ready for the second day of the sports festival, expressing his enthusiasm. Beside him, the professional hero Ectoplasm accompanied the loud commentator in the booth. Ectoplasm remarked that this year would undoubtedly be interesting, curious about how the festival would unfold. He introduced himself while wondering who would be the referee. Mike happily announced that their friend Eraserhead would be the referee. Aizawa, in the arena, sighed in frustration and looked annoyed at his friend, who urged him to say something. Aizawa responded with a curt remark before addressing the excited students, announcing that Hakushu Tenohira, the winner of last year's sports festival, would give the opening speech. Izuku raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with the muscular teenager stepping onto the stage, but he noticed several grimaces from the other second-year students. Tenohira expressed his hope that the students would give their best effort, criticizing them for disappointing him since his arrival and urging them to at least put some effort into the festival. Many students protested, questioning his attitude. Izuku sighed and smiled nostalgically, recalling the annoyed reactions of other classes against Bakugo for his declarations. Thus, the second-year festival began. Seeing Aizawa-sensei as the referee was something he never imagined, and he appreciated witnessing it in person. It amused him to see Aizawa explain each round and exercise with his usual fatigue, silencing students with his quirk when they interrupted him. Watching Hato bombard him with questions was also entertaining. Nijire's curiosity and cheerfulness, Mirio's mishap with his quirk, and Tamaki's nervousness in front of the crowd were refreshing to see. He enjoyed analyzing the quirks of Class B, including the incredible pyrokinetics of his brother. The first round consisted of a paintball war, with all students competing until only 42 remained. The second round was a capture the flag team game, where he saw the 3 top students from his world teaming up with Nijire's friend. He also noticed his brother teaming up with a boy who had hydrokinetic abilities. How had he never met him? His quirk was powerful and would have been very helpful. Izuku shook his head, dismissing those thoughts as he watched his upperclassman and his older brother advance to the third and final round. The final round was a one-on-one match, as was customary for the Grand Festival. It was amusing to see Aizawa-sensei explain the rules and referee without enthusiasm while Present Mike scolded him. Mirio lost due to his lack of control over his quirk, and Tamaki lost because of his insecurities. However, Izuku was greatly surprised by Hakushu Tenohira's quirk, the boy who had given the opening speech. He realized that Tenohira could slow down time by clapping, which was incredibly powerful. He focused intently, understanding that Tenohira wasn't stopping time but rather slowing it down. He observed as Tenohira ran toward his opponent and struck him until he was incapacitated. Slowing down time for 10 seconds was a significant advantage. The festival continued until the semi-finals, where Tenohira faced Hato. The girl smiled and bowed, which Tenohira returned confidently as they awaited Aizawa's signal to begin. Aizawa announced the start without enthusiasm, while Mike urged him to show some spirit. Tenohira quickly clapped his hands, activating his quirk, and everything around him turned white, gray, and black, becoming much slower. He dashed toward the blue-haired girl, only to be surprised as he was pushed back by a shockwave, deactivating his quirk. Nijire, back to normal, soared into the sky with a smile as she flew around Tenohira. She expressed her excitement about his powerful ability to slow down time, marveling at its potential. She explained her strategy, suggesting that if she unleashed an energy wave at the start of the battle, it could create a quick enough distraction for her to evade him. Her cheerful demeanor caught the attention of several onlookers, including Izuku, who smiled at her analysis, while Tenohira clicked his tongue in annoyance. Even Aizawa seemed surprised by her insight. Nijire playfully complained about Tenohira's reaction, and despite his efforts, he couldn't reach her in the air. Instead, he focused on dodging her energy waves until they both exhausted their abilities. In a moment of triumph, Nijire managed to strike him, sending him out of the arena, much to her joy and relief. Aizawa announced that Tenohira was out, declaring Nijire the winner who would advance to the finals. She descended, letting out a sigh of exhaustion, relief, and happiness before approaching Tenohira and extending her hands to him, checking if he was all right. He flirted with her, complimenting her beauty, but she gently declined, stating he was too rough for her taste as she helped him up and walked away. Tenohira accepted his defeat with a sigh, acknowledging that he had nothing to lose by trying. Izuku felt happy for Nijire's victory, reflecting on the limits of Tenohira's ability as the crowd applauded both contestants. The next semifinal featured an intense battle between fire and water, ending with Jack's victory. Tuya cheered for his apprentice from the stands, surprising many and embarrassing Jack. Finally, the grand final arrived, pitting second-year students Nijire Hato against Jack Midoriya. Both were not at their best due to the exhausting festival, but Nijire emerged victorious, taking advantage of Jack's disadvantage from the previous match. Ryukyu's enthusiastic shout of support for Nijire surprised everyone, especially Tuya, who recognized the playful jab at him. As Nijire received her medal from Midnight, she shone like an angel, captivating the audience. Izuku recalled the beauty contest from the cultural festival, comparing her to an angel once more, smiling at the sight. However, his smile faded as he noticed the peace and joy around the students. He hoped for a good outcome the next day as he left the stadium, thinking of All Might and their conversation about the second-year students. Meanwhile, Barrows walked through a dimly lit, annoyingly long hallway, feeling frustrated about the recent failed raid against Nagant. She entered a large room filled with people in suits who scrutinized her as she approached a long U-shaped table. To show respect, she knelt and bowed her head, internally cursing the situation. The Public Safety Commission of Heroes was formed to support and manage everything related to heroes and superhuman society, aiming to prevent disasters like those that occurred at the origin of quirks. However, over time, the wrong people took power, corrupting the noble ideals of the commission. Extremists and corrupt individuals infiltrated, tarnishing its legacy. Barrows recalled the previous president's corruption, which led to chaos, and how the current president had to clean up the mess after the assassination of Lady Nagant. After the escape of the Bicolor, Barrows joined the commission to assist in the cleanup and hunt for loose ends. Although the current leaders were not the same corrupt individuals, they were even more extreme, wanting to control the narrative and silence anyone who posed a threat to their delicate society. The president of the commission addressed Barrows, expressing disappointment in her recent performance. Barrows, though frustrated, managed to calm herself and acknowledged her failures, particularly in her encounter with Deku, who had outmatched her at every turn. He not only prevented her from eliminating Gentle Criminal and his accomplice but also single-handedly saved Lady Nagant's team. Another member of the commission reminded her that despite her recent failures, they recognized her contributions and successes since joining. Barrows felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she listened to the discussions around her. The situation was spiraling out of control, and she couldn't help but think about the corrupt president who had only served to enrich himself and his allies since taking office. Lady Nagant had revealed herself and taken drastic actions against the president, becoming a fugitive and one of the most dangerous women in Japan. Meanwhile, a group of unknown individuals had surfaced online, exposing severe corruption and money laundering, shaking the so-called peaceful society that longed for justice. Adding to the chaos, a vigilante had emerged, displaying strength and skill comparable to a top hero, effortlessly evading several professional heroes. To make matters worse, Lady Nagant, the influencers, and Deku had formed an alliance, seemingly plotting a significant strike against the authorities. One of the officials acknowledged Barrows' skills, assuring her that she would be well accompanied the next time she encountered Lady Nagant and her team. Just then, the door opened, allowing 6 individuals to enter the room. The president clarified that one of their best agents had completed his mission and that they had hired a top-tier security team to prepare for what was to come. Barrows stood up, her eyes widening as she recognized each of the newcomers. She noted the presence of Kendo Rappa, the muscular redhead with an orca mask, and the infamous European mercenary group led by Leviathan, a towering humanoid beast. Alongside them were Rojin, the Serpenter brothers, and Sidero. The president smiled, instructing everyone to listen carefully. She explained that they should not seek out their target, as the target would come to them. Lady Nagant had allied with Gentle Criminal and La Brava to infiltrate their servers and obtain sensitive information. However, their servers were entirely independent and not connected to the outside world. If they wanted those files, they would have to come personally, and when that happened, she ordered them to eliminate every single one of them. Barrows and the newcomers nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Barrows left the room, feeling a mix of anger and concern. With this new team, their chances of winning were greater than in previous encounters. Yet the image of Deku flashed in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. She pondered whether he posed a greater threat than Lady Nagant and if this team would be enough to stop him. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, Lady Nagant sat on the edge of a building, gazing at the Public Safety Commission's headquarters with a serious expression, filled with thoughts of revenge against the organization that had caused her so much pain. Suddenly, Deku's voice broke her concentration, surprising her and causing her to instinctively point her rifle at him. He raised his hands with a gentle smile, reminding her that it was dangerous to play with weapons. Kana sighed, lowering her rifle and relaxing slightly. She acknowledged that La Brava had contacted him. Deku explained that she thought it best to keep him informed. Kana questioned whether he would prevent her from taking a life. Deku replied that as a hero, he could not turn his back on his principles or the people who supported him. He understood her anger, recognizing that she had been manipulated into doing terrible things, but he urged her not to stoop to their level and to strive to be better. Kana felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she reflected on her past actions, seeing her hands stained with the blood of her victims. Deku reassured her that she was still a hero, which surprised her. He pointed out that she could have ignored the harm she was causing but chose to stop and reflect instead. Even after killing the president of the commission, she had the potential to be a supervillain but had chosen a different path. Kana insisted that she was indeed a supervillain, but Deku challenged her on why, as a fugitive, she continued to pursue villains and corrupt politicians. He acknowledged that he disliked her methods but recognized her efforts to protect innocent people. He expressed that, despite everything, her heart still resembled that of a hero. As Deku stood up, he mentioned that there would be an attack the following day, and he intended to ensure that no one died, including her team. He believed it would be worse for their enemies to witness their empire crumble rather than simply eliminating them. He added that he couldn't promise not to confront Stain, who he found particularly bothersome. Kana asked if he truly believed she was still a hero. When he confirmed it with a smile, she felt a flicker of hope. Deku called her heroine Lady Nagant as he waved goodbye, leaving her with a mix of emotions as she pondered his words. Yes, until tomorrow, Deku. After this, Izuku vanished, leaving Nagant behind, who sighed and scratched the back of her neck, feeling overwhelmed. She thought to herself that perhaps she was being overestimated by the young hero. The bicolor-haired woman inhaled and exhaled before returning to her serious expression, standing up and looking intently at the commission building. Kana reflected that everything would come to an end tomorrow. The story would continue. All Might smiled proudly as he watched Nijire take first place on the podium at the sports festival. Beside him, Nizu took a sip from his cup of tea before asking him how he felt about the event. Nizu inquired about All Might's thoughts on the festival, to which Toshinori expressed that it had been a great experience. He admitted that it had been a while since he had watched a sports festival with such focus and realized he must have missed many things. Nizu was pleased to hear this and asked if Toshinori had made a decision between the young Hado and the young Hida. Toshinori acknowledged that both were promising candidates, strong and with great potential in heroism, making it difficult to choose. Nizu mentioned that offers had been sent to the first-year students as usual, and that young Hida had received some excellent offers. He noted that the best one came from Ryukyu's agency, and that she had come to his office with questions. Nizu had advised her to consider it, believing it would be a great opportunity for her to learn from a hero of Ryukyu's caliber. He added that it could also benefit Toshinori if both students were in the same agency. Toshinori expressed his happiness for her but questioned how it could benefit him. He humorously remarked that he couldn't just go to Ryukyu and say he was interested in 2 of her students. Nizu pointed out that the topic of Toshinori's successor was serious, and it wouldn't hurt to have an opinion on who would be in charge of them. Toshinori protested that one for all was a significant secret that could put anyone in danger. Nizu reassured him that Ryukyu was not just anyone, she was the only female hero in the top 10 after Lady Nagant. He had done thorough research on her before considering this seriously and assured Toshinori that she was trustworthy. Toshinori remained uncertain, and Nizu encouraged him to think it over, reminding him that he had until the internships were over to decide. With that, the mouse left, leaving the slender blonde deep in thought. The story concluded here. Izuku adjusted his tactical suit and pulled up his hood while glancing at the current base. It was a smaller warehouse than the previous one, but it was well equipped. He was genuinely surprised at how many hideouts Nagant had. It was as if she had everything planned out before taking down the president of the commission. Someone expressed annoyance at his presence, and Izuku, standing next to Gentle and La Brava, looked up to see Stendhal watching him with irritation. He responded without hesitation, stating that he was there to prevent someone from being harmed, which only made Stendhal click his tongue in annoyance. Ignoring him, Izuku turned his attention to the group's kickboxing expert, offering her a slight smile and complimenting her outfit. Rumi, dressed in a dark version of Mirko's hero suit, shot back with a challenge, asking if he wanted her to take him out. Confused, Izuku clarified that he had merely complimented her. Just then, Nagant cleared her throat to regain their focus. She declared that today would be the day the commission fell, and the people of Japan would learn the truth. No more lies, no more deception, and no more covering up the false image of society that blinded everyone. She placed a phone on the table, projecting a hologram of the commission's building. These were the complete blueprints obtained from an informant inside the commission. She detailed every entrance and exit, every floor, including secret passages and a hidden elevator leading from the rooftop helipad to underground tunnels. The commission operated on private servers completely disconnected from the outside, meaning their hacker could only access them from within. The building had 100 floors, and all the servers containing the commission's data were located between the 50th and 60th floors. Alongside the servers, there would be older paper files and reports that she wanted to collect. The plan involved creating chaos on both the upper and lower floors to divert attention while Gentle Criminal and La Brava made their way directly to the target floors to complete their mission. Once they gathered all the information, they would leave. Rumi expressed her excitement, cracking her knuckles with enthusiasm, while Stendhal declared that the scum would fall that day. Kana glanced at Izuku for a moment before letting out a sigh and ordering that there would be no killing. This surprised everyone and brought joy to Izuku. Stendhal questioned her order, incredulous, while Rumi protested, arguing that some deserved death after all they had done. Kana acknowledged their sentiments but insisted that sparing their lives and showing them how their empire was built on lies and the blood of others would be far more rewarding. Kigo expressed his surprise at Kana's stance, while Stendhal, frustrated, drew his katana and aimed it at Nagant, accusing her of hypocrisy. He reminded her of her past as a killer, pointing out that her hands were stained with blood. Izuku, with a furrowed brow, remarked on the danger of playing with weapons, prompting Stendhal to react with disbelief. Kana explained that Izuku's condition for helping them was to avoid unnecessary violence. She believed the commission was likely plotting something, just as they had when they were ambushed by heroes. Izuku was seen as the sword and shield of their team. Rumi expressed her excitement about the opportunity to break bones, eager to unleash her powers, while Kana reminded her that they could do so as long as they didn't kill anyone. Stendhal, filled with disdain, declared that Rumi was not a hero but a killer pretending to do the right thing to heal her fractured mind. He expressed his disgust for the group, accusing them of acting out of revenge, seeking fame, or being selfish. His gaze shifted to Hawks, whom he labeled a sycophant, and he threatened them all, instilling fear in Gentle and La Brava, while Mirko smiled maniacally. Kana maintained her serious demeanor, and Izuku appeared serious yet relaxed. Kana informed the group that this would be their last mission, and after it, they would part ways. She instructed everyone to finish their preparations, as they would depart in 15 minutes. As she turned to leave, Rumi stretched her arms before following her, while Hawks walked away in another direction. Stain muttered insults under his breath before leaving Izuku alone with the duo of internet villains. Izuku inquired about their well-being, and Gentle mentioned they were managing the clashes between Lady Nagant and Stendhal. Izuku wanted to discuss something important with them. He asked if they would review the information from the commission before publishing it. Brava confirmed they would review it, as they had always done when targeting significant figures. Izuku requested that they avoid publishing anything related to All Might, One for All, and All for One, expressing concern about the potential panic that could arise if the existence of someone with multiple quirks was revealed. Gentle understood Izuku's reasoning and assured him they would comply. Izuku smiled in gratitude at the pair. Meanwhile, in another part of the warehouse, Lady Nagant sat in a chair, staring blankly into space as memories of her past flooded her mind. In her childhood, she loved gazing at the stars. Night after night, she would sit by her bedroom window, mesmerized by the beauty of the night sky. She recalled the excitement surrounding All Might during those years, as crime rates plummeted and everyone aspired to be heroes, including herself. She longed to save lives and inspire others. Her parents supported her despite the dangers associated with her quirk, but due to existing laws, she was unable to train it properly, which felt incredibly unfair. When she applied to various hero schools, she faced rejection after rejection. UA, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, and CI all cited her lack of precision and control as reasons for her failures. Despite the setbacks, she continued to try and even practiced in secret, but eventually she was caught. She thought her dream of becoming a hero was over until she met Kana Tsutsumi, who was filled with hope and ambition. The former president of the commission, with a false smile, told her she would be an incredible hero with her quirk and offered to help her become someone worthy of admiration. Kana eagerly accepted, unaware of the lies that awaited her. Her parents had their doubts but supported her nonetheless, wishing they had listened to their instincts. She joined an internment school, which turned out to be a military academy. There, they brainwashed her with falsehoods, claiming they were forming special heroes to preserve peace. She trained tirelessly, improving her skills and learning new ways to use her quirk. However, everything changed when she was approached about her graduation. Excited and determined, she joked about being ready to shoot. Her instructor, however, looked at her seriously, and they stopped in front of a door. When he opened it, Kana was shocked to find a handcuffed man in the room. The instructor explained that the man was a corrupt hero who had accepted bribes from villains, and the verdict was execution. Kana was incredulous, unable to comprehend the situation. The instructor insisted that proving her commitment to their cause by carrying out the execution would make her a valuable asset in creating a safer world. Kana protested, questioning the lack of a fair trial, but the instructor insisted that those who threatened society's peace must be punished, and it was their duty to ensure that punishment was carried out. All Might had significantly reduced large-scale organized crime, but several criminals and corrupt individuals still operated from the shadows. It was their job to uncover and eliminate them before they could cause harm. Kana felt conflicted. She was reminded that sacrifices were necessary to preserve peace, sacrifices that not everyone could make. Her instructor pressed her, asking if she was willing to protect peace and if she had what it took to save lives. Kana hesitated, exchanging glances between her instructor and the prisoner who pleaded for mercy with his eyes. She felt the weight of the decision bearing down on her, her breath quickening as nervous laughter escaped her lips while she hesitantly gripped her weapon. The instructor urged her to act, challenging her to prove her allegiance. Kana panicked, insisting that heroes did not kill. The instructor argued that one life was a small price to pay for many others, emphasizing that the prisoner was a threat to society. Kana's mind raced as she struggled with the moral implications, her hands trembling as she clutched her head in distress, trying to block out the noise of the instructor's demands. She opened her eyes to see the prisoner, tears in his eyes, begging for his life. Just as she was about to refuse, the instructor showed her a tablet displaying the devastation caused by the prisoner's actions. The images of innocent families torn apart by violence filled her with dread. The instructor reminded her that this was the kind of pain they aimed to prevent, to create a safer world for the innocent. Kana trembled, her grip on the tablet loosening as the instructor took it from her. She swallowed hard, raising her weapon with shaking hands, aiming at the prisoner. She prepared herself, forming a bullet with her hair, and took a deep breath. In that moment she pulled the trigger. The sound echoed in the room, and Kana's heart raced as she opened her eyes to the aftermath. The reality of what she had done hit her hard, leaving her in shock. Her instructor congratulated her, handing her a professional hero license, welcoming her to the ranks of true heroes. Kana grasped the license with trembling hands, disbelief washing over her as she questioned the morality of her actions. She felt foolish for staying after that moment, and the rest became history. Kana sighed, staring at her hands, which suddenly appeared stained with blood. The vision distorted, and she found herself surrounded by countless lifeless bodies. The echoes of accusations and pleas filled her ears, drowning her in guilt and despair. She covered her ears, shutting her eyes tightly to suppress the tears. Rumi called out to her, gently nudging her leg to bring her back to reality. Kana took deep breaths, trying to calm herself before declaring that they needed to finish their mission once and for all. Soon after, everyone piled into a black van, with Kana and Kigo taking the front seats to start the engine. Kana warned everyone to brace themselves, as the upcoming task would not be easy. Izuku, astonished, remarked that the situation had been easier than expected as he looked at Leviathan and Rojin, both unconscious before him, surrounded by other agents who were also incapacitated. Seeing the massive white mercenary lying still made him uneasy, prompting him to check for signs of life. A sigh of relief escaped him when he confirmed the mercenary was alive, though confusion set in as he recognized the two villains. As he moved around the mercenaries, he activated his communicator to report his progress. In an office filled with computers and desks, a fierce battle unfolded between two combatants. Rappa launched a powerful punch that Rumi blocked with a swift kick, creating a gust of wind that sent nearby objects flying. Rumi leaped, delivering a side kick that Kendo blocked with a confident grin, laughing as he prepared for the next exchange. Rappa found the fight exhilarating, urging Rumi to continue their duel. Rumi agreed, matching his enthusiasm as they exchanged blows, each strike causing chaos around them. Rappa managed to land a hit on Rumi's face, but she retaliated with an upward kick to his jaw. Kendo countered with a punch to her stomach, but Rumi quickly returned the favor, and the battle raged on, each fighter refusing to back down. Rappa launched a left hook that Rumi narrowly dodged by crouching before jumping up and delivering a fierce kick to Rappa's ribs, sending him crashing into several computers, shattering them. Tiger Bunny did not hesitate and charged fiercely at Rappa, executing a powerful kick that the fighter blocked with one of his fists. Rappa, excited, expressed his delight, laughing joyfully. He had been searching for a worthy opponent and was thrilled to finally have one. He encouraged Tiger Bunny to keep going. Rumi echoed his sentiment, expressing her excitement as she threw another kick, which Kendo blocked with enthusiasm. The two fighters exchanged punches and kicks with fierce determination. The Serpenters laughed maniacally, their laughter echoing through the training gym. Hawks and Stendhal observed with annoyance as the brothers became increasingly reckless after consuming trigger. Their blades whipped through the air with ferocity, targeting the blonde and the swordsman with clear intent, forcing both to evade the relentless assault. Fortunately, the fight took place in a spacious training area, allowing them ample room to maneuver. Kigo formed a sword to block some of the blades while continuing to evade them with his flight. Stain dashed around the room at high speed, skillfully dodging and blocking the blades with his katanas, searching for a way to approach the twins without falling victim to their attacks. Eventually, the blades managed to strike both fighters, hitting Stendhal in the face and shattering his mask, while Hawks sustained several cuts across his body. Feeling fatigued, Stain began throwing knives at the brothers, who continued to block them with their blades while laughing uncontrollably. The swordsman grew frustrated and intensified his movements, blocking and deflecting the blades aimed at him. Despite sustaining several cuts during the exchanges, he pressed on. The intensity, hatred, and determination reflected in his eyes, along with his disfigured face, frightened the twins, causing them to increase the ferocity of their attacks, now directed at Stendhal. He roared with ferocity, speeding up the movements of his katanas to block and deflect the blades that lashed out like whips. Sparks flew from the metallic clashes, and debris scattered as the blades struck the ground, along with Stain's blood from the numerous cuts he received in the fierce exchange. The swordsman began to retreat for his life as he was overwhelmed by the twins, who laughed maniacally. Ignoring the presence of the red-winged anti-hero, who seized a weight bar with 20 kilograms on each end, he flew swiftly towards the Serpenters, taking advantage of their distraction. He struck the brothers with the bar, breaking several bones in the process. The twins collapsed unconscious to the floor, their eyes rolling back, freeing Stain from the barrage of sharp blades. Kigo commented aloud about the mercenaries, surprised that the commission was desperate enough to hire them. He noticed Stain sheathing his katana and lunging at the twins, intent on taking their lives, only for Hawks to block the katana with his sword, saving the mercenaries. Kigo advised Stain not to do anything foolish, suggesting he was not in a condition to fight. The swordsman scowled but ultimately backed down, causing Hawks to sigh in relief. Barrows fell backward after being shot in the shoulder, clutching the injured area while Citaro lay unconscious beside her. She clicked her tongue, feeling a shadow loom over her. Looking up, she saw Lady Nagant staring down at her coldly, with cuts on her body, the most notable being one on her head that stained the right side of her face with blood. The archer quickly transformed her right hand into a bow, aiming at Barrows, only to realize she had no arrows left. Barrows cursed under her breath, meeting the bicolor's gaze. The Greek archer sighed in resignation, removing her mask to reveal a smile to Nagant. She admitted defeat, acknowledging Nagant's superiority and expressing her honor in facing her. She closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Kana advised her never to show vulnerability to the enemy, striking Barrows in the face with the tip of her rifle, causing her to cry out in surprise and pain. The bicolor then stored her rifle and returned to her cold demeanor, stating she was tired of all the bloodshed. Ignoring the stunned Barrows, Kana walked away. The thought of attacking her from behind crossed Barrows's mind, but she ultimately resigned herself to defeat, leaving one last comment. She urged Kana to deliver a good blow to the old woman on her behalf. Kana quietly agreed, having heard her. Nagant stopped at a large door and kicked it open, entering a spacious office guarded by armed men surrounding an older woman who looked at the bicolor with fear and annoyance. Kana remarked that the scene brought back terrible memories. In a flashback, the president of the commission congratulated Lady Nagant on her graduation and her debut as a hero, noting her rapid rise to popularity. Kana, feeling uncomfortable and sensing something ominous about the place, thanked the president while bowing. The memories of her graduation were still fresh, and she couldn't believe she had to go through that for her ceremony. The president then informed her that while she had completed her graduation task, this time it would be a bit more complicated, placing a file on the table and granting her permission to approach and take it. Once a renowned journalist, he had fallen from grace and was desperate to reclaim his former glory. So desperate, in fact, that he manipulated facts and fabricated false information to create controversial cases, hoping to regain fame. The president urged Kana to stop him before he continued to disrupt their peace. Kana questioned whether it was right to eliminate an unarmed man, filled with doubt about whether her actions would truly benefit society. The president assured her that the journalists spread unnecessary panic and distrust in their system, emphasizing that it was their duty to do what others were unwilling to do for the sake of peace. Kana, after some hesitation, resolved to become the hero they wanted her to be. The sound of a gunshot echoed through the bathroom where the journalist was showering, and Kana stood there, stunned by her own actions. She was instructed to eliminate heroes who conspired with villains for fame. One by one, she took down corrupt figures and those plotting harm, each shot ringing out like a grim reminder of her mission. As she walked through the streets, children ran up to her, excited to see the hero who had defeated a great villain. They reached out to take her hand, but she hesitated, her hand stained with remnants of her past actions. Fear gripped her as she pulled back, confused by their admiration. She thought to herself that they didn't know what she had done and that she didn't deserve their support. In the solitude of her luxurious apartment, Kana gazed out at the city, feeling the weight of her choices. She was haunted by the lies she had told herself about her actions being for a greater good, for preserving peace, and for the collective benefit. The notion that one life was insignificant compared to many echoed in her mind, but deep down, she felt the emptiness of those justifications. The president informed her of more targets heroes deceiving civilians for rewards. Kana questioned whether this would truly help preserve peace, feeling lost and empty. The president, frustrated with her doubts, reminded her that they were the ones willing to do what others could not. Kana, feeling a shift within herself, asked what would happen if she no longer wanted to continue. The president, surprised, warned her about the consequences of renouncing her role. But before he could finish, Kana pointed her rifle at him, asking if he considered himself strong. The shot rang out, and the president fell, leaving Kana cold and detached. As agents stormed in, they were met with the sight of Kana standing over the fallen president. They shouted for her to drop her weapon, but she remained unfazed, her gaze empty and chilling. Her eyes landed on Kigo, the young man she had mentored, and a wave of guilt washed over her, fearing he would be used just as she had been. In a surprising turn, Kigo tackled her, and they both fell through the window. He spread his wings, carrying her away into the sky, leaving her in shock. It was ironic how the commission that had broken her had also led her to Kigo. Back in the present, Kana faced the president of the commission with a cold demeanor, questioning why she hadn't called for reinforcements. The president, realizing the situation was dire, expressed her frustration at the unexpected turn of events. Kana, unfazed by the armed men surrounding her, remarked on the unfairness of a 5-on-1 situation, noting that injustice was something they clearly didn't care about. She acknowledged her precarious position, admitting that they could end her life at any moment. The president, curious about Kana's intentions, asked why she had come. Kana replied simply, stating that she was there to tell her to her face that she had lost. Right now, they were downloading all the information from the central servers, every mission, legal or illegal, every report, every file, every piece of evidence. It would all belong to them. And then the world would know the truth. The president expressed her concern about the chaos that would ensue and the rise in crime. Kana responded dryly, stating that it would be the job of true heroes, and that the society built on lies deserved what was coming. Just then, a tremor shook the place, startling the shooters and the president. Kana added that she wasn't going to die today. Before anyone could react, Rappa burst through one of the office walls, diverting the agent's attention from Nagant to the intruder. Kana seized the opportunity to draw a pistol from her belt and shot directly at the agent's hands, immobilizing them. The president watched in shock as Tiger Bunny entered through the hole in the wall, smiling at the sight of her unconscious opponent. Rumi expressed her satisfaction, greeting the president with a cheeky remark. The president attempted to respond but was caught off guard when Kana delivered a punch that broke her nose, sending her to the ground. Kana then declared that she was not going to kill her, as she was tired of staining her hands with blood, regardless of who it was. She kicked the president in the stomach before turning to leave, followed by Rumi, who had witnessed everything with a satisfied smile. Kana reported that the upper floors were clear. Meanwhile, Izuku entered a room filled with servers and saw La Brava typing on her laptop, connected to the servers, while Gentle stood guard. La Brava revealed that the amount of information was much greater than she had anticipated and that she was downloading everything, previewing several files that indicated the magnitude of their findings. Izuku commented on the ugly consequences that would follow and expressed his desire for their support when that time came. Gentle assured him that they had already agreed to follow him in his crusade, which made Izuku smile appreciatively. La Brava then admitted that he was very different from what she had expected. Curious, Izuku tilted his head and asked what they had anticipated, jokingly suggesting they thought he would be an edgy emo seeking revenge without compassion. Gentle responded honestly, causing Izuku to look away, embarrassed. He acknowledged that he hadn't made a good impression, recalling how he had entered a berserker state to save them and how he had taken out Muscular. He explained that he was going through a lot and needed to vent. Just then, La Brava announced that she had finished, raising her right fist in victory. Gentle praised her for her work, and Izuku offered to retrieve the physical files, turning to leave. He encouraged them to celebrate with tea later, pretending to be cheerful before sighing as he exited the room. He expressed his concern about the challenges ahead. Nana reminded him that it was better to deal with this now than in the midst of war. Izuku agreed, deciding to put aside thoughts of a successor and focus on finishing this once and for all. The story would continue. Haruka walked through the streets with her headphones on, humming along to the rhythm of the song while carrying shopping bags. She arrived at a mechanic's workshop and greeted her uncle as she passed by. Inside the house, she placed the bags on the kitchen table and noticed her aunt knitting while watching a soap opera. Haruka smiled and sat beside her aunt, asking what she was watching. Her aunt replied that it was a show about a doctor with autism. Just then, the series abruptly cut off, replaced by breaking news, leaving both women confused. In another house, a blue-haired teenager emerged from the bathroom, steam wafting behind her, with only a towel covering her. Nijire called out that the bathroom was free but received no response, leading her to search for her mother. She found her mother covering her mouth, watching the television with a look of concern and surprise. Nijire turned to the TV, her eyes widening at what was being broadcast. In his home, Jack Midoriya sat alongside his younger sister, Aisashir, both in shock as they watched the news. Jack questioned what was happening, disbelief evident on his face. Meanwhile, Hakushu Tenohira observed the news from his room, astonished by the unfolding events. Mirio, along with Tamaki and his father, struggled to comprehend what they were seeing on the screen. In the Todoroki household, Enji, Rei, and Tuya exchanged worried glances as they watched the television in surprise. At her agency, Ryukyu was equally taken aback by the news. In his apartment, All Might stared at the screen, his hands instinctively moving to the area of the fatal injury he had sustained years ago, a reminder of his own vulnerability. At UA, in the teacher's lounge, Nizu and his staff watched the news with a mix of astonishment and concern. Nizu expressed his fears, noting that the highest authority of heroes, the Public Safety Commission, had been attacked by the criminal group led by Lady Nagant. He explained that there were no casualties reported yet, but the implications were serious. The Public Safety Commission was responsible for managing the national hero ranking in Japan, forming alliances with other countries, and overseeing hero licenses, among other critical functions. The potential impact on the nation's hero system was troubling. Nizu then addressed the faculty, indicating that it was time to discuss a protective measure for their students. Aizawa wondered if Nizu was referring to an internment plan, to which Nizu confirmed that it was indeed time to implement such a strategy. As the news continued to unfold, it revealed a scandal involving the Public Safety Commission. A notorious internet villain, Gentle Criminal, had released a shocking video exposing illegal and inhumane operations conducted by the commission. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the country, leading to a massive police operation at the commission's headquarters. The evidence implicating political figures and professional heroes was overwhelming, and even the Prime Minister was entangled in the scandal. The ramifications of this event would undoubtedly alter the landscape of Japan's hero society. For years, a certain individual had dedicated himself to analyzing every news story, event, and scandal from his office. He needed to stay informed about every victory, mistake, outcome, and consequence to foresee the future. By understanding the past, he could prepare for every possible scenario, ensuring that each piece on his chessboard moved with precision to maximize success. This was how he protected the heroes working for him, safeguarded the students at his academy, and aimed for the best possible outcomes. Mistakes were inevitable, everyone made them. However, he learned from his errors and pressed on. He recognized the dependency on heroes that All Might had fostered with his symbol of peace, and he was aware that some had exploited that symbol to operate from the shadows. The Public Safety Commission had started with noble intentions but had gradually become the most corrupt organization, prioritizing its own interests over the greater good and eliminating anyone who posed a threat. He had felt powerless against them, as the authority they wielded through deception was too great for him to confront without risking exposure. That was until Lady Nagant assassinated the then president of the commission and defected. Finally, the pieces began to move independently, and he could only wait. Darkwing, Tiger Bunny, and Stendhal watched as Nagant assembled a lethal and effective team that shook the commission to its core. Yet, there remained a sense that something was still missing. That missing element arrived in the form of unexpected villains who had transitioned from petty crimes to exposing significant corruption and villainy within various hero agencies. Gentle Criminal, an elegant villain, and La Brava, one of Japan's most talented hackers, emerged as formidable forces. And then there was Deku, a complete mystery who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. With exceptional control over her abilities, Nagant had managed to defeat several heroes and villains in a single day, taking down a formidable foe like Muscular effortlessly while confronting multiple top heroes. With her recent victories, she finally had what she needed to accomplish her long-held desire, to dismantle the Public Safety Commission. And she succeeded. Nizu stood in his office, gazing out the window at the expansive campus, letting out a deep sigh. He knew that things were about to get difficult. He had anticipated this outcome and understood the consequences of what was to come. He allowed it to unfold, not out of selfishness or ignorance, but because he believed it was the best course of action. All Might was nearing retirement, and the symbol of peace that had transformed society in Japan was about to fade. The country would be plunged into darkness for a time. Crime would rise, and many false heroes might emerge, facing public scrutiny. Chaos would reign until the next symbol of peace arrived. That was why he had let things progress while they still had All Might's limited but impactful presence. They needed to cultivate strong, capable, and inspiring heroes for the challenges ahead. He had a few plans in mind, and it was time to set them in motion just as a precaution. The director's assistant interrupted, announcing that his 12 o'clock appointment had arrived. Nizu instructed them to let her in. Brava informed the group that the news had broken across all media outlets. Everyone was gathered at the base, except for Stendhal, who had left as soon as they returned. Kana remarked that now everyone would know the truth. Brava added that it would be the most significant scandal in Japan since the massacre of heteromorphs. Kana noted that their actions would not go unpunished and that there would be consequences. People would be furious and demand answers, crime would escalate, and many heroes might lose or resign from their positions. Izuku expressed his belief that this would reveal the true heroes willing to fight for truth and justice. He acknowledged the challenges ahead but remained hopeful that the country would persevere. In the meantime, he intended to assist the heroes in capturing as many criminals as possible, especially now that All Might was not at his peak. They would need all the support they could get. He then turned to the duo of influencers, asking if they had what he requested. Brava confirmed that she had isolated all information regarding All Might and All for One and had not published it. She handed him a tablet containing all the relevant details. As Izuku quickly scanned the information, the others found it amusing to watch his eyes dart back and forth. He sighed heavily once he finished reading. All for One was still alive. In an undisclosed location in Japan, All for One loathed his current state and held resentment toward All Might for leaving him in such a position. However, he knew he had to recover as best as he could. It was unfortunate that he had not acquired regenerative abilities sooner. His best course of action was to stay informed about everything happening around him, analyze it, and predict the future. He relished this task, studying every possibility and determining which path would yield the greatest success. He had numerous pieces on his chessboard to maneuver. Although his silent war with All Might had significantly weakened him and his forces, he still retained considerable influence. If one strategy failed, he would simply cut that branch and pursue a more secure option. That had always been his approach, and he found the recent events quite entertaining. Unexpected? Certainly, and somewhat frustrating, but he could not control everything. Instead, he adapted and prepared for whatever came next, perhaps even turning the situation to his advantage to empower his protégés. He mused about how interesting the current circumstances were now that the commission had fallen. He imagined All Might writhing in frustration, wishing he could witness the collapse of the invisible wall he had built. A beep interrupted his thoughts. Noting the call, All for One smiled and activated the communicator. The voice on the other end inquired if he was aware of the recent developments. He confirmed he was, finding it amusing to watch them destroy each other without his intervention. The voice asked if he wanted them to take action. All for One agreed, instructing them to call their siblings, revealing that he had a plan to exploit the situation. Izuku summarized what he had read, explaining that the commission had pursued All for One for years but had only made contact 5 years ago when Nizu helped locate him. They collaborated with All Might in a raid to apprehend him, which ended in a fierce battle that All Might won, albeit at a cost to his own body. The commission had secured All for One's body, but it vanished days later without a trace, and they had been searching for him ever since. Kana expressed her disbelief at their incompetence. Izuku lamented the fact that All for One was still alive, noting that the commission was aware of All Might's condition but knew nothing about One for All. He worried that All for One would take advantage of the chaos to manipulate the criminal underworld from the shadows and strengthen his forces. Kigo acknowledged that this would be a significant problem. Izuku agreed, stating it was a major concern, and turned to leave. Rumi asked where he was going, and he replied that he was going to see All Might before vanishing as if he had never been there. Kana sighed and stood up to stretch, feeling the weight of the others' gazes upon her, but it mattered little. Her mind was elsewhere. She had finally achieved her revenge. This was the end of the commission, but she was conflicted about her feelings. Had she done the right thing? Hadn't she eliminated them when she had the chance? Izuku's words echoed in her mind, reminding her that he still saw her as a hero. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, but it lingered. Looking at her hands, her vision blurred, and they seemed stained with blood. With a resigned smile, she addressed the others, thanking them for their service and granting them the freedom to do as they pleased. Rumi asked if she was okay, but Kana remained silent. I don't know, I think I'll just take a break for a while to think things over. What about you all? Gentle mentioned that they had already planned to follow young Deku on his quest, and Brava nodded in agreement. Kigo, curious and concerned, asked if she needed anything else. Kana walked past the blonde and placed her hand on his shoulder, expressing her regret for dragging him into everything. She encouraged him to live his life as he wished and to be happy, stating that he didn't have to follow her anymore from that point on. Kigo responded that she never dragged him, he followed of his own will. Kana smiled sadly and walked away. Rumi commented on the end of their union, still in disbelief. The commission would no longer be a problem, but she couldn't believe how easy it had turned out to be. Although she knew consequences would follow, she felt a void in her heart. After everything that had happened, everything she had lost, her revenge. It all came down to this. She didn't know how to feel about it. She wanted to scream, cry, celebrate, but it felt impossible. Rumi expressed her frustration, stating that crime would likely increase and that she would take it out on all those idiots before leaving. Kigo mentioned he also had things to do and suggested that it wasn't so bad, and they should team up another time. Gentle agreed as he watched Hawks leave them alone. Nijire hurried down the school hallways, confused about why she had been called. She wasn't in her usual cheerful and curious mood. The news had left her shocked and overwhelmed. When she reached the director's office, she adjusted her hair, took a deep breath, and forced a smile before knocking on the door. The director's cheerful voice invited her in. Upon entering, she greeted Director Nizu but stopped short when she saw a familiar and beautiful woman in a red dress sitting next to a slender man in a suit. Surprised, she exclaimed Ryukyu's name. The woman smiled warmly at her. Nijire was excited to see her teacher and asked what she was doing there, only to be confused by Ryukyu's explanation that the director had called her to discuss something important, and they wanted her input first. The slender man greeted Nijire, and she was puzzled, wondering if they had met before. He sighed and stood up, transforming before her eyes, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise as she recognized him. Tashinori laughed, confirming that she only knew him in his current form. Nijire was astonished, bombarding him with questions about his true form and whether he was an imposter. Ryukyu chuckled at All Might's nervousness and intervened, calming Nijire down. Just then, All Might coughed, causing concern for both women as he reverted to his slender form. He apologized, wiping blood from his mouth and revealing a significant injury on his stomach, explaining that he had suffered serious injuries in a battle 5 years ago. He shared that this was his true form now and that he could only maintain his powerful form for a limited time each day. He had been searching for a successor as he felt his strength waning. Nijire listened intently, absorbing his words. He asked her to keep everything discussed in the office confidential. Confused but compliant, she promised. Tashinori then began to explain his quirk, one for all, which could be passed down to others. He expressed his desire for her to become the next bearer of this sacred power, making her the 9th in line. Nijire was taken aback, struggling to process the information. Ryukyu offered her a seat to help her gather her thoughts, kneeling beside her to show her support. After taking a moment to calm down, Nijire asked why she was chosen. Toshinori explained that while there were other candidates, they ultimately selected her for 3 reasons: her kind and outgoing nature, her impressive control over her quirk, and the urgency of the situation due to recent events and his own declining health. He emphasized that time was not on their side, as he was nearing retirement and could no longer keep up with the demands of being a hero. Dark times are approaching, and Japan will need a symbol to illuminate and inspire them. You will graduate next year, and you can become that symbol the people need, the blonde explained. Nijire swallowed hard and nodded, processing everything. Ryukyu interjected, expressing her concern about the recent data leaks from the commission. She asked how it was possible that the information about Nijire's quirk had not yet been revealed. Nizu explained that the commission was only aware of All Might's weakened state and had no knowledge of One for All. It was a miracle that nothing about All Might's condition had been published. Toshinori nodded at this curiosity, momentarily picturing the vigilant Deku in his mind. He then turned to Nijire, asking if she accepted his quirk. Ryukyu acknowledged the immense pressure and responsibility that came with it, affirming that she would not recommend it if she did not believe Nijire was capable. However, she made it clear that Nijire was not obligated to accept it. Nijire nodded at the explanation but lowered her gaze, reflecting on her life. Since childhood, she had always been curious, eager to learn about those around her. Unfortunately, her curiosity had been mistaken for teasing by her classmates, forcing her to hide her true self. It wasn't until she entered UA and met wonderful people that she could finally be herself. She was fortunate to impress Ryukyu and learn from her, cherishing her friendships and the acceptance she found. Looking back, Nijire felt unworthy of inheriting such a legendary power. She had not faced the struggles of being quirkless or endured an abusive childhood to become a hero. She had not trained tirelessly to make a weak quirk strong. Yet an incredible opportunity lay before her. Perhaps it was the excitement of the moment, but she would be foolish to reject it. With determination, Nijire declared her acceptance of the responsibility. Toshinori smiled in satisfaction, while Nizu looked on with approval. Ryukyu appeared, worried but sighed and smiled at her protégé before turning to the blonde with a serious expression. She warned him to protect Nijire, making it clear that he did not want to see her angry. The blonde swallowed hard but nodded in agreement. Toshinori promised to protect her, then took a hair from his head and extended it toward Nijire, instructing her to consume it. Both Nijire and Ryukyu were taken aback, while Nizu chuckled softly at their surprise. Afterward, Toshinori sighed as he locked the door to his apartment. Having just passed on One for All to Nijire, he immediately set out to patrol the city, apprehending several criminals. He thought about how his time as a hero would gradually diminish. He worried that he might have rushed into transferring One for All to Nijire, but it was too late for regrets. With internships approaching, he needed to arrange everything with her to ensure she could train safely at Island now that she possessed One for All. He pondered how it would affect her abilities, possibly enhancing them. His thoughts were interrupted by a noise from the kitchen and the sound of the television. Confused and on alert, Toshinori approached the kitchen cautiously, frowning at the sight of a green-haired boy in tactical gear eating a bowl of katsudon while watching the news about the commission scandal. The boy noticed the alarmed All Might but simply swallowed and smiled cheerfully. The boy greeted All Might enthusiastically before placing the katsudon on the table and performing an unnecessary 360-degree flip to avoid being caught by All Might in his muscular form. Quickly, he used his black whips to bind the symbol of peace, rendering him immobile. Toshinori demanded to know what the boy was doing there, coughing as he released some steam. The boy noticed and smiled with nostalgia and sadness. He was happy to see his idol and mentor in person, wanting to embrace him, cry in his arms, apologize for not saving him, and share everything that had happened. But he knew he couldn't do that. This was not the All Might he remembered. He wiped away his tears, resisting the urge to cry, and told All Might not to overexert himself, acknowledging his condition. Toshinori pointed out that the boy had him tied up, to which the boy responded with a nervous sweat drop before releasing the hero and adjusting his mask. He apologized, explaining that he had acted first but was there to share important information. He pulled out a tablet containing information from La Brava. All Might sighed and returned to his slender form, indicating he was ready to listen. The boy revealed that he had found intriguing files from the commission detailing a fierce battle against a demon with multiple quirks, a battle that had left All Might with serious repercussions. Toshinori confirmed this, acknowledging the truth in the boy's words. The boy continued, explaining that the commission had been hunting All for One for years, but this was the only detailed file about him. He revealed that the commission had kept All for One's body for study, but it had mysteriously disappeared on the same day. They had been searching for it ever since. Toshinori was shocked and took the tablet to read the details. The boy expressed regret, stating that this was more than enough evidence to prove that All for One was still alive. Toshinori struggled to believe it, while the boy warned that the rise in crime and insecurity could be exploited by All for One. He had ensured that no information about All for One would be revealed, as it could benefit him if it came to light. Toshinori was in disbelief that All for One could still be alive. The boy reassured him that, like Toshinori, All for One was recovering from the wounds of that battle. After the damage inflicted upon him, he would never return to his former glory. The boy explained this to ease Toshinori, taking the tablet back. He promised to send all the information later, expressing how glad he was to see that All Might was still alive. Toshinori extended his hand, pleading as he saw Izuku leaning against the window, preparing to leave. He questioned why Izuku would ally himself with criminals. Izuku responded that he remembered they were all human and that everyone makes mistakes. He needed them for his plan. Toshinori inquired about the nature of that plan, to which Izuku jokingly replied that returning home and defeating the greatest villain of all time was merely a secondary mission before jumping out the window, leaving Toshinori to exhale heavily. This visit had been both unexpected and revealing. Toshinori sighed and picked up his phone to call a number. He spoke to Tsukachi, apologizing for the disturbance, but it was about the vigilante Deku, who had been at his house. Meanwhile, Izuku swung through the city of Japan, wearing a sad and melancholic expression. He muttered to himself that at least he wouldn't cry. All Might tried to speak to him, but Izuku interrupted, asking them not to say anything. He knew they were trying to cheer him up, but he felt unable to embrace any of them. A distant explosion caught Izuku's attention, prompting him to change direction toward the sound. There was no time for doubts, tears, or any other distractions. He had caused this, and the number of heroes affected would be significant, with severe consequences to follow. It was only a matter of time before crime escalated to its peak. He had instigated this. Now it was his responsibility to face the repercussions. The story would continue. Akari Nozomi sat at a table with her father, eating in complete silence. The atmosphere was uncomfortable for her, and she could hear her father's thoughts, which were harsh and filled with resentment. He noticed her distress and confronted her, accusing her of invading his mind. She protested that it had been an accident, pleading for forgiveness, but he interrupted her with a harsh slap that sent her to the ground. Tears streamed down her face from the pain as she covered her bruised cheek, fearfully watching her father approach. He shouted at her, demanding she leave his mind. Akari begged for forgiveness, insisting she wouldn't do it again. After the confrontation, Akari looked in the mirror, her face dirty and bruised. Tears fell from her eyes as she felt the pain, but she steeled herself and applied first aid before covering the bruises with makeup. When she arrived at school, her gaze was downcast, still affected by her father's latest outburst. As she walked through the hallways, she overheard the thoughts of her classmates, which only added to her discomfort. She wished to disappear, feeling overwhelmed by the unwanted attention and the rumors swirling around her. As she nearly collided with a teacher, she quickly apologized. The teacher reciprocated, but his thoughts were inappropriate, causing her to recoil and step away from him. One of her classmates called out to her, approaching with a friendly smile that contrasted with her inner thoughts filled with jealousy. Akari averted her gaze, apologizing for being late, but the rumors about her were relentless, and she felt the weight of them pressing down on her. Needing to escape, she hurried away, climbing stairs to reach the rooftop, where she found Izuku, who looked surprised to see her. She leaned her head against his chest, seeking comfort in his silence. Izuku was confused but gently stroked her head, unsure of how to respond. Akari expressed her desire to concentrate on his mind, finding solace in the quietness he provided. She wanted to escape the noise of others' thoughts, which overwhelmed her. As Izuku opened the door to his apartment, he was met with silence. He prepared dinner for himself, sitting on the sofa feeling lonely and missing his mother, friends, and the world he once knew. All Might and Nana joined him, offering their support, but he felt as though he could not truly connect with them. Walking through the rain with an umbrella, Izuku witnessed a robbery and swiftly intervened, stopping it before returning to his previous spot. He noticed groups of friends laughing, parents with their children, and couples holding hands. Everyone seemed to have someone to share their lives with, while he felt utterly alone. His relationships with the vigilantes were purely professional, and despite spending more time with Shinso and Hatsum, he felt a profound sense of isolation. He had no one. Izuku felt completely alone when a soft bark interrupted his thoughts, accompanied by some whimpering. He turned his attention to a box in the middle of the sidewalk, drenched in rain, and peeked inside to find 3 shivering puppies. He crouched down and sheltered them with his umbrella for a better look. One puppy was entirely brown, curled up in a corner, trembling from the cold. Another was pure white with a red spot over its left eye, crying and barking as if pleading for help. The smallest of the 3 barked with surprising strength and determination. The 3 puppies looked into Izuku's eyes, and he mirrored their gaze before smiling and lifting the box into his arms. He decided to name them Ochako, Shoto, and Kachin, feeling a surge of joy. Perhaps he wouldn't be so alone anymore. Izuku had grown weary of society. He was tired of being surrounded by false heroes, frustrated that the beautiful and honorable meaning of the word had been tarnished. There was only one true hero deserving of the title, and he alone could bring about change. His time as a vigilante opened his eyes to the reality that he couldn't cleanse Japan by merely eliminating criminals. He needed to address the root of the problem. Now armed with information on every one of those false heroes, he was ready to eradicate the plague from its source. The games were over, Stendhal's time had come to an end. Suddenly, something pulled Stain from his thoughts, a strange sensation, a bad premonition. A deep cut across his back took him by surprise, and he stifled the pain as he fell to his knees, looking up at his attacker with a mix of shock and anger. Hawks had come to confront him, stating that while Stain had been helpful, he had become a problem that needed to be dealt with personally. With a dark and intense gaze, Hawks revealed his true intentions, showing no mercy. Stain's furious threats were abruptly silenced as sharp feathers enveloped him, disarming him completely. Hawks seized his sword and, without a hint of compassion, ended Stain's life. Hawks hoped that the master would remain unaware of his actions. The story continued with Izuku reflecting on the past 10 months since he had entered this new universe. It had been 8 months since he had separated from Lady Nagant and her team after infiltrating the Commission's building and exposing all the corruption, money laundering, and extrajudicial executions that had taken place. During the following months, the much-publicized trial of the century unfolded, where those implicated in the corruption faced justice. Although the trust in the heroic society hadn't shattered as it had in his previous world, insecurity and crime had risen significantly. The anger of the people and the dwindling number of heroes fueled this unrest, and villains sought to exploit the situation, deepening the divide. With a reformed team consisting of Gentle, La Brava, and himself, Izuku began patrolling the country, addressing the issues that heroes could not. He gained popularity and became known as the vigilante, Deku. He worked tirelessly to keep crime at bay, especially with All Might weakened. Along the way, he made new allies and enemies, all while investigating anything related to All for One in the League of Villains. Compress was gone, and Toga and Tuya felt a sense of happiness, but there was still no information about All for One or Shigaraki. There was only a deleted file about Tenko Shimura, which mentioned the incident at his home and the tragedy that befell his family. Despite this setback, the determination to keep moving forward remained strong, and the hope of finding them lingered. Soon he would be able to return home in peace. In his double life as Yuichi Shimura, he had been helping Shinso, Nozomi, and Hatsum, and 8 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was finally the day he had been waiting for. Trying to calm his racing heart, Shinso took a deep breath and exhaled as he gazed at the entrance of the vast UA Academy campus. The difference from a few months ago was striking. He had grown a few centimeters, his muscles had developed, and his face showed signs of change, from his jawline to his new hairstyle, which now fell down over his forehead instead of being styled up with gel. Despite these physical changes, he wondered if all his training would pay off. What if he disappointed Shimura? What would he do if he didn't get into the hero course? Even though he had enrolled in general courses, he felt that failing to qualify for the hero course would mean all his training had been a waste not just for him, but also for Yua. His thoughts were interrupted when the boy he had been thinking about gave him a light tap on the back of the neck. Izuku encouraged him not to question his abilities but to simply take action, recalling the words he had once heard from his teacher. Shinso rubbed the back of his neck before noticing the newcomer, who was accompanied by Akari Nozomi. The redhead was standing quite close to the now white-haired boy, prompting Shinso to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. He commented on how he was still getting used to seeing Izuku as an albino, to which Izuku laughed and agreed, finding it strange to see gray hair in the mirror. At that moment, they stepped aside to let a black-haired boy with blue streaks on the side of his head pass. The boy looked annoyed and determined. Akari recognized him as Rado Haruki, and Shinso reminded them that he had been the main bully at their school until Izuku had intervened and stopped the bullying. Akari noted that Rado seemed angry with Izuku, and Izuku mentioned that Hatsum had sent her regards and good luck before stepping forward to enter the UA campus for the entrance exam. However, he stumbled over a slightly raised brick and began to fall face-first toward the ground. He felt a sense of déjà vu as he resigned himself to the fall, but someone caught him by the collar of his uniform just in time. He expressed his gratitude to Shinso or Nozomi, smiling at his savior, only for his smile to vanish upon seeing a brown-haired girl looking at him with concern. She asked if he was okay, and Izuku was momentarily stunned, his mind conjuring an image of Ochako Uraraka beside her. The memories of his best friend disoriented him, but he quickly swallowed hard and regained his composure, nervously affirming that he was fine and introducing himself as Yoichi Shimura, nearly revealing his true identity and startling the girl. He quickly said goodbye to Yu Takayama and jogged away, placing his hands on his face to sigh and calm himself. Shinso, incredulous at what had just happened, questioned what that had been about. Akari remained silent, watching Izuku with a mix of doubt and concern. Izuku explained that it was nothing, just a reminder of someone important to him. As he walked away without looking back at Shinso or the redhead, Akari reflected on her ability to sense people's feelings. She noted that Shimura always seemed sad, and despite all he had done for her, she felt unable to break through the invisible walls he had built around himself. In a flashback, Akari recalled the day she awakened her power. She and her mother had been in the car on their way home when it happened. Due to her ability, her mother fell asleep at the wheel, leading to a crash that overturned the vehicle. Her mother did not survive, and when her father discovered the truth, he never forgave her. He began to ignore her, insult her, and treat her poorly. When he drank, he would lash out at her. One day, after having too much to drink, he confronted her, accusing her of being a murderer and blaming her for her mother's death. He struck her, sending her against the wall, and continued to scream that it was all her fault. Akari was terrified and in pain, wanting to defend herself but feeling paralyzed by fear and hurt. Just then, a serious voice interrupted, commanding her father to let her go. Someone grabbed the man by the shoulders and pulled him away, allowing Akari to fall to the ground, gasping for breath. She looked up in surprise at her savior, realizing it was Shimura. Murmuros de sorpresa lenaron el air mientras Akari observaba a Izuku, quien miraba a su padre con seriedad. Izuku le dijo con firmeza que el único monstruo presente era él, antes de voltear hacia la adolescente y asegurar que no debía preocuparse, porque él estaba allí. Con una sonrisa y un pulgar hacia arriba, logró que los ojos de Akari brillaran con sorpresa y admiración. Poco después, su padre fue llevado a prisión y, en cuestión de semanas, su abogado logró que lo encarcelaran por años debido al abuso que le había hecho sufrir. Akari se mudó con su tía, quien, a diferencia de su padre, la trató bien. Desde ese día, la calma y seguridad que sentía con Izuku solo aumentaron. Akari, preocupada, decide ayudar. Shinso, sin escucharla, le preguntó si había dicho algo. Ella negó con la cabeza y aceleró el paso para seguir a Izuku de cerca. Los tres ingresaron a un enorme salón que parecía una sala de conferencias, con muchas sillas y mesas alrededor de un escenario vacío. Varios estudiantes estaban sentados, y Izuku echó un vistazo rápido a la sala, reconociendo a la chica que había visto minutos antes, así como Aida, Shoji, Bakugo, Mina, Tokoyami y Yamamo. Se sorprendió al ver a Yamamo Ali, recordando que su familia estaba en dificultades financieras, lo que podría haberla llevado a presentarse al examen normal en lugar del de recomendación. Izuku suspiró ante la cantidad de posibilidades y se sentó en su asiento junto a Akari, Shinso y Raito, quien estaba a su lado. Shinso los miró con fastidio, resignándose que, al asistir a la misma escuela, debían sentarse juntos. Frunció el seno al notar lo cerca que estaba Nozomi de Shimura. Este último miró a Bakugo durante varios segundos antes de desviar la mirada, sin descubrir quien lo observaba, y chasqueó la lengua, esperando que el examen comenzara. Con el tiempo, más estudiantes llegaron, llenando la sala. Una vez que estuvieron todos, las luces del escenario se encendieron y comenzó a sonar música. Present Mike apareció en el escenario con emoción, saludando a los aspirantes y pidiéndoles que respondieran con entusiasmo. Sin embargo, la mayoría permaneció en silencio, confundida, excepto por Izuku, quien, recordando su propio examen de ingreso, gritó con fuerza, levantando un puño al aire. Su grito sorprendió a sus compañeros y avergonzó a Akari y a Shinso. Mike, contento de que al menos uno le siguiera el juego, anunció que comenzarían con la explicación del examen. Informó que el examen de ingreso se dividiría en dos partes, teórico y práctica. La primera sería un examen común que abarcaría todos los temas que se les habían enseñado al inscribirse. Advirtió que si reprobaban uno de los dos, no podrían ingresar. La segunda parte consistiría en un examen práctico en ciudades artificiales dentro del campus, donde tendrían que luchar contra robots durante 15 minutos. Se presentarían 4 ciudades, A, B, C y D. Akari comentó que tenían ciudades distintas al ver que le tocaba la C. Notó que Shinso tenía la D Izuku la B, inclinándose ligeramente para ver que Raito tenía la. Izuku explicó que eso era para evitar que los amigos de la misma escuela se ayudaran entre sí, decepcionando a Nozomi y frustrando a Shinso, quien no podría hacer equipo con sus amigos. Mike continuó explicando que tendrían que luchar contra 3 tipos de robots, cada uno con diferentes puntos. Sería como un videojuego, divertido, dijo. Quantos más villanos derrotaran, más puntos obtendrían. Aclaro que, si algunos de ellos tenían quirks que no funcionaban contra robots, no debían preocuparse, ya que los robots tendrían botones de desactivación. Además, este ano se permitiría el uso de armas blancas y objetos de apoyo, siempre que fueran notificados y aprobados con antelación. Shinso se sintió aliviado al escuchar esto, ya que tenía dos barras metálicas que, aunque no eran mucho, eran bastante fuertes y resistentes. De repente, un chico alto con gafas y cabello azul oscuro se puso de pie y alzó la mano, llamando la atención de todos. Exclamó que Mike solo había mencionado tres tipos de robots, mientras que en los folios se hablaba de cuatro, cuestionando si era un error y sugiriendo que una institución de elite como UE debería avergonzarse de cometer tales errors. Izuku sonrió al ver a su amigo Ida, quien siempre era tan recto. Ida, señalando a Izuku, le dijo que desde que comenzó el examen no había dejado de molestar, cuestionando si esto era un juego para él. Con la delicada situación en Japón respecto a los heroes, no deberían tomarse las cosas a la ligera. Izuku, descolocando a Ida, comentó que cuando un héroe salva a alguien, no solo salva vidas, sino también corazones. Recuerdo que alguien había dicho que una sociedad sin humor estaría condenada, y que trataba de honrar esas palabras. Se disculpó si su actitud molestaba, pero lo aseguró que se lo tomaba en serios, como cualquier otro aspirante. Además, mencionó que Mike iba a explicar sobre los puntos cero antes de ser interrumpido. As the explanation continued, it was made clear that the last robot was not significant for scoring points. Its value was literally zero, so if anyone encountered it, they were advised to ignore it as it was designed solely to be a nuisance. Ida expressed his understanding and apologized for the interruption, bowing before taking his seat. Mike then announced that the exam would begin shortly, and the students would receive their exercise sheets. They had 2.5 hours to complete them. Once finished, they would exit and be guided to the changing rooms to prepare for the practical exam, after which they would be taken to the bus that would transport them to their combat city. He warned them not to cheat, as the room was equipped with cameras to prevent it. With that, the exam commenced. 2 hours later, Izuku left the conference room with his hands behind his neck, having completed his theoretical exam. It had been easier than he expected, and he managed to finish half an hour early. While he wasn't the first to submit, he was among the first and felt confident that he had performed better than during his previous attempt. A small robot greeted him, congratulating him on finishing the exam and expressing hope for his success. The robot raised its left arm, displaying a cheerful smile on the screen on its head, and offered to take him to the changing room to prepare for the practical exam. Izuku greeted the robot, named Herbie, with enthusiasm. He found the experience quite enjoyable and imagined how May or Melissa would react to such an intelligent robot, which made him smile and feel a bit anxious. He followed Herbie while they chatted. Curious, Izuku asked how many had finished before him. Herbie informed him that he was the third to complete the exam, but the first male. Izuku speculated that Yamamo was likely one of those who finished before him. He then inquired about how Herbie functioned, intrigued by the robot's human-like expressions and mannerisms. Herbie explained that he was created in collaboration with director Nizu and Professor David Shield to assist, guide, and protect the students at the academy. He was the fourth model but the first to be deployed in Island, and he was learning a lot in Japan, finding humans quite entertaining. Izuku was surprised to learn that Professor Shield had created Herbie and wondered if Melissa had been involved in the project. As they arrived at the changing rooms, Herbie wished him luck on the practical exam and instructed him to follow the arrows to the exit where the bus would be waiting to take him to his city. Setting aside his surprise, Izuku entered the male changing room with his backpack to change out of his school uniform. A few minutes later, he boarded a bus marked with the letter B and took a seat to wait. He spotted Yamamo and Kendo through the window before boarding, as well as others arriving and getting on one of the 4 buses depending on their assigned cities. He noticed Akari and Shinso in the distance, smiling and wishing them luck, and saw Bakugo board his bus. He also recognized a girl who resembled Uraraka, realizing that her name was MT Lady, which explained why he hadn't found her earlier. The resemblance to his friend puzzled him. Izuku sighed, once again cursing the multiverse as he tried to calm his mind and heart, feeling unprepared for the unexpected. Meanwhile, Akari felt uncomfortable on the way to City C. 4 months, Izuku had been her anchor, helping her control her psychic powers and avoid hearing others' thoughts. Now, separated by different buses, she had to concentrate hard to minimize her psychic input. It troubled her that even Yoichi, after analyzing her gift, hadn't found a solution that worked. He theorized that her lack of control stemmed from an unresolved trauma. Since losing her mother, her powers had only grown more chaotic. Once, she had accidentally put her entire school to sleep, and only she knew the cause. Fortunately, she had learned to avoid delving too deeply into others' minds, but the constant noise of their thoughts was still overwhelming. She sighed and meditated in her seat, while a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail noticed her discomfort and decided to leave her in peace. On the bus to City D, Shinso felt anxious. Now that he was alone, he realized how much he had depended on Shimura and how his life had changed since they met. Before Shimura, no one spoke to him at school. The false rumors about him and his disheveled appearance made socializing impossible. His villain quirk only pushed others away and attracted foolish heroes who wanted to put him in his place. Shimura appeared like a guardian angel, defending him and speaking to him without fear. It was annoying yet comforting, and soon, Shimura became his first true friend. Yuichi supported Shinso's dream of becoming a hero, motivating and training him. He also helped Hatsum and Nozomi, two girls with their own struggles, without asking for anything in return. He had even saved the latter from an abusive father. To Shinso, Yuichi was the best superhero in the world, though he would never say it to his face. Taking a deep breath, Shinso focused on calming himself. He needed to concentrate and give his all in the exam. He didn't want to disappoint Shimura or anyone else. He was determined to become a hero, no matter the obstacles. Raito Haruki was the star student at Naba High School, known for his excellent grades and his impressive quirk that made him a natural hero. His lightning fists were his pride, and he used them to put any troublemaker in their place. He was the best, and everyone knew it. There was no debate. But what about Hitoshi Shinso? He couldn't be a hero. His gift was perfect for a villain, and that was why he made it a point to put others in their place whenever he could. It was fine, right? Of course it was. He had done it for years, and no one stopped him until that annoying Yuichi Shimura showed up. That fool appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly everyone had a conscience. What he was doing was wrong and he had to stop. Ridiculous. And his gift, that annoying gift that made him untouchable. No matter how many times he tried to put Shimura in his place outside of school, the guy moved so fast that he knocked everyone down effortlessly. He was no longer the strongest. Shimura was. He couldn't allow that. He hated that idiot. Everything had gone wrong since he arrived. Shimura even had a harem with that crazy inventor and Akari Nozomi. He couldn't understand why the latter was with him. What did Shimura have that he didn't? This was going to change. As soon as he entered UA, after all his months of training, he would show those three who was the real boss, and no one was going to stop him. A blonde with ash-colored hair pushed him aside with his shoulder, making him fall into one of the seats. He quickly got up and grabbed the guy by the shoulders, demanding to know who he thought he was to speak to him like that. The ash-haired boy turned to him with annoyance before smirking mockingly. He confidently declared himself Katsuki Bakugo, the one who would surpass all might, and warned him to stop touching him within 3 seconds. The atmosphere in the bus heading to City A became incredibly tense, and the other students exchanged nervous glances, unsure of how to intervene. Just then, a girl with pink hair and skin stepped in between them with a nervous smile, urging them not to fight. She reminded them that they didn't want to be held back by a dispute before even trying. Bakugo scoffed and turned away, while he glared at him, thinking to himself that he would forget about Shimura and first put this idiot in his place. Meanwhile, Izuku and his group stood in front of the entrance to City B. The white-haired boy stretched his legs, trying to distract himself from the recent events. His activities as the vigilante Deku, his studies, helping Shinso, Hatsum, and Nozomi, and taking care of 3 dogs at home filled his mind. He was also on the hunt for All for One and the League of Villains. He sighed, feeling frustrated as a loud noise erupted, and the massive door to the city swung open, capturing everyone's attention. Some swallowed nervously, others took deep breaths, and some got into position. When the door fully opened, Izuku dashed forward without warning, surprising everyone. Mike shouted for them to start, urging them not to wait for a pat on the back. Izuku asked All Might what his record for points was, his eyes shining with excitement at the question. In a closed room filled with computers, several professional heroes watched the entrance exam for potential new students. The UA teachers, including Midnight, Eraserhead, Ectoplasm, Tracy, Snipe, Cementos, Hound Dog, and the new teacher Lady Frozen, focused intently on analyzing the applicants. Their director, Nizu, smiled at the promising heroes, knowing they would need them. Unlike previous years, applications to UA and various hero academies had decreased by 30% to 40% since the incident with the commission, which was concerning. However, it also meant that those who applied had great will and determination. Nizu expressed his interest and excitement, while the other teachers were left in shock. Snipe exclaimed in disbelief as he noted that number 42 had scored 40 points in just 1 minute. Nizu remarked that things were getting exciting. The story continued with the entrance exam at UA City A. With a fierce smile, Katsuki triggered small explosions in his hands to propel himself toward the first robot he saw. The robot attacked, but Katsuki skillfully feinted, creating an explosion in front of him that produced a cloud of smoke. He leaped over the robot, landing behind it to destroy it with another explosion. He counted his points, noting 3, when he spotted another robot nearby. It attacked, but he blocked its strike and countered with a powerful blow that destroyed its arm. The robot was pushed back by the explosion, but just as he was about to finish it off, Raito appeared out of nowhere, striking the robot with lightning-fast punches and destroying it. Katsuki was taken aback, surprised by Raito's sudden appearance. "You stole my kill," he complained indignantly. Raito responded, "It's your fault for being so slow, for points." Bakugo clicked his tongue, holding back the urge to explode the black-haired boy to avoid punishment. Instead, he charged at the nearest robot, destabilizing it with an explosion. Just as he was about to finish it off, Raito appeared to destroy it and steal the points. Katsuki glared at him, feeling increasingly frustrated with the boy known for his lightning-fast punches. Raito taunted him, saying, "You're so slow, blonde. Let's see if you learn your place." This only made Katsuki smile with excitement and madness. Katsuki declared, "If that's how you want to play, let's play." His eyes were filled with determination and annoyance, yet he continued to smile. For some reason, Raito felt a chill run down his spine, and soon he would discover why he had messed with the wrong person. In City C, Akari summoned a beam of light and hurled it at one of the robots, piercing its head. She then used her telekinetic powers to rip off its arms and throw them at another robot. Amidst the smoke and chaos of battles between other students, a robot sneaked up and attacked Nozomi from behind. Just in time, a cannonball saved her. Surprised, the redhead turned to see Momo Yaoyorozu beside her, wielding a cannon. Momo wore a black top that barely covered her and shorts, revealing a lot of skin, but the determination in her eyes as she created another cannonball showed how little she cared about appearances. Suddenly, a one-point robot appeared behind Yaoyorozu, but Akari saved her by throwing a piece of metal at the robot's head, destroying it. Momo was taken aback and sighed in relief, only to realize Akari was no longer there. In City D, things were easier than expected. It was tricky to find the buttons on the robots to deactivate them, but once he figured out that the one-point robots had theirs on the shoulder, the 2-pointers on the chest, and the 3-pointers on the forehead, everything became simpler. Surprisingly to Shinso, the robots were slower than he had anticipated. No, Shimura was much faster. In a flashback, Shinso let out a small cry of pain after receiving a hit to the face that sent him flying a few meters back. He quickly got up to see the black-haired boy, Izuku, smiling at him. Shinso lunged at Deku, but he vanished from sight, reappearing beside him to grab his arm and throw him forcefully to the ground. Shinso groaned in pain but quickly got up to attack again, only for Izuku to disappear and reappear in front of him, delivering a light punch to his stomach followed by a kick to his chest that knocked him down. Izuku praised him, saying he had done a great job. Shinso insisted he wasn't done yet, but Izuku advised him not to overexert himself, explaining that there was a significant difference between them and that his body wasn't used to fighting so much. He pointed to the scars on his arms, reminders of his need to keep improving and the consequences of not being careful. Izuku emphasized the importance of working hard to cover his weaknesses without solely relying on his quirk, but also knowing when to relax and take a break. A drop of sweat ran down Shinso's temple as he recalled the time he left UA and how his friends forced him to shower and timed his training to prevent him from overdoing it again. He thought to himself that he wanted to be a hero, sitting and complaining about the pain. He acknowledged his determination was admirable, but he needed to give it time. He realized he was earning more points than he thought and felt motivated to keep going, gripping his sticks tightly, taking a deep breath, and running off in search of more robots. In the monitoring room, everyone was focused on the screens. Aizawa glanced at the screen showing Shinso and searched for his information, a slight smile forming before it vanished as he turned his attention to the others. A girl with pink skin and hair melted one of the robots by launching acid from her hands. A boy with dark blue hair and glasses kicked another, smashing its head. A girl with orange hair enlarged her fist to destroy another, and several robots were being dismantled, distributing points to the candidates. A redhead used her telekinetic powers to lift a robot and drop it, while a black-haired girl created a steel staff that pierced another robot's head. A green-haired girl extended her hair like roots, gathering several robots to crush them. A boy transformed into metal during the fight, a brown-haired girl grew giant, and a black-haired boy had a dark creature emerging from his back that destroyed the robots. Points were being distributed, and rankings were constantly changing, except for the first place, which had been established from the very beginning, Yoichi Shimura with 150 points. Everyone was astonished by the white-haired boy who was currently resting atop a building in City A, watching the battles unfold. Toshinori was taken aback, recognizing the surname as the same as his mentor's. Tracy remarked on how incredible it was that he achieved this in just 3 minutes, while Midnight commented in disbelief that he had broken All Might's record. Toshinori wondered about his quirk, and Nizu explained that it was called gear shift, allowing him to modify the speed of objects and people at a molecular level. It seemed he used his quirk on himself to maximize his speed, showcasing immense potential. All eyes turned to Izuku, who had returned to the action, surprising everyone as he began helping others. He slowed down the robots so the other students could destroy them easily and earn points, rescuing some from danger and even helping locate more robots for the others. Helping the competition? Fuyumi thought aloud, surprised that someone was aware they had broken All Might's record and decided to assist others until time ran out. Nizu commented excitedly that this year they had a truly promising generation. Snipe, the Academy's best sharpshooter and third in Japan, remarked that given the current situation in Japan, it was reassuring. 3 minutes left. Nizu announced. With a smile, he suggested it was time to increase the difficulty, pressing a red button that made the other teachers sweat. Izuku quickly touched several robots with the palms of his hands, smiling as he turned to the other candidates and winked. He activated low gear, causing the robots to move much slower, and the others seized the opportunity. Ida swiftly took down 2 with his incredible speed, you crushed 1 in her giant form, and a girl with purple hair sent out a sonic wave that destroyed another. One by one, the robots fell until none remained. Ojiro expressed his surprise, wondering if that was all there was. The others began to search and soon realized there were no more robots left, much to their astonishment. Some were worried, while others, like Yu Takayama, relaxed and returned to her normal size. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, reflecting on how he had managed to destroy all those robots alone. He thought it wouldn't be fair to ruin the others' chances, even though he knew his actions meant some wouldn't earn enough points. He hoped at least his friends' doppelgangers would qualify. 3 minutes left. Ida thought in disbelief, glancing at Izuku. He marveled at the boy's abilities, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration at the noticeable difference in their levels. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, startling everyone except Izuku, who smiled nostalgically as a building collapsed, sending debris flying and raising a massive cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, bright red eyes appeared, and a gigantic robot emerged, causing panic as people began to flee. Not just in City B, but in other cities as well, a robot inferno of 0 points surprised everyone, prompting them to run in the opposite direction. Izuku remained still, watching the robot as he searched for anyone trapped under the debris. A wave of nostalgia and concern washed over him when he spotted Yutakayama's variant trapped beneath some rubble. She expressed her frustration, realizing she had run out of energy to grow larger just as the giant robot was about to crush her. In an instant, Izuku appeared, clearing the debris in a blink and lifting Yu as if she were a princess. The robot inferno stomped the ground, but by then, no one was there. Ida watched in shock as Izuku set Yu down beside him, and she looked at him in surprise. Izuku gave a quick glance at Ida with a smile before vanishing, reappearing beneath the robot inferno, excitement coursing through him as he thought about testing his new limits. 1 for all, 70%. Gear shift, overdrive. FA gym, maximum charge. Black whip, dark punch. Detroit. Before he could act recklessly, the figures of Nana, Bruce, and Kudo appeared around him. They cautioned him not to do anything foolish and reminded him to think before acting. Nana reassured him that he wasn't alone and that while he wanted to test his maximum strength, he could endanger the other candidates. Izuku sighed, feeling disappointed but reconsidered his approach, deactivating most of his quirks before launching his attack. Gear shift, top gear. Smash. A powerful punch shot from his right fist, creating a strong gust of wind that struck the 0-point robot, lifting it off the ground and sending it crashing backward. The blast of wind surprised everyone, who turned to witness Izuku's incredible feat. The white-haired boy stood with his right fist raised, his back to them, as the giant robot fell, creating a cloud of smoke that enveloped him. In the observation room, everyone was astonished by the level of power displayed by the white-haired boy, who emerged from the dust with a nervous smile. He apologized, feeling he had overdone it, before approaching Yu to check on her. She assured him she was fine, still in awe of his strength. Izuku explained he had confused her for someone he knew, feeling embarrassed. Yu reassured him it was no problem, trying to ease his nerves. He sighed in relief, looking around to see if everyone else was okay. When he noticed no one was injured, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In City D, Robot Zero struck a building, sending debris flying toward a group of students trying to escape. Shinso noticed the robot was about to fall on a girl with black hair, and instinctively he lunged toward her, pushing her out of the way just in time. They both tumbled a bit, but Shinso quickly got up and helped the girl to her feet so they could continue running. The loud voice of Present Mike echoed, announcing that time was up, bringing the robot's attack to a halt and allowing everyone, including Shinso, to stop running and breathe a sigh of relief. Shinso wondered who had thought this was a good idea, feeling grateful that it was over. He truly hoped he would pass. In City C, Akari sighed in relief, her eyes spinning as she swayed unsteadily. A blonde boy with black lightning-shaped streaks in his hair gently placed his hands on her shoulders and helped her sit down on the ground. He expressed concern for her well-being. Akari, feeling dizzy, complained about her spinning head before suddenly covering her mouth as her lips puffed up. The boy quickly realized what was happening and looked around anxiously until a green-haired girl with frog-like features handed him a trash can that was nearby. The girl offered the trash can to Akari, who took it just in time to be sick into it while the boy rubbed her back, worried. Akari groaned about her head, describing the pain as if someone were stabbing her skull repeatedly. The boy remarked on her specificity, while the green-haired girl pointed out that Akari had overexerted herself using her quirk. Nearby, Yamamo rested against Kendo, both sitting together to catch their breath. In City A, Katsuki stood atop a pile of defeated robots, sweating and panting heavily. He smirked mockingly at a boy with black hair and blue lightning-shaped streaks who stared at him in shock. Katsuki boasted about scoring 70 points and asked how many the boy had achieved. The boy, feeling defeated, admitted he had only scored 10, dropping to his knees with a crushed expression as Katsuki smiled at his misfortune. Katsuki reminded the boy that he had brought this upon himself, warning him to remember this lesson for next time. The boy clenched his teeth and fists in frustration, electricity crackling around them as he slammed his fists into the ground repeatedly, shouting in anger and disbelief that this was happening. He had trained hard to enter UA without question and had intended to put Shimura and Shinso in their places. Losing and being humiliated was not how he envisioned things ending. He yelled that it was all Katsuki's fault, charging at him with electrified fists, but before he could reach him, green vines ensnared his arms and waist, immobilizing him. He exclaimed in disbelief and fury, turning to see the girl responsible for stopping him. She urged him to reconsider, explaining that violence was never the solution. Katsuki taunted the boy for being a poor loser, but then Mina stepped in front of him, scolding him to stop making things worse. Katsuki reluctantly agreed and walked away. Back in City A, several applicants were surprised to see an elderly woman with a cane appear seemingly out of nowhere. Izuku smiled upon recognizing Recovery Girl as she approached him, Ida, and you to check on the girl. He wondered what UA would do without her. Recovery Girl joked that perhaps Nizu would find a way to bring her back from the dead, surprising the girl with a kiss on the cheek. To everyone's astonishment, all of the girl's injuries healed instantly. You questioned why she felt so tired, while Izuku explained that it was just a side effect of Recovery Girl's quirk and that she needed to rest. He smiled, stretching before glancing at the blue-haired boy, wishing them all good luck in entering the academy before departing. Recovery Girl playfully remarked on Izuku's know-it-all nature before returning to check on everyone else, while Ida and Yu exchanged glances, reflecting on Izuku's departure. In the observation room, the teachers discussed the exam, sharing comments about various students they found interesting. However, the conversation eventually returned to a certain student, Yoichi Shimura. Nizu asked All Might if he had any comments, noticing he was unusually quiet. Tashinori replied that he thought this generation was promising but was preoccupied with thoughts of the top scorer. Mike agreed that the student was indeed strong. Fuyumi inquired if anything else had caught Tashinori's attention, to which he nostalgically mentioned the student's last name but quickly dismissed it, stating he wanted to review the footage since he had focused too much on Shimura and neglected the others. In a hushed tone, Nizu leaned closer to Tashinori, assuring him that he had already begun investigating the family of his former student. In a few days, they would find out if this boy was related to Nana Shimura. All Might was surprised but then smiled gratefully. A week later, Shinso was doing push-ups in his room when he heard rapid footsteps approaching. The door swung open, startling him, revealing a woman with purple hair, breathing heavily and looking nervous. His mother exclaimed that a letter had arrived from Yue, showing it to her son, who was taken aback. Shinso froze for a moment but swallowed hard, gathering his courage before taking the letter in his hands and looking at it uncertainly for several seconds. His mother asked if she should leave him alone, but Shinso replied that he wanted her to see it with him, surprising her. Moments later, Shinso opened the envelope, releasing a small circular device that he placed on the table. It lit up, projecting a hologram of Director Nizu. The director introduced himself with enthusiasm, and Shinso swallowed again, clenching his fists. Beside him, his mother clasped her hands over her mouth, praying that her son had been accepted. Nizu congratulated Shinso on passing the written exam with 58 points, but that news didn't seem to matter to him. He continued, explaining that for the practical exam, he had been allowed to use weapons due to his request for 2 steel batons. He had managed to destroy a dozen robots, but most were only worth 1 point, resulting in a total of 17 points from villains, which was not enough to pass. Shinso's expression dimmed as he lowered his head and clenched his fists, holding back tears. His mother, saddened by the news, tried to comfort him, unsure of how to do so. However, Nizu continued, noting that Shinso had sacrificed his own safety to save his competitors on more than one occasion. This made Shinso lift his head to see the hologram replaying the moments when he had thrown himself in front of others to protect them. Niza declared that it would be hypocritical to reject those who save others. Hitoshi Shinso had earned 15 hero points, bringing his total to 32 points, and he congratulated him on passing. Shinso was shocked and incredulous, exclaiming in disbelief that this was crazy. Nizu welcomed him to his school for heroes. Filled with joy, Shinso celebrated by raising his fists in the air, while his mother, tears of happiness streaming down her face, rushed to embrace him tightly. She expressed her pride in him. In his apartment, surrounded by his 3 dogs, except for the chihuahua on his lap, Izuku sat in his chair watching a hologram of All Might. His hair was half green and half white, with the colors mixed unevenly, unlike Todoroki's hair. All Might announced that he was there to inform Izuku of his admission exam results. Izuku smiled nostalgically as All Might revealed that he had scored 90 points on the theoretical exam, congratulating him on being a genius. In the practical exam, All Might expressed his surprise that Izuku had broken his record of 133 points from villains, achieving an impressive 150 points. He also noted that Izuku had helped other students, who were technically his competition, allowing several to earn more points, and he had saved a girl without hesitation, earning 10 heroic points. In total, he had scored 160 points in the practical exam, setting a new record and welcoming him to the Academy for Heroes. As the hologram cut off, Izuku continued to pet his dogs, maintaining his smile. He reflected on how he had improved by 100 points from the last time without injuring himself, but tears began to flow as he questioned why he was still such a crybaby. He laughed, wiping his tears before hearing notifications from his cell phone. A while later, Izuku found himself at Dagoba Beach, which had once been a dump but was now beautifully clean. He appreciated the stunning view of the sea and the fresh air, his hair now white. The wind gently tousled his hair as he inhaled and exhaled, enjoying the refreshing breeze. The sound of running footsteps approached, and he turned to see Shinso arriving, breathless and leaning on his knees to catch his breath. A huge smile lit up his face. Shinso exclaimed with joy that he had passed, which brightened Izuku's spirits. Izuku congratulated him, expressing his happiness for Shinso's achievement. However, Shinso then made a face and lowered his gaze, still in disbelief about what had just happened. He expressed his astonishment, unable to comprehend that it was real. Izuku encouraged him to believe it, reminding him that he had earned this moment. He gestured to the beach, explaining that all of it was the result of Shinso's hard work. Shinso lifted his gaze to take in the clean beach and the beautiful sunset, realizing that months of effort had finally paid off. "This feels like a dream," Shinso said, still in disbelief. Izuku chuckled at his friend's reaction and insisted that Shinso owed it all to himself. He emphasized that every tear, drop of sweat, and effort had led him to this moment, not him, Hatsum, or Nozomi, only Shinso. As Shinso reflected on the harsh words he had faced in the past due to his quirk, memories flooded back. He recalled the insults and the doubts cast upon him. Yet, those memories were soon replaced by thoughts of Shimura, his mother, and the friends he had made in recent months, thanks to the first person who had trusted and believed in him. Izuku knelt before Shinso, extending his hand and declaring that he would be a great hero. He invited Shinso to join him at their hero academy. Shinso wiped away his tears, smiled, and grasped Izuku's hand firmly, declaring that he still had much to give and improve. Izuku affirmed his determination, and then he introduced himself, stating that this was the story of how they would become the greatest heroes in the world. Days later, at UA Academy, in the director's office, Nizu smiled as he looked at everyone gathered. On one side were the professional heroes and teachers working for him: All Might, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Lady Frozen, Midnight, Power Lead, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Hound Dog, and Cementos. On the other side were the invited professional heroes, including the Todoroki family, Edgeshot, Best Genist, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Burnin, Crust, Kamui Woods, the PP Cats, Ingenium, Skycrawler, Fat Gum, and Bumblegirl and Sciampius as representatives of Sir Night-Eye. Nizu addressed the group, stating that they had much to discuss. He pressed a button that activated a device projecting various holographic images, including the vigilante Deku in his upgraded suit and Yoichi Shimura during the entrance exam. Thank you for reading. See you. Chapter end. Hello everyone, how are you? I hope very well. Welcome to a new chapter of a new beginning. You know, my headcanon is that Izuku eventually learns to ride a motorcycle by the end of the manga. Before we start, here are a couple of things. 1. I have corrected several errors from the last chapter. 2. Izuku's dogs are Kakin Chihuahua, Shoto Siberian Husky, Ochako Shiba Inu. This chapter will provide context to clarify some things and prepare for what's to come. Now let's begin. Chapter 33 Strategic Meeting. Previously in a new universe. At UA Academy, in the director's office, Nizu smiled as he looked at everyone gathered. On one side were the professional heroes and teachers working for him: All Might, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Lady Frozen, Midnight, Power Lead, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Hound Dog, and Cementos. On the other side were the professional heroes he had invited to this meeting, the rest of the Todoroki family, Edge Shot, Best Jeanist, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Burnin, Crust, Kamui Woods, the PP Cats, Ingenium, Skycrawler, Fat Gum, and finally Bumblegirl and Cyanpeus as representatives of Sir Night-Eye. Nizu stated that now that everyone was present, they had much to discuss. He pressed a button that activated a device projecting various holographic images. Among them was the vigilante Deku in his upgraded suit and another of Yoichi Shimura during the entrance exam. Nizu suggested they get started. He explained that the past few months had been tumultuous since the fall of the Public Safety Commission, which had undoubtedly been a severe blow to Japan. Edgeshot noted that trust in heroes had diminished, and the public was now more strict and cautious about their work. Best Jeanist added that the amount of leaked information had made everyone anxious, especially regarding corrupt heroes and the covert executions by the commission. Ryukyu mentioned that she had closely followed the trial, where nearly 1,000 people were prosecuted, including the Prime Minister and several cabinet members. The evidence and pressure from civilians had made it impossible for even them to escape conviction. She continued, explaining that they had lost around 40% of their troops, with 65% of that due to corruption, while others resigned after losing faith in the heroes upon discovering the truth about their allies. The remaining 60% had been working hard to maintain order, but many sought to undermine trust in the heroes. Ryukyu expressed her concern that the media and criminals suspected All Might was weakening. Toshinori lowered his head, feeling frustrated and inadequate, as several people stared at him, still processing that this frail figure was the symbol of peace for over 3 decades. Endeavor remarked that he couldn't believe that this pathetic state was All Might's true form. Tuya chimed in, saying he thought it was impressive that All Might had continued to be a hero despite the mortal wound he had received 5 years ago, intentionally teasing his father. Rei sighed and turned to Ryukyu, asking if she could continue. Ryukyu nodded gratefully and resumed her explanation. She pointed out that the public had become more critical, noticing how All Might's actions as a hero had significantly decreased compared to previous years. Despite various theories, criminals had gained more confidence because of this, which led to the death of Wash 2 months prior. In fact, crime rates had surged by 40% for the first time in over 30 years. Crust expressed his frustration over the loss of the hero. Rei confirmed that without Deku, those numbers would have remained higher for longer. Endeavor, annoyed, claimed that too much credit was being given to Deku, which made Rei smile. She teased him about being jealous of a teenager, to which Endeavor insisted that they had worked hard to keep criminals at bay. Nizu agreed with Rei, stating that while crime had risen, one reason it had only reached 20% and remained there was due to the presence of the vigilante Deku on the streets. His presence had increased significantly in recent months, and he had gained considerable popularity. Power Loader noted that Deku's equipment had improved over time, with his current suit featuring excellent support items. Aizawa added that he had formed an official team with Gentle Criminal and La Brava. Fuyumi asked if he had changed his name to Gentle Vigilant. Aizawa sighed, stating that it didn't matter for now and inquired if they had any leads on Deku's identity. Nizu regrettably replied that, surprisingly, he couldn't determine it either. Based on the times he appeared, police investigations, and various testimonies, it was evident that he was a teenager. However, despite his initial carelessness, they still had no clues about his true identity. All they knew was that he had green hair and eyes, and while many fit that description, they found no one with a quirk similar to Deku's. No student had the ability to create black whips like Deku, although that wasn't even his quirk. Tuya exclaimed that he had known it. Nizu added that what was most intriguing was that he was or had been a student at UA, leaving everyone surprised. Aizawa explained that during a raid against Lady Nagin's team, when Deku appeared, he had apologized to him, calling him sensei. UA was the only school where he taught. He even spoke about UA as if he had studied there. Nizu remarked that despite this, they still couldn't find him, and it was contradictory since his schedule coincided with a junior high student. If that were the case, it wouldn't make sense that it seemed he had attended his academy. Returning to the topic of her quirk, it was initially believed to be the creation and manipulation of black whips. However, the variety of uses and her exceptional control led us to believe that her quirk involved the ability to mold a black mass throughout her body and expand it. Midnight noted that this sounded similar to the quirk of the young Aratabi. Gang Orca expressed his surprise, recalling that Nairo had been his intern the previous year and that he had invited her after she won the Grand Festival. Nizu then showed 2 images of the girl, one in her UA uniform and the other enveloped in her symbiote in its monstrous form. Nizu explained that while their quirks were somewhat similar, they ultimately turned out to be very different. The quirk of the young Aratabi was a monster named Kage, which had its own consciousness and lived within her like a host or parasite, ready to protect its host. Although Kage could be somewhat aggressive, it had proven to be quite docile. However, returning to the topic of Deku's quirk, Nizu had initially thought they were similar until he watched more videos of Deku in battle and noticed the differences. As he spoke, a video of Deku fighting was projected in front of everyone. In the video, Deku dashed quickly toward a massive lizard, leaping high to dodge its swipe. The vigilant hero unleashed the black whips from his arms, grabbing the lizard by the jaw while propelling himself forward to deliver a powerful kick. The lizard broke free from his grip and attempted to bite him, but Izuku caught its jaw with his hands before wrapping it in his black whips and lifting it to slam it forcefully into the ground, creating a crater. Deku watched the lizard cautiously, and when he saw it wasn't moving, he turned to leave. Just then, the lizard sprang from the crater to attack him from behind. However, Deku performed a roll to evade it and then delivered a powerful kick that sent the creature flying several meters back, finally knocking it unconscious. Koichi expressed his amazement at the display. Snipe remarked that it seemed like Deku possessed super strength and super speed. Nizu confirmed that he indeed had those abilities, revealing that their investigation with Detective Tsukachi indicated that Deku's quirk involved the accumulation of an unknown energy that enhanced all his physical attributes and allowed him to shape it at will to create everything they had seen with the black whips. Endeavor questioned how such a specific and powerful quirk could remain unidentified. Nizu admitted that, unfortunately, they still had no leads, which he found amusing, causing a slight shiver among the group. He then emphasized that everyone present had been chosen for their extreme trustworthiness. Vernon wondered if they were the only ones, questioning if they were too few. Tensei reassured them that they were just the right number, explaining that having more would increase the risk of information leaks. He noted that everyone present had access to confidential information, such as the status of All Might. Nizu confirmed this. Endeavor inquired about the topic they wanted to discuss. Nizu indicated he wanted to address something that had caught his attention and turned to the blue-haired girl, asking Buble Girl to step forward. Nervously, she introduced herself as Buble Girl, working at Sir Naitai's agency. Fat Gum recognized her and asked about Sir, noting he hadn't seen him in a while. Buble Girl's expression turned somber as she revealed that Sir had been hospitalized in a psychiatric facility 4 months prior, shocking everyone. Koichi exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why they were only learning this now. Buble Girl explained that the chaos from the commission had caused him to go missing, but it had happened. She recounted that Sir had begun to lose his mind 10 months ago when his quirk stopped functioning. Toshinori expressed his concern, asking if that meant it had been stolen. This surprised Buble Girl and the others, but she shook her head and continued. She explained that before being hospitalized, Sir had said his quirk was still there, but he couldn't see anything. For those unaware, his quirk was called foreseeing, allowing him to see the future of anyone as long as he made eye contact. This ability had been invaluable for investigations and missions, preventing many accidents and saving lives with the information he could see. However, 10 months ago, foreseeing ceased to work. Sir had claimed he still saw the images play out in his mind, but no matter who it was, he only saw white. Unfortunately, he became obsessed with this issue, leading to a decline in his health until they had no choice but to admit him for his own well-being. The group was left in stunned silence, feeling pity and sadness for the office hero they had worked with multiple times. Aizawa voiced the question on many minds, asking what it meant for the future to be blank. Nizu explained that it indicated uncertainty. It seemed that anyone with precognitive abilities was experiencing the same issue. He had been investigating and found that Sir Night-Eye wasn't the only one affected, with similar cases emerging in Japan and around the world, including Africa and South America. Nizu revealed that, for some reason, the future could no longer be predicted and was entirely uncertain. He had spoken with Night-Eye in the hospital, but even he didn't know the cause, only that it had all begun 10 months ago. Ryukyu pointed out that 10 months ago was when Deku made his first appearance, and Gentle Criminal began his schemes involving scams and corruption. While it seemed a stretch to connect the two events, it was the only significant occurrence she could think of. Nizu concluded that there was something they were missing and assured them he would be working on it. Now, the reason we are here. Have you ever heard of All for One? Everyone was taken aback by the question, and an inexplicable sense of unease filled their hearts at the mention of the name, as most had never heard of him. Endeavor expressed his confusion, asking who this person was. Nizu turned to All Might, requesting him to elaborate. Toshinori sighed, looking up with a mix of annoyance and seriousness. He began to explain that All for One was an ancient leader of the criminal underworld, possessing the ability to grant and steal powers. However, he was quickly interrupted by Endeavor, who dismissed the idea, insisting that no one like that could exist and that they would have known if it were true. Toshinori wished it were not true. He lifted his shirt to reveal a severe wound on his stomach. Many grimaced in disgust, others in shock, and some felt a pang of pain. They knew All Might had a deadly injury, but seeing it was another matter. He explained that All for One was real, recounting how he had killed his teacher years ago and left him with this wound that had pierced a kidney and a lung. Ryukyu grimaced, having seen the injury and knowing about that battle, but she had never known against whom it had been fought until now. Endeavor demanded to know why they were only hearing about this now. Toshinori responded that it was because it had been a war. From the beginning of his hero career, he had been searching for and locating every ally of All for One until he finally reached him. After years of battles against his forces and weakening them as much as possible, the day had come. 5 years ago, with the help of Detective Tsukachi Naomasa and Director Nizu, he found All for One's location and they fought. All for One had inflicted this deadly wound, but Toshinori claimed he had won, having dealt a decisive blow that ended All for One's life. He paused, revealing that he had believed he had killed him. After the massive leak of the Public Safety Commission's secrets, the vigilante Deku had shown up at his house. Rei raised an eyebrow, curious and intrigued, wondering why he had done that. Toshinori explained that Deku wanted to talk about his condition and about All for One. He had first asked if Toshinori was alright, which felt strange. He scolded him as if they had known each other for years, and at no point did Toshinori feel hostility from him. Deku spoke about All for One, the file the commission had regarding Toshinori's injury, and the battle he had fought. He also mentioned how the commission had preserved All for One's body for study and how it had mysteriously disappeared. Fat Gum questioned how this information had not become public. Toshinori explained that Deku had taken it upon himself to keep any information about All for One secret, believing that if people learned of his existence, it could benefit him and increase his power. Aizawa noted that it made sense. With all the disturbances in recent months, many people would have sought to join him for strength. The problem child had done well to keep it hidden. Aizawa then realized something and looked at the director, asking if this was why he had initiated the topic of residences for the students. Nizu confirmed that he had been considering the residence issue for a long time to protect the physical and mental health of their students and to better monitor their progress. The situation with the commission and All for One had accelerated the project, and everything was ready for this year. Parents had been notified since the previous year, and first-year students had received this information during enrollment. With the matter of the young Shimura, he was glad he had acted on it. Tuya asked who Shimura was. Mike explained that he was a boy who had taken the entrance exam 2 weeks ago and had drawn significant attention, especially when he easily broke All Might's record for points. He showcased holographic images of Izuku's exam and his outstanding scores, noting that his control over his power was remarkable and that he had not seen such talent since All Might. Rei remarked that the boy seemed familiar. Tuya joked that he looked like a show-off, questioning if this was the age when young people were easily manipulated. Aizawa assured them that the residences were in place for that reason, stating that all students were required to attend therapy at least once a month. Edgeshot commented that since the incident with that boy, they had become more cautious about mental health, causing several teachers, including Nizu, to lower their gazes, with the exception of All Might and Fuyumi. Nizu returned to the main topic, expressing concern that All for One might attempt to seize the young Shimura's power. Gear Shift was a very powerful ability, allowing the user to modify the speeds of themselves and any living or non-living object to significant degrees. Toshinori agreed that this was indeed concerning, recalling the conversation he had with Nizu about the boy. In a flashback, Nizu had presented a wealth of information about the young Shimura, revealing that he was born on June 20th, 20XX, was 15 years old, and possessed the Gear Shift ability. His parents had died in a supervillain attack, and he currently lived with his uncle. They had moved frequently over the past decade, which meant that the young Shimura had attended many schools, always achieving outstanding grades. Although he had faced some behavioral issues due to fights, they were against bullies, showcasing his heroic spirit. Toshinori had then asked about his teacher. Nizu had revealed that he found no connection between the young Shimura and Toshinori's teacher, Kotaro Shimura. He regretted to inform Toshinori that Kotaro and his family had been killed in a violent supervillain attack 20 years ago. This revelation left Toshinori in shock, as he reflected on all his teacher had done to keep him safe. Nizu expressed his condolences, then suggested that learning about the young Shimura's uncle might lift Toshinori's spirits. Toshinori was confused, asking who Nizu was referring to. Izuku was resting in his apartment, lying on the floor next to Ochako while Shoto ran around the space and Kaken barked incessantly. The sound of the doorbell made him sit up and raise an eyebrow in confusion as he looked toward the door. He wondered who could possibly be visiting since no one ever came by. He stood up, put on his military headphones, changed his hair to white, and inserted black contact lenses. As he approached the door and opened it, a robust man pushed past him without asking. Izuku was taken aback, confused by the unexpected visitor. Kaken approached the man, barking loudly, while Shoto and Ochako curiously sniffed at the newcomer. The man, without missing a beat, asked if there was any beer in the kitchen, rummaging through the fridge without permission. Izuku, still bewildered, exclaimed that he had none and demanded to know who the man was and what he was doing in his apartment. The man introduced himself as Ueo Aguro, claiming to be Izuku's supposed uncle, which only deepened Izuku's confusion. He blinked, trying to process the information, and then shouted in disbelief, startling even those walking outside. Meanwhile, Aizawa noted that Aguro was the nephew of the former vigilante knuckleduster. Koichi chimed in, expressing excitement about meeting Izuku, who was now connected to the legendary hero. Nizu revealed that Aguro had been a professional hero until All for One had stolen his quirk, shocking everyone except Koichi, who grimaced at the memories of his mentor's losses. Endeavor expressed disbelief that they were only now learning about such a monster, while Nizu explained that they had been too busy to confirm Aguro's survival until now. He trusted them to investigate All for One discreetly and mentioned that Izuku was also involved in the case, encouraging them to collaborate with him. As the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties, though Ryukyu approached All Might, pressing him for more information about One for All and its connection to the ancient supervillain. Back in the apartment, Izuku sat on the couch next to Aguro, who was watching a soccer match on TV while Izuku processed everything he had just learned. He realized that his false identity had included Aguro as his legal guardian. Overcome with excitement, he expressed his admiration for Aguro, revealing that he was a fan of the vigilantes of Narahata, which made Aguro chuckle. Izuku then inquired why Aguro had only just arrived, to which Aguro explained that he had been busy working as a bodyguard for a famous idol, Pop Steep. Izuku recognized her name from the news and was surprised to learn that Aguro had been on tour with her. Curiosity got the better of Izuku, and he asked if it was true that All for One had stolen Aguro's quirk. Aguro confirmed it, sharing that he had endured a lot because of it, but he encouraged Izuku to take down All for One, asking him to deliver a good beating on his behalf. Izuku agreed enthusiastically. Suddenly his military headphones buzzed and he answered the call. He learned that criminals had taken over a shopping mall, holding hostages, and neither the police nor heroes could intervene. He quickly stated that he was on his way and turned to Aguro, asking how long he would be staying. Aguro reassured him that he just needed to finalize some paperwork for Izuku's residency at UA. Izuku pressed a button on his headphones, changing his hair back to green, and rushed to the window, disappearing in an instant. Aguro marveled at how fast he was. Later, Izuku stood atop a building across from the mall, watching as the police escorted the villains away. He reflected on the advantages of having multiple quirks, which provided him with many tools to use. He sighed, realizing that Kaken had been among the hostages. To be honest, it surprised him that he only managed to take down one of the villains. He watched from a distance as the blonde was being attended to in an ambulance, and to his surprise, the blonde was looking back at him. Feeling awkward, Izuku waved from afar before leaping away to swing through the city. A couple of blocks away, he spotted a car speeding out of control, prompting him to quickly propel himself toward it. Upon landing on the roof, one of the thieves leaned out of the window, aiming a weapon at him. However, Deku swiftly used his black whips to restrain the thief and tossed him against a nearby tree. As he crouched down to avoid another assailant who had drawn a weapon, Deku disarmed him with his black whips and pulled him from the vehicle, sending him crashing into a sand pile at a construction site. Finally, only the driver remained. Deku captured him effortlessly with his black whips, lifting him into the air while he stood on the car's hood. He summoned 4 more black whips, 2 from each hand, to anchor himself between 2 buildings and forcefully halt the vehicle. Once the car came to a stop, he dropped the criminal to the ground, leaving him unconscious. Izuku waved to the civilians before leaping onto a light post to swing away. But then something caught his attention. A large screen on the street switched from an internet advertisement to a breaking news channel. An unsettling feeling began to form in Izuku as he read the headline, though he couldn't quite understand why. Japan has a new prime minister. Izuku tensed up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The appointment of a new prime minister was entirely normal, wasn't it? Wasn't there nothing wrong with it? In the last few hours, after months of discussion and voting, Japan finally had a new prime minister following the disaster, resignation, and arrest of the previous one. The announcement revealed the new prime minister of Japan, Kai Chisaki. The news broadcast showed Chisaki at the podium, wearing a standard white mask and an elegant suit, raising one hand while placing the other on his chest. Beside him stood Hawks in his hero costume. Izuku was taken aback, feeling a surge of disbelief. This story will continue. What did you think of the chapter? Were you expecting the twist with Knuckleduster and the ending? The idea for Knuckleduster came to me recently, but I had planned Overhaul's role from the beginning. I have a clear path to follow, but it's filled with gaps that I need to fill in. I hope you enjoyed it. Unfortunately, there's no bonus today, but I've been giving more than one bonus per chapter lately. So, until next time, thank you for reading, and see you soon. Hello everyone. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to a new chapter of a new universe. There's something I forgot to clarify in the last chapter that is of vital importance. When the commission fell, the salaries of the heroes were severely affected since they were responsible for managing their paychecks. For professional heroes, particularly those in the top 50, things weren't as dire because their popularity ensured they receive good pay for a long time, thanks to sponsors and merchandise sales, especially the top. However, for those in lower positions, the situation became complicated as many were earning minimum wage. When payments were suspended and several heroes resigned to seek other jobs, it was Nizu and All Might who personally contributed money to support them for 6 months until the salary situation improved. Nizu also managed all the issues regarding provisional and professional licenses. In short, the rats saved the heroic society. I intended to have this mentioned right after the meeting concluded, but time passed between when I thought of it and when I wrote that part and I forgot. Another thing, I'm still unsure. What to do with Knuckle Duster. Originally, he was meant to be a cameo, as the only vigilante with a protagonist role would be Koichi. I'll see if I can include more scenes for him, but it seems complicated. Fun fact, when La Brava created Izuku's identity as Yoichi Shimura, she realized that registering the quirk of the change lever would attract a lot of attention. So, she created an entire family tree, literally hacking hundreds of databases from companies, banks, hospitals, and more to invent a false family history for Shimura dating back to the first era of quirks. Of course, Izuku helped her with a few things, but she did most of the work, including bank accounts, medical records, birth certificates, marriage papers, and even fake pet data at veterinarians. So, when someone investigates Yoichi's past, they will find the entire story that Aiba created for Deku. I have the Marvel Spider-Man remastered and have been revisiting it. I'm about to start the DLC with Black Cat, and honestly, it has inspired me to write a fanfic about that Spider-Man. Maybe I'll write about being reincarnated as the Insomniac Spider-Man or another story where the supposed child of Felicia isn't a lie. But perhaps it will just remain an idea in drafts like I usually do, because otherwise, it would lead to slow updates for this fanfic. I can't help but feel emotional when I see edits of Fry and his family in Futurama, like when his brother named his son after him, or how his mother dreamed every night of seeing him again, and his dog waiting for him at the pizzeria. All of that breaks my heart. It's incredible how, for many, all those chapters are the best that Futurama has to offer and are true gems. Chapter 34 Residences. April 1st. Shinso sighed as he finished adjusting the tie of his new uniform as a student at UA. He looked in the mirror and, despite his usual tired expression, smiled faintly with pride in himself. The purple-haired boy grabbed his backpack and a suitcase before casting a brief glance at his empty room before stepping out and closing the door behind him. His mother called out to him just before he left, expressing her regret for not supporting him sooner but assuring him that from now on, she would believe in him. Shinso was taken aback but smiled slightly in response. He said goodbye to his mother, promising to visit her over the weekend before heading out. The journey to the academy felt too short for Shinso, who, after getting off at the station, walked directly to UA. Upon arriving, he paused for a moment to gaze at the entrance before taking a deep breath and stepping onto the campus. He pulled out his phone to check a downloaded guide and followed the directions. After walking for about 5 minutes, he finally reached the place that would be his home for the next 3 years. A tall, muscular boy with very short hair approached him, exclaiming that he must be from Class 1A. The boy introduced himself as Inasa Yurashi, expressing his excitement about being at UA and invading Shinso's personal space with his enthusiasm. Shinso politely requested some personal space, stepping back as he introduced himself, feeling overwhelmed by the other boy's energy. Fortunately, the sound of barking caught his attention, and he turned to see Izuku arriving with Akari, who was surprisingly accompanied by 3 dogs. Izuku greeted Shinso warmly, noting that he had arrived early. Shinso felt a sense of regret about his decision as Inasa approached Izuku and Akari with an eager smile. Inasa introduced himself again, but Izuku pointed out that he spoke quite loudly, causing Akari to subtly move behind Izuku for comfort. Izuku introduced himself as Yoichi Shimura, and Akari simply stated her name. Inasa was thrilled to meet them and noticed the dogs, asking who they were. Izuku explained that they were Ochako, Shoto, and Kaken, and mentioned that pets were allowed if permission was obtained and paperwork was completed. He added that he had no one to take care of them at home, so he had no choice but to bring them along, reassuring everyone that Kaken, despite barking, wouldn't bite. Akari wondered if they were the first to arrive, and Izuku confirmed that it seemed so, suggesting they wait for the others. He reflected on the fact that the boy who had argued with Todoroki during the license exam was now at UA, considering it a significant change. He pondered how Shinso might change the dynamics of their class and what role Akari might play, recalling that Sato didn't want to be a hero in this universe. As they waited for the others to arrive, Izuku found himself lost in thought, contemplating the future and the new classmates he would meet at UA. The multiverse was undoubtedly fascinating. The 20 new students of Class 1A gathered outside the dormitories, waiting for something to happen. Some chatted among themselves, while others observed and analyzed their peers, and a few even petted Izuku's dogs. Izuku couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the playful exchange between Kaken and the other dogs. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and a refreshing breeze swept through as a woman approached, creating a path of ice as she landed gracefully in front of the students. Many were surprised and others delighted to see who she was. Fuyumi introduced herself as their teacher for the first year at UA. Her presence captivated the students, with some exclaiming their admiration for her. Izuku recognized her as Shoto's sister and recalled her previous role as a kindergarten teacher, realizing it made sense for her to be a teacher in this world as a professional hero. Fuyumi smiled, calming the excited students. She explained that due to safety reasons, UA had implemented dormitory systems for the students, and these residences would be their home for the next 3 years. She invited them inside to explore the place and get to know each other better. As they entered, Fuyumi pointed out the common area, which included a space for relaxation, dining, and even a small garden for those interested in gardening. The students were thrilled to see amenities like a PlayStation 5 and the new Nintendo Switch 2, with Denki Kaminari expressing his excitement about UA. Fuyumi explained that while their goal was to train great heroes, it was also important to remember that they were adolescents who deserved to have fun during their breaks. Her cheerful demeanor and radiant aura left a lasting impression on many of the students. She assured them that the kitchen was available for cooking, and there was no need to worry about supplies, as UA would take care of everything. Keep in mind that various individuals have different digestive systems, and some need to eat more than others. Therefore, every week we stock up on supplies, ensuring that nothing they are allergic to, according to the medical studies conducted before their arrival, is included. Izuku thought about the studies, realizing he had to bring a USB drive with a virus so La Brava could infiltrate without being detected and alter his records to avoid any anomalies. Although he felt guilty about it, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a villain gathering information on a covert mission. Was this how Aoyama felt? And now that he thought about it, La Brava was the MVP. Fuyumi addressed the group, noting how thorough UA was. She mentioned that they also had access to showers, which were obviously separated by gender. She then became serious, capturing everyone's attention. She assumed many had read the UA regulations, but for those who hadn't, she summarized the 3 most important rules they needed to follow. First, no drags. Anyone caught using drags would be suspended immediately, and an investigation would be initiated into their background and social circle. Depending on the situation, punishments could range from cleaning the bathrooms with bare hands for 6 months to expulsion. Second, no romantic relationships. While she understood that they were teenagers and their hormones were running wild, relationships within the academy were strictly prohibited. An accident leading to an unwanted PR would delay their hero studies for an entire year and damage the academy's reputation. Although support would be provided to both parents until graduation, they would face consequences for their irresponsibility. For instance, the father would be suspended from the hero course for the duration of the PR, so if they wanted to avoid delaying their studies, they should act wisely and responsibly. Third, no fighting among students. If they had a problem, they should discuss it. However, if they couldn't resolve it through words, they could request permission for a supervised combat to settle their differences. Fuyumi emphasized the importance of understanding these rules, and the students nodded, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Izuku was surprised, as such regulations had never existed in his world. The residences had different classmates and numerous rules that made perfect sense. He wondered why such rules hadn't been in place at his academy. Perhaps it could have prevented his punishment with Kaken. He needed to be careful not to call Bakugo by his nickname. It would be challenging to address him properly. Fuyumi then shifted the topic to the dormitories, smiling slightly as she changed the scene to focus on the dorm hallways. She explained that the access credentials they received indicated their room numbers. The boys' dormitory was on the right side of the building, while the girls' was on the left. All their belongings had already been placed in their rooms, so she recommended they go and organize everything. As they entered, Izuku happily exclaimed upon seeing the small robot greeting them. Akari found it cute. Fuyumi introduced the robot, Herbie, designed to assist and protect the students. He would be their guardian and guide for the next 3 years. Herbie welcomed the first-year students, reminding them of the curfew at 10 p.m. and the need to request permission for parties or game nights a day in advance. The students acknowledged Herbie with gratitude. Fuyumi concluded the orientation, instructing them to settle into their rooms and come downstairs in 2 hours for a check-in. Mina playfully picked up Ochako, announcing her intention to borrow her for a while. Izuku, feeling a bit nervous, asked Akari if she wanted to take Shoto with her. She agreed with a smile and called for the dog as they walked away together. Izuku watched Kaken settle onto the yellow mattress, smiling at the sight before his expression turned serious as he reflected on the events of the past month. His mind drifted back to a flashback of a significant moment. Kai Chisaki. The news reported as Izuku placed his hands on the back of his neck, his eyes widening in surprise and shock at the announcement. He was taken aback, and the blaring horn of a car drowned out his exclamation of disbelief. Many stared at him, surprised by his reaction, as he leaped into the air, swinging around and gazing in astonishment at all the screens declaring Chisaki as Prime Minister. He still couldn't comprehend why Hawks was with him. In the previous chapter, one of the readers pointed out an oversight regarding Shoji. In the early chapters, it was mentioned that he was missing, but after that, he was not referenced again until a flashback in a later chapter. In the last chapter, he was introduced as a student at UA. The error was that I completely forgot about my original plan for Shoji and included him in the class to avoid using Mineta. I could have included Ida, but I'll explain later why he wasn't in Class A. As you know, in recent chapters, Izuku revealed Spinner's death, and my original plan was for Shoji to take his place and appear as a villain during the camp arc. However, as a devoted follower of Akira Toriyama, I completely lost track of that idea. I apologize for this oversight. It was not my intention, and we can consider it a plot hole. I actually had the perfect excuse. Originally, I was going to ask you to pretend this never happened, but now I have another idea that I can't incorporate naturally at the moment, so I'll explain it now. Shoji was kidnapped by a trafficking network targeting heteromorphs and was almost sold abroad until the vigilant Deku intervened. With the help of La Brava and Gentle, they dismantled the entire organization, at least in Japan, rescuing all the heteromorphs, including Shoji, who returned to his family. Inspired by Izuku, who had a conversation with him and restored his hope for humanity, Shoji decided to become a hero with the same goal as his canon self, to change the treatment of heteromorphs forever. Once again, I apologize for my oversight and will strive to prevent it from happening again. A fun fact, I still haven't decided who the traitor will be. I have several candidates in mind. You know, Bakugo is the reincarnation of Kudo, and no one will change my mind about that. I even felt inspired to write a fanfic about it, where he protects Izuku because he reminds him of Yoichi until he receives one for all. Chapter 35, Our First Day. In the vast courtyard of UA, nearly all the students were gathered. Each class formed its own line, while in front of them, a small stage was set up where Nizu was delivering a speech. He welcomed everyone to the new semester, expressing sincere hopes for the upcoming year. Izuku thought to himself that this felt too normal. Was this really how the welcome speech went? He looked over at the other classes and noticed that Class B was present, realizing that Tenya had ended up there. A wave of relief washed over him. For a moment, he feared that Tenya hadn't been accepted because of him. Perhaps they were placed in different classes because they both had speed-related quirks. He also noted that Sato hadn't made it into their class, which was disappointing. Maybe he would visit Sato's bakery later. But then he realized that Kirishima was missing. A frown of sadness crossed his face as he continued searching for his other classmates. Mineta was in Class B. He hoped his behavior would improve. As he glanced further back, he smiled faintly upon seeing Hatsum, but was also surprised to recognize two of his classmates in the general courses. Hagakure and Koda were in general studies. He hoped they could enter the hero course later on. While the director continued speaking something Izuku was ignoring, he observed the other years and their various classes. Then he noticed something missing. Was Class 2A absent? There was Aizawa-sensei. How lucky they were. This was all so normal and boring. At least the quirk assessment would be entertaining. Izuku sighed, drawing the attention of a few classmates who glanced at him before returning their focus to the director's speech. Finally, he took a look at the third-year students. He spotted his older brother, and then recognized who were known in his world as the Big Three. He smiled at the sight of Togata and the others, though he also noticed some new faces, consequences of the multiverse, perhaps. His gaze lingered on Mirio for a moment. The topic of All Might's successor was still unresolved. His All Might had helped him compile a list of potential candidates, but he still hadn't figured out who it was. Given the current situation in Japan, it was clear that All Might's impulsiveness would lead him to offer one for all to one of the third years to establish a symbol as quickly as possible. Who would it be? The welcome speech concluded, and Izuku realized he hadn't absorbed any of it. He felt guilty for ignoring the director but clapped along with the others. The first day of classes turned out to be much more relaxed and normal than he had anticipated. Fuyumi discussed the school rules, her study methods, and how evaluations would be conducted. It was all quite standard, but they were surprised to learn that they were the first class solely under Fuyumi's guidance. They talked about the subjects they would cover, and to Izuku's surprise, Fuyumi also mentioned school clubs that they could join. Since when did UA have clubs? They were even mandatory, requiring a minimum of 5 hours per week. Why didn't his world have these clubs? Izuku checked the available clubs and sighed in frustration, realizing this would take time away from his patrols. The previous night, he had snuck out of his dormitory, and thanks to his enhanced danger sense, he was able to locate all the cameras. However, he also noticed motion detectors placed almost everywhere. To make matters worse, there were quirks soaring through the skies, making his plan to float to a certain height and use gear shift to escape UA's airspace more complicated. As he landed on the street, he realized he would completely fail and there would be many chances of being discovered, which he wanted to avoid for now. He still needed to uncover who the traitor was, wait for the League to attack UA, prevent everyone from dying, and find a way to confront All for One once and for all. Perhaps he could even help Shigaraki before he became a global threat. Izuku thought that the literature club seemed like the best option for him as he filled out a form. He was also influenced by the other members, who convinced him with their talk about experiencing adolescence, relaxing, and focusing on other things. Time passed, and before he knew it, the first day of classes was almost over. He noted that unlike Aizawa-sensei, Fuyumi-sensei was quite flexible. Then, the youngest Todoroki clapped, capturing everyone's attention. Fuyumi smiled and instructed everyone to head to the changing rooms and put on their physical education uniforms. She explained that they would have a surprise exam to see how they managed their quirks and where they could improve. She reminisced about Aizawa doing the same with her class when she was a student, which made Izuku smile. In a scene change, everyone was now in their gym uniforms on the schoolyard while Fuyumi counted them before smiling. She confirmed that everyone was present. Siro raised his hand and asked what they would be doing. Fuyumi explained that it would be a quirk test, where she would put them through various challenges to assess how they utilized their quirks and where they needed improvement. She acknowledged that some quirks were not physical but assured them there would be exercises where they could shine. There were a total of 8 tests which included ball throw, 2, 50-meter dash, 3, 100-meter dash, 4, long jump, 5, lateral jumps, 6, weightlifting, 7, sit-ups and push-ups, 8, punching machine. She mentioned that the idea came from her own teacher when she studied there and reassured them that there would be no risk of expulsion. A few students exchanged worried glances at the mention of expulsion. Fuyumi then called out to Shimura, tossing him a baseball. As the top scorer in the entrance exam, he would go first. She instructed him to throw the ball as far as he could using his quirk, drawing attention, especially from Bakugo, who was intrigued by the mention of the top position. Izuku caught the ball and smiled nostalgically, recalling the quirk test he had with Aizawa and his former classmates. He remembered the fear of expulsion for the last-place finisher, Ochako's infinite attempts, and how he had broken a finger while trying to control one for all, ultimately finishing last in his class. Aizawa had forgiven him, seeing potential in him. Now, he found humor in the fearful expressions of his classmates during that time. As he walked to the designated circle, he chuckled and thought about how he had to use his quirk to throw the ball with all his strength. Fuyumi confirmed that as long as he stayed within the circle, he could do whatever he wanted. Izuku felt determined, thinking about how he had finished last in this test before and how it was time for a change. He considered the possibility of the all-for-one spy being in this class, but decided that a warning against all-for-one wouldn't hurt. The evolution of one for all had been fascinating, allowing him to improve the black whips to the point of shaping solid, strong, and resilient weapons and objects. It had also enabled him to create smoke screens and detect movements of anyone approaching, as well as the beginnings of flight. Izuku declared he was ready, channeling 70% of one for all. He activated his second transmission, gear shift, and then the top gear, overdrive, followed by the third transmission, FA gym. Fuyumi, sensing the danger from her students' action, instinctively created an ice wall for herself and the other students just before he threw the ball. With all his might, Izuku launched the ball, generating a powerful gust of wind that shattered the ice wall and pushed everyone back several meters, causing them to fall and cling to each other for support. Just when they thought it couldn't get worse, a sonic boom followed, prompting them to cover their ears. The white-haired student watched in awe as the ball soared, realizing it had been some time since he had the chance to test his new limits. It was satisfying to see how far he had progressed. However, he quickly turned to check on his teacher and classmates, feeling relieved to see them, albeit on the ground, looking at him in shock and disbelief. He rushed over, concerned, and helped Shinso and Akari to their feet, apologizing for going overboard. Akari responded with sarcasm, teasing him about his overexertion, which made him scratch his cheek and look away before turning to his teacher. He asked about his record, still in disbelief over what had just happened. Fuyumi, still processing the event, pulled out her phone, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed in disbelief. Without saying a word, she simply turned the screen and showed her students the new world record for ball throwing. Everyone, including Midoriya, was astonished to see that his best friend had achieved such a remarkable feat. Fuyumi explained in disbelief that it seemed he had thrown the ball with such force and speed that it ended up in space. Shinso, fascinated yet incredulous, commented on how Midoriya was like a monster, having scored 160 points on the entrance exam and now this. It felt as if they were mere humans while he was a scion with divine power. Everyone was impressed and a bit intimidated by this display of strength, staring at Izuku, especially after Shinso revealed that astonishing detail. Izuku nervously averted his gaze, realizing that all the windows in the academy facing the courtyard had cracked. He thought to himself that perhaps he had gotten a bit too carried away. As Nizu, Aizawa, All Might, and other teachers arrived, he greeted them with a nervous smile while approaching Fuyumi and turning her to face the professors. Fuyumi, still in shock from her classmates' incredible strength, went to explain the situation to the director and the other teachers. Izuku watched from a distance as she spoke and turned his gaze away when Aizawa approached him directly. Aizawa addressed him, confirming his identity. Izuku, still not looking at him, asked if he was in trouble. Aizawa reassured him that it was Todoroki who had asked him to throw the ball with all his strength. He mentioned that while they would need to replace the broken windows after class, they would allow him to use his quirk to help with that. Aizawa believed that holding back would be disrespectful to him and to the others, emphasizing the importance of taking their training seriously while also ensuring their safety. Izuku nodded and smiled, understanding the message. Aizawa advised him to be careful before turning away to join the other teachers, though Izuku noticed him glancing back. At that moment, Fuyumi approached again, this time accompanied by Director Nizu, while the other teachers left. All Might, in his slender form, was the last to depart, lingering for a moment to observe the student bearing the name of his teacher. Fuyumi clapped her hands and announced that the test was just beginning and that she wanted the others to participate. She acknowledged that what had happened with Midoriya might be overwhelming, but that was no excuse for them not to give their all. She then took out another ball and asked who wanted to go next, but was interrupted as Bakugo snatched the ball from her hand and walked to the circle, visibly annoyed while casting a sidelong glance at Izuku. Bakugo was frustrated, feeling that he was supposed to be the number one, not this piece of broccoli. He had planned for today to be the day he would shine as the great Katsuki Bakugo and take his first step toward stardom as a hero who would surpass All Might. He couldn't understand how Midoriya had scored 160 points, more than double his score on the entrance exam, and now this record. He thought to himself that it was unacceptable. With that frustration, he threw the ball with all his might, creating a powerful explosion that left him shaking from the impact. Izuku watched with concern as the class continued, with everyone trying to forget that one of their classmates was a formidable force compared to the rest of them. Izuku mentally analyzed his quirks with amusement, quickly comparing their differences and similarities to those in his world while observing how others used their abilities. He continued to excel, avoiding any more sonic booms. In the 50-meter race, he clocked in at 0.001 seconds. In the 100-meter race, it was 0.01 seconds. For long jumps, he achieved 10 meters without using his quirk, and for lateral jumps, he managed 1,000 in 1 minute. He also completed 1,000 sit-ups and 1,000 push-ups, and lifted 800 kilograms without his quirk. When it was time to test his strength on the measuring machine, everyone stepped back for safety, and Fuyumi created an ice wall to protect herself, the director, and the other students. A bead of sweat trickled down Izuku's forehead as he greeted them from a distance before taking a deep breath and striking the machine with a single blow, causing a gust of wind that shattered the ice and made everyone brace themselves. Once the wind settled, they looked at the impressive figure before them. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and laughed nervously, relieved that he hadn't caused another sonic boom. Nizu watched with fascination at this new student, thinking about how Yoichi Shimura had even surpassed All Might at the same age. Fuyumi stood up, dusted herself off, and cleared her throat to regain everyone's attention. She projected a holographic image showing the results of the quirk test, listing the students' rankings. 1. Yoichi Shimura. 2. Inasa Yorashi. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 16. Hitoshi Shinso. 20. Saiko Intieli. Fuyumi encouraged Saiko not to be discouraged, reminding her that while her quirk focused heavily on her mind and the type of hero she wanted to be, she should not neglect her physical training. Even if one's gift is intelligence, it doesn't hurt to be in shape and know how to defend oneself physically, Fuyumi explained to the student who had come highly recommended. One by one, she offered advice to the others, highlighting their strengths while also pointing out areas for improvement. Finally, she reached Izuku. She told him to tone it down a bit, causing a bead of sweat to form on his forehead from embarrassment. Izuku apologized profusely, but Fuyumi reassured him not to apologize. She acknowledged his great talent and potential, encouraging him to show it without letting it go to his head. With a determined spirit, she urged everyone not to be discouraged. It was only their first day as professional hero students, and they had 3 long years ahead of them to learn and improve. She wanted them all to give their best effort and welcomed them to UA Academy. With that, the first day of classes came to an end. The director returned to his office, and the students headed back to their dorms, still processing Yoichi's display of power. Even Akari and Shinso were left speechless. They knew their friend was strong, but today felt like an exaggeration. All the students returned to their dorms except for Izuku, who stayed behind with Fuyumi to help replace the broken windows of the academy with the assistance of several robots. The new Class 1A split into 2 groups. those who wanted to watch TV and eat, and those who headed to their rooms to rest and sort out their thoughts. Bakugo, in particular, felt weaker than ever, all because of Shimura. He admitted to himself that Shimura was stronger than him for now, but he was determined to surpass him. He glanced at a photo on his desk featuring a black-haired boy, a blue-haired girl, and himself smiling together. With renewed determination he vowed to crush Shimura and surpass him. Back with Izuku and Fuyumi, he expressed his regret for being the reason she was there. Fuyumi reassured him that it was all right. She had underestimated his strength after seeing his entrance exam. While she was surprised by his potential, she had never encountered a student so strong and promising before. Izuku reflected on his scarred arm with nostalgia, admitting he had been blessed. Fuyumi noticed his gaze and asked about the scars. He explained that one was from a supervillain attack when he was a child, and while the other was also related, they were two different incidents. Fuyumi acknowledged that it must have been terrible. The memories of his battles flooded back to him, sharp and painful, but he lied and said he hardly remembered. Curious about her dual role as a professional hero and teacher, he asked her why she chose both paths. Fuyumi explained that their father had raised Tuya to follow a hero's career, and she had chosen the same path to stay close to her family. Izuku worried that she might have become a hero out of obligation, but Fuyumi clarified that she enjoyed using her gift without permission. The gratitude and affection from those she saved gave her strength, and she had met wonderful people through her work. However, she believed her true calling was in teaching. When Izuku asked why she felt that way, she explained that she wanted to guide and inspire future generations more closely. She believed sharing her experiences with her students could help them avoid the same mistakes she and her peers had made, ultimately contributing to a better tomorrow. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she shared her vision with Izuku, who found her radiant smile inspiring. He thought she was incredible and returned to his work, contemplating her words about sharing experiences. To be continued. The symbol of peace has been defeated. As the story unfolds, the characters navigate their challenges and confront their fears. The atmosphere is tense, filled with anticipation and uncertainty. Each moment is charged with emotion as they strive to overcome the obstacles in their path. The protagonist reflects on their journey, recalling the struggles and triumphs that have shaped them. They are determined to forge ahead, driven by a sense of purpose and the desire to protect those they care about. In a climactic confrontation, the characters face their adversaries with courage and resolve. The battle is fierce, filled with dynamic movements and strategic maneuvers. The stakes are high, and every decision counts as they fight for their ideals and the future they envision. As the dust settles, the weight of their experiences lingers in the air. The bonds forged through hardship and the lessons learned will guide them as they continue their journey in this new universe. Thank you for reading, and I hope you enjoy the next chapter of this adventure. With a sigh, Izuku left the academy building, stretching his arms after having repaired the windows he had accidentally broken a few hours earlier while using his ultimate move. He walked across the vast UA campus toward his classroom building. A slight tingling at the back of his neck made him glance around before looking up to see one of the surveillance drones hovering above. His danger sense had evolved with the One for All, now capable of detecting not just malicious intentions but also when someone was watching him too closely. Even Himiko Toga couldn't go unnoticed by this ability anymore. This enhancement helped him avoid detection while acting as a vigilante. He thought to himself that he might have drawn too much attention and that it might be harder to act as a vigilante now. He shrugged it off and continued walking until he reached his building, where his danger sense alerted him to something. However, he did nothing to avoid the enthusiastic greetings of three dogs. Shoto and Ochako liked his cheeks, while Kaken jumped onto his lap, barking at him as if scolding him for being late. Izuku, still lying on his back on the floor, laughed as he petted his pets. Just then, Akari rushed out the door and spotted him. She happily exclaimed that he had returned and helped him up from the ground, expressing her concern when the three dogs had run off unexpectedly. Izuku chuckled, explaining that they tended to act that way when he took too long to come back. Kneeling while petting Ochako and Shoto, he smiled at Kaken. With Akari's help, he stood up and they entered the house, where several of his new classmates surrounded him. Kaminari asked how strong he was, and Tetsu exclaimed that he was incredibly strong. Jiro complained about the sonic boom he had created, mentioning that it had nearly left her deaf and forced her to visit the infirmary afterward. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, scratched his cheek and acknowledged that he hadn't seen Jiro after that incident. Saiko called out to him, and when he turned to face her, she unexpectedly proposed marriage. The room fell silent as everyone reacted with shock and surprise. Mina was excited by the sudden declaration, while Akari expressed her disbelief and annoyance. Izuku felt extremely nervous and flushed by the unexpected marriage proposal. He had never anticipated such a bold move from anyone, especially not from Toga or Saiko. He stammered, repeating her proposal in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was saying. despite having moved into the dorms, he still struggled to feel comfortable around girls, and nothing had prepared him for such proposals. Nana remarked that he deserved points for the initiative. Psycho explained that her family was of high status, and with his quirk, he was likely to rank in the top 5 heroes upon graduation. She added that if they married, their child would inherit both her intelligence and his power, and their prestige and wealth would grow exponentially. Izuku, increasingly flustered, stammered that he wasn't interested in marriage or relationships at the moment, as he had too much on his mind. He apologized profusely, thinking to himself that he couldn't have children with any woman in this universe. Psycho sighed in disappointment. All Might reminded him that he was already 18, making Izuku gulp nervously. He heard Momo silently teasing Psycho, which added to his embarrassment. Feeling exhausted, Izuku asked if he could go to his room to rest, picking up his 3 dogs before disappearing. Akari scolded Psycho for her boldness, leaving the latter confused. Meanwhile, Izuku collapsed onto his bed as Kaken, Ochako, and Shoto settled into their own spots. He sighed, reflecting on how unexpected the proposal had been and how it had caught him off guard. He removed his military headphones, allowing most of his hair to turn green while some white strands remained. He stood up and approached a wall where a large poster of All Might was displayed. He lifted the poster to reveal a board filled with information and data. In the center was a detailed drawing of All for One, surrounded by lines and connections that Izuku had discovered or suspected were linked to AFO, including Chisaki. He pondered the implications of Chisaki's past, noting that the Yakuza and the elder who rescued Chisaki were supposed to have died many years ago. However, Chisaki had been adopted just months before the Yakuza massacre and had disappeared for years before rising through the political ranks to become the prime minister. Izuku was concerned about the 10 years of missing records and wondered where Chisaki had been and what he had done. He speculated whether All for One was involved, suspecting that he might have manipulated events to orchestrate the Yakuza massacre. Frustrated, Izuku realized that Chisaki was his only lead, and they had found nothing so far. It seemed he would have to stick to his original plan, let the League attack UA to confront Shigaraki and All for One. He narrowed his eyes at the thought of Shigaraki, contemplating his own humanity and heroism. He concluded that regardless of one's actions, to him, they would always be human. Izuku reminded himself with seriousness that he had to try, even if it meant confronting Shigaraki. He wouldn't feel right knowing what had happened and doing nothing about it. A couple of days had passed since then. Classes continued as usual, and although Izuku felt nervous for a while because of Psycho, he managed to calm down by reminding himself that he was about to turn. He began to see his classmates as younger kids. At that moment, Izuku was writing equations with his right hand while finishing a drawing from his previous class with his left. Always attentive to his surroundings, he noticed Jiro stop writing and lift her head toward the door. Following her line of sight, he amplified his hearing to catch the quick footsteps of someone approaching. A smile formed on his face as a tall, muscular blonde entered the room, acting quite unusually. All Might announced his arrival with a bright smile, declaring he was entering like a completely normal person. The excitement in the room surged as several students shouted in joy upon seeing him. Fuyumi addressed the class, informing them that All Might would be joining their heroic lesson that day. She encouraged everyone to behave and give their best. With a smile, she turned to the legendary hero, handing the floor over to him. All Might, filled with enthusiasm, announced that they would have combat training that day, striking a heroic pose. Bakugo shouted in excitement, casting a glance at Izuku. All Might cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention before explaining that after their admission to the academy, they were asked to request their hero costumes based on their preferences and quirks. With a smile, he revealed a remote control that opened secret compartments in the wall, unveiling 20 suitcases, each numbered. He announced that today would be the day they finally tried on their costumes and urged everyone to head to the changing rooms. The teenagers sprang up in excitement, each grabbing their own suitcase. They soon realized that the number on their suitcase matched the last 2 digits of their student ID, ranging from 01 to 1 by 1. They left the classroom, heading toward the stadium, leaving All Might and Fuyumi alone. Fuyumi expressed her concern, reminding All Might not to overexert himself. He reassured her that he was fine, explaining that he could maintain his muscular form for an hour and a half each day. Thanks to the director, he had taken care of his body to preserve his power for as long as possible. He reflected on how he was now left with only embers of One for All. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku was standing by the door, listening to their conversation. He sighed and walked toward the changing rooms, analyzing the discussion between his teacher and his idol. He pondered the implications of All Might's remaining time, realizing that although he had half the time he had in his universe, there were many questions. How could All Might have gone 5 years without a difficult fight? Had there been a secret battle hidden from the public? Or had All Might already passed on One for All? Izuku felt a sense of urgency. He needed to discover who the next successor was before it was too late. He thought about the dangers of One for All, recalling how it had taken the lives of previous users. He realized that they were in the 9th generation now and hoped that the current user would have more time than anticipated. But he also considered the worst-case scenario, where the new user might have less than a year left since inheriting the power. He frowned, thinking that they might not be as short on time as he feared. If they were, All Might would have already realized it and would be blaming himself, but he hadn't shown any signs of guilt. As Izuku entered the boys' changing room, he heard the others finishing up. He quickly apologized, claiming he had been to the restroom, and hurried to find an empty spot. He opened his suitcase to reveal his new hero costume. In a flashback, Izuku remembered a time when he was drawing while sipping tea, sitting across from Gentle and La Brava. That day, he had been working on a case and took a moment to rest while finalizing his new hero outfit. Gentle asked what he was doing, and Izuku explained that he was designing his hero costume as requested by Yue. When asked about the specifics, he shared that he had initially planned to use a costume similar to the one he wore during his last fight against Shigaraki, with some improvements, but ended up creating a new design from scratch. He showed them his sketch, explaining that it was meant to protect his limbs and accommodate the quirk he had registered with Yoichi Shimura, Gear Shift. He expressed his frustration that all his designs resembled his vigilante outfit too closely, making it difficult to separate his identity as Deku from Yoichi. Gentle complimented the design, noting its futuristic and technological feel, while Iba supported him, saying it would work well. Izuku felt grateful for their encouragement. Izuku smiled as he finished drawing his new hero suit. Back in the present, he began to put on the suit piece by piece while his classmates finished dressing and left the locker room one by one. At the entrance of Ganma City, Fuyumi and All Might waited until they noticed several students arriving in their hero costumes. Their teachers smiled at the variety of outfits as more and more students from Class A arrived. Todoroki noticed the absence of one of the strongest students and asked where Shimura was. Suddenly, Izuku appeared out of nowhere between Lady Frozen and All Might, wearing his new hero suit. The echo from his mask startled them, causing them to jump aside. Some classmates were also surprised by his sudden appearance, while others admired the new suit of their strongest teammate. Izuku's new suit was completely different from the original, featuring a complete redesign. It was entirely black with metallic parts that protected his limbs and absorbed the force of his punches. The suit had protective gear covering most of his body, except for his extremities, yet it remained flexible and comfortable. He also had a small metallic backpack that allowed him to carry various items, reminiscent of the suit transformations seen in animated series. Izuku was genuinely impressed with the final result. Although it felt a bit strange, it was entirely comfortable and functional. He felt a mix of excitement and pride as he looked at his classmates' suits, giving them a thumbs up in approval. He admired Yu for her undeniable resemblance to his best friend and Momo for the incredible improvement in her outfit. He thought about sharing his ideas with Yamamo when he returned, relieved that no one noticed his lingering gaze thanks to his mask. Once everyone was present, All Might explain the day's training, which would consist of practice battles in teams of 2. One team would face off against another until one emerged victorious. The students raised their hands with questions about how the teams would be divided, the conditions for victory, the specifics of the battles, and the maximum allowable damage. The flurry of questions amused All Might, while Izuku smiled nostalgically. Akari, standing nearby, sensed the shift in his emotions from amusement to nostalgia, sadness, and loneliness. She frowned but remained silent, returning her attention to All Might as he read from a script before clearing his throat. The teams would be chosen randomly and divided into heroes and villains. The battles would take place in buildings where the villains would protect a fake bomb while the heroes attempted to infiltrate and retrieve it. The conditions for victory were for the heroes to immobilize the villains and/or touch the bomb, while the villains needed to capture the heroes and/or wait for the time to run out. Each battle would last a total of 15 minutes. The drawing for teams would take place in a small box containing 10 numbers. Each student would draw a ball, and those who drew the same number would form a team. Everyone nodded in understanding, and All Might announced it was time for the drawing. One by one, the students drew their ball, and after several minutes, the teams were formed as follows. 1. Yoichi Shimura and Yu Takayama. 2. Hitoshi Shinso and Saiko Intieli. 3. Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyokujiro. 4. Katsuki Bakugo and Mina Ishido. 5. Akari Nozomi and Fumikage Tokoyami. 6. Sen Kaibara and Ibara Shiozaki. 7. Ojiro and Inasa Yorashi. 8. Hiro Santa and Manga Fukudashi. 9. Tera Mamajiyama and Mizo Shoji. 10. Tetsu and Denki Kaminari. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He wasn't mentally prepared to speak with you. She called out to him, expressing her confidence in him, which made him nervous. He stammered a response, trying to hide his discomfort. Shinso, standing nearby, jokingly referred to you as Izuku's fiancé, which embarrassed Izuku further. So, sighed in disappointment, clarifying that it wasn't the case but still expressed her confidence in Shinso. The girl with the headphones smiled at Momo, encouraging her to do their best, to which Momo replied positively. Bakugo, confused, asked about Ishido, not recognizing her. She indignantly reminded him that they had taken the entrance exam together and that she had helped him avoid a potential sanction. As the banter continued, Akari turned to Tokoyami, curious about his presence. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and anticipation as they prepared for the challenges ahead. It was a pleasure, Nozomi-san, the redhead replied with a smile. Kaibara, beaming, suggested they make a great team, which made the green-haired girl smile back. Each of them paired up with their partners as the order of combat was decided by drawing lots. To Izuku's nostalgia and slight annoyance, he found himself once again in the first match. The first fight was between Yoichi and Yu against Tetsu and Denki. Kaminari looked nervous, while Tetsu was excited about the matchup. The remaining battles were gradually decided until all the fights were set. The teams took their positions while the others headed to the observation room, accompanied by Fuyumi. Inasa asked about All Might's whereabouts, and their teacher explained that he would be in another room, officiating and monitoring the combat, ready to intervene if necessary. Akari felt somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd, but Shinso touched her shoulder, gave her a thumbs up, and directed her attention back to the screens. Grateful for the encouragement, Akari focused on Shinso's thoughts to maintain her composure. They weren't as quiet as Izuku's, but his thoughts were amusing to her. Meanwhile, the heroes' team was devising a plan. One of them suggested entering the building and searching floor by floor for the bomb, but their plan was quickly deemed insufficient. Apologizing for the mistake, they nervously corrected themselves, trying to maintain their composure. The girl pointed out that the boy reminded her of someone, and they shared a moment of nostalgia over a mutual acquaintance. As they strategized, one of them proposed a plan based on the assumption that their opponents wouldn't move the bomb from its location. They discussed the extent of their abilities, and when the time came, one of them activated their power, growing to the ceiling and spotting the bomb being moved to the roof by Kaminari and Tetsu. The two were startled by the sight of the giant girl, and she quickly communicated their location. With the information relayed, the hero swiftly approached the bomb, while her opponents were still trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The match concluded almost instantaneously, leaving everyone stunned by how quickly it had ended. As the dust settled, Izuku commented on the rapid outcome, startling everyone around him. Fuyumi scolded him for his sudden appearance, while their teacher sighed, trying to maintain order. They discussed who had performed best in the round, with one student acknowledging the speed of Shimura as crucial to their victory. Another student noted the effectiveness of Takayama in locating the bomb, though they questioned the practicality of such tactics in a real situation. Izuku reflected on his own past experiences, recalling how he had been knocked unconscious during his first fight with Kaken and had missed witnessing the other battles. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Observing the teams, he noted the synergy between Nozomi and Tokoyami, as well as the impressive strategy devised by Shinso and Intieli, who had utilized their skills effectively. He also admired the partnership between Yamamo and Kyoro, recognizing their complementary strengths that made them a formidable duo. I noticed that Momo seems more serious and determined than in my universe. Perhaps it's because of her family situation. It's understandable, she likely wants to help them regain their wealth. Sen Kaibara and Ibara Shiozaki from Class B didn't perform particularly well. While their abilities are impressive, they are not compatible with each other. Unfortunately, they had to face Kaken. Ojiro and Yorashi's team surprised me. Watching Ojiro use the winds from Yorashi to propel himself and strike with his tail was impressive. Yorashi's control over his ability, both indoors and outdoors, is remarkable. Hiro Santa and Manga Fukudashi faced a similar situation as Ibara and Kaibara. Their powers didn't mesh well. Despite their efforts, it was Fukudashi who ultimately hindered their team during the battle against Nozomi and Tokoyami. His ability is strong, but it would work better without the added pressure of protecting a bomb in a confined space. Then there's Teru Momijima and Shoji. I saved Shoji from a terrible situation a few months ago, and while I'm glad he clings to good memories, he still carries a lot of sadness. I'm unsure how to approach him. Momijima managed to connect with Shoji and seems to have earned his trust. I'm happy for him. Perhaps I can ask Momijima for advice later. Lastly, there's Kaken and Ishido. There's something unusual about Kaken, to be honest. He still possesses that fierce determination to be number one and remains incredibly stubborn. However, it seems like he's trying to control himself. While he still has his explosive temperament, there's a difference. It's as if he's trying to hold back, remaining aggressive yet more mindful of his words. It's hard to articulate. Regardless, Kaken continues to be a genius in combat, and he managed to coordinate with Mina effectively to defeat Kaibara and Ibara with ease. I noticed All Might observing and commenting from another room, clearly conserving his strength. I wonder who he has passed the one for all to. I hope to find out before it's too late. The thought of it ending in disaster feels a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? The scene shifts to Prime Earth, specifically the high-security prison known as the Raft. As two figures walked through the echoing halls, they were met with suspicious and hostile glares from the criminals present. One of them, with spiky ash-blonde hair and red eyes, calmly asked about the other's arms. The response was a mix of annoyance and acknowledgement of the pain, as the other explained that while he could create explosions with his entire body now, he preferred to use his hands for the time being. The blonde, known as Bakugo, expressed gratitude for the support he received, too. Which Shoto, with his bicolored hair and a burn scar around one eye, replied that they had both earned their place in the war, regardless of their father's assistance. As they approached a cell, the guard sighed and informed them they had 10 minutes. Inside, they found the frail figure of Dr. Shigaraki, who seemed surprised by their visit. Bakugo confronted him seriously, demanding answers about Shigaraki and all for one. Todoroki, aware of Bakugo's anger towards Garaki for what he did to his older brother, placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to calm down. Bakugo shrugged off the gesture but remained focused on getting the information he sought. To be continued. The chaos and suffering he caused, the manipulation, the pain inflicted on those close to Izuku, all of this made Izuku despise and hate him. Izuku's current control over One for All, OFA, is as follows. The raw power of OFA is at 77%. If he pushes himself, he can use up to 90% in combat, but prolonged use leads to muscle pain and cramps, risking injury. Using 100% significantly increases the chance of muscle tears. Gear Shift. The evolution of One for All and the training Izuku dedicated to it has extended his time using this ability to 12 minutes. He can now affect larger objects at a cellular level, and his speed has also improved. With Gear Shift, Izuku's movement speed has increased, especially with his greater mastery of OFA. He can even modify someone else's speed to a standstill. However, reaching the 12-minute limit has serious consequences for Izuku. FA Gym. The speed at which he gathers kinetic energy has increased. He can now store energy during simple daily activities like writing and walking. He can redirect this energy. For instance, if he accumulates energy in his fists but needs a boost in his feet, he can transfer that energy without difficulty. The energy from FA Gym has taken on a green hue. However, if he remains inactive for too long, like lying down or sitting without doing anything, the energy will diminish until it disappears. Danger Sense. Izuku has lost all his weaknesses. Now, even Himiko Toga Prime and her affection cannot evade detection. The sensor will alert him when someone or a camera is watching him. Nevertheless, his reaction speed remains unchanged. As seen in the last chapter, if someone with equal speed surprises him, Izuku must rely on his reflexes before the danger sensor can warn him. Black Whips. His strength and endurance have increased, allowing him to shape weapons like hammers, wrecking ball, and even bladed weapons. He can also use the whips to cover his body with a durable armor or shield. Smoke Screen. He can now detect opponent movements within smoke, eliminating the disadvantage of being blinded. This ability has also turned green. Float. While he can move more easily now, this change is minimal compared to his other abilities. Izuku suspects that, being the last quirk assimilated by OFA, it will also be the last to fully evolve. He believes he may eventually be able to fly. Izuku enjoys instant noodles, having developed a taste for them after eating them for so long to save money. He continues to write in his notebooks. Since he is in a new universe, he has had to start all his notebooks from scratch, documenting all the heroes and villains he has encountered in this world, as well as his classmates. He also keeps a separate notebook comparing the differences between the universes, which, while risky, helps him clear his mind. Additionally, he has another notebook filled with conspiracy theories, a habit he picked up from spending so much time with Shoto. Chapter 37. It was an accident. Izuku finished a drawing of Class A from his original world just as Fuyumi entered the classroom. The others were engaged in their conversations or activities, but upon noticing their teacher, they gradually settled down into order and silence. Fuyumi greeted the class warmly, expressing her hope that everyone was well. She announced that they had a very special lesson planned for the day. Many students nervously thought to themselves, hoping it wasn't a surprise exam. Today, they would decide on the class delegates, Fuyumi exclaimed with a smile. This announcement excited several students, who responded enthusiastically. Ashido was the first to raise her hand, and soon others joined in, expressing their desire to be delegates. Fuyumi clapped her hands to regain their attention and proposed that they vote for their delegates. Ojiro voiced his concern about the fairness of voting since they had only just met. Fuyumi reassured them that they would implement a rule prohibiting self-voting. The two students with the most votes would be chosen as the delegates, reflecting the trust they had earned in such a short time. The idea was well received, and Izuku experienced a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of Ida, smiling at the memory. However, he noticed Shinso raising his hand to capture Fuyumi's attention. He suggested that they should first eliminate those who did not wish to be delegates to avoid selecting someone unwilling to take on the role. Fuyumi agreed, acknowledging the logic in his suggestion. She explained that UA has a student council like any other school, consisting of a president, a vice president, both from the third year, and the delegates from all other classes. Their role as delegates would involve representing their classes in council meetings, contributing opinions, assisting their teachers, and maintaining direct contact with her and other faculty members. This experience would also benefit them in their future careers as professional heroes, enhancing their resumes and leadership skills. Once the explanation concluded, Fuyumi asked those uninterested in being delegates to raise their hands. Izuku and Shinso were the first to do so, followed by Ojiro, Kaminari, and Ter. Kaibara stood behind Izuku and asked if he was sure about his decision. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and replied that he wasn't interested, noting that there were others more qualified than him. He thought to himself that he didn't even recall a student council in his world, or if there was one, Aizawa-sensei had been too lazy to explain it. Mina then asked Kaminari why he had stepped down. He confessed, feeling down, that he realized he was too foolish for the role. Kyoka stifled a laugh at his admission. Shoji inquired Teru about her decision to withdraw, and she shyly admitted that it was too much pressure for her. The teacher announced that it was time to begin the election, instructing everyone to write down the name of their candidate. The two with the most votes would become the class representatives. Before she could finish her request to Shimura for help, the box filled with slips of paper had vanished from her hands, and everyone had a slip in front of them. Confused, the teacher noted how quickly Izuku had acted, as he sat down and glanced at Yamamo before writing her name. One by one, everyone chose their candidates. Once they finished, Izuku sighed and stood up with the box in hand, moving swiftly from desk to collect the slips before handing them to his teacher. Fuyumi asked Izuku if he was sure he didn't want to be a candidate. He firmly replied that he was completely sure and asked if she wanted him to count the votes quickly or the traditional way. She opted for the traditional method to avoid any complaints. Izuku nodded and returned to his seat in the blink of an eye, reminding Shimura that they couldn't use their quirks freely without a license. Shimura, realizing she had forgotten about the license, diverted her gaze with a bead of sweat. The youngest Todoroki cleared her throat and began counting the votes aloud while writing the results on the board. The final results were as follows. Momo Yaoyorozu, 6 points. Saiko Intieli, 5 points. Katsuki Bakugo, 3 points. Inasa Yorashi, 2 points. Kyokujiro, 1 point. Termamajiam, 1 point. Mizo Shoujo, 1 point. Akari no Zomi, 1 point. Izuku noticed Momo's expression shift from disbelief to joy, which made him smile. He heard Kaken grumble in disagreement about the results, prompting a soft laugh from him. Saiko appeared shocked, lowering her head in disbelief before glancing at Momo with annoyance. Inasa sighed in resignation while the others who received only 1 vote wondered who had voted for them. Soon, Momo and Saiko stood in front of the class. The dark-haired girl took a deep breath and spoke seriously, expressing her gratitude for their trust and promising to do her best. She then turned to Saiko, saying she counted on her. Saiko calmly replied that she would support her, though internally, both girls had conflicting emotions. Momo was happily dancing in her mind while Saiko felt anger and envy. Akari noticed this and chuckled lightly, but then abruptly stopped, feeling guilty for intruding on her classmates' thoughts. She returned her focus to Izuku, who was applauding with the rest of the class to celebrate their new representatives. Recess arrived, and with it, the time to head to the cafeteria. Each group gathered to eat together. Momo sighed next to Kyoka, catching her attention. She confided her nerves about the responsibilities ahead, hoping to meet expectations. Kyoka smiled, but before she could respond, Yoichi approached with Akari and Shinso, assuring Momo that she would do well and that he had voted for her because of her analytical skills and knowledge. Momo felt flustered and unsure of how to respond. Kyoka teased Izuku about being the strongest and how it felt to support a delegate. Izuku requested they not call him that, feeling uncomfortable. When Shinso asked if he didn't think he was the strongest, Izuku acknowledged he was but felt awkward being labeled that way, reminding them that he was just a first-year student like everyone else. Akari remarked on his humility, and Kyoka asked Momo if she had to work after school. Momo explained that she and Saiko needed to meet with the student council to introduce themselves to the president and other delegates. Izuku wondered if Tenya had become the president of his class as he spotted him at a nearby table. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the cafeteria, startling everyone. Some students panicked and quickly left their seats. Kyoka asked a few boys who were rushing out what was happening. They informed her that someone had breached security, something that had never happened in their 3 years at the school. Akari noticed Shimura was missing and voiced her concern, but before she could act, Shinso and the others pulled her toward the exit, where a crowd of students had formed, pushing against one another in a frenzy. Akari found herself shoved against a glass wall, where she could see the teachers trying to calm the media outside. Realizing the situation might be a false alarm, she thought to herself, But before she could call out, the chaos continued to unfold around her. She tried to call out to them but received an elbow to the head, causing her to bump her forehead against the glass. Panic flooded the students, who stopped worrying about each other and focused solely on themselves. Classmates and others called out for their friends while being pushed by the crowd. Some, like Katsuki, restrained themselves from using their powers due to the rules. The absence of Yoichi left their abilities without direction, and she began to hear the panicked thoughts and screams of everyone in her head. She murmured for silence, feeling a great pain in her head from the sudden influx of thoughts. Clenching her fists and teeth, she tried to control herself, to redirect her powers to Shinso or anyone else, but she couldn't. The screams and pushes made it impossible to concentrate. Her breathing became rapid, and she shut her eyes tightly, fighting back tears that threatened to spill. Until it was too late. The alarm blared, and Izuku separated from the others, using his speed. He thought about how Shigaraki had disintegrated the entrance to trigger the alarms, allowing the media to enter and draw the attention of the teachers. In his world, Aoyama had taken advantage of this to gather information about the classes, discovering that they would be isolated at USJ and later the location of the camp. If he could figure out who was behind this right now, he could be one step ahead of All for One and the League of Villains. Determined, he burst into the teacher's lounge but found nothing and no one. It was strange. He had expected someone to be there. He glanced quickly behind furniture but found nothing, so he sighed before leaving through the door. Had he been too slow or too fast? Before he could continue his investigation, a strong female voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause. "Shut up and don't move." His heart sank as he recognized Nozomi's voice. He quickly used his quirk to disappear and reappear in the hallway where everyone was huddled, completely still. Izuku attempted to move them but noticed they were unresponsive, their eyes completely blank. He activated his float quirk to hover above the crowd and spotted someone sobbing against the window. "Nozomi," he exclaimed, worried. Akari looked up, but before she could react, she was out of the crowd and in Izuku's arms. He reassured her, telling her he was there for her and to focus on him. The redhead clung tightly to him, burying her head in his chest and starting to sob. They remained like that for several minutes until Akari finally calmed down. "What did I do?" she asked, her voice trembling. "You prevented an accident, that's for sure," Izuku replied, glancing at the crowd. "Can you free them and let them know this was all the media's doing?" I don't know. I lost control again." "A minute, Dad was right. I'm a monster," she said, her voice breaking as tears fell. "You're a human being." Nozomi, you're not a monster. You're a human like everyone else." Repeat after me, I am a human being." "I don't." "Say it, come on." "But." "I am a human being, say it." "I won't stop until you do." I am a human being." "That's it. Again." "I am a human being." "One more time." "I am a human being." "See? You're not a monster," he said, wiping her cheeks with his hands. "Now, your quirk is very powerful, that's true. But I believe you can bring them out of this trance. Because honestly, I think you even put the teachers and the media outside in this state." Okay, I'll try," she said, gathering her courage. Izuku smiled at her and took her hands in a gesture of support. Akari stood in front of the crowd and took a deep breath. She focused on Izuku, then on the person closest to him, and continued until she felt a connection with all the students, teachers, and reporters. Izuku felt it too, fascinated and surprised by the extent of her quirk. She was much more powerful than he had thought. Holding on to Izuku's hands, she spoke softly. To the students, nothing serious happened. It was the media who breached security and triggered the alarm. "We're in an elite academy, so don't be foolish." To the teachers, "You will continue what you were doing, just like the media. None of you students, teachers, or reporters will remember this pause or hearing my voice in your heads." With that, the redhead finished her speech. Suddenly, everything resumed its course. The students came back to their senses, but more calmly, and turned to the window to see the media harassing their teachers, who were trying to calm them down and politely asking them to leave. One by one, they settled down, embarrassed by their actions, and returned to their activities, leaving the cramped hallway behind. Izuku and Akari sighed in relief, glad that it was over, but then they noticed several people staring at them. Izuku stammered, confused by the looks. "Hey, you two," Shinso called out, pointing at something. "What are you doing holding hands?" At this, both the white-haired boy and the redhead realized they were still holding hands and quickly separated, Akari blushing deeply as she bowed repeatedly, apologizing, while Izuku scratched the back of his neck, trying to calm her down. Soon after, the police arrived and escorted the media away, much to the relief of the teachers. However, Nizu, Aizawa, Present Mike, and Midnight remained at the entrance, observing the damaged security door. "None of those reporters did this," Aizawa said, frowning. "With everything going on. A declaration of war. Midnight theorized. I hope not, for the sake of our young listeners, the blonde said, thinking of the students. Regardless, we must stay vigilant. While we've established the dormitory system to ensure our students' safety, we need to be alert and not let our guard down, Nizu stated. Tell Power Loader to replace the door immediately, and Midnight should stay to guard it until that happens. The security on campus would be increased, with more cameras, drones, and robotic dogs patrolling the perimeter day and night. Nizu ordered everyone to get to work. Later, classes continued as usual until the end of the day. Momo and Saiko headed to the student council room while the others returned to the dorms, except for Akari and Izuku, who were sitting on a bench enjoying ice cream. Izuku expressed his concern, noting that they would need to inform the teachers about Akari's situation, as he felt he couldn't help her manage her abilities alone. Akari grimaced and looked away, reluctant to share her struggles. Yuichi tried to reassure her, reminding Akari that the teachers were heroes and that she was still a student. He smiled at her, promising that if anyone said anything hurtful about her, he would stand up for her. Akari was surprised by his confidence, and Izuku playfully reminded her of his own achievements, claiming he would rescue her hundreds or thousands of times if needed. Akari felt warmth in her chest from his words and thanked him, feeling grateful for his support. They decided to visit the director, and Akari was taken aback by the suddenness of the plan. Izuku encouraged her, and she hurried to gather her things, feeling unprepared. As Momo and Saiko walked together toward the student council room, the atmosphere between them grew tense until they encountered a beautiful girl with orange hair and green eyes, accompanied by a tall boy with blue hair and glasses. Momo recognized the girl as Kendo and was pleasantly surprised to see her again. Kendo introduced her companion, Tenya Ida, and they exchanged pleasantries. Momo congratulated them on being representatives of Class B, and Ida suggested they enter the council room to catch up. Inside, they took their seats among the other council members, including Fuwata, a friend of Haruka. The president of the council stood up to address everyone, thanking them for coming and introducing himself to the first-year students. Meanwhile, Akari, gripping Izuku's hand tightly, inhaled and exhaled to calm her nerves before knocking on Director Nizu's office door. Upon entering, they were greeted by Nizu, who was pleasantly surprised to see them. Izuku explained that he was there to support Akari, who was visibly anxious. With a shaky voice, Akari revealed her need for help in controlling her abilities, admitting that she was a psychic capable of reading minds and accessing memories. Nizu listened intently, intrigued by her revelation. Akari explained that she had unintentionally put the entire school in a trance due to an incident earlier that day, and she offered to let Nizu verify her claims through the security cameras. Nizu's expression shifted to one of curiosity, but he also seemed to have a sense of foreboding. He mentioned that he had something confidential to share with them, but at that moment, the security cameras in the academy were completely disabled. Both Akari and Izuku were taken aback, especially Izuku, who quickly realized the implications. The name, the League of Villains, echoed in his mind, signaling a serious threat. The story would continue from this point, leaving the characters to face the challenges ahead. The best example of this story is Akari no Zomi. For some time, the author had been trying to write original characters in other stories, and even used this narrative to practice how to create an original character in the mini-arc of the 9th selection. Interestingly, Akari is the most successful original character the author has created so far. However, despite being the one the author has developed the best, she is not the author's favorite character. The favorite character has yet to be revealed, and unfortunately, the author cannot use her in this story as originally intended. Her name is Akane Midoriya, the adopted sister of Izuku, a character the author conceived last year, building an entire story around her. It's amusing because the author even wrote her to fit the opening curtain call from My Hero Academia, as well as the opening and ending of the mini-arc of Gojo's past from Jujutsu Kaisen, aligning perfectly with the character and her relationship with Izuku. In fact, the relationship between Izuku and Akane was meant to mirror the dynamic between Gojo and Geto. The author even reused part of her origin to write Akari. The hope is to one day use this character as intended, but for now, the audience is invited to enjoy the new chapter of A New Universe. Akari, gripping Izuku's hand tightly, inhaled and exhaled, trying to calm her nerves before knocking on the door of Principal Nizu's office. Upon entering the academy, they were greeted by Principal Nizu, who brightened at the sight of them and tilted his head curiously. "Young Shimura, what a surprise to see you. What brings you and young Nozomi to my office?" he asked. Izuku replied that he had come to accompany Akari, gently nudging her forward to indicate his intention. With clear nerves and fear in her voice, Akari confessed that she needed help controlling her ability. When Nizu inquired if she needed assistance with her telekinesis, she clarified that her true gift was being a psychic. She revealed that she could read minds and delve into memories, and that telekinesis came as part of a complete package along with empathy and telepathy. Nizu's eyes widened in surprise at her revelation. Akari continued, explaining that she had inadvertently put the entire school into a trance due to an incident caused by the media. She apologized, admitting she lost control, and suggested that Nizu could confirm it with the security cameras. Nizu, with a mysterious smile that gave Izuku an uneasy feeling, remarked on the curious nature of her claim. He assured them that he would share something completely confidential. However, at that moment, the security cameras in the academy were entirely disabled, causing both Akari and Izuku to gasp in shock, especially Izuku, who quickly deduced the culprits. He thought seriously about the implications of the Villain League's involvement and questioned how the security cameras had been turned off during the reporters' invasion and how they had bypassed UA's security. Nizu smiled slightly at Izuku's inquiries while Akari remained astonished by the news and the unexpected interrogation initiated by Izuku. Nizu explained that they did not know the cause yet, but assured them that they would work to uncover it and would triple security on campus to ensure everyone's safety. He expressed his confidence in Izuku, considering him the most promising student UA had seen in recent years, but cautioned him not to let it go to his head. Turning to Akari, Nizu commended her bravery in revealing something so personal and complicated. He reassured her that her abilities, whether classified as hero or villain, did not change her status as a student at the academy, and it was their duty to protect and guide her to become a great hero. He emphasized that a person's abilities or lineage do not define them, their actions do. Understanding that she might not yet feel comfortable sharing this with her classmates, he decided to inform only her homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, and Midnight. He mentioned that she would have therapy sessions with Midnight to help her, and she would be notified in the coming days about when they would start. Akari, still nervous, nodded in agreement. With a sense of relief, Nizu reassured them that their safety was a top priority. After receiving permission to leave, Izuku bowed and turned to exit, followed closely by Akari. As they walked, Izuku delved into his thoughts, contemplating the implications of the recent incident. He realized that Shigaraki had dismantled the entrance to allow the reporters in, diverting the attention of the teachers and security away from them. This meant that the traitor had obtained the itinerary and was likely planning their next move. They would probably wait for a moment when All Might was in a secluded class to strike. In Izuku's world, this had happened at USJ, but he wondered if it would play out the same way in this universe. All Might had been more focused on their class because Izuku, his successor, was present, but he was certain that his successor was not in their class. The successor could be in any of the 3 years of the hero course, and while he had some candidates in mind, nothing was concrete. If everything went in his favor and there were no changes, he pondered how he should act at USJ. He doubted that Aizawa-sensei would be present since Fuyumi-sensei was their homeroom teacher. He could handle all the villains there, but he questioned whether he should. The incident at USJ had been significant, providing valuable physical and mental experience for him and his friends. While he wanted to attract all for one's attention, he also did not want to create a dependency on himself. He did not intend to remain there for the rest of his life, nor did he want to foster the same kind of dependency that society had developed with All Might. Yet, he also did not want anyone to die by leaving them to fend for themselves. It was all so complicated. The virus he had inserted into the USB during the medical exams to allow the brave to alter his results had not self-erased. To avoid detection, Izuku couldn't ask La Brava to investigate who had infiltrated the system to disable the cameras and assist the traitor. Had they done the same thing La Brava and he had? This had never happened in his world. It was frustrating. Was it skeptic? He hoped not. If All for One had allied with the Liberation Front, it would be a serious problem. Did the League have a hacker helping the traitor? That would be an issue. First, he needed to deal with the Nomu and try to reason with Shigaraki. After that, he would think about what to do next. He sighed, catching Akari's attention. She asked if he was okay, and he replied that it was nothing to worry about, avoiding her gaze, which made her frown. She thought sadly about why he still didn't trust her. She knew something was bothering him. He seemed sad almost all the time. She wanted to help him and wondered why he wouldn't let her in. Why did he feel so alone when he had her? 2 days had passed since then. It was Friday, and classes had been quite normal for Izuku. He had some hero training and nothing particularly noteworthy. He paid more attention in his other classes and even in his own classroom, trying to find clues about the traitor. But he found nothing. He also attempted to patrol, but as Nizu had said, security had increased, and he didn't see a way to escape without being noticed. He preferred not to take the risk. He thought about how everyone would soon notice the absence of the vigilant Deku. He hoped everything would be like in his universe. As he pondered a plan that depended on the similarities between his universe and this one, the classroom door opened, drawing the attention of all the students in Class 1A. Many wore expressions of confusion as they saw a tall, thin man, disheveled in black clothing with gray bandages around his neck and long, unkempt black hair. Izuku felt a surge of excitement. Several students paused their activities, looking at the man before them, who sighed at their reactions, grateful they weren't overly loud. After 10 seconds, they calmed down and sat. He wondered what Todoroki was teaching them. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their teacher for the day, his voice heavy with fatigue, causing beads of sweat to form on the students' brows. Momo raised her hand to ask about Fuyumi-sensei. Aizawa explained that she had been called to handle a last-minute situation, so he would be in charge. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, mentioning that Todoroki hadn't given him permission to expel anyone unless he saw potential in them, so they were safe for now. The students were startled at the mention of expulsion, while Izuku smiled nostalgically. Aizawa reminded them that it was the last day to sign up for a club or change their choice. He then announced they would go straight to action with rescue training, pulling out a card that read, Rescue. The students expressed their surprise at the training. Aizawa instructed them to put on their hero costumes and be ready in less than 10 minutes at the school exit for an excursion to a remote part of the campus. Izuku felt relieved, thinking that for now, everything was the same. He knew what he had to do. Moments later, everyone was in their hero costumes boarding a bus. Izuku adjusted his metallic backpack as he was the last to get on, waving to Aizawa before sitting between Teru and Tokoyami. Once everyone was seated, Aizawa took a seat behind the driver, who was a robot, and the bus started moving. Denki spoke to the shy girl, Momijiyama, making her nervous. He asked why her hair was now white, confusing and surprising her. She explained that it was camouflage technology that changed her hair color to white, as she didn't want to be recognized in civilian life when she became a professional. The thought embarrassed her, and she expressed her fear quietly, causing several to sweat nervously. She clarified that she wasn't imitating Shimura, she had the design and color before meeting him. Denki thanked her for the explanation. Tokoyami then commented that Teru's hero costume reminded him of the vigilant Deku. Izuku tensed at the mention of his alter ego but realized Tokoyami was right as he looked at Teru. He still wasn't used to seeing him like this and calling him Tokoyami. Inesa excitedly exclaimed how amazing the vigilant Deku was, while Tetsu added that he was strong and manly. Shoji quietly reminisced about the moment he was rescued by the vigilant, feeling nostalgic. In a flashback, Shoji fell to his knees as the sun began to rise, a sigh of relief escaping his lips as he heard the distant sound of police. He looked back to see several injured heteromorphs, crying or frightened, amidst the chaos around him. Mercenaries lay unconscious, weapons and tanks destroyed, and the facilities in ruins. He gazed sadly at the state of his fellow captives, remembering all the pain and suffering they had endured in captivity at the hands of those people. Shoji was uncertain about what to call them. They had almost sold him abroad for who knows what, but then he turned to see the hero of the day, the savior of all, Deku, comforting a group of heteromorphic children as they crafted playful figures with his dark whips. Deku had removed his mask and face covering so the children could see his face, but from the angle they were at, all Shoji could make out was his messy green hair. After putting his mask back on, Deku addressed the rest of the heteromorphs. He informed them that the police were on their way, and his colleague had contacted them. Paramedics would come to assist. He encouraged anyone with injuries to speak up. He then revealed, somewhat awkwardly, that in the eyes of the law he was considered a villain, so he would stay hidden to watch over them and ensure they were safe from any attempts to capture him. Shoji, with an empty gaze that caught everyone's attention, asked why Deku had saved them. He pointed out that Deku looked like them and should have a normal appearance, which would prevent people from judging him. Deku, trying to lighten the mood, humorously remarked that even women found him unattractive. He reassured them that despite their appearances, they were innocent human beings who had endured terrible experiences. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He acknowledged that the situation would affect them deeply and urged them not to let it consume their lives, even though he knew it would be challenging for many. He reminded them that there would always be negative people in the world, regardless of their appearance, but that didn't mean everyone was like that. There would always be kind and innocent people who would see them for who they truly were. He didn't ask them to forget what had happened, just to resist being led by hatred. He shared a story about a friend who had faced terrible things because of his appearance but was still one of the kindest people he had ever met. He encouraged them to be better and to focus on the good memories, ending with a smile as the sound of sirens grew louder before fading away, leaving everyone in deep thought. Moments later, the police and several heroes arrived with ambulances. As a paramedic treated Shoji's injuries, he noticed Izuku in the distance, standing atop a small hill and watching them. When Deku saw that Shoji had noticed him, he waved before disappearing, leaving the heteromorphic boy in awe. Shoji then turned to Teru, curious about her connection to Deku. She blushed with embarrassment as she recounted how she had met him once when he saved her best friend at an amusement park, finding him amazing. Momo smiled and reassured her that there was no reason to be embarrassed about liking someone. She pointed out that while Deku's actions were illegal, his popularity was undeniable, and no one could deny he was a true hero despite lacking a license. Bakugo, the explosive blonde, complained about the constant chatter surrounding Deku, pointing out that his name was a play on words meaning useless. Yu Takayama chimed in, suggesting that to him, it sounded like Dikairu, meaning you can, which he found appealing. Izuku felt a mix of discomfort and nostalgia at the conversation, grateful that his mask concealed his expressions. Psycho then shifted the focus back to the topic of popularity, noting that several people present had impressive quirks that could make them quite popular. She mentioned that Yurashi, Tokoyami, and Shoji all had remarkable abilities, and even Takayama's gigantification was eye-catching. Kaminari joked that despite having a good quirk, Bakugo wouldn't be popular due to his bad temper, which prompted Bakugo to react angrily. Kaminari teased him further, making Izuku smile nostalgically at the banter. Just then, the bus came to a stop, and before the doors opened, Aizawa stepped in front of everyone, looking weary. He informed them that they had arrived but wanted to address their conversation about Deku. He stated firmly that what Deku was doing was wrong, regardless of his good intentions. There were laws to uphold, whether they liked it or not, and he tried to ignore the headache that came with thinking about the vigilante. In Aizawa's thoughts, he reflected on how he once believed Deku might have been a student at UA but found no evidence to support that. He had checked the files of all students from the last 10 years, and none matched Deku's quirk or appearance. He had even considered Shimura as a possibility, but their differences were too great. When he asked Nizu to investigate Shimura, he learned that there was no connection between Shimura's family quirks and Deku's. As he glanced at the red-haired girl, he realized that Shimura might not be the only troublesome student this year. He felt tired and in need of coffee and a raise. Akari observed the similarities between the black-haired boy and the purple-haired one as they all disembarked from the bus, revealing their destination. To Izuku's relief, the space heroine 13 was waiting for them. He noted that everything seemed the same, and to his surprise, she also revealed her face, unlike in his universe, where he only remembered seeing her when he returned to UA. After the escape from Tartarus and the pursuit against the League and All for One, a woman introduced herself with a smile, saying she was the Space Hero 13 and was pleased to meet everyone. Before beginning, she wanted to explain something important. As she counted, the tension in the room grew, and several people felt a bead of sweat trickle down their foreheads. She continued, explaining that her quirk, Black Hole, functioned like a black hole, capable of absorbing everything in its path. It was an excellent ability for clearing debris and obstacles to help others, but it could also be deadly if used carelessly against a person. This revelation surprised nearly everyone present. Izuku furrowed his brow, feeling a sharp pang in his head as he recalled a moment when he had dealt a devastating blow to Shigaraki. He understood the gravity of their powers, which were like weapons that required careful handling. Over the next 3 years, they would learn to use their quirks responsibly and discover what kind of heroes they could become. The woman concluded her speech, announcing that they were at the Unforeseen Event Simulation Facility, or USJ. Many applauded, slightly embarrassing her, while Izuku felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. The surroundings seemed to distort slightly, and the entrance to the USJ appeared to recede, unnoticed by others. He removed his helmet to breathe fresh air before the session began, spotting Aizawa approaching the hero. He enhanced his hearing with One for All to catch their conversation. Aizawa quietly remarked about All Might's tardiness, explaining that he had exhausted his time limit that morning. Aizawa frowned, while Izuku smiled, reassured that everything was going according to plan. Akari, standing nearby, glanced at him, sensing the emotions he had been experiencing that morning and worrying about him. The students entered the USJ with their teachers to explore the facility. The woman explained that they would tour the area and then conduct a rescue exercise. As she lowered her mask to cover her face again, the lights began to flicker, capturing everyone's attention. Izuku clenched his fists, focusing on the source of the disturbance in the center of the USJ, and was the first to notice a purple portal opening. Aizawa quickly detected the threat and went on high alert, just as 13 did, as the portal expanded, drawing everyone's gaze. Suddenly, intimidating figures began to emerge from the portal, alarming both Aizawa and among them, Izuku spotted Tamura Shigaraki, who emerged with a look of intense hatred in his eyes, making direct contact with Izuku for the first time. Memories of the war, his battle against Shigaraki, One for All, and All for One flooded his mind, alongside the image of Tenko Shimura crying within. The figure of Nana appeared beside him, calling out to Tenko. Inasa stepped forward, but Aizawa quickly stopped him, informing the students that they were facing real villains, which shocked and concerned them. Izuku's determination surged as he thought about the danger Shigaraki posed to society, but he couldn't ignore the child crying inside him. He resolved that before deciding whether to eliminate Shigaraki, he would save Tenko Shimura. With emerald determination in his eyes, he activated Gear Shift. To be continued.